An occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, by Ambrose Bierce. A man stood upon a railroad bridge in northern Alabama, looking down into the swift water 20 feet below. The man's hands were behind his back, the wrists bound with a cord. A rope closely encircled his neck. It was attached to a stout cross timber above his head, and the slack fell to the level of his knees. Some loose boards laid upon the ties supporting the rails of the railway supplied a footing for him and his executioners, 2 private soldiers of the Federal Army, directed by a sergeant who in civil life may have been a deputy sheriff. At a short remove upon the same temporary platform was an officer in the uniform of his rank, armed. He was a captain. A sentinel at each end of the bridge stood with his rifle in the position known as support. That is to say, vertical in front of the left shoulder, the hammer resting on the forearm thrown straight across the chest, a formal and unnatural position, enforcing an erect carriage of the body. It did not appear to be the duty of these 2 men to know what was occurring at the center of the bridge. They merely blockaded the 2 ends of the foot planking that traversed it. Beyond one of the sentinels nobody was in sight. The railroad ran straight away into a forest for 100 yards, then, curving, was lost to view. Doubtless there was an outpost farther along. The other bank of the stream was open ground, a gentle slope topped with a stockade of vertical tree trunks, loopholed for rifles, with a single embrasure through which protruded the muzzle of a brass cannon commanding the bridge. Midway up the slope between the bridge and fort were the spectators, a single company of infantry in line, at parade rest. The butts of their rifles on the ground, the barrels inclining slightly backward against the right shoulder, the hands crossed upon the stock. A lieutenant stood at the right of the line, the point of his sword upon the ground, his left hand resting upon his right. Excepting the group of 4 at the center of the bridge, not a man moved. The company faced the bridge, staring stonily, motionless. The sentinels, facing the banks of the stream, might have been statues to adorn the bridge. The captain stood with folded arms, silent, observing the work of his subordinates, but making no sign. Death is a dignitary who, when he comes announced, is to be received with formal manifestations of respect, even by those most familiar with him. In the code of military etiquette, silence and fixity are forms of deference. The man who was engaged in being hanged was apparently about 35 years of age. He was a civilian, if one might judge from his habit, which was that of a planter. His features were good, a straight nose, firm mouth, broad forehead, from which his long, dark hair was combed straight back, falling behind his ears to the collar of his well-fitting frock coat. He wore a mustache and pointed beard, but no whiskers. His eyes were large and dark gray, and had a kindly expression which one would hardly have expected in one whose neck was in the hemp. Evidently this was no vulgar assassin. The liberal military code makes provision for hanging many kinds of persons, and gentlemen are not excluded. The preparations being complete, the 2 private soldiers stepped aside and each drew away the plank upon which he had been standing. The sergeant turned to the captain, saluted, and placed himself immediately behind that officer, who in turn moved apart 1 pace. These movements left the condemned man and the sergeant standing on the 2 ends of the same plank, which spanned 3 of the cross ties of the bridge. The end upon which the civilian stood almost, but not quite, reached a 4th. This plank had been held in place by the weight of the captain. It was now held by that of the sergeant. At a signal from the former the latter would step aside, the plank would tilt, and the condemned man go down between 2 ties. The arrangement commended itself to his judgment as simple and effective. His face had not been covered, nor his eyes bandaged. He looked a moment at his unsteadfast footing, then let his gaze wander to the swirling water of the stream racing madly beneath his feet. A piece of dancing driftwood caught his attention, and his eyes followed it down the current. How slowly it appeared to move! What a sluggish stream! He closed his eyes in order to fix his last thoughts upon his wife and children. The water, touched to gold by the early sun, the brooding mists under the banks at some distance down the stream, the fort, the soldiers, the piece of drift, all had distracted him. And now he became conscious of a new disturbance. Striking through the thought of his dear ones was sound which he could neither ignore nor understand, a sharp, distinct, metallic percussion like the stroke of a blacksmith's hammer upon the anvil. It had the same ringing quality. He wondered what it was, and whether immeasurably distant or nearby. It seemed both. Its recurrence was regular, but as slow as the tolling of a death knell. He awaited each new stroke with impatience, and, he knew not why, apprehension. The intervals of silence grew progressively longer. The delays became maddening. With their greater infrequency, the sounds increased in strength and sharpness. They hurt his ear like the thrust of a knife. He feared he would shriek. What he heard was the ticking of his watch. He unclosed his eyes and saw again the water below him. If I could free my hands, he thought, I might throw off the noose and spring into the stream. By diving I could evade the bullets and, swimming vigorously, reach the bank, take to the woods and get away home. My home, thank God, is as yet outside their lines. My wife and little ones are still beyond the invaders' farthest advance. As these thoughts, which have here to be set down in words, were flashed into the doomed man's brain rather than evolved from it, the captain nodded to the sergeant. The sergeant stepped aside. Peyton Farquhar was a well-to-do planter, of an old and highly respected Alabama family. Being a slave owner and like other slave owners a politician, he was naturally an original secessionist and ardently devoted to the Southern cause. Circumstances of an imperious nature, which it is unnecessary to relate here, had prevented him from taking service with that gallant army which had fought the disastrous campaigns ending with the fall of Corinth, and he chafed under the inglorious restraint, longing for the release of his energies, the larger life of the soldier, the opportunity for distinction. That opportunity, he felt, would come, as it comes to all in wartime. Meanwhile he did what he could. No service was too humble for him to perform in the aid of the South, no adventure too perilous for him to undertake if consistent with the character of a civilian who was at heart a soldier, and who in good faith and without too much qualification assented to at least a part of the frankly villainous dictum that all is fair in love and war. One evening, while Farquhar and his wife were sitting on a rustic bench near the entrance to his grounds, a gray-clad soldier rode up to the gate and asked for a drink of water. Mrs. Farquhar was only too happy to serve him with her own white hands. While she was fetching the water, her husband approached the dusty horseman and inquired eagerly for news from the front. "The Yanks are repairing the railroads," said the man, "and are getting ready for another advance. They have reached the Owl Creek Bridge, put it in order, and built a stockade on the north bank. The commandant has issued an order, which is posted everywhere, declaring that any civilian caught interfering with the railroad, its bridges, tunnels, or trains will be summarily hanged. I saw the order." "How far is it to the Owl Creek Bridge?" Farquhar asked. "About 30 miles. "Is there no force on this side of the creek?" "Only a picket post half a mile out, on the railroad, and a single sentinel at this end of the bridge. Suppose a man, a civilian and student of hanging, should elude the picket post and perhaps get the better of the sentinel," said Farquhar, smiling. "What could he accomplish?" The soldier reflected. "I was there a month ago," he replied. "I observed that the flood of last winter had lodged a great quantity of driftwood against the wooden pier at this end of the bridge. It is now dry and would burn like tinder." The lady had now brought the water, which the soldier drank. He thanked her ceremoniously, bowed to her husband, and rode away. An hour later, after nightfall, he repassed the plantation, going northward in the direction from which he had come. He was a Federal scout. As Peyton Farquhar fell straight downward through the bridge, he lost consciousness and was as one already dead. From this state he was awakened, ages later, it seemed to him, by the pain of a sharp pressure upon his throat, followed by a sense of suffocation. Keen, poignant agonies seemed to shoot from his neck downward through every fiber of his body and limbs. These pains appeared to flash along well-defined lines of ramification, and to beat with an inconceivably rapid periodicity. They seemed like streams pulsating fire heating him to an intolerable temperature. As to his head, he was conscious of nothing but a feeling of fullness, of congestion. These sensations were unaccompanied by thought. The intellectual part of his nature was already effaced. He had power only to feel, and feeling was torment. He was conscious of motion. Encompassed in a luminous cloud, of which he was now merely the fiery heart, without material substance, he swung through unthinkable arcs of oscillation, like a vast pendulum. Then all at once, with terrible suddenness, the light about him shot upward with the noise of a loud splash. A frightful roaring was in his ears, and all was cold and dark. The power of thought was restored. He knew that the rope had broken and he had fallen into the stream. There was no additional strangulation. The noose about his neck was already suffocating him and kept the water from his lungs. To die of hanging at the bottom of a river, the idea seemed to him ludicrous. He opened his eyes in the darkness and saw above him a gleam of light. But how distant, how inaccessible! He was still sinking, for the light became fainter and fainter until it was a mere glimmer. Then it began to grow and brighten, and he knew that he was rising toward the surface, knew it with reluctance, for he was now very comfortable. To be hanged and drowned, he thought, that is not so bad, but I do not wish to be shot. No, I will not be shot, that is not fair. He was not conscious of an effort, but a sharp pain in his wrist apprised him that he was trying to free his hands. He gave the struggle his attention, as an idler might observe the feat of a juggler, without interest in the outcome. What splendid effort! What magnificent, what superhuman strength! Ah, that was a fine endeavor! Bravo! The cord fell away. His arms parted and floated upward, the hands dimly seen on each side in the growing light. He watched them with a new interest as first one, and then the other pounced upon the noose at his neck. They tore it away and thrust it fiercely aside, its undulations resembling those of a water snake. Put it back, put it back. He thought he shouted these words to his hands, for the undoing of the noose had been succeeded by the direst pang that he had yet experienced. His neck ached horribly. His brain was on fire. His heart, which had been fluttering faintly, gave a great leap, trying to force itself out at his mouth. His whole body was racked and wrenched with an insupportable anguish, but his disobedient hands gave no heed to the command. They beat the water vigorously with quick, downward strokes, forcing him to the surface. He felt his head emerge. His eyes were blinded by the sunlight. His chest expanded convulsively, and with a supreme and crowning agony his lungs engulfed a great draught of air, which instantly he expelled in a shriek. He was now in full possession of his physical senses. They were, indeed, preternaturally keen and alert. Something in the awful disturbance of his organic system had so exalted and refined them that they made record of things never before perceived. He felt the ripples upon his face and heard their separate sounds as they struck. He looked at the forest on the bank of the stream, saw the individual trees, the leaves, and the veining of each leaf. He saw the very insects upon them, the locusts, the brilliant-bodied flies, the gray spiders stretching their webs from twig to twig. He noted the prismatic colors in all the dewdrops upon a million blades of grass, the humming of the gnats that danced above the eddies of the stream, the beating of the dragonfly's wings, the strokes of the water spider's legs, like oars which had lifted their boat. All these made audible music. A fish slid along beneath his eyes, and he heard the rush of its body parting the water. He had come to the surface, facing down the stream. In a moment the visible world seemed to wheel slowly round, himself the pivotal point, and he saw the bridge, the fort, the soldiers upon the bridge, the captain, the sergeant, the two privates, his executioners. They were in silhouette against the blue sky. They shouted and gesticulated, pointing at him. The captain had drawn his pistol, but did not fire. The others were unarmed. Their movements were grotesque and horrible, their forms gigantic. Suddenly he heard a sharp report, and something struck the water smartly within a few inches of his head, spattering his face with spray. He heard a second report, and saw one of the sentinels with his rifle at his shoulder, a light cloud of blue smoke rising from the muzzle. The man in the water saw the eye of the man on the bridge gazing into his own through the sights of the rifle. He observed that it was a gray eye, and remembered having read that gray eyes were keenest, and that all famous marksmen had them. Nevertheless, this one had missed. A counter-swirl had caught Farquhar and turned him half round. He was again looking at the forest on the bank opposite the fort. The sound of a clear, high voice in a monotonous sing-song now rang out behind him, and came across the water with a distinctness that pierced and subdued all other sounds, even the beating of the ripples in his ears. Although no soldier, he had frequented camps enough to know the dread significance of that deliberate, drawling, aspirated chant. The lieutenant on shore was taking a part in the morning's work. How coldly and pitilessly, with what an even, calm intonation, presaging and enforcing tranquility in the men. With what accurately measured interval fell those cruel words: company, attention, shoulder arms, ready, aim, fire. Farquhar dived as deeply as he could. The water roared in his ears like the voice of Niagara, yet he heard the dull thunder of the volley, and, rising again toward the surface, met shining bits of metal, singularly flattened, oscillating slowly downward. Some of them touched him on the face and hands, then fell away, continuing their descent. One lodged between his collar and neck. It was uncomfortably warm, and he snatched it out. As he rose to the surface, gasping for breath, he saw that he had been a long time under water. He was perceptibly farther downstream, nearer to safety. The soldiers had almost finished reloading. The metal ramrods flashed all at once in the sunshine as they were drawn from the barrels, turned in the air, and thrust into their sockets. The two sentinels fired again, independently and ineffectually. The hunted man saw all this over his shoulder. He was now swimming vigorously with the current. His brain was as energetic as his arms and legs. He thought with the rapidity of lightning. The officer, he reasoned, will not make that martinet's error a second time. It is as easy to dodge a volley as a single shot. He has probably already given the command to fire at will. God help me, I cannot dodge them all. An appalling splash within 2 yards of him was followed by a loud, rushing sound, diminuendo, which seemed to travel back through the air to the fort, and died in an explosion which stirred the very river to its deeps. A rising sheet of water curved over him, fell down upon him, blinded him, strangled him. The cannon had taken a hand in the game. As he shook his head free from the commotion of the smitten water, he heard the deflected shot humming through the air ahead, and in an instant it was cracking and smashing the branches in the forest beyond. They will not do that again, he thought. The next time they will use a charge of grape. I must keep my eye upon the gun. The smoke will apprise me. The report arrives too late. It lags behind the missile. That is a good gun. Suddenly he felt himself whirled round and round, spinning like a top. The water, the banks, the forests, the now distant bridge, fort and men, all were commingled and blurred. Objects were represented by their colors only, circular horizontal streaks of color. That was all he saw. He had been caught in a vortex, and was being whirled on with a velocity of advance and gyration that made him giddy and sick. In few moments he was flung upon the gravel at the foot of the left bank of the stream, the southern bank, and behind a projecting point which concealed him from his enemies. The sudden arrest of his motion, the abrasion of one of his hands on the gravel, restored him, and he wept with delight. He dug his fingers into the sand, threw it over himself in handfuls, and audibly blessed it. It looked like diamonds, rubies, emeralds. He could think of nothing beautiful which it did not resemble. The trees upon the bank were giant garden plants. He noted a definite order in their arrangement, inhaled the fragrance of their blooms. A strange roseate light shone through the spaces among their trunks, and the wind made in their branches the music of Aeolian harps. He had not wished to perfect his escape. He was content to remain in that enchanting spot until retaken. A whiz and a rattle of grapeshot among the branches high above his head roused him from his dream. The baffled cannoneer had fired him a random farewell. He sprang to his feet, rushed up the sloping bank, and plunged into the forest. All that day he traveled, laying his course by the rounding sun. The forest seemed interminable. Nowhere did he discover a break in it, not even a woodman's road. He had not known that he lived in so wild a region. There was something uncanny in the revelation. By nightfall he was fatigued, footsore, famished. The thought of his wife and children urged him on. At last he found a road which led him in what he knew to be the right direction. It was as wide and straight as a city street, yet it seemed untraveled. No fields bordered it, no dwelling anywhere. Not so much as the barking of a dog suggested human habitation. The black bodies of the trees formed a straight wall on both sides, terminating on the horizon in a point, like a diagram in a lesson in perspective. Overhead, as he looked up through this rift in the wood, shone great golden stars looking unfamiliar and grouped in strange constellations. He was sure they were arranged in some order which had a secret and malign significance. The wood on either side was full of singular noises, among which, once, twice, and again, he distinctly heard whispers in an unknown tongue. His neck was in pain, and lifting his hand to it found it horribly swollen. He knew that it had a circle of black where the rope had bruised it. His eyes felt congested. He could no longer close them. His tongue was swollen with thirst. He relieved its fever by thrusting it forward from between his teeth into the cold air. How softly the turf had carpeted the untraveled avenue! He could no longer feel the roadway beneath his feet. Doubtless, despite his suffering, he had fallen asleep while walking, for now he sees another scene. Perhaps he has merely recovered from a delirium. He stands at the gate of his own home. All is as he left it, and all bright and beautiful in the morning sunshine. He must have traveled the entire night. As he pushes open the gate and passes up the wide white walk, he sees a flutter of female garments. His wife, looking fresh and cool and sweet, steps down from the veranda to meet him. At the bottom of the steps she stands waiting, with a smile of ineffable joy, an attitude of matchless grace and dignity. Ah, how beautiful she is! He springs forwards with extended arms. As he is about to clasp her, he feels a stunning blow upon the back of the neck. A blinding white light blazes all about him with a sound like the shock of a cannon. Then all is darkness and silence. Peyton Farquhar was dead. His body, with a broken neck, swung gently from side to side beneath the timbers of the Owl Creek Bridge. End of an occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, by Ambrose.
Ooze, by Anthony M. Rood. Weird Tales, March 1923. A novelette of 1,000 thrills. In the heart of a second-growth piney woods jungle of southern Alabama, a region sparsely settled by backwoods blacks and Cajuns, that queer, half-wild people descended from Acadian exiles of the middle 18th century, stands a strange, enormous ruin. Interminable trailers of Cherokee rose, white-laden during a single month of spring, have climbed the heights of its 3 remaining walls. Palmetto fans rise knee-high above the base. A dozen scattered live oaks, now belying their nomenclature because of choking tufts of gray. Spanish moss and 2-foot circlets of mistletoe parasite which have stripped bare of foliage, the gnarled, knotted limbs, lean fantastic beards against the crumbling brick. Immediately beyond, where the ground becomes soggier and lower, dropping away hopelessly into the tangle of dogwood, holly, poison sumac and pitcher plants that is moccasin swamp, and anise has formed a protecting wall impenetrable to all save the furtive ones. Some few outcasts utilize the stinking depths of that sinister swamp, distilling shinny of pure corn liquor for illicit trade. Tradition states that this is the case, at least, a tradition which antedates that of the premature ruin by many decades. I believe it, for during evenings intervening between investigations of the awesome spot, I often was approached as a possible customer by woodbillies who could not fathom how anyone dared venture near without plenteous fortification of liquid courage. I know shinny, therefore I did not purchase it for personal consumption. A dozen times I bought a quart or two merely to establish credit among the Cajuns, pouring away the vile stuff immediately into the sodden ground. It seemed then that only through filtration and condensation of their dozens of weird tales regarding Dade House could I arrive at understanding of the mystery and weight of horror hanging about the place. Certain it is that out of all the superstitious cautioning, head-wagging and whispered nonsensities, I obtained only two indisputable facts. The first was that no money and no supporting battery of 10-gauge shotguns loaded with chilled shot could induce either Cajuns or darky of the region to approach within 500 yards of that flowering wall. The second fact I shall dwell upon later. Perhaps it would be as well, as I am only a mouthpiece in this chronicle, to relate in brief why I came to Alabama on this mission. I am a scribbler of general fact articles, no fiction writer as was Lee Cranmer, though doubtless the confession is superfluous. Lee was my roommate during college days. I knew his family well, admiring John Corliss Cranmer even more than I admired the son and friend, and almost as much as Peggy Breed, whom Lee married. Peggy liked me, but that was all. I cherish sanctified memory of her for just that much, as no other woman before or since has granted this gangling dyspeptic even a hint of joyous and sorrowful intimacy. Work kept me to the city. Lee, on the other hand, coming of wealthy family, and from the first, earning from his short stories and novel royalties more than I wrested from editorial coffers, needed no anchorage. He and Peggy honeymooned a 4-month trip to Alaska, visited Honolulu the next winter, fished for salmon on Kane's River, New Brunswick, and generally enjoyed the outdoors at all seasons. They kept an apartment in Wilmette near Chicago, yet during the few spring and fall seasons they were home, both preferred to rent a suite at one of the country clubs to which Lee belonged. I suppose they spent thrice or 5 times the amount Lee actually earned, yet for my part I only honored that the two should find such great happiness in life and still accomplish artistic triumph. They were honest, zestful young Americans, the type, and pretty nearly the only type, $2 million cannot spoil. John Corliss Cranmer, father of Lee, though as different from his boy as a microscope is different from a painting by Remington, was even further from being dollar-conscious. He lived in a world bounded only by the widening horizon of biological science, and his love for the two who would carry on that Cranmer name. Many a time I used to wonder how it could be that as gentle, clean-souled and lovable a gentleman as John Corliss Cranmer could have ventured so far into scientific research without attaining small-caliber atheism. Few do. He believed both in God and humankind. To accuse him of murdering his boy and the girl-wife who had come to be loved as the mother of baby Elsie, as well as blood and flesh of his own family, was a gruesome, terrible absurdity. Yes, even when John Corliss Cranmer was declared unmistakably insane, lacking a relative in the world, baby Elsie was given to me, and the middle-aged couple who had accompanied the 3 as servants about half of the known world. Elsie would be Peggy over again. I worshipped her, knowing that if my stewardship of her interests could make of her a woman of Peggy's loveliness and worth, I should not have lived in vain. And at 4, Elsie stretched out her arms to me after a vain attempt to jerk out the bobbed tail of Lord Dick, my tolerant old Airedale, and called me Papa. I felt a deep-down choking. Yes, those strangely long black lashes someday might droop in fun or coquetry, but now baby Elsie held a wistful, trusting seriousness in depths of ultramarine eyes, that same seriousness which only Lee had brought to Peggy. Responsibility in one instant become double. That she might come to love me as more than foster parent was my dearest wish. Still, through selfishness I could not rob her of rightful heritage. She must know in after years. And the tale that I would tell her must not be the horrible suspicion which had been bandied about in common talk. I went to Alabama, leaving Elsie in the competent hands of Mrs. Daniels and her husband, who had helped care for her since birth. In my possession, prior to the trip, were the scant facts known to authorities at the time of John Corliss Cranmer's escape and disappearance. They were incredible enough. For conducting biological research upon forms of protozoan life, John Corliss Cranmer had hit upon this region of Alabama, near a great swamp teeming with microscopic organisms, and situated in a semi-tropical belt where freezing weather rarely intruded to harden the bogs. The spot seemed ideal for his purpose. Through Mobile, he could secure supplies daily by truck. The isolation suited him. With only an octoroon man to act as chef, houseman, and valet for the times he entertained visitors, he brought down scientific apparatus, occupying temporary quarters in the village of Burdett's Corners while his woods house was in process of construction. By all accounts, the lodge, as he termed it, was a substantial affair of 8 or 9 rooms, built of logs and planed lumber bought at Oak Grove. Lee and Peggy were expected to spend a portion of each year with him. Quail, wild turkey, and deer abounded, which fact made such a vacation certain to please the pair. At other times, all save 4 rooms were closed. This was in 1907, the year of Lee's marriage. 6 years later, when I came down, no sign of a house remained except certain mangled and rotting timbers projecting from viscid soil, or what seemed like soil, and a 12-foot wall of brick had been built to enclose the house completely. One portion of this had fallen inward. Chapter 2. He wasted weeks of time first interviewing officials of the police department at Mobile, the town marshals and county sheriffs of Washington and Mobile counties, and officials of the psychopathic hospital from which Cranmer made his escape. In substance, the story was one of baseless homicidal mania. Cranmer the elder had been away until late fall, attending 2 scientific conferences in the north, and then going abroad to compare certain of his findings with those of a Dr. Gemler of Prague University. Unfortunately, Gemler was assassinated by a religious fanatic shortly afterward. The fanatic voiced virulent objection to all Mendelian research as blasphemous. This was his only defense. He was hanged. Search of Gemler's notes and effects revealed nothing save an immense amount of laboratory data on karyokinesis, the process of chromosome arrangement occurring in first-growing cells of higher animal embryos. Apparently, Cranmer had hoped to develop some similarities or point out differences between hereditary factors occurring in lower forms of life and those half demonstrated in the cat and monkey. The authorities had found nothing that helped me. Cranmer had gone crazy. Was that not sufficient explanation? Perhaps it was for them, but not for me and Elsie. But to the slim basis of fact I was able to unearth, no one wondered when a fortnight passed without appearance of any person from the lodge. Why should anyone worry? A provision salesman in Mobile called up twice, but tailed to complete the connection. He merely shrugged. The Cranmers had gone away somewhere on a trip. In a week, a month, a year, they would be back. Meanwhile, he lost commissions, but what of it? He had no responsibility for those queer nuts up there in the piney woods. Crazy, of course. Why should any guy with millions to spend shut himself up among the Cajuns and draw microscope-enlarged notebook pictures of what the salesman called germs? A stir was aroused at the end of the fortnight, but the commotion confined itself to building circles. 20 carloads of building brick, 50 bricklayers, and a quarter-acre of fine meshed wire, the sort used for screening off pens of rodents and small marsupials in a zoological garden, were ordered, "Damn expense, hurry," by an unshaved, tattered man who identified himself with difficulty as John Corliss Cranmer. He looked strange, even then. A certified check for the total amount given in advance, and another check of absurd size slung toward a labor entrepreneur silenced objection, however. These millionaires were apt to be flighty. When they wanted something, they wanted it at tap of the bell. Well, why not drag down the big profits? A poorer man would have been jacked up in a day. Cranmer's fluid gold bathed him in immunity to criticism. The encircling wall was built and roofed with wire netting which drooped about the squat pitch of the lodge. Curious inquiries of workmen went unanswered until the final day. Then Cranmer, a strange, intense apparition who showed himself more shabby than a keyed derelict, assembled every man jack of the workmen. In one hand he grasped a wad of blue slips, 56 of them. In the other he held a Luger automatic. "I offer each man $1,000 for silence," he announced. "As an alternative death, you know little. Will all of you consent to swear upon your honor that nothing which has occurred here will be mentioned elsewhere? By this I mean absolute silence. You will not come back here to investigate anything. You will not tell your wives. You will not open your mouths even upon the witness stand in case you are called. My price is 1,000 apiece. In case one of you betrays me, I give you my word that this man shall die. I am rich. I can hire men to do murder. Well, what do you say?" The men glanced apprehensively about. The threatening Luger decided them. To a man they accepted the blue slips. And save for one witness who lost all sense of fear and morality in drink, none of the 56 has broken his pledge, as far as I know. That one bricklayer died later in delirium tremens. It might have been different had not John Corliss Cranmer escaped. Chapter 3. They found him the first time, mouthing meaningless phrases concerning an amoeba, one of the tiny forms of protoplasmic life he was known to have studied. Also, he leaped into a hysteria of self-accusation. He had murdered 2 innocent people. The tragedy was his crime. He had drowned them in ooze. Ah, God. Unfortunately for all concerned, Cranmer, dazed and indubitably stark insane, chose to perform a strange travesty on fishing 4 miles to the west of his lodge, on the further border of Moccasin Swamp. His clothing had been torn to shreds, his hat was gone, and he was coated from head to foot with gluey mire. It was far from strange that the good folk of Shanksville, who never had glimpsed the eccentric millionaire, failed to associate him with Cranmer. They took him in, searched his pockets, finding no sign save an inordinate sum of money, and then put him under medical care. 2 precious weeks elapsed before Dr. Quirk reluctantly acknowledged that he could do nothing more for this patient and notified the proper authorities. Then much more time was wasted. Hot April and half of still hotter May passed by before the loose ends were connected. Then it did little good to know that this raving unfortunate was Cranmer, or that the 2 persons of whom he shouted in disconnected delirium actually had disappeared. Alienists absolved him of responsibility. He was confined in a cell reserved for the violent. Meanwhile, strange things occurred back at the lodge, which now, for good and sufficient reason, was becoming known to dwellers of the woods as Dead House. Until one of the walls fell in, however, there had been no chance to see, unless one possessed the temerity to climb either one of the tall live oaks, or mount the barrier itself. No doors or opening of any sort had been placed in that hastily constructed wall. By the time the western side of the wall fell, not a native for miles around, but feared the spot far more than even the bottomless, snake-infested bogs which lay to west and north. The single statement was all John Corliss Cranmer ever gave to the world. It proved sufficient. An immediate search was instituted. It showed that less than 3 weeks before the day of initial reckoning, his son and Peggy had come to visit him for the 2nd time that winter, leaving Elsie in company of the Daniels pair. They had rented a pair of Gordons for quail hunting and had gone out. That was the last anyone had seen of them. The backwoods Negro who glimpsed them stalking a covey behind their 2 pointing dogs had known no more, even when sweated through 12 hours of 3rd degree. Certain suspicious circumstances, having to do only with his regular pursuit of shinny transportation, had caused him to fall under suspicion at first. He was dropped. 2 days later, the scientist himself was apprehended, a gibbering idiot who sloughed his pole, holding on to the baited hook. Into a marsh where nothing save moccasins, an errant alligator, or amphibian life could have been snared. His mind was three-quarters dead. Cranmer then was in the state of the dope fiend who rouses to a sitting position to ask seriously how many Bolshevists were killed by Julius Caesar before he was stabbed by Brutus, or why it was that roller canaries sang only on Wednesday evenings. He knew that tragedy of the most sinister sort had stalked through his life, but little more at first. Later, the police obtained that one statement that he had murdered 2 human beings, but never could means or motive be established. Official guess as to the means was no more than wild conjecture. It mentioned enticing the victims to the noisome depths of Moccasin Swamp, there to let them flounder and sink. The 2 were his son and daughter-in-law, Lee and Peggy. Chapter 4. By feigning coma, then awakening with suddenness to assault 3 attendants with incredible ferocity and strength, John Corliss Cranmer escaped from Elizabeth Ritter Hospital. How he hid, how he managed to traverse 60-odd intervening miles and still balk detection, remains a minor mystery to be explained only by the assumption that maniacal cunning sufficed to outwit saner intellects. Traverse those miles he did, though until I was fortunate enough to uncover evidence to this effect, it was supposed generally that he had made his escape a stowaway on one of the banana boats, or had buried himself in some portion of the nearer woods where he was unknown. The truth ought to be welcome to householders of Shanksville, Burdett's Corners and Vicinage, those excusably prudent ones who to this day keep loaded shotguns handy and barricade their doors at nightfall. The first 10 days of my investigation may be touched upon in brief. I made headquarters in Burdett's Corners and drove out each morning, carrying lunch and returning for my grits and Piney Woods pork or mutton before nightfall. My first plan had been to camp out at the edge of the swamp, for opportunity to enjoy the outdoors comes rarely in my direction. Yet after one cursory examination of the premises, I abandoned the idea. I did not want to camp alone there, and I am less superstitious than a real estate agent. It was perhaps psychic warning, more probably the queer, faint, salt odor as of fish left to decay, which hung about the ruin, made too unpleasant an impression upon my olfactory sense. I experienced a distinct chill every time the lengthening shadows caught me near Dead House. The smell impressed me. In newspaper reports of the case, one ingenious explanation had been worked out. To the rear of the spot where Dead House had stood, inside the wall, was a swampy hollow circular in shape. Only a little real mud lay in the bottom of the bowl like depression now. But one reporter on the staff of the Mobile Register guessed that during the tenancy of the lodge, it had been a fish pool. Drying up of the water had killed the fish, who now permeated the remnant of mud with this foul odor. The possibility that Cranmer had needed to keep fresh fish at hand for some of his experiments silenced the natural objection that in a country where every stream holds gar, pike, bass, catfish, and many other edible varieties, no one would dream of stocking a stagnant puddle. After tramping about the enclosure, testing the queerly brittle, desiccated top stratum of earth within, and speculating concerning the possible purpose of the wall, I cut off a long limb of chinaberry and probed the mud. One fragment of fish spine would confirm the guess of that imaginative reporter. I found nothing resembling a Piscal's skeleton, but established several facts. First, this mud crater had definite bottom only 3 or 4 feet below the surface of remaining ooze. Second, the fishy stench becomes stronger as I stirred. Third, at one time the mud, water, or whatever had comprised the balance of content had reached the rim of the bowl. The last showed by certain marks plain enough when the crusty 2-inch stratum of upper coating was broken away. It was puzzling. The nature of that thin, desiccated effluvium which seemed to cover everything even to the lower foot or two of brick came in for next inspection. It was strange stuff, unlike any earth I ever had seen, though undoubtedly some form of scum drained in from the swamp at the time of river floods or cloudbursts, which in this section are common enough in spring and fall. It crumbled beneath the fingers. When I walked over it, the stuff crunched hollowly. In fainter degree, it possessed the fishy odor also. I took some samples where it lay thickest upon the ground, and also a few where there seemed to be no more than a depth of a sheet of paper. Later, I would have a laboratory analysis made, apart from any possible bearing the stuff might have upon the disappearance of my 3 friends. I felt the tug of article interest, that wonder over anything strange or seemingly inexplicable, which lends the hunt for fact a certain glamour and romance all its own. To myself I was going to have to explain sooner or later just why this layer covered the entire space within the walls and was not perceptible anywhere outside. The enigma could wait, however, or so I decided. Far more interesting were the traces of violence apparent on wall and what once had been a house. The latter seemed to have been ripped from its foundations by a giant hand, crushed out of semblance to a dwelling, and then cast in fragments about the base of wall. Mainly on the south side, where heaps of twisted, broken timbers lay in profusion. On the opposite side there had been such heaps once, but now only charred sticks, coated with that grey-black, omnipresent coat of desiccation, remained. These piles of charcoal had been sifted and examined most carefully by the authorities, as one theory had been advanced that Cranmer had burned the bodies of his victims. Yet no sign whatever of human remains was discovered. The fire, however, pointed out one odd fact which controverted the reconstructions made by detectives months before. The latter, suggesting the dried scum to have drained in from the swamp, believed that the house timbers had floated out to the sides of the wall, there to arrange themselves in a series of piles. The absurdity of such a theory showed even more plainly in the fact that if the scum had filtered through in such a flood, the timbers most certainly had been dragged into piles previously. Some had burned, and the scum coated their charred surfaces. What had been the force which had torn the lodge to bits as if in spiteful fury? Why had the parts of the wreckage been burned, the rest to escape? Right here I felt was the keynote to the mystery, yet I could imagine no explanation. That John Corliss Cranmer himself, physically sound, yet a man who for decades had led a sedentary life, could have accomplished such a destruction, unaided, was difficult to believe. Chapter 5. It turned my attention to the wall, hoping for evidence which might suggest another theory. That wall had been an example of the worst snide construction. Though little more than a year old, the parts left standing showed evidence that they had begun to decay the day the last brick was laid. The mortar had fallen from the interstices. Here and there a brick had cracked and dropped out. Fibrils of the climbing vines had penetrated crevices, working for early destruction. And one side already had fallen. It was here that the first glimmering suspicion of the terrible truth was forced upon me. The scattered bricks, even those which had rolled inward toward the gaping foundation ledge, had not been coated with scum. This was curious, yet it could be explained by surmise that the flood itself had undermined this weakest portion of the wall. I cleared away a massive brick from the spot on which the structure had stood. To my surprise, I found it exceptionally firm. Hard red clay lay beneath. The flood conception was faulty. Only some great force exerted from inside or outside could have wreaked such destruction. When careful measurement, analysis and deduction convinced me, mainly from the fact that the lowermost layers of brick all had fallen outward, while the upper portions toppled in, I began to link up this mysterious and horrific force with the one which had rent the lodge asunder. It looked as though a typhoon or gigantic centrifuge had needed elbow room in ripping down the wooden structure. But I got nowhere with the theory. Though in ordinary affairs I am called a man of too great imaginative tendencies, No less than 3 editors have cautioned me on this point. Perhaps it was the narrowing influence of great personal sympathy, yes, and love. I make no excuses, though beyond a dim understanding that some terrific, implacable force must have made Spot his playground. I ended my 9th day of note-taking and investigation almost as much in the dark as I had been while 1,000 miles away in Chicago. Then I started among the darkies and Cajuns. A whole day I listened to yarns of the days which preceded Cranmer's escape from Elizabeth Ritter Hospital, days in which furtive men sniffed poisoned air for miles around Dead House, finding the odor intolerable, days in which it seemed none possessed nerve enough to approach close, days when the most fanciful tales of medieval superstitions were spun. These tales I shall not give. The truth is incredible enough. At noon upon the 11th day, I chanced upon Rory Paileron, a Cajun, and one of the least prepossessing of all with whom I had come in contact. Chanced, perhaps, is a bad word. I had listed every dweller of the woods within a 5-mile radius. Rory was 16th on my list. I went to him only after interviewing all 4 of the Crabiers and 2 whole families of Pichons, and Rory regarded me with the utmost suspicion until I made him a present of the 2 quarts of shinny purchased of the Pichons. Because long practice has perfected me in the technique of seeming to drink another man's awful liquor, no. I'm not an absolute prohibitionist. Fine wine or 12-year in cask bourbon whiskey arouses my definite interest. I fooled Paileron from the start. I shall omit preliminaries and leap to the first admission from him that he knew more concerning Dead House and its former inmates than any of the other darkies or Cajuns roundabout. But I ain't talking. Sacker. If I should open my gab, what might fly out? It is for keeping silent, you're damn right. I agreed. He was a wise man, educated to some extent in the queer schools and churches maintained exclusively by Cajuns in the depths of the woods, yet naive withal. We drank, and I never had to ask another leading question. The liquor made him want to interest me, and the only extraordinary in this whole neck of the woods was the Dead House. 3/4 of a pint of acrid, nauseous fluid, and he hinted darkly. A pint, and he told me something I scarcely could believe. Another half pint. But I shall give his confession in condensed form. He had known Joe Sibley, the octoroon chef, houseman and valet who served Cranmer. Through Joe, Rory had furnished certain indispensables in way of food to the Cranmer household. At first these saleable articles had been exclusively vegetable, white and yellow turnip, sweet potatoes, corn and beans, but later, meat. Yes, meat especially, whole lambs, slaughtered and quartered, the coarsest variety of piney woods pork and beef, all in immense quantity. Chapter 6. In December of the fatal winter, Lee and his wife stopped down at the lodge for 10 days or thereabouts. They were en route to Cuba at the time, intending to be away 5 or 6 weeks. Their original plan had been only to wait over a day or so in the piney woods, but something caused an amendment to the scheme. The two dallied. Lee seemed to have become vastly absorbed in something, so much absorbed that it was only when Peggy insisted upon continuing their trip that he could tear himself away. It was during those 10 days that he began buying meat. Meager bits of it at first, a rabbit, a pair of squirrels, or perhaps a few quail beyond the number he and Peggy shot. Rory furnished the game, thinking nothing of it, except that Lee paid double prices, and insisted upon keeping the purchases secret from other members of the household. "I'm putting it across on the governor, Rory," he said once with a wink. "Going to give him the shock of his life. So you mustn't let on, even to Joe, about what I want you to do. Maybe it won't work out, but if it does, Dad'll have the scientific world at his feet. He doesn't blow his own horn anywhere near enough, you know." Rory didn't know, hadn't a suspicion what Lee was talking about. Still, If this rich young idiot wanted to pay him $50 in good silver coin for a quail that anyone, himself included, could knock down with a 5-cent shell, Rory was well satisfied to keep his mouth shut. Each evening he brought some of the small game, and each day Lee Cranmer seemed to have use for an additional quail or so. When he was ready to leave for Cuba, Lee came forward with the strangest of propositions. He fairly whispered his vehemence and desire for secrecy. He would tell Rory, and would pay the Cajun $500, half in advance and half at the end of 5 weeks, when Lee himself would return from Cuba. Provided Rory agreed to adhere absolutely to a certain secret program. The money was more than a fortune to Rory. It was undreamt of affluence. The Cajun acceded. He was telling me then how the old man had raised some kind of pet, Rory confided, and wanted to get shet of it. So he give it to Lee, telling him to kill it, but Lee was sot on fooling him. W8, I ask yer, is W8 kind of a pet? Is it W8 lives down in a mud sink and eats a couple hogs every night? I couldn't imagine. So I pressed him for further details. Here at last was something which sounded like a clue. He really knew too little. The agreement with Lee provided that if Rory carried out the provisions exactly, he should be paid extra and at his exorbitant scale of all additional outlay when Lee returned. The young man gave him a daily schedule which Rory showed. Each evening he was to procure, slaughter and cut up a definite and growing amount of meat. Every item was checked, and I saw that they ran from £5 up to 40. What in heaven's name did you do with it? I demanded, excited now, and pouring him an additional drink for fear caution might return to him. Took it through the bushes in back and slung it in the mud sink there, and something come up and drug it down. A gator, diable. How should I know? It was dark. I wouldn't go close. He shuddered, and the fingers which lifted his glass shook as with sudden chill. Maybe you'd have done it, huh? Not me, though. The young fella told me to sling it in, and I slung it. A couple times I come around in the light, but there wasn't nothing there you could see, just mud and some water. Maybe the thing didn't come out in daytimes. Perhaps not, I agreed, straining every mental resource to imagine what Lee's sinister pet could have been. But you said something about 2 hogs a day. What did you mean by that? This paper, proof enough that you're telling the truth so far, states that on the 35th day you were to throw 40 pounds of meat, any kind, into the sink. 2 hogs, even the Piney Woods variety, weigh a lot more than 40 pounds. Then was after he come back. From this point onward, Rory's tale became more and more enmeshed in the vagaries induced by bad liquor. His tongue thickened. I shall give his story without attempt to reproduce further verbal barbarities, or the occasional prodding I had to give in order to keep him from maundering into foolish jargon. Lee had paid munificently. His only objection to the manner in which Rory had carried out his orders was that the orders themselves had been deficient. The pet, he said, had grown enormously. It was hungry, ravenous. Lee himself had supplemented the fare with huge pails of scraps from the kitchen. From that day, Lee purchased from Rory whole sheep and hogs. The Cajun continued to bring the carcasses at nightfall, but no longer did Lee permit him to approach the pool. The young man appeared chronically excited. He had a tremendous secret, one the extent of which even his father did not guess, and one which would astonish the world. Only a week or 2 more and he would spring it. First he would have to arrange certain data. Then came the day when everyone disappeared from Dead House. Rory came around several times, but concluded that all of the occupants had folded tents and departed, doubtless taking their mysterious pet along. Only when he saw from a distance Joe, the octoroon servant, returning along the road on foot toward the lodge, did his slow mental processes begin to ferment. That afternoon Rory visited the strange place for the next to last time. He did not go to the lodge himself, and there were reasons. While still some hundreds of yards away from the place, a terrible sustained screaming reached his ears. It was faint, yet unmistakably the voice of Joe. Throwing a pair of No. 2 shells into the breech of his shotgun, Rory hurried on, taking his usual path through the brush at the back. He saw, and as he told me, even shinny drunkenness fled his chattering tones, Joe the octoroon. He stood in the yard, far from the pool into which Rory had thrown the carcasses, and Joe could not move. Rory failed to explain in full, but something, a slimy, amorphous something which glistened in the sunlight, already engulfed the man to his shoulders. Breath was cut off. Joe's contorted face writhed with horror and beginning suffocation. One hand, all that was free of the rest of him, beat feebly upon the rubbery, translucent thing that was engulfing his body. Then Joe sank from sight. Chapter 7. 5 days of liquored indulgence passed before Rory, alone in his shaky cabin, convinced himself that he had seen a fantasy born of alcohol. He came back the last time to find a high wall of brick surrounding the lodge, and including the pool of mud into which he had thrown the meat. While he hesitated, circling the place without discovering an opening, which he would not have dared to use, even had he found it, a crashing, tearing of timbers and persistent sound of awesome destruction came from within. He swung himself into one of the oaks near the wall, and he was just in time to see the last supporting stanchions of the lodge give way outward. The whole structure came apart. The roof fell in, yet seemed to move after it had fallen. Logs of wall deserted layers of plywood in the grasp of the shearing machine. That was all. Suddenly intoxicated now, Rory mumbled more phrases, giving me the idea that on another day when he became sober once more, he might add to his statements, but I, numbed to the soul, scarcely cared. If that which he related was true, what nightmare of madness must have been consummated here? I could vision some things now which concerned Lee and Peggy, horrible things. Only remembrance of Elsie kept me faced forward in the search. For now it seemed almost that the handiwork of a madman must be preferred to what Rory claimed to have seen. What had been that sinister, translucent thing? That glistening thing which jumped upward about a man, smothering, engulfing. Queerly enough, though such a theory as came most easily to mind now would have outraged reason in me if suggested concerning total strangers, I asked myself only what details of Rory's revelation had been exaggerated by fright and fumes of liquor. And as I sat on the creaking bench in his cabin, staring unseeing as he lurched down to the floor, fumbling with a lockbox of green tin which lay under his cot, and muttering, the answer to all my questions lay within reach. It was not until next day, however, that I made the discovery. Heavy of heart, I had re-examined the spot where the lodge had stood, then made my way to the Cajun's cabin again, seeking sober confirmation of what he had told me during intoxication. In imagining that such a spree for Rory would be ended by a single night, however, I was mistaken. He lay sprawled almost as I had left him. Only 2 factors were changed. No shinny was left, and lying open, with its miscellaneous contents strewed about, was the tin box. Rory somehow had managed to open it with the tiny key still clutched in his hand. Concern for his safety alone was what made me notice the box. It was a receptacle for small fishing tackle of the sort carried here and there by any sportsman. Tangles of Dowagiac minnows, spool hooks ranging in size to silverback No. 8s, 3 reels still carrying line of different weights, spinners, casting plus, wobblers, floating baits, were spilled out upon the rough plank flooring where they might snag Rory badly if he rolled. I gathered them, intending to save him an accident. With the miscellaneous assortment in my hands, however, I stopped dead. Something had caught my eye, something lying flush with the bottom of the lockbox. I stared, and then swiftly tossed the hooks and other impediments upon the table. What I had glimpsed there in the box was a loose-leaf notebook of the sort used for recording laboratory data. and Rory scarcely could read, let alone write. Feverishly, a riot of recognition, surmise, hope and fear bubbling in my brain, I grabbed the book and threw it open. At once I knew that this was the end. The pages were scribbled in pencil, but the handwriting was that precise chirography I knew as belonging to John Corliss Cranmer, the scientist. Could he not have obeyed my instructions? Oh God, this. These were the words at top of the first page which met my eye. Because knowledge of the circumstances, the relation of which I pried out of the reluctant Rory only some days later, when I had him immobile as a police witness for the sake of my friend's vindication, is necessary to understanding, I shall interpolate. Rory had not told me everything. On his late visit to the vicinage of Dead House, he saw more. A crouching figure, seated Turk fashion on top of the wall, appeared to be writing industriously. Rory recognized the man as Cranmer, yet did not hail him. He had no opportunity. Just as the Cajun came near, Cranmer rose, thrust the notebook, which had rested across his knees, into the box. Then he turned, tossed outside the wall both the locked box and a ribbon to which was attached the key. Then his arms raised toward heavens. For 5 seconds he seemed to invoke the mercy of power beyond all of man's scientific prying. And finally he leaped. Inside. Rory did not climb to investigate. He knew that directly below this portion of wall lay the mud sink into which he had thrown the chunks of meat. Chapter 8. This is a true transcription of the statement I inscribed, telling the sequence of actual events at Dead House. The original of the statement now lies in the archives of the detective department. Cranmer's notebook, though written in a precise hand, yet betrayed the man's insanity by incoherence and frequent repetitions. My statement has been accepted now, both by alienists and by detectives who had entertained different theories in respect to the case. It quashes the noisome hints and suspicions regarding 3 of the finest Americans who ever lived, and also one queer supposition dealing with supposed criminal tendencies in poor Joe, the octoroon. John Corliss Cranmer went insane for sufficient cause. As readers of popular fiction know well, Lee Cranmer's forte was the writing of what is called, among fellows in the craft, the pseudo-scientific story. In plain words, this means a yarn based upon solid fact in the field of astronomy, chemistry, anthropology or whatnot, which carries to logical conclusion unproved theories of men who devote their lives to searching out further nadirs of fact. In certain fashion, these men are allies of science. Often they visualize something which has not been imagined even by the best of men from whom they secure data, thus opening new horizons of possibility. In a large way, Jules Verne was one of these men in his day. Lee Cranmer bade fair to carry on the work in worthy fashion, work taken up for a period by an Englishman named Wells, but abandoned for stories of a different, and, in my humble opinion, less absorbing type. Lee wrote 3 novels, all published, which dealt with such subjects, 2 of the 3 secured from his own father's labors, and the other speculating upon the discovery and possible uses of interatomic energy. Upon John Corliss Cranmer's return from Prague that fatal winter, the father informed Lee that a greater subject than any with which the young man had dealt now could be tapped. Cranmer, Sr., had devised a way in which the limiting factors in protozoic life and growth could be nullified, in time, and with cooperation of biologists who specialized upon karyokinesis and embryology of higher forms, he hoped, to put the theory in pragmatic terms. To be able to grow swine the size of elephants, quail or woodcock, with breasts from which 100 weight of white meat could be cut away, and steers whose dehorned heads might butt at the 3rd story of a skyscraper. Such result would revolutionize the methods of food supply, of course. It also would hold out hope for all undersized specimens of humanity provided only that if factors inhibiting growth could be deleted, some methods of stopping gianthood also could be developed. Cranmer the Elder, through use of an undescribed, in-the-notebook growth medium of which one constituent was agar-agar, and the use of radium emanations, had succeeded in bringing about apparently unrestricted growth in the paramecium protozoan, certain of the vegetable growths among which were bacteria, and, in the amorphous cell of protoplasm known as the amoeba, the last a single cell containing only nucleolus, nucleus, and a space known as the contractile vacuole, which somehow aided in throwing off particles impossible to assimilate directly. This point may be remembered in respect to the piles of lumber left near the outside walls surrounding Dead House. When Lee Cranmer and his wife came south to visit, John Corliss Cranmer showed his son an amoeba, normally an organism visible under low-power microscope, which he had absolved from natural growth inhibitions. This amoeba, a rubbery, amorphous mass of protoplasm, was of the size then of a large beef liver. It could have been held in 2 cupped hands, placed side by side. "How large could it grow?" asked Lee, wide-eyed and interested. "So far as I know," answered his father, "there is no limit now. It might, if it got food enough, grow to be as big as the Masonic Temple. But take it out and kill it. Destroy the organism utterly, burning the fragments, else there is no telling what might happen. The amoeba, as I have explained, reproduces by simple division. Any fragment remaining might be dangerous." Lee took the rubbery, translucent giant cell, but he did not obey orders. Instead of destroying it as his father had directed, Lee thought out a plan. Suppose he should grow this organism to tremendous size. Suppose when the tale of his father's accomplishment was spread, an amoeba of many tons weight could be shown in evidence. Lee, of somewhat sensational cast of mind, determined instantly to keep secret the fact that he was not destroying the organism, but encouraging its further growth. Thought of possible peril never crossed his mind. He arranged to have the thing fed, allowing for normal increase of size in an abnormal thing. It fooled him only by growing much more rapidly. When he came back from Cuba, the amoeba practically filled the whole of the mud sink hollow. He had to give it much greater supplies. The giant cell came to absorb as much as 2 hogs in a single day. During daylight, while hunger still was appeased, it never emerged, however. That remained for the time that it could secure no more food near at hand to satisfy its ravenous and increasing appetite. Only instinct for the sensational kept Lee from telling Peggy, his wife, all about the matter. Lee hoped to spring a coup which would immortalize his father and surprise his wife terrifically. Therefore, he kept his own counsel and made bargains with the Cajun, Rory, who supplied food daily for the shapeless monster of the pool. The tragedy itself came suddenly and unexpectedly. Peggy, feeding the 2 Gordon setters that Lee and she used for quail hunting, was in the lodge yard before sunset. She romped alone, as Lee himself was dressing. Of a sudden her screams cut the still air, without her knowledge. 10-foot pseudopods, those flowing tentacles of protoplasm sent forth by the sinister occupant of the pool, slid out and around her puttied ankles. For a moment at first, she did not understand. Then, the horrid suspicion of truth. Her cries rent the air. Lee, at that time struggling to lace a pair of high shoes, straightened, paled, and grabbed a revolver as he dashed out. In another room, a scientist, absorbed in his note-taking, glanced up, frowned, and then, recognizing the voice, shed his white gown and came out. He was too late to do aught but gasp with horror. In the yard, Peggy was half engulfed in a squamous, rubbery something which at first he could not analyze. Lee, his boy, was fighting with the sticky folds and slowly, surely, losing his own grip upon the earth. Chapter 9. John Corliss Cranmer was by no means a coward. He stared, cried aloud, then ran indoors, seizing the first two weapons which came to hand: a shotgun and hunting knife, which lay in sheath in a cartridged belt across hook of the hall tree. The knife was 10 inches in length and razor keen. Cranmer rushed out again. He saw an indecent fluid, something which as yet he had not had time to classify, lumped into a 6-foot-high center before his very eyes. It looked like one of the microorganisms he had studied, one grown to frightful dimensions, an amoeba. There, some minutes suffocated in the rubbery folds, yet still apparent beneath the glistening ooze of this monster, were 2 bodies. They were dead. He knew it. Nevertheless, he attacked the flowing, senseless monster with his knife. Shot would do no good, and he found that even the deep, terrific slashes made by his knife closed together in a moment and healed. The monster was invulnerable to ordinary attack. A pair of pseudopods sought out his ankles, attempting to bring him low. Both of these he severed and escaped. Why did he try? He did not know. The 2 whom he had sought to rescue were dead, buried under folds of this horrid thing he knew to be his own discovery and fabrication. Then it was that revulsion and insanity came upon him. There ended the story of John Corliss Cranmer, save for one hastily scribbled paragraph, evidently written at the time Rory had seen him atop the wall. May we not supply with assurance the intervening steps? Cranmer was known to have purchased a whole pen of hogs a day or 2 following the tragedy. These animals were never seen again. During the time the wall was being constructed, is it not reasonable to assume that he fed the giant organism within to keep it quiet? His scientist brain must have visualized clearly the havoc and horror which could be wrought by the loathsome thing if it ever were driven by hunger to flow away from the lodge and prey upon the countryside. With the wall once in place, he evidently figured that starvation or some other means which he could supply would kill the thing. One of the means had been made by setting fire to several piles of the disgorged timbers. Probably this had no effect whatever. The amoeba was to accomplish still more destruction. In the throes of hunger, it threw its gigantic, formless strength against the walls from the inside. Then every edible morsel within was house assimilated. The logs, rafters and other fragments being worked out through the contractile vacuole. During some of its last struggles, undoubtedly, the side wall of brick was weakened, not to collapse, however, until the giant amoeba no longer could take advantage of the breach. In final death lassitude, the amoeba stretched itself out in a thin layer over the ground. There it succumbed, though there is no means of estimating how long a time intervened. The last paragraph in Kramer's notebook, scrawled so badly that it is possible some words I have not deciphered correctly, reads as follows: "In my work I have found the means of creating a monster. The unnatural thing, in turn, has destroyed my work, and those whom I held dear. It is in vain that I assure myself of innocence of spirit. Mine is the crime of presumption. Now, as expedition, worthless though that may be, I give myself. It is better not to think of that last leap, and the struggle of an insane man in the grip of the dying monster." End of Ooze by Anthony M. Rood. Invaders from Outside is a science fiction epic with elements of space opera and cosmic warfare. It centers around an interstellar conflict between the inhabitants of a coalition of worlds and a mysterious alien invader. Force. Invaders from Outside by J. Schlossel. Weird Tales, January 1925. On every hand, huge, brilliant suns, single or multiple, flashed past with their retinue of small dark planets. Though there was no sound to mark their passage through the heavens, yet one felt that here indeed was a roaring inferno. Slowly and steadily did the solar system forge ahead through this veritable whirlpool of mighty blazing suns. It was nothing less than a miracle that the sun should be able to guide his charge of planets safely through this densely star-packed region near the center of the Milky Way. Even though the sun now shone with his greatest possible splendor, he was nothing but a tiny dwarf sun within a region where white-hot giants abounded. The intelligent inhabitants of the solar system had, for ages past, been sweeping the heavens with their ponderous astronomical instruments, endeavoring to see farther, always farther. Their telescopes were gigantic. With the aid of those huge eyes that stared unblinkingly out into the starry regions of the night, they were able to record, chart, and compare nearly every star within the island universe of which they were an insignificant part. It can almost be said that no phenomenon of the sky, great or small, escaped their keen-eyed vigilance. Hot glowing suns and cold dead worlds came equally under their curious, all-penetrating gaze. Their system of research was as near perfect as possible. Besides, if one or more of the members of that great body known as the Scientific Society of the 12 Confederate Worlds missed something through an unavoidable, local condition, the other members did not. Always did they keep watch. And though their instruments embraced the limits of the Milky Way, yet a large number of cold, dark worlds had slipped in past their vigilance. And one of these was now hurtling at an enormous velocity straight toward the solar system, ignorant entirely of its coming, of the curious zigzag course it followed, or of its desperate purpose. The inhabitants of those 12 civilized worlds went on confidently with their researches and their dreams of eternal peace. Peace, to the average inhabitant of the 12 Confederate worlds. The meaning of the words peace and war was unknown. Those two words were met with only in the oldest archives on each planet, for the perfect and secure peace that the 12 Confederate worlds enjoyed had never been broken. They were the masters of the solar system. Peace was even older than the Confederacy, and that was old beyond reckoning. No one knew or had the least conception when the Act of Confederation had been passed. It was forgotten in the bottomless seas of the past. Not even the industrious inhabitants of Mars, though their civilization had reached its apex 250,000 Martian years before, and their written records extended back twice that far, knew when that deathless compact had been agreed upon. Wrought deeply in the smooth, imperishable walls of adamant that surrounded the moon's capital city, Eerie, was the entire history of the ages that had so swiftly glided into the past. But even this greatest and oldest of all histories faded into a mass of criss-crossed lines of undecipherable script long in the ancient past. Dealing with that memorable event, the records of the other civilized worlds were just as illegible with regard to the period when the 12 worlds had confederated. 120 million miles out beyond the orbit of Mars was the orbit of the next world belonging to the Confederacy. It bore no name but was called Number 5. It was situated between Mars and the Jovian system of inhabited moons. And then came Jupiter with his 4 civilized moons, each of which was a member of the Confederacy. Callisto and Ganymede, the 2 largest, Europa and Io, the 2 smallest. Far out beyond the Jovian system, about 400 million miles, lay the orbit of Saturn. Out there, he was supreme. He owed allegiance to none but his parent, the sun. He held continual sway over his 5 habitable moons, Japetus, the outermost, Titan, the largest, while Rhea, Dione, and Tethys came in order named. There were, of course, the moons of Uranus, but life there was still in the savage state. The thrill that the first few fearless Martians experienced when they dared the unknown terrors of the vast, airless seas in their flimsy, crude craft can never be recalled. Bridging the space between the worlds was as common now as traveling from city to city. But there was no danger now, and neither was there any thrill in it. Even though the Confederacy was admitted to be old, very old, interplanetary travel was necessarily still older. It was the forerunner of the other. The very first trip from Mars was to the moon, which circled the barbarous planet Earth. Those intrepid Martian explorers expected to throw their lives away when they shot up into the absolute void of space. They never thought that they would return, and their folk waited season in and season out. Still they did not hear from them. Years after all hope had been abandoned, their craft was sighted in the clear sky. They were returning at last. The Martians crowded around that ship after the initial shock and roar of its landing was past. As the captain stepped out of his frail craft, he was cheered again and again by the admiring populace. 20 had started out on that first trip into the infinite, yet only 7 others besides the captain dragged themselves wearily onto the Martian soil. The other 12 lay buried in a strange world. They had, for the most part, succumbed to the frightful rigors of the trip over. Their folk begged them then and there to tell of the terrible hardships and dangers that they must have gone through. Those daring pioneers first rested, and then they began their strange tales. That they were thickly garnished with wild imaginings was suspected, but no one then could tell positively. The travelers told of the wonderful feeling of lightness that pervaded them as they stepped out of their vehicle, of the moon's strange vegetation, the great scarlet blossoms that were far larger than any vegetation on Mars. They described the smooth, unbroken plains, the great cities that dotted the lunar landscape, the civilization there that was even older than their own. They recounted in each detail the immense throngs that came to greet them, the perfect hospitality of the moon dwellers, the genuine welcome. They next told of the homesickness that had engulfed them and their inability to leave because they were short-handed. More than half of the crew had died, and they could not work their vessel back. They had made many friends while they had sojourned there. They told their hosts of their yearning to return to their native soil and the reason why they could not. Their hosts volunteered to help them work their vessel back and showered them with gifts when they took leave and invited them to return. When these first voyagers had told their tales and exhibited metals that were considered almost priceless on their own planet, but which could be had in any quantity on the moon. Their tales so fired the adventurous Martians that there was a stampede to sign on for the proposed expedition that their government was undertaking. Other explorers started out in the direction of number 5. They found the inhabitants there as far advanced as they were, but along different lines. The inhabitants of number 5 were aesthetic, pleasure-loving, and beauty-loving creatures. Others went still farther out, to Jupiter and the Jovian system of habited moons. Everywhere they found civilizations almost equal to their own. They returned to Mars, their home. They had been received with hospitality everywhere and treated with the respect due to an envoy from one world to another. The government of Mars entered into a trade compact with the governments of the other worlds. The situation on Mars prior to the return of the first exploring expedition had been critical. The local markets had been overcrowded, and to avoid grave industrial crises, it had been absolutely necessary that new markets be found at once. After the return of the explorers, the traders started out. They went in droves. They went almost to the limits of the solar system to obtain markets for their surplus products. That they had found new markets and kept them could be proved by the enormous traffic that each world now carried on with the others. The ancient method of transportation, those old ships propelled by the rocket discharge principle, were too slow. Why, their limit of speed was only about 20,000 miles an hour. So slow. It took their ancient ancestors from 1 to 8 Martian years to make one round trip. Compared to the modern, almost instantaneous method of wireless transmission of solid matter, the rocket-propelled ships were slow and crude. Though the inhabitants of Mars were the most aggressive, they did not presume to the right of leadership or the right to dictate terms. They were too far advanced to entertain such useless dreams of conquest. What they had or knew they gave without stint to the younger civilizations of the Union. All was instantly accessible to every member of those 12 worlds through the Bureau of Knowledge and the Bureau of Means. It seems like a paradox to say that they were civilized and still peaceful, that they did not understand the full significance of war. They knew what war was, but not through personal contact. War, they held, was for the savages that lived on the 3 outer moons of Uranus, or for the nameless 4-legged things that so miserably existed on the planet Earth, but not for the highly intelligent beings who owed allegiance to the Confederacy. That strange alien world that was speeding toward them, meanwhile, remained totally unknown. Its small size and its tremendous distance might have been the reason why their mighty telescopes could not bring it into view, or perhaps the curious zigzag course it followed. It made no difference how far advanced their civilization was, they could not read the future. That was admitted to be beyond the realms of possibility. But why couldn't there be one, only one, out of the combined populations of the whole 12 worlds to warn them of the approaching danger? To tell them that a strange world was approaching out of the depths of space at an inconceivable velocity? The inhabitants of the 12 Confederate worlds were not individualists. They had advanced beyond that stage on the day when their separate worlds had united, for on that day each race had given up its deep-rooted dream that its own peculiar species had been created supreme above all others. It was the intelligence, not the form or color of their fellow creatures, that they held in high esteem. Messages in the musical, tinkling universal language of the solar system were hourly broadcast from the central broadcasting stations on each planet. The latest news and all the improvements in the field of science throbbed through the ether on equal terms with the commercial matter that was being sent out continually. It was strange that their instruments should be of such strength that they were able to search out and assign to its proper place the smallest and most minute star, yet not know of the approaching body. A message came from Mars, the most industrious member of the Confederacy, that its scientists were working on an intricate instrument that would easily separate into its component parts the thousands of star clusters that dotted the region beyond the Milky Way. When this new instrument would be completed, the Martians promised, they would be able to see the surfaces of the dark bodies that attended the bright stars throughout the heavens. The Confederacy was enjoying its golden era of peace and prosperity. There was no sign of war or strife. The tremendous advancements in every field of activity had long since eliminated the drudgery from existence. Life was very sweet, but not cloying. One question loomed up large. Would not this perpetual peace and ease breed a race of cowardly degenerates? The inhabitants of the 12 worlds had never been called upon to risk their lives against an invading force. They might be soft, as compared to their progenitors of the dark and bygone past, in the matter of muscles and in their ability to resist the naked elements. But what of it? Life was not so hard now. There really was no need of brawn. And besides, their science had made them practically immune to all the disease germs that bred within the solar system. Even though they were soft in the matter of muscle, their span of life was from 20 to 50 times the full lifespan of their early ancestors. Who could foretell whether they would prove in a pinch to be a race of cowardly degenerates or not? And then, entirely unexpected, for danger always comes unexpected, from one of the huge observatories on Japetus, the outer moon of Saturn, there came an imperious command that all broadcasting immediately cease. As the broadcasting died down, a message was repeatedly flashed through the ether. A large body of planetary dimensions is hurtling toward the solar system at a terrific velocity. The Martians worked night and day to complete their intricate half-finished instrument for long-distance observation. It was completed at last and ready to be tested. It lived up to their highest expectations. Without any further delay, it was sent to Japetus and there set up for observation. Nothing further could be learned with the old instruments. The inhabitants of each world waited for something definite to come from the Martian observatory on Japetus. Some frightened inhabitants of the Confederacy demanded that governments declare martial law and conscript every individual so that they could commence building and outfitting a fleet of great stellar transports large enough to give everyone a chance to flee from the doomed solar system. A few, more learned but equally wild, suggested that the scientific society of the 12 Confederate worlds concentrate their combined energies toward finding a way to hurl Neptune, the outermost of the solar family, out to meet it. But most of the inhabitants waited quietly, numbed by the terrible threat of doom. No attention was at first paid to those who let their emotions run away with them, but later, when the hysteria of the few was spreading like wildfire, it was decided to banish all who were inclined to excessive nervousness to some far-off spot until the crisis was either past or their fate definitely settled. The first reports, though not officially confirmed, came at last from Japetus. Its distance was estimated to be a little less than the distance that it takes light to travel in half a year. It was much farther away than the first wild reports had led them to believe. Later came its size, speed, and direction. It was generally considered that it was hurtling through space a dead world, a piece of slag, at an incredible velocity of 18,000 miles per second, just 1/10 the speed of light. At that speed, it would be upon them in less than 5 years. Its diameter was ascertained to be about 2,000 miles, or 1/4 the diameter of the planet Earth. It was nothing but a tiny speck as stellar sizes go. Small as it was, at that rate of speed, it was large enough to wreck the civilization of the solar system. The question that naturally came to the inhabitants of those 12 civilized worlds was it only a burnt-out cinder thrown off by some mighty sun with such unerring aim and such great force that it should flash through the heavens straight for the solar system, or was it inhabited by sentient beings? A reassuring official report was sent out. It said that there was absolutely no cause for alarm, that when the approaching body reached the spot in the heavens where the sun and his attending planets now were, the entire solar system would have moved on many 100 million miles away on its own course. At the rate of speed with which the approaching body was traveling, the attraction of our sun could not swerve it from its course. No, not even if our sun were 10,000 times his own size. The astronomers welcomed its coming. Its speed was an unexplainable phenomenon of the heavens. Nothing but a head-on collision with some larger body could stop it, they declared. All its surface peculiarities were known by even the youngest inhabitant of the 12 Confederate worlds. It was as smooth as a billiard ball, proof of its great age. A snow-like substance covered its surface, probably to a depth of 500 feet. But the knowledge concerning it extended no deeper than its surface. If their instruments could have seen beneath the snow-like covering, seen what was going on there, the Confederate worlds would have begun feverish preparations for one of the most desperate struggles that had ever been fought. They thought of tracing it back. At that speed, so they reasoned, nothing could have turned it from its course, and so it must have come almost as straight as a ray of light. But they were wrong, very wrong, for its flight was not governed solely by the mechanical laws that govern matter. The Confederate worlds made no allowance for such a thing as a directing will. If they had known of its curious zigzag course, could they have accounted for it? They knew no laws to explain why it should swerve sharply aside when it came into the neighborhood of some of the mighty suns that had dotted its course as it flashed on its way toward the solar system, and then, after passing them, resume its former course. Instead of repulsing, those mighty suns irresistibly attract any wandering bodies that chance to come within the field of their influence. It was impossible to trace back its course, but if they could have done so, they would have been dumbfounded at the immense distance that the approaching body had covered. It was a visitor from a far-off region, indeed. Out beyond the borders of the Milky Way, the star clusters gleam as thick as the stars shine overhead on a clear, frosty night. But they do not shine with the sharp brightness of nearer stars. It is their distance, impossible to comprehend, that makes them appear nothing but a patch of soft, hazy light. Notwithstanding the fact that each cluster shines with the combined light of 50,000 to 100 million huge flaming suns, everything must in time grow old. The living take their substance from the dead. The suns grow old and die. Everywhere in the heavens, the ruins of dead star clusters can be seen, huge, shapeless masses that are absolutely dead black. And that approaching world, and many others, had come from somewhere out there, not from a living, glowing star cluster, but from the outskirts of a dead, intensely black region. From a region, if such a region can be imagined, where all matter has nearly reached a state of perfect equilibrium, where all matter is nearly stable, and so all matter almost dead. There were no flaming suns there to give light to that terrible darkness. Each body within the borders of that lifeless region was breaking down. The molecules were disintegrating, the atoms flying free. In the boundless sea of ether, the atoms were moving sluggishly away in vast cloud-like masses. This was the end of a universe. Like slinking rats from a sinking ship, this approaching body had come from that region. It came with a grim, fixed purpose, nearer, still nearer. It was invisible to the naked eye. It was calculated to soon pass the solar system. Some of the more hot-blooded members of the Scientific Society of the 12 Confederate Worlds requested permission to take one of the Society's interstellar vehicles, provision it for a lifetime, and go out to meet and board it. They painted in glowing pictures the advantages that the Scientific Society would gain from their sacrifice, and the perfect descriptions that they would be able to broadcast back. Their request was refused on the grounds that the new Martian instrument for observation installed upon Japetus could easily follow its flight for ages to come. It would be only a useless sacrifice of life to attempt to board that strange object. In the secret code of the Scientific Society, word was sent out that this body had actually stopped in its headlong journey. It hung poised, motionless, then began to fall slowly toward the solar system. These new and terrifying facts were not given to the general public. It would not help matters if they knew, but might bring on another attack of hysteria. The Scientific Society could hardly believe the evidence of its observation instruments. The body continued to drop slowly toward the sun, and then, as it neared the orbit of Neptune, it turned, and at an acute angle, it began to head for old Neptune, who was crawling out of the west to meet it. A collision seemed imminent. Its speed was very slow, no more than 1,800 miles a minute, just a fraction of its former tremendous speed, and it became still slower. When the newcomer came within 250,000 miles of Neptune, it began to circle him as if it were a moon. The Scientific Society heaved a sigh of relief and gave out the facts then to the public. The changing speed and the deliberate actions of this new member of the solar family were unexplainable. Still, all the threatened danger seemed past. The instruments that had been brought to bear upon this new member showed that the snow-like substance that covered its surface was quickly evaporating under the warm, kindly glow emanating from old dying Neptune. In a little while, all the snow-like substance had evaporated. It had turned into an almost transparent envelope of heavy bluish gas. The surface under the covering was then seen for the first time by the observers on the 12 Confederate worlds. Nearly the entire area of this new world was covered with square or oblong structures. In some places, the square structures had been concentrated for reasons that were as yet unknown. In those places, the foundations were truly massive. The structures had been built in tiers, each succeeding tier smaller than the one beneath it, and up they went until they formed pyramidal structures several miles in height. Strange creatures that walked erect on only 2 feet next made their appearance. The inhabitants of the 12 worlds marveled. The two-legged creatures moved here and there, also seeing, it seemed, the surface of their world for the first time. They must have come up from beneath the surface. They were clad in a uniform, grey, hairy material that hung loosely upon their frames. Their movements were at first listless, but gradually they began to quicken. They looked around for a while, and then went below the surface again. It was not until the next day that they really began to come up in numbers. For the 2 succeeding days, they poured up in a constant stream. In a little while, the surface of their world was black with them. They must have hollowed out the very bowels of the planet to have accommodated such vast numbers. Like bees in a hive, they were now swarming over their huge pyramidal structures and the smaller oblong buildings everywhere. The scientific society now realized that it had not been blind chance that had steered this body toward the solar system. It was evident that those intelligent creatures had directed their world to this, a more favorable location. Realizing that these creatures were intelligent, and thinking that they would probably need and appreciate aid after their long journey, the 12 Confederate worlds generously sent out a delegation to the newcomer to inquire if they could be of any assistance. Form or color meant nothing to the inhabitants of those 12 civilized worlds. It was intelligence that they held in high esteem. No sooner did the party from the Confederate worlds land than they were surrounded and killed. Neither a reason nor a warning had been given. They were killed with about as much compunction as one would kill some loathsome insects. After killing them, these strange two-legged creatures were seen to go about their tasks as if nothing had happened. The inhabitants of the 12 worlds were startled, horrified. They actually did not know what to do. The act had no precedent in all their histories. Something must be done. But what? A reprisal? They did not even think of a reprisal, for they were essentially a peace-loving folk. It was unwise to send out another delegation to demand an explanation. They tried every means of interplanetary communication, but they elicited no response. A few hours after the killing, a group of those strange creatures, but evidently in high command, for they were dressed in bright red instead of the usual grey, and the grey-clad creatures prostrated themselves whenever the red-clad group came near them, had come up to view the remains of the slaughtered delegation. They were seen to question in turn those who killed them. Those questioned were seen to point up toward the sun and toward the 12 Confederate worlds. The red-clothed were next seen to go over and examine the interplanetary vehicle that the delegation from the 12 worlds had arrived in. After the event of the red-clothed group, the inhabitants of this strange world were seen to start building some new huge pyramidal structures and repairing the old ones. Always before had it been the Confederate worlds who were the masters of every situation, but now they were plainly bewildered. They decided to bide their time and wait. They did not fear the invader. It was quite a different matter, this killing of a few unsuspecting individuals, from attacking the 12 civilized worlds. From the moment that the strange world so suddenly arrived, and with its first ruthless act took up its sullen position as a new member of the solar family, the watchful eyes of the 12 Confederate worlds did not leave it for an instant. Every act was viewed with suspicion. Intensely did they watch the two-legged creatures repair and build the huge pyramidal structures that reared their heads several miles above the surrounding surface. With deep wonder, they watched them bring out from the interior of their planet large, metal, box-like objects. They were not producing them one at a time, but by the thousands, and stacking them up near the huge pyramidal structures. On the very pinnacle of each pyramid, there was a square opening that was exactly the size of those metal boxes, and each opening extended down to the very base of its pyramid. The scientific society, try as it would, could not discover to what use those boxes were being put. The numbers of those strange two-legged creatures were seen to increase, and still increase. The scientific society had often discussed, wondering how so many could exist on so small an area. There seemed hardly room for a fraction of their number. Where did they get their supply of food? They did not grow it on the surface, for there was no room. Did they manufacture artificial foods? Several times in past ages, the scientific society had produced artificial foods, but the inhabitants did not seem to relish them, though they were as palatable and nutritious from the chemical standpoint as any of the foods that nature produced. It was just 3 Martian years from the moment that they had arrived to the solar system until they began to leap the tremendous void that separated Neptune from the 4 moons of Uranus. From each square opening on top of the pyramidal structures, A steady stream of metallic cubes flashed out into the bleak void of space on their journey toward the moons of Uranus. Each square box was large enough to accommodate 100 of those queer two-legged beings. They landed upon the 4 moons of Uranus, and with the cubes that had carried them across the void, they formed a wall surrounding their first rude camp. They immediately set to work building a city. The structures that they put up were identical with those that covered the surface of their own world. After their first city was completed, these ruthless two-legged creatures went out in their thousands and commenced slaughtering for their furs the wildlife that had lived there prior to their coming. Killed those living creatures just for the bit of skin or fur that covered their backs. The world of their origin, now the moon of old Neptune, still continued to send those metal cubes in a steady stream to the moons of Uranus. City after city sprang into existence. They flourished, growing so swiftly that the outskirts of each city soon blended into the outskirts of its neighbors. The 12 Confederate worlds still continued to think of peace. It seemed strange that the inhabitants of those 12 worlds did not realize their danger. They went about in the smug belief that they were invulnerable. The one thing that most amazed those who studied the strange two-legged aliens was the speed with which they continued to increase their numbers. In a very short time, the 4 moons of Uranus were too small to hold them. An air of intense activity pervaded the 4 moons of Uranus. They commenced building pyramids that were to be at least 6 miles high. As soon as these were completed, the square metallic cubes made their appearance and were stacked up by thousands nearby. The invaders leapt from the moons of Uranus to the 5 habitable moons of Saturn, which were members of the Confederation. The inhabitants of those 5 Confederate worlds were unprepared. There was a steady whiz as the cubes shot through the air of those 5 worlds. They came in countless hordes. Rhea, Dione, and Tethys, the 3 smallest, were snuffed out in a twinkling. Japetus and Titan put up so savage a front that they were able to hold them off. Each sent its desperate appeal for help throbbing through the ether. Even though the invaders had many efficient death-dealing weapons and used them ruthlessly, the unprepared inhabitants of Japetus and Titan put up so grim a struggle, fought so fiercely with what they could lay their hands upon, that they were able to stop the forward charges time after time. Still, it was plain that those pitiless two-legged invaders held their most desperate attempts at resistance cheaply, held them in sneering contempt, held even the whole combined power of the 12 Confederate worlds in contempt, played with them as a cat would play with a mouse. The Confederate worlds awoke to their danger at last. Was it too late? They sought in their museums and in the old archives of their early histories for plans of death-dealing devices that their own ancient, bloodthirsty ancestors had used. They discarded their foolish dreams of peace and selected the ideas for the most terrible weapons that they could find, and they began to manufacture these with lightning rapidity. Meanwhile, the inhabitants were conscripted and the use of the weapons explained to them, and they were soon ready to be sent out against the invaders. The 12 Confederate worlds did not make the terrible mistake of underrating their antagonists. A great force of invaders had surrounded Eerie, one of the largest cities on Titan, and were slowly forcing the weary defenders back. The invaders fought with swift, death-dealing weapons, while the defenders had only sticks and stones to oppose them. Was it any wonder that the dispirited inhabitants of Titan were being forced back on every hand? The city of Eerie was full of weary, trembling fugitives who had fled before the invaders from the surrounding open country. The morale of the defenders was breaking. Time after time, they tried to fight through the slowly tightening ring of those terrible two-legged invaders. The defenders were slaughtered in their thousands. They were driven back from every nook and cranny until they met in the center of their city. This could hardly be called their last stand. They were merely waiting their turn to be butchered. In one solid, compact mass, they cowered in the public square in the center of the city. The only protection at their backs was a solidly built public building, Eerie's central station for wireless transmission of matter. Would help never come? There came a shout of encouragement from the main wide entrance to the wireless transmission of matter building, and a solid line, some 30 deep, of fully armed Jovians from the 4 Confederate worlds of Jupiter leapt out to attack. A wide avenue was immediately opened in the tightly packed mass of Eerie's cowering populace, and the Jovians leapt through and spread out fanwise in front of the defenseless inhabitants. Each of the Jovians in the front lines carried on his back a small tank that sprayed out 100 feet in advance a chemical, which ignited everything it touched and burned with a hot, livid flame. Those behind them carried stubby metal tubes which would bark with short, thunderous reports, and which left ruin and death in the ranks of the invaders. Help had come in the blackest moment. Similar scenes were taking place in all of the larger cities on Titan. Back, they drove the invaders. The 12 Confederate worlds, now there were only 9, and 2 of those threatened with momentary extinction, hurled their conscripted forces across the void so swiftly and in such numbers that the invaders were startled. Reluctant to give ground that they had previously gained, the 2-legged warriors contested desperately each inch of their retreat. From every direction they were met by the defenders, who were armed with weapons as good as their own. Could these be the despised, peace-loving inhabitants of the solar system whom they had meant to destroy so as to have undisputed possession of the entire solar system? They could hardly believe it, for the once peaceful Jovians fought with a ferocity that was terrible. Whenever the invaders stopped and tried to stand their ground, the defenders swarmed up. The chemicals sprayed fires upon the 2-legged invaders, and those in the lines behind the first came with their short metal tubes that roared with thunder and wrought havoc in the ranks of the invaders. The Jovians forced them back, always back, and began to surround the isolated detachments of the invaders and destroy them. Not until they had wiped them completely from Titan did they turn their attention toward the beleaguered inhabitants of Japetus. The inhabitants of Japetur were still fighting desperately when the Jovians came. Following close on the heels of the Jovians came the first detachment from number 5. There was also a steady influx of invaders. A desperate battle raged for possession of Japetus. Reinforcements were pouring in on both sides. The invaders, who had successfully destroyed the inhabitants and buildings on Rhea, Dione, and Tethys, now turned their attention toward Titan. Once more, the invaders stormed Titan. They did not drop down upon defenseless inhabitants this time. They were met and repulsed by a strong force of beauty-loving inhabitants from number 5. Those beauty-loving beings from number 5, despite their aestheticism, fought with an incredible fury in defense of the union of the 12 worlds. When the news of the first setback reached the invaders from the 4 moons of Uranus and from their densely packed parent world, steady streams of cubes shot out toward the 12 Confederate worlds. They were bringing new and better weapons to combat those of the Confederacy. They were coming at incalculable speed, using their own secret means of propelling the cubes, besides the additional attraction that the sun's gravitational force exerted upon them. But though the invaders could send their forces swiftly, the 12 Confederate worlds could transport their defenders 10 times more quickly. Prior to the invasion, the passenger service from world to world had always been subordinate to the commercial traffic of the wireless transmission of matter system of transportation that interlaced the 12 worlds. But with a few slight modifications, the whole system of transportation was made available for passenger service. The 12 Confederate worlds were now able to hurl their defenders from world to world at the speed of light. In a steady line, the defenders would march into a station for wireless transmission of matter, enter the automatic transmission chamber, and there receive the preliminary charge of specific high-frequency current that would cause temporarily suspended animation. Then they would automatically be carried to separate vibrating chambers of high intensity, which would cause the electrons that composed the bodies to be impinged upon the sending apparatus in the compartment. A few minutes later, the process reversed, and they would be ready to leave the receiving station at their destination. After the experience of leaping millions of miles at the speed of light, they would be none the worse except for a slight touch of nausea. Now, the invaders came in countless swarms. The number of cubes that had attacked the 5 moons of Saturn was as nothing compared to the flood of cubes that whipped past the orbit of Saturn and headed for Jupiter's moons. The remnant of invaders who were still attacking Japetus shot out to join the main body of invaders as they shot past the moons of Saturn. A detachment of cubes, about 50,000 in number, leapt ahead of the main force of invaders and attacked the moons of Jupiter. The Confederacy hurled its forces there to repulse them, but it was only a feint on the part of the invaders, for their real objective was lone number 5. They had been taught a lesson on Titan and Japetus. No longer did they hold the fighting qualities of the Confederacy in contempt. They did not leap down upon the surface of number 5, as they did upon the 5 moons of Saturn. Instead, thousands of cubes filled with high explosives and noxious gases were directed toward number 5's surface. After that, the terrible 2-legged invaders landed and killed off all that were left of the half-gassed inhabitants. They also destroyed all the stations for wireless transmission of matter. The invaders made number 5 their headquarters. Cubes were pouring in from every direction. It seemed that they were abandoning their own world that circled old dying Neptune. The 4 moons of Uranus were also being deserted by the 2-legged invaders. They were massing for one supreme attack. Number 5 would be the center from which they intended to sally forth. The inhabitants of the 12 Confederate worlds realized it. Thousands of the defenders offered their lives, offered to steer large interstellar vehicles loaded to the limit with high explosives to number 5. But those in supreme command demurred, for the scientific society had just perfected a new terrible weapon. This was manufactured with all possible speed and sent to the 8 remaining worlds of the Confederacy. Hope flamed anew throughout the 8 sorely tried worlds. The invaders did not delay an instant. They had experienced only 2 setbacks. So far, they had the best of it. They sent a stream of cubes filled with explosives and gases toward Callisto, the outer moon of Jupiter, and destroyed all life on it. At the same time, they sent a mighty force to Mars. The Martians had been preparing a fleet of swift interstellar vehicles and were prepared to offer stubborn resistance. As the invaders neared Mars, the Martians left the surface of their world and went out to meet them in the empty void. The 2 forces met, and from the start, the Martians were outclassed. They were slowly forced back to the surface of their own world, for the cubes were superior in every way to the Martian craft. From the 6 remaining Confederate worlds, jets of intense light leapt toward number 5. This playing of light on the invaders seemed so weak and ineffectual. It was the new weapon. The light at times appeared to be of delicate purple. It would grow until it was a bright purple, then fade into invisibility. It seemed the weapon of a child, and yet whatever it touched was destroyed. The invaders shot their cubes out in every direction, but were picked off by the jets of all-destroying light. Whenever 2 jets of light touched a cube, there was a short explosion, that was all. The purple from the twin jets would fade, and the results that followed were the same as if the terminals of powerful electric currents had short-circuited there. The jets of light were merely carriers for an electric current that was capable of vaporizing any substance that came between any 2 jets. The jets of light from the 6 worlds had now reached number 5 and were destroying everything upon the surface. The invaders came to the bitter realization that this was the beginning of their end. They had waited too long. They should have attacked the 12 Confederate worlds on the day of their arrival. They tried to leave number 5 by the cubes, but the twin jets of light easily picked them off. The Confederation turned its attention to Mars. It sent its forces down upon Mars as the rain comes down in a cloudburst. The invaders were cut off absolutely from all reinforcements from their own kind on number 5. Knowing that they were doomed, they maneuvered their cubes to form a protecting wall between them and their foes. The defenders became the aggressors. They began storming the barricade. The invaders were bunched together behind the cubes, waiting. A low hum came from behind the cubes. It rose and rose. It came from the throats of the two-legged invaders. The sound was not displeasing. It gathered volume every instant. Though it was not very melodious at first, still it teemed with pathos. One by one the invaders joined in the song. It hinted of a mighty, daring attempt and of a bitter failure. It was their death song. Meanwhile, the invaders on number 5, who had, through their great knowledge of stellar mechanics, guided their own world out of the depths of space, were now working desperately in their attempt to install machines that would enable them to swing number 5 out of its orbit. They had failed in their attempt to conquer the Confederation, and their only wish was to take number 5 out of the solar system and escape. They were installing the machines underground. They threw up shield after shield to protect themselves from the death-dealing rays. 2 out of every 5 machines that they installed were destroyed by the twin jets of light. The number of invaders left on number 5 was very small. In desperation, they started the machines. The speed of number 5 began to increase, and it was rotating faster too. Something had gone amiss. The jets of light, in destroying nearly half of their machinery, had upset their calculations. The two-legged invaders on number 5 were seen to run wildly about. They tried to stop the machinery that they had started, but somehow could not do so. The rotation of number 5 became still swifter. Hundreds of thousands of cubes were hurled into the heavens by the centrifugal force of that rotating world. The Confederacy picked off as many as it could with the crossing jets of light, but some managed to escape and were seen heading for Neptune. Number 5 was breaking up. The centrifugal force had become greater than its power of gravitation. Huge masses were seen to detach themselves and go whirling off into space. Saturn, the largest body in the vicinity, was seen to draw fully 1/3 of the matter that had composed number 5 in its general direction. The powerful gravitational force of the Sun drew many large pieces, some of which were more than 800 miles in diameter, toward itself. The Moon, circling the Earth, came from behind its protection and bore the brunt of a stream of small pieces that struck its surface. Life there was instantly destroyed. The surface of the Moon became partially incandescent. Parts of the Earth, thanks to the Moon, escaped practically uninjured. But there was only a wild kind of life existing there. Jupiter received its share. 2 large fragments went hurtling toward Mars. In destroying number 5, the invaders had destroyed themselves and nearly all the life in the solar system. The survivors of the 12 Confederate worlds made their way to the Earth, the least injured of the planets, and there they began anew in a strange environment, to build the civilization that had been wrecked by the invaders from beyond the Milky Way. End of Invaders from Outside by J. Schlossel.
Each Man Kills by Victoria Glad. To Live You Must Feed on the Living, heading by Vincent Napoli. Now that it's all over, it seems like a bad dream. But when I look at Maria's picture on my desk, I realize it couldn't have been a dream. Actually, it was only 6 months ago that I sat at this same desk, looking at her picture, wondering what could have happened to her. It had been 6 weeks since there had been any word from her, and she had promised to write as soon as she arrived in Europe. Considering that my future rested in her small hands, I had every right to be apprehensive. We had grown up together, had lost our folks within a few years of each other, and had been fond of each other the way kids are apt to be. Then the change came. It seemed I loved her, and she was still just fond of me. During our early college days I sort of let things ride, but once we went on to graduate school, I began to crowd her. The next thing I knew, she had signed up with a student tour destined for Central Europe, and told me she would give me my answer when she returned. I had to be content with that, but couldn't help worrying. Maria was a strange girl, withdrawn, dreamy, and soft-hearted. Knowing the section she was going to, I was inclined to be uneasy, since it is the realm of gypsies, fortune-tellers, and the like. It is also the birthplace of many strange legends, and Maria claimed to be strongly psychic. As a matter of fact, she had foretold one or two things which were probably coincidental, like the death of our parents, and which even made an impression on me, and you'd hardly call me a believer. This so-called talent of hers led her into trouble on more than one occasion. I remember in her senior year at college she fell under the spell of a short, fat, greasy spook reader with a strictly phony accent, and all but gave her eye teeth away, until I realized something was amiss, got to the bottom of it, and dispatched friend spook reader pronto. If she should meet some unscrupulous person now, with no one around to get her out of the scrape, but I didn't want to think of that. I was sure this time everything would be all right. When she didn't write at first, I let it go that she was busy. Finally, 6 weeks' silent treatment aroused my curiosity. It also aroused my nasty temper, and the next thing I knew I was on a plane bound for the continent. Within 2 hours after landing, I found her at a little inn in Transylvania, a quaint little place that looked as if it were made of gingerbread, and was surrounded by the huge, craggy Transylvania mountain range. I also found Todd Hunter. "What's wrong, Maria? Why didn't you write?" I asked. Her usually gay, shining brown eyes flashed angrily. "Why couldn't you leave me alone? I told you not to come after me. I came here so I could think this out. For God's sake, Bill, can't you see I wanted to think, to be by myself? But you promised to write." I persisted, wondering at this change in her, this impatience. Wondered, too, at her wraith-like slimness. She'd always been curved in the right places. Maria has been studying much too diligently. Todd said slowly, "She's always tired lately. She hasn't been too well, either. Her throat bothers her." I wanted to punch his head in. For some reason I didn't like him. Not because I sensed his rivalry. I was above that. God knows I wanted her to be happy, above everything. It was just something about him that irritated me, an attitude, not supercilious. I could have coped with that. Rather, it was a calm imperturbability that seemed to speak his faith in his eventual success, regardless of any effort on my part. I don't know how to fight that sort of strategy. I look like I am, blunt and obvious. Suddenly I didn't care if he was there. "Maria, darling, this guy's no good for you, can't you see that? What do you know about him?" She looked at me, her eyes surprised and a little hurt. Then she looked at him, seemed to be looking through him and into herself, if you know what I mean. A slow flush spread from the base of her throat, that thin, almost transparent throat. "All I have to know," she said softly. "I love him." She looked out the window. "I'm going up into Königstein Mountain, to a small sanitarium for my health shortly. The doctor has told me I must go away, and Todd has suggested this place. There Todd and I shall be married." I knew then how it felt to be on the receiving end of a monkey punch. That she had come to this decision because of my objections, I had not the slightest doubt. She was going to marry someone about whom she knew absolutely nothing. She was much more ill than she knew. Hunter was undoubtedly after her money. She was considerably well off. Obviously she was once more being influenced in the wrong direction. "I won't let you," I warned. "Give it some more time, if for nothing else, then for old time's sake." "How about me, Morris?" Todd interrupted. "You haven't asked me my feelings on the subject. I happen to love Maria dearly. Have I no say just because you're a childhood friend of hers?" "Childhood friend? I was her whole family for years before she ever heard of you. I'll see you in hell before I let her marry you," I shouted. Looking back, I'm sure that had he said anything else, I would have killed him if Rhea hadn't come between us. "That's enough, Bill Morris. I've heard all I want to from you. I'm 23, and if I choose to marry Todd, I'll do so, and there's nothing you can do about it. Now, please go." "Okay, Rhea," I said, "if that's the way you want it. But I'm not through. If you won't protect yourself, I'll do it for you. I'd like to know more about the mysterious Mr. Todd Hunter, American, and I do wish, for your own sake, you'd do the same. I wouldn't care if you married King Tut, so long as you knew all about him. People just don't marry strangers, not if they're smart. For God's sake, ask him about himself. All right, Bill, she replied, smiling patiently. I'll ask him. Now, do stop being childish. Okay, darling, I said sheepishly, but do me one more favor. Don't marry him until I get back. Only a little while, give me a week. Just wait a little longer. As I closed the door, I could still feel his smile, mocking, yet a little sad. But Maria didn't wait. I was gone a week. I had walked my legs off trying to track down the elusive Mr. Hunter and discovered exactly nothing. All his landlady could tell me was that he was an American who had come to this climate for his health, and that he slept late mornings. I was licked and I knew it. If I had been a pup, I would have fitted my tail neatly between my legs and made for home. But I wasn't a pup, so I headed straight for Ria's flat to face the music. They were waiting for me, she and Todd. When I saw her, I wished I were dead. She lay in Todd's arms, her body a mere whisper of a body. White and cold she was, like frozen milk on a cold winter's day. They were both dead. You know how it is when at a wake someone views the deceased and says kindly, "She's beautiful." And she isn't beautiful at all, just a made-up, lifeless handful of clay. Dead as dead and frightening. Well, it wasn't that way this time. Their fair skins were faintly pink-tinted, and their blonde heads, hers ashen and his a reddish cast, gleamed brightly. And they sat so close in the sofa before the fire, his head resting in the hollow of her throat. They looked peaceful. No line marred their faces. I almost fancied I saw them breathe. And on her third finger, left hand, was the ring, a thin platinum band. He had won, and in winning somehow he had lost. How they had died and why they found each other in death at the same time, I would probably never know. I only knew one thing. I had to get away from there, quickly. I almost ran the distance to my flat, stumbled into the place and poured a triple scotch which I could scarcely hold. The scotch seared my throat and tasted bitter. Someone must have poured salt in it. Then I realized that it was tears, my tears. I, Bill Morris, who hadn't cried since my 5th birthday, I was sobbing like a baby. I didn't call the police. That would mean I would have to go back and watch them cover that lovely body, carry it away and submit it to untold indignities in order to ascertain the cause of death. The cleaning girl would find them in the morning and would notify the police. But it wasn't so simple as that. In the morning I found I couldn't shake off the guilt which possessed me. Even 2 bottles of scotch hadn't helped me to forget. I was dead drunk and cold sober at the same time. I phoned Ria's landlady and told her I had failed to reach the Hunters by phone, that I was sure something was amiss. Would she please go to their flat and see if anything was wrong? She was amused. Really, Mr. Morris, you must be mistaken. Miss Maria went out just an hour ago with her new husband. Surely you are jesting. Why, she has never looked better. So happy. They have left for Konigstein. They have also left you a note. I told her I would be right over, and hopped a cab. I began to think I was losing my mind. I had seen them both dead. The landlady had seen them this morning alive. When I arrived, the landlady looked at me for a long moment, taking in my rough, dark blue complexion, unpressed clothes, red-rimmed eyes, then wagged a finger playfully. You are playing a joke, no. A wedding joke, maybe. Here, too, we haze newlyweds. But of course I understood. Who could help loving Miss Maria? Be of good heart, young man. For you there will be another, some day. But I talk too much. Here is your letter. I went where I would be undisturbed, to the reading room of the library on the same street as my flat. To the musty, oblong, dimly lit room whose threshold sunshine and fresh air dared not cross. Without the saving warmth of sunlight, or the fresh, clean relief of sweet-smelling air, I read. Read, inhaling the pungent, sour smell of the scotch I had consumed during the long, sleepless night. Read, and then doubted that I had read at all. But the blue ink on the white paper forced me to acknowledge its actuality. It had been written by Hunter in a neat, scholar's script. Dear Morris, It began, why should I not have wanted Maria? You did. Others doubtless did. Why then should she not be mine? There are many things worse than being married to me. She might have married a man who beat her. With her I have known the 2 happiest days of my life. I want no more than that. I have no right to ask for more. Have we, any of us, a right to endless bliss on this earth? Hardly. You thought of her welfare above all. For that I owe you some explanation. You must be patient, you must believe, and in the end, you must do as I ask. You must. You wanted to know about me, of my life before Maria. Before Maria. It seems strange to think about it. There is no life without Maria. Still, there was a time when for me she didn't exist. I have been constantly going forward to the day when I would meet her. Yet there was a time when I didn't know where I would find her, or even what her name would be. It was chance that brought us together. For me, good chance. For you, possibly ill chance. For Maria, only she can say. Some 3 years ago I was studying in England under a Rhodes Scholarship. The future held great things for me. I was a Yank like yourself, and damn proud of it. Life in England seemed strange and slow and sometimes utterly dismal under austerity. Then, little by little, I slipped into their slower ways, growing to love the people for their spunk, and finally coming to feel I was one of them, so to speak. I have said everything slowed down. I was wrong. Studying intensified for me. The folklore of the British Isles intrigued me. I delved into the black Welsh tales, the mischievous fancies of the Irish, the English legends of the prowling werewolf. For me, it was a relief from political science, which suddenly palled and which smacked of treason in the light of current events. My extracurricular research consumed the better part of my evenings. My books were and always have been a part of me, and as was to be expected, I overdid it. I studied too hard with too little let up. Sometimes it seemed to me there was more truth to what I read than myth. It became somewhat of an obsession. Suddenly, one night, everything blacked out. I came to in a sanatorium. I didn't know how I got there, and when they explained it to me, I laughed. I thought they were joking. When I tried to get up to walk, I collapsed. Then I knew how bad it had been. I knew, too, I would have to go slowly. It was there I met Eve. She was beautiful, not like Maria, who is like a fragile, fair, spun sugar angel. Eve was more earthy, with skin like ivory, creamy and rich and pale. Her blue-black hair she wore long and gathered in the back. She looked about 25, but a streak of pure white ran back from each of her temples. She was the most striking woman I have ever met. I had never known anyone like her, nor have I since I saw her last. You know how it is. The air of mystery about a woman makes a man like a kid again. She reminded me of a sleek, black cat, with her large, hazel eyes. I bumped into her one day on the veranda, and spent every day with her after that. The doctors wanted me to take exercise, short walks and the like, and Eve went with me, struggling to keep up with me. The slightest effort tired her. She suffered from a rather nasty case of anemia. She seldom smiled. The effort was probably too much for her. I saw her really smile only once. We had been on one of our short hikes in the woods close by the grounds. She stumbled over a twig or a branch, I'm not sure which. Suddenly she was in my arms. Have you ever held a cloud in your arms, Morris? So light she was, although she was almost as tall as I, warm and pulsating. Her eyes held mine. It was almost uncanny. I have never been affected like that by a woman. Then I was kissing her, then a sharp sting, and I winced. There was the warm, salt taste of blood on my lips. I never knew how it happened, but she was smiling, her full mouth parted in the strangest smile I have ever seen. And those small white teeth gleamed, and in her eyes, which were all black pupils now, with the iris quite hidden, was desire, or something beyond desire. I couldn't define it then. Now I think I can. Her small, pink tongue darted over her lips, tasting, seeming to savor. I was frightened for some indefinable reason. I wanted to get away from her, from the woods, from myself. I grasped her arm roughly, and we started back for the grounds. We never mentioned the episode again, but we neither of us ever forgot. She intrigued me now more than ever. The doctors were able to satisfy my curiosity somewhat. They told me she had been a patient for some 4 years. Some days she was better, some days worse. She needed rest, much rest. Most days she slept past noon with their approval. Some days there was a faint flush beneath that ivory skin. Other days it was pale and cool. Just when we became lovers, I scarcely remember. Things were happening so fast I could barely keep pace with them. There was a magnetism about Eve which compelled. I couldn't have resisted if I'd wanted to, and I didn't. I began to have long periods of lassitude, times when I would black out and remember nothing afterwards, and the dreams began. I would dream I was stroking a large, velvety black cat, a cat with shining yellow eyes that looked at me as if they knew my every thought. I would stroke it continuously, and it would nip me playfully. Then, one night, the dream intensified. I was playing with the creature, caressing it gently, when of a sudden its lips drew back in a snarl, and without warning it sprang at my throat and buried its fangs deep. I thought I could feel life being drawn from me. I screamed. The doctors told me afterwards that I was semi-conscious for days, that I had to be restrained. When I was well again, Eve came to see me. She was gentle, soothing. She held me close to her, and oh, it was good to be alive and to belong to someone. I remember to this day what she wore. Black velvet lounging slacks, a low-necked amber satin blouse, caught at the V by a curiously wrought antique silver pin. It was round, about 4 inches in diameter. In its center was the carved figure of a serpent coiled to strike. Its eyes were deep amber topazes, and its darting tongue was raised and set with a blood-red ruby. What an unusual pin, Eve. I said, I've never seen it before, have I? No, she replied. It belongs to the deep, dark, seldom discussed skeleton in the Orcaxy closet, Todd. You see, my great-great-grandmother was quite a wicked lady, to hear tell. Went in for witches, masses, and the like. They say she poisoned her husband, a rather elderly and very childish man, for her lover, whom she subsequently married. Together they did away with relatives who stood in the way of their accumulating more money. This pin was the instrument of death. Her slim fingers pressed the ruby tongue, and the pin opened, revealing a space large enough to secrete powder. It's like those employed by the infamous Borgias, as you can see. She continued, shrugging. Perhaps it was fate, then, that her devoted new husband tired of her once her fortune was assured him, took a young mistress for himself, and disposed of the unfortunate wife, using her own pin to perpetrate her murder. She was excommunicated by her church, too, which must have made it most unpleasant for her, poor old dear. The slim shoulders straightened. But let's not discuss such unpleasant things, my dear. The important thing now is for you to get well quickly. I've missed you terribly, you know. It was then I asked her to marry me. I knew I didn't really love her, but there seemed nothing to prevent our marriage, and she had gotten under my skin. It was as elemental as that. She said she thought we should wait until I fully recovered. Don't say any more, darling, she said. Rest your poor, sore throat. She bent over me solicitously, and I reached up to stroke that smooth black hair. It had a familiar feel to it that I couldn't quite place. Of course I had stroked it hundreds of times before, but it wasn't that. Then she looked straight at me, those large, glowing hazel eyes boring into mine, and I knew and disbelieved at the same time. I froze where I lay, paralyzed by my fear, unable to make a sound. So you know, she whispered, it is well. I have marked you for my own these many months. Now that you know, you will not fight. You know what I am, or at least you can guess. This pin you admired so, it was mine 300 years ago, and it will always be mine. Her lips were on mine. She had never kissed me like this. It was like the touch of hot ice, freezing, then searing. Unendurable. I lay inert. I couldn't have moved if I wanted to. I could scarcely breathe. Then I felt the blood within me pounding, pulsing, beginning to answer in spite of myself. I tasted once more the warm, salty fluid on my lips. Eve's body was liquid in my arms, warm, heady, narcotizing. Once again I felt the agonizing, dagger-sharp pain in my throat and darkness. Have you ever wakened to a bright, sunny afternoon and heard yourself pronounced dead? They spoke in low, hushed tones. How unfortunate. Young fellow only 30, dying so far away from his homeland. No family. Good thing he was well set in life. This sudden anemia was most extraordinary. Fellow showed no signs of it previously. All he had really needed was rest. If he had recovered, that lovely Eve Orcaxi might have made both their lives happier, richer. Sad ending to what might have been an idyll. Good of her to claim the body. She said she was going to inter it in the family vault in Königstein Mountain in Transylvania. I heard them distinctly. I wanted to shout that I wasn't dead. I wanted to wake up from this horrible nightmare. I was as alive as they. I knew I had to get out of there, some way, to get away from Eve, whom I now feared. They left to make arrangements. The lassitude crept through me without warning. I dozed in spite of myself, and I dreamed again. I was a cat running, leaping through windows, loping over the countryside, stopping for no one. I panted with my exertions. Towns and cities flew by. I had to get someplace and quickly. Then the dream ended. Todd. She said, "Get up, my dear." I heard her, and I hated her while I was drawn to her. There was a white mist before my eyes. I reached up to brush it away. It was not a mist, it was a cloth. I shivered. I must wake up. I whispered hoarsely, "I must. I'm going mad." There was a creaking sound and daylight descended upon me. When I saw where I was, I covered my face with my hands and sobbed. I tried to pray, but the words froze on my lips. I was sitting in a coffin in a mausoleum. I had been buried alive. What am I? I shrieked. Where am I and what have you done? I'm out of my mind, stark, staring mad. Eve's lips parted, showing the even white teeth, those slightly pointed teeth. "You're quite sane, my dear," she said calmly. "You are now one of us, a revenant, even as I, and to live you must feed on the living." "It's not true," I shouted. "This is all a crazy nightmare, part of my illness. You're not real. Nothing is real." "I'm quite real, Todd. To be trite, I am what I am and have accepted it calmly, as you shall in time. I have told you of my life. You have been a student of legends. Legends are often, more often than you think, reality. When one has been murdered, if one has lived a so-called wicked life, he is doomed to walk the earth battening on the living. My fate was sealed as I lay in my coffin. But that wasn't enough. As I lay there, my pet cat, Suma, slunk into the room and leapt over me. That was a double insurance of my life after death. Those whom I mark for my own must, too, live on. Accept it, my dear. You have no other choice. No, I cried. I'm an American. Things like this don't happen to us. It's only in stories, and then to foreigners. She chuckled dryly. I'm afraid these things do happen, and in this case you're it, my dear. Make the best of it. But I wouldn't. I refused to, for a while. I would not feast on the blood of the living. Something within me fought, for a time. Then the awful hunger began. The tearing pangs of hunger that ordinary food wouldn't arrest. I fought it as long as I could. I lost. First it was small animals, animals that I loved. It was my life or theirs. Then there was a little girl, a dear little creature who might have been my child under different circumstances. After the episode of the little girl, Eve left me. She had no further use for me. She had wanted the child, too, and I had got it. I was now competition to be shunned. I was alone, once again alone and thoroughly miserable. I couldn't understand myself, my motives, so how could I expect someone else to understand? I only knew what I was. Nor could I rationalize on why I had become this way. I could only presume it had happened to others equally as innocent as myself of wrongdoing. In the daytime, when I was like others, I reproached myself. Goodness knows I loathed myself and what I had to do in order to live. I wished I might really die, for I was tired, so frightfully tired and sick of it all. But I knew of no way to accomplish this, so I had to bear it all, fasting until my voracious, disgusting appetites got the better of me. I decided there must be some information on my kind, particularly in this area where vampire legends are rife, so I took to haunting reading rooms. It was there I met Maria. She told me, after we knew each other better, that she was doing graduate work in regional superstitions, and had decided that her thesis would treat of the history of vampirism. She found it terribly amusing, but at the same time frightening, didn't I? I fear I saw nothing laughable about it, but I held my peace. Why, I could have done a thesis for her that would have driven some mild-mannered prof completely out of his mind. I kept my knowledge to myself, though. I didn't want to scare Maria. She was like a flash of sunshine in a darkened room. She made each day worth living. For the first time the hunger pangs ceased. Ceased for 1 week, then 2. I was certain I was cured. Perhaps, I thought, the whole thing was just a dream and I am finally awake. I felt then I had the right to tell her of my love. She looked infinitely sad. She wasn't certain, she said. She knew she was awfully fond of me, but she was confused. She had just come away from the States, trying to make up her mind about someone dear, whom she didn't want to hurt, and she wanted a breather. I said I would wait up to and through eternity if she wished. Things went along peacefully then. We would walk for hours together, walk in complete silence and understanding. My strength seemed to be returning more day by day. We went far afield in search of material for her thesis. She would track down the most minute speck of hearsay to get authenticity. One day, in our wanderings, I thoughtlessly let myself be led too near my resting place. One of the locals mentioned a place of horror nearby, and Maria wanted to investigate. I had no choice. We poked amid the still fustiness of the deserted mausoleum I knew so well. She thought it odd that the door was unlocked. I said, yes, wasn't it? Then she saw the box, that gleaming copper box which Eve had so thoughtfully provided. She stroked it gently, commenting on its beauty, and before I could prevent it or divert her attention, she had lifted the heavy lid exposing the disarranged shroud, the remains of 1 or 2 hapless small creatures, the horrible blood-stained satin lining. She screamed and dropped the lid, somehow pinching her finger. She hopped on 1 foot, as one usually does to fight down sudden pain. Then she was clinging to me, thoroughly frightened. What does it mean, Todd? I quieted her with the usual platitudes. Then I was kissing that poor, red little finger. Without warning to myself or her, I nipped it affectionately. A warm glow spread through me. There was a taste more delightful than fine old brandy or vintage wine, and I knew irrevocably that I was not cured. No, nor ever should be. And I knew, too, that I wanted Maria, not just as a man longs for the woman he loves, but to drink of the fountain of her life, that warm, intoxicating fountain, greedily, joyously. She never knew what went through my mind at that moment. If I could have killed myself then, I would have, and with no compunction. But there is more to killing a revenant than that. The church knows the procedure. I hurried Maria home as fast as I could, and told her I had to go away for a week on business. She believed me and said she would miss me, but I didn't go away. That night I fought a losing battle with myself, and then and every night thereafter I returned to her, partook of her and slunk away, loathing myself. I knew that I must soon kill the one being I loved above all others, kill, too, her immortal soul, and there was nothing I could do to prevent it. She began to fade visibly. When I returned, in a week, she was so ill that a few steps tired her. Her appetite all but vanished. She seemed genuinely glad to see me. She was beset by nightmares, she said. Could I help her get some rest? I took her to a physician who sagely prescribed a change in climate, rest and a diet rich in blood and iron, gave her a prescription for sedatives, and called it a day. You know how she looked when you saw her. The day was approaching when she would have no more blood, when life as you know it would stop and she would become like me. Somehow I couldn't take her with me without some warning, but I didn't know how to do it. You see, since I was an innocent victim myself, I could speak, could warn my intended victim, because although my soul had all but died, there was still a spark that evil hadn't touched. I knew she would think it a joke if I told her about myself without warning. Then, happily for me, you came along. I knew you would sense something amiss, and I didn't care. I was almost certain of her love, and I decided to seize the few minutes left me and devil take the hindmost. When you told her to confront me, you gave me the happiest days of my life. For this I thank you sincerely. For what I have done and will ask you to do, forgive me. Maria asked me directly, as you had known she would. I replied frankly, sparing her nothing. I told her that the fact that this life had been wished on me, as it were, gave me some rights, and that I could tell her how to rid herself of me, if she wished. Then she turned to me, her large, lovely eyes thoughtful. "Todd, dearest," she said softly, "I must die some day, really die, so what difference does it make when? I only know that I love you. Why wait until I'm decrepit and alone, with only a few memories to look back on? Why not now, with you, where life doesn't really stop? With all I've read about this, don't you think I could free myself if I wished?" I still wonder if she really believed me. We were married 3 days later. I never told her what her life with me would be like, that one day I would desert her, fearing and hating her rivalry for the very source of my life, and the ghastly chain would continue. I couldn't. I loved her so, Morris, can you understand that? I couldn't betray her then, and I can't now. On the second night of our marriage, she died as you know it, in my arms. I don't think she knows it yet, but it won't be long until she does discover it. We were quite alive when you found us. She was in an hypnotic state induced by her condition. She heard and saw nothing, but I knew, and I must keep my faith. I must, and you are the only one who can help me. If you will show this to a priest, he will gladly accompany you to the place in Konigstein, where we rest during the morning in a new bed I had specially constructed for us. I couldn't bring Maria to that other bed of corruption. A map of how to get there is enclosed. There you will perform the ancient, effective rites, and you will lay us to rest together as we wish. That is all I ask. When I had finished reading, I stared at nothing, trying to force myself to think. This was all he asked. In substance, he wished me to murder the girl I loved. I could refuse. I could ignore his request. I could even doubt the verity of his statements. He might be a madman, but I didn't doubt. I believed every word, and I knew I would do as he asked. That she had gone willingly I didn't doubt. I no longer hated him so much. Rather I pitied him, the hapless victim of a horrible chain of circumstance. I found the priest, a venerable, gentle soul, after much searching. The younger men had looked at me searchingly, laughed, and told me to read the good book for consolation, and to lay off the bottle. Father Counselman was understanding, with the wisdom of the very old. "Yes, my son," he said, "I will go. Many might doubt, but I believe. Lucifer roams the earth in many guises, and must be recognized and exorcised." It was 5 o'clock in the morning when we approached the mausoleum. The good father explained that the creatures of darkness had to be back in their resting places before the cock crew. At night they drew sustenance. During the morning they slept. There was a gleaming copper casket. Todd had not lied. We approached it warily. In it was nothing but grisly remains, bloodstains, and dust. We drew back, fearful. Then we saw the other, newer casket in richest mahogany, almost twice the width of the copper box, their bridal bed. They lay together, his arm about her. She wore a gown of palest blue, but oh, that mockery of a gown! Stained it was with fresh blood which had seeped onto it from him. Obviously she had not taken to prowling yet. His mouth was dark, rich with blood, slightly open in a half-smile. His hand pressed her fair head close to his chest. She lay trustingly within the circle of his arm like a small child. The priest crossed himself. The bodies twitched slightly. "You know what you must do," Father Counselman whispered. I nodded, the pit of my stomach churning madly. I couldn't do it, not Maria the lovely, but I knew I would. I had to. She must not wake again to see that blood-stained gown or to wonder at her husband's gory lips. She should know rest, eternal rest. Father Counselman circled the box several times, ringing his small bell, and at one point laid a crucifix upon each of their chests. Their faces writhed, and I felt my skin creep. Then, chanting in a low, firm voice, the priest gave me the signal. Together we drove 2 long stakes, dipped first in holy water, home, piercing their hearts simultaneously. The bodies leapt forward in the box, straining against the stake, and a horrible, drawn-out wail shattered the stillness of the tomb. The priest dropped to his knees, and I clapped my hands over my ears, but the dreadful shriek penetrated. My stomach turned over, and I retched. The good father followed suit. We were no supermen, and our bodies and our very souls revolted against this monstrous thing. Let us finish, my son. The priest said slowly, after a time, his face the color of ashes. We must bury these dead, that they may sleep in consecrated ground. I couldn't. I had to see her again before it was done. She lay, small and fragile as ever, her face calm, only there was no trace of life now. She was still and white, as only the dead, the truly dead, are. Todd's arm was flung across her chest, as if to protect her. I made myself move the arm, resting her head upon his shoulder, where it belonged. Then, as I looked, there was just Maria. Todd was gone, and only a handful of dust lay piled up around the stake. It was enough. I slammed the lid shut. Looking back now, I can see it was all for the best. Rhea was different, apart from other women. A dreamer, a mystic, too easily influenced by the bizarre and unnormal. I, on the other hand, am practical almost to a fault. Had she married me, I might have crushed in her the very thing that drew me to her. In time she might have grown to hate me. Hunter, on the other hand, was a student, introspective, given to romanticizing, susceptible to suggestion. Had I been confronted with an Eve, I should have run like hell. To him, though, she was cloaked in mystery, hence more desirable. What better choice for him ultimately than Rhea? That Rhea had to die to achieve her happiness is of no real importance. Life is a transitory thing anyway. Sometimes, though, when I look at Rhea's picture, it's hard to be practical. She was everything I shall ever want. I had never been to Europe before the summer of 1947. I went to find Maria, to marry her. Instead, I found and murdered her, and I will never go back again. End of Each Man Kills, by Victoria Glenn.
A Changeling Soul is a supernatural thriller with elements of psychological horror and body swap fiction. The story centers on John Folk, who finds himself trapped in a strange, disorienting journey leading to a shocking and life-altering event. As he grapples with the consequences of his experiences, the plot delves into themes of identity, fate, and the unsettling merging of two souls in one body. Folk must navigate the life of another while confronting the horrifying realization that his body and identity are no longer his own, leading to intense psychological turmoil as he faces the terrifying loss of self. A Changeling Soul, by Victor Lauriston. Weird Tales, January 1925. Flora, hesitant, whispered, "It is impossible." "You need say nothing more," returned Folky grimly. "You do not care. Had I any right to hope you would?" She half raised appealing hands to him. The mute gesture halted even this bitterness. "I cannot help it," she pleaded. "I know you for the soul of honor, but I cannot help it. If I were Philip Kingswell." The man's brows knit into a stern frown. Flora's gaze was unseeingly intent on the grass. Vague and indistinct though her face was in the shadows, Folky knew that it pushed in hesitant assent. He fancied even more. Leaning forward, one tense hand gripping the back of her chair, he almost screamed a question. Do you love Kingswell?" No answer came. The cripple's grip tightened till it seemed that the wood must fairly splinter. "Do you?" "Yes," almost inaudible, her whisper. "My God, Flora." "I know." She did not look up. He stared moodily at her, as one who sees his world engulfed in pitiless destruction. "I'd rather have died 1,000 deaths." "Oh, I know." Her lips quivered. I know it all. I cannot help it. Surely you will spare me." Her voice broke into a sob. Instantly dropping to his knees, he humbly kissed her hand. She snatched it from him in sudden horror, as from a thing contaminated. "Forgive me," he muttered chokily. It was all a blur on his memory. When he reached the street, he saw nothing clearly save her pale face with its down-east eyes, felt nothing, save the choking heartbreak that came when she snatched away her hand. The arc lights far behind threw his shadow on the pavement, ludicrously long. His fancy accentuated the distorted shoulder and filled in the cruel, scarred lines of the face. He had come involuntarily to Sandry's door before he recollected their appointment. The friendship of old times unconsciously drew him to Sandry. Sandry, with his quaint love of the bizarre and the hideous that led him to pet toads and lizards, and to open his heart to the ugly youth at college. The soothing, sympathetic touch of the Orient spoke to him of Sandry as Al-Kazim, the Egyptian servant, with a silence that was part of the strange place, ushered Folky into the Egyptologist's study. About the visitor, all things breathed the sensuous beauty of the East. The rugs underfoot were soft, the hangings of exquisite silks, and on all sides magnificent mirrors tossed back to one another the glitter of a myriad of lights. A subtle perfume soothed him, and then, crossing the threshold, he came face to face with Philip Kingswell. In an instant, the scarred countenance was livid, as there rose before the cripple's mind the scene in Flora's garden. Yet, mingling with Folky's hate, was admiration. This was a man whom women could not help but love, even those keen-visioned women who, beneath his handsome outer showing, gazed into the repellent depths of the soul. "Hello, Jack, old boy," cried Kingswell cheerily, stretching forth his hand. "Didn't expect to see me in Pharaoh's cage, did you?" His laugh was like music. Folky took the hand clammy. His soul burned with envy of the man who could greet even a discarded rival as a friend. "Hurry up, Pharaoh," added Kingswell, turning toward an inner door. "I have an appointment for 10 o'clock. "Very well, Phil," responded a soft voice from the adjoining room, and a moment later, the Orientalist crossed the rug toward them. There was the hint of another world in his quiet step, his soft tones, the unchanging fixity of his dark eyes. "Alas, I am still Pharaoh to you, Phil," he murmured, sinking into a chair. "When will you learn respect for wisdom?" "When I wed," laughed Kingswell. "Which is never, eh?" "Nay, very soon." Folky's hand, vice-like in its grip, closed on the edge of the table. The eyes that stared into the mirror opposite saw only the scarred face and the distorted shoulder. "I may therefore congratulate you, Phil," murmured the scholar gently, "but not the woman." Kingswell's laugh was ever more cheery. "Let's postpone the sermon," he urged, "and dig right down to business, my lord of the pyramids." Sandry smiled inscrutably. "When I invited you here, my friends," he said, "I spoke of an important experiment. You are to be the subjects. Be not alarmed. I offer you an honor, not a peril." His soft, cooing tone had grown and surged into zealous enthusiasm. "My experiment concerns the soul," he pursued. "What is the soul? Whence comes it? Whither does it go? Or is there, as skeptics tell us, no such thing? If we answer these questions, we answer all questions. You both know," he added hesitantly, as though apologizing for such discussion with men of intelligence, "that old fable of Pythagoras concerning the transmigration of souls. I met that belief often among the Eastern races, particularly among the Hindus. Certain archaeologists, to the contrary, the ancient Egyptians, at least in some degree, shared the Hindu belief, possibly originated it. I have studied many ancient writings. These ancient writings convince me of the existence of a soul, that it can depart from man for a time and later return to him, and that this, befalling in sleep, causes those strange soul journeys which we call dreams." All the while he spoke, the strange, tense gaze of his dark eyes, aglow with enthusiasm, never left the faces of the two spellbound auditors. "So, my friends," concluded Sandry solemnly, "we shall now prove or disprove for all time the existence of a soul." Kingswell's careless laugh rang out. Folker involuntarily shivered. Sandry, noticing the tremor, smiled reassuringly. "You have nothing to fear, my friends," he urged. "You will sleep, that is all. While sleeping, you may visit strange scenes. When you wake, I may not be here. If so, write what you have seen and heard while sleeping, and leave the writing with Al-Kazim. You must tell no one, no, not one, what has befallen you till I give the word. Are you willing?" Foky nodded. He scarcely seemed to understand. Oppressing his mind was the memory of that evening in Flora's garden. Kingswell's careless laugh jarred upon his soul. Sandry still spoke, but to Folk the words came indistinctly. The voice faded into a whisper, as though still discoursing but in tones that every moment grew softer and softer. The Orientalists were gradually vanishing into unutterable distance. Long hours afterward, John Folk, rousing himself, sat sharply up in his chair. The lights were turned low. Sandry was gone. Al-Kazim, the silent servitor, stood immobile at the sleeper's elbow, as though he had been long waiting. "Where am I?" demanded Folk, the sensation still fresh upon him of a long yet unwearying journey. "Where is Sandry, and where is—" "Gone," returned the servant, with an expressive shake of the head. "Here," he commanded. "Right." He motioned toward a little table close by, and silently placed a chair. In mute, unquestioning obedience, Folk sat before the table, and, taking up a pen, wrote unceasingly for more than half an hour. With each added word, the story of his soul journey unfolded itself more and more clearly. At length, he laid down the pen. Al-Kazim, without a word, brought his hat and coat and helped him put them on. Then, still in the same strange, unmoved silence, followed him to the door, closing it softly after him. The street was deserted. Folky knew that the hour must be late. His mind still surged with the memory of his strange experience. The talk with Flora, the cruelly significant snatching away of her hand, seemed to have befallen dim centuries ago. But as he hurried homeward, weariness came. The clear outlines which rose before his mind while he wrote at Sandry's table gradually faded. All in a maze at last, Folk entered his rooms, and too tired even to turn on the lights, tumbled sleepily upon the bed. He woke the next morning with a raging headache. He could not think. He knew only that a hideous nightmare of some kind had left him stifling. Gasping, he staggered toward the stair, where he clung to the balustrade as he descended. The woman of the house gazed queerly at him. "What do you want here?" she demanded sharply. But Folke did not answer. A moment later, he staggered into the street. The fresh morning air revived him. By degrees, as he hurried blindly along, his head grew clearer. A vague consciousness of utter dishevelment haunted him. His mind was too dulled to reason. The fresh air must first finish its beneficent work. He had traversed 4 blocks when he came upon a little group of people. In the center was an excited, almost frantic man, talking incoherently. Folk looked thrice before he recognized Sandry. Sandry, usually so calm, now strangely agitated, with horror written on every line of his face. At sight of Folk, his eyes grew staring. "That queer, ugly little humpback," muttered a man in the group. "Who'd have thought it?" Folke shrank away, but Sandry ran to him. In his hand he gripped a morning paper. "Kingswell," he gasped. "What's the matter?" demanded Folke. His very voice startled him, so strangely resonant was it. "Haven't you heard?" cried Sandry. "I'm on my way now to the poor fellow's rooms. I can't believe it. There must be a mistake, a horrible mistake. And only last night, oh, this is awful." What is awful?" Folke fairly yelled, his whole frame filled with sickening suspense. "What is it, man?" "Here," answered Sandry. He spread the paper before the other's eyes, as he did so pointing to an item on the front page, a brief item, but under flaring headlines. Folke caught the paper from Sandry's trembling fingers. His eyes widened with terror and anger as he read, "Prominent citizen killed in low gambling joint. Shot down by opponent in poker game, victim is identified as John Folk. Assailant makes escape. Startling developments promised." The item itself was little more than a repetition of the headlines. At an early hour that morning, a man had been shot down in a gambling den on Brush Street during a quarrel over a poker game. His slayer had escaped, but the police had the murderer's description and were hot upon the trail. Through papers found in his pockets, the victim had been identified as John M. Folke, a graduate of the State University and a well-known scholar, residing in rooms at 279 Forest Avenue. Though a trifle eccentric, Folke had hitherto borne an excellent reputation. A disappointment in love was thought to have started him on his downward course. Startling developments, sharply checking his reading, the man with a sudden violent movement tore the paper in twain and cast the fragments from him. "You are right, Sandry," he cried fiercely. "There is a mistake for which someone will pay dearly." In sudden alarm, Sandry gripped his sleeve. "Don't do anything rash, Kingswell," he urged. "Kingswell?" The name leapt involuntarily from Folke's lips. "Kingswell," he muttered thickly. "Why?" The words he was about to utter died on his lips. Swinging half round as he spoke, the terrified questioner saw, mirrored in the bright window of the corner drugstore, the handsome face and debonair figure of Philip Kingswell. The street seemed whirling. Tottering, the man felt the supporting strength of Sandry's arm. "Why, man," cried the Orientalist sympathetically, "you're ill." "No," came the answer in a shaky voice. "But in God's name, tell me, who am I?" Sandry stared as one amazed. Then his amazement merged in a compassion that was tenderly silent. But the Oriental scholar did not need to speak. Intuitively, in the same moment that he voiced the frantic question, the truth forced itself compellingly upon the questioner. Without an answering word from Sandry, he knew that when, the night before, Philip Kingswell's soul returned from its journey, it had, through some terrible mischance, found refuge in the earthly body of John Folke. He knew that he who had hitherto been John Folke must henceforth dwell in the body of Philip Kingswell, the body that had been his, responsive to the mastery of Kingswell's soul, had, after leaving Sandry's rooms, gone to the Brush Street den in pursuance of a previous appointment, to play out its low game to the sudden. Tragic end. Had that body lived, the two might, with Sandry's aid, have once more exchanged. Dead, there could be no changing. The man's face was deathly white as he gazed at his new image mirrored in the window. Sandry still watched him compassionately. "Come, Kingswell," he urged. "Don't take it so to heart. Maybe it's all a mistake. It must be a mistake. Folke would never have gone to a place like that." He smiled grimly. "He was not your kind, Phil. It's all a mistake, a mistake." The man's soul seethed with mad, impotent revolt as he listened to Sandry's attempted consolation. To die, to have the name of dying in such ways as that, he was disgraced, unutterably and forever. And Flora, what would Flora think? Individuality still struggled, keenly resenting the bitter shame of it. "Come, come," urged Sandry consolingly. "I'm sure it isn't true." Then, suddenly, light burst upon the man. He knew that all he longed for in the world was his. Henceforth, if he must be Philip Kingswell, the new Philip Kingswell would be worthy. And what the soul of John Folke, the distorted cripple, in the old days must have hopelessly longed for, that blessing the same soul, new-clothed, could have for the asking. Heedless of Sandry's astonished stare and wild questionings, the new Philip Kingswell caught a passing ear, bound for the West End, bound for Flora. End of A Changeling Soul by Victor Lauriston. The Spirits of the Lake by Alonzo Dean Cole. Weird Tales, November 1941. From The Witch's Tale, that highly popular radio broadcast which thrilled you so often over the air, comes a story specially adapted for the magazine by that famous program's author and director, Alonzo Dean Cole. Was it at the bidding of the old ones that slime, loathsome, hideously green, rose from the lake's dreadful depths to exact monstrous vengeance? Roger Benton slammed the bungalow door behind him and stamped down the path to the shore. Another month in this wilderness, and Bernice would be going about dressed in a blanket and beads, he angrily told himself, for she acted and thought more like a damned Indian every day. He'd been a fool to let her buy this island a stone's throw from the reservation on the advice of these dumb doctors. Her lungs hadn't shown any improvement here. Her condition was worse, if anything, and as for the effects of this back-to-nature stuff on him, he cursed aloud, bitterly. From across the placid lake, a monotonous Indian chant beat at his eardrums, and weak tears of self-pity welled into his eyes. Back in Chicago, his marriage to the semi-invalid Bernice had seemed a good bargain, for she was wealthy, very generous, and had never attempted to pry too deeply into his outside affairs. But here, where he saw no one but her and a handful of stinking red skins, where he heard nothing but that savage caterwauling and her incessant coughing, he flung himself into the canoe and paddled furiously toward the mainland. And Hilda Johansson, what a difference that Swedish farmer's daughter could make in his exile, if she would only cast aside her backwoods scruples. He railed inwardly at her now, for her frigid aloofness had long since fired him with a consuming infatuation. Nothing was right on this damn Michigan peninsula. Floating across the slimy lake in ceaseless, maddening rhythm, the savage chant intruded itself upon his mind again and drove out thoughts of Hilda. He laid aside the paddle for a moment to stop his ears. So unbearable had the sound become. It had begun early this evening when the pale new moon cast its first reflection on the waters, and it would continue every night until this moon had waned. It had been Bernice's infantile delight in its crazy significance that precipitated his furious departure from the house. She had said, "It's a ceremony the tribe holds every year at this time to appease the spirits of the lake, the Nibanor Baigs, they call them. This is a holy lake to the Indians, you know, and they say if anyone affronts it or harms its friends, the Nibanor Baigs take terrible vengeance." Here she had laughed self-consciously, as well she might, before she went on. "Two horses, that's our old housekeeper's cousin, you know, spoke so convincingly of its terrors that I made it a peace offering this afternoon. I cast a bouquet of garden flowers on the waters and said a prayer two horses taught me. Now, no one may harm me, for fear the spirits of the lake will punish them." That last bit of addle-brained nonsense had marked the limit of Roger's endurance. What civilized man wouldn't have blown up and flown out of the house in disgust after that? And, because Bernice's silliness had driven him away so early in the evening, he would arrive at his rendezvous with Hilda half an hour too soon. Roger Benton felt terribly abused. Hilda, following the custom of her sex, did not appear until much later than the waiting man expected. When she finally came in sight, she presented a striking contrast to the thin, dark, ailing woman he had left in anger. Tall, strong, blonde as her Viking forebears, she strode with lithe grace along the forest path, eyes that were too cold, and a thin-lipped mouth too firmly set, marred the beauty of her face. But Roger Benton had never noted these imperfections. His long wait had sharpened his desire. Forgetting past rebuffs, he rushed to meet her and clasped her in his arms. She coolly disengaged herself and sat down upon a fallen tree. Irritably, he threw himself beside her. "Hilda, why do you hold me off like this?" he pouted. "You know I'm mad, insane about you." Her thin lips curled in a faint smile. "You have no right to be mad about me. You're a married man. We're not children. You know how little I care about my wife. Besides, it's only a question of time before—" He paused. "Before she will die, you mean?" she finished simply. He turned his head away. "Yes, she thinks she's getting better, but the doctors don't tell her what they tell me." His arms clasped her again. "And the moment I'm free, I'll marry you, I swear it. But I can't wait for you till then. I've got to have you." She thrust him away roughly this time. "You will have me only as your wife. I have told you that before." His hands fell helplessly to his sides. Petulantly, resentfully, he complained, "If you really mean that, why don't you stop making a fool of me? Why do you meet me here by the lake each night, playing with me as a cat does with a mouse?" She looked at him silently for a moment, then quietly, "Because I hope you will not always be a mouse. If you are as mad about me as you say, you will not let a woman you hate stand between us much longer. What can I do? Divorce is out of the question." "Of course, then her money would be taken from you." He was annoyed. "I'm not thinking only of money." She leaned close to him. "I'm not thinking only of divorce." He stared at her for a long moment, and her cold, unwavering eyes returned his gaze. His eyes fell, and she began to talk rapidly in her low, compelling voice. The pathetic little cough rasped out again. At the sound, the man in the stern dipped his paddle more deeply into the faint shimmer of the scum-covered water. After a struggling, breathless moment, the coughing spell abated, and its victim spoke. "It's wonderful to be on the lake with you again, Roger. It's been so long since we've been in the canoe together." She laughed happily. "I feel as though we were beginning a second honeymoon." Roger Benton glanced briefly at his frail wife, grunted, and returned his attention to the paddle. In the silence that followed, the throbbing hum of the Indian chant slid steadily over the water, a brooding monotone of endless cadence. Finally, Bernice spoke again. "How solemn the chant sounds tonight, like the hymn it really is, a prayer for the dying." "For the dying?" His voice held a sharp, uncertain quality. "Yes, this is Indian summer, you know, the moon of falling leaves, of dying things. That song is a tribute to fading nature. Rather beautiful, don't you think?" The paddle trailed unheeded as he repeated abstractedly, "The moon of falling leaves, of dying things." She leaned forward a little, her dark eyes searching his face anxiously. "Roger, you act so strangely tonight. Aren't you well, dear?" He straightened, recovered himself. "I'm quite all right." He resumed his jerky, erratic stroke as she reached to place a small hand tenderly on his knee. "I know how unhappy you are here, but I'll be well again soon, and we'll go back to the city." She laughed self-consciously. "I would like to return here for just one day each year, though to renew my offering to the spirits of the lake. I've taken their protection very seriously, you see." The muscles of his jaw working spasmodically under the tanned skin, and he opened his mouth as though to speak. Quickly, placatingly, she forestalled him. "Please don't be annoyed, dear, it's such a pretty legend." He turned his head abruptly away, as though in anger or to avoid her eyes. His strokes grew faster, clumsier, stabbing angry slashes that sent the frail craft forward in plunging leaps. The woman, a little fearfully, looked behind her to see where this mad race was heading. Then she spoke again, with patently assumed unconcern. "Roger, sharp rocks are just ahead, those the Indians call the spirit's talons." She continued, as though to herself, "They say the road to the villages of the happy dead leads over such rocks as those, rocks with a knife-like edge, upon which only the good can keep their footing. The bad fall off into an abyss of eternal torment." His hysterical snarl brought her rudely to a stop. "Stop talking that filthy, savage rot. It can't frighten me." Her eyes grew wide in amazement. His voice rose in a crazy yell. "I'm not afraid of spirits. They can't hurt me, and men will say it was an accident." "An accident?" Madly he continued, repeating again and again, "An accident." Her hands mounted in futile gesture to her throat, and she began to cough, gasping, terror-laden words tumbling out between the spasms. "You're making for the rocks on purpose. You know I can't swim. You mean to drown me, Roger. Don't. Turn back. Turn back." His voice and stroke beat on. "Accident. Accident." The blood drained from her face. She clawed frantically at the gunwales, tried terribly to scream. With a rending crash, the canoe splintered to matchwood on the razor-edged rocks. Roger Benton swam to shore and fell, sobbing, to the ground. From far away, the savage chant in honor of the moon of falling leaves, of dying things, still rose and fell. But he didn't hear it now. The sound of a canoe ripping upon sharp rocks was repeating over and over inside his mind. He was hearing again the horrible choking struggles of a drowning woman. He was hearing again the words she'd cried before the waters closed about her, words that would reverberate within his brain forever. "Oh God, great Gitche-Manitou, spirits of the lake," she'd prayed, "punish, punish, punish." Up the rough path from the water's edge toiled the grim little cortege Roger Benton had been dreading for a week. He watched the two approaching Indians and their grisly burden from his bedroom window, then steeled his nerves for the inevitable knock upon his door. When it came, he almost screeched his answer. The voice of Nama, the old squaw who Bernice had engaged as housekeeper, replied, "Men of my tribe, they find Mrs." He quavered, "I'll be down." How he managed to descend the stairs to the living room, he didn't know, nor how he forced his rebellious eyes to focus themselves on the horror before him. But he did manage, somehow. His gaze took in the sodden divan on which they'd placed her, huge spots of lake water darkening the upholstery. The dripping figure with gaping mouth and wide eyes staring out of a pulpy mask, the weeds and moss that trailed from the streaming hair to the rug below. And, in a corner of his chaotic mind, a thought intruded that some element was missing from the scene. He searched for it vaguely. It was the brisk little county coroner who, later that day, found it for him. Wagging his head sympathetically as he prepared to leave after completion of his professional duties, "Folks round here were mighty shocked when they heard 'bout your accident on the lake and Mrs. Benton's drowning. Course, we haven't known your wife long, but everyone who met her thought she was a mighty fine lady, the Injuns especially." He paused and looked thoughtfully at the floor. "Funny thing 'bout the slime, ain't it?" Something clicked in Roger Benton's brain. "Slime," the little man nodded. "You know, the slime that covers the whole lake this time of year. There wasn't none on her. The body should have been covered with it, by rights, after being over a week in the water. Don't seem natural-like, does it?" He grinned rather sheepishly. "Course I don't hold with what them Injuns says 'bout it." With an effort the other murmured, "What do they say about it?" "Some heathen stuff 'bout the deceased being a friend of the lake spirits, and them saving her from the defilement of the slime." He chuckled. "What stuff them dumb savages do think up." Roger Benton didn't answer. He sat very still, listening to the chant that drummed against his ears through the open window. As he paddled evenly through the water, the copper-skinned boatman rested a stolid gaze upon the back of the cringing figure who sat in the center of his canoe. A very different look burned from the eyes of the expensively dressed blonde woman who reclined beside the cringing figure, a look of disgust and contempt which soon took form in rancid words. "If you could only see yourself," she sneered. "You're white as a sheet and trembling like a frightened dog." Benton turned bloodshot, pleading eyes upon her. "Won't you change your mind, Hilda? Please tell him to take us back." "When we're nearly there," her jaw set grimly. "Not much I won't. It's taken me 2 years to get you this far, and now you're going the rest of the way. You won't cheat me any longer out of the pleasure of swelling it over my old neighbors in that swanky island bungalow." He stretched a quivering hand toward her. "Hilda, I'll buy you a nicer place. I'll buy you anything you like, if you won't make me go back there." She knocked his hand aside roughly. "You could buy me the most expensive mansion on Fifth Avenue, and it wouldn't give me the kick of living on that island across from Pa's farm where I used to be so poor." A flash of forgotten spirit was in his voice as he leaned toward her out of earshot of the oarsman. "Haven't you done enough to me already? Have you forgotten the reason you're not poor now is that you made me commit a murder you had planned?" "Shut up, you fool," she hissed through clenched teeth, "and get this through your head. Once and for all, I planned nothing. I knew nothing. I did nothing. And you or nobody else can prove otherwise. The canoe slid to a stop upon the island shore. We're here. Get up and help me out, she commanded. For a long moment he remained motionless, glaring at her with a burning hatred. Under her own steady stare, his gaze wavered, dropped. When he raised it again, it was a vacant, hopeless thing. As his wife picked a fastidious way through the shells and weed that covered the shore, old Nama waddled down the hilly path toward them. Hilda peered past her at the coveted bungalow. Satisfied with what she saw, she turned patronizingly to the squaw. Well, old woman, looks from here like you've taken pretty good care of things. Nama returned an impassive nod, then gazed silently into her eyes. Hilda felt vaguely uncomfortable and abruptly ordered, I want you to go back to the mainland with 2 horses. She indicated the Indian who had brought them. You can help him bring back our baggage. With a grunt, Nama swung herself into the canoe and followed the 2 with her beady eyes as they mounted the path to the house. Roger Benton reached the porch steps, stumbled as he mounted them, and was cursed for his clumsiness. As Hilda opened the door, a sudden swell of sound smote his ears. He raised his head quickly like a startled animal. The tribesmen had begun their yearly chant across the lake. Hilda chuckled dryly. You've heard that before. This is the singing season for these fools. Yes, he muttered. It's the moon of falling leaves, of dying things. Then he fell groveling at her feet. I can't go in that house, he sobbed. I've got to leave this island. I'm afraid here. I'm afraid. She swung the door open, pushed him inside and down on the nearest chair. Then she cursed, sneered, threatened, and cajoled until his hysteria had spent itself. When his sobs of unreasoning terror ceased, she thrust a flask of whiskey in his hand and told him, I'm going to have a look through the house and make sure that Squaw's taken care of things. You stay quiet here till I come back, and with a sneer, don't let that conscience of yours get going again. The chant from across the lake beat monotonously against his ears. After a while he became aware of another sound, a dry little rasping that seemed somehow familiar, native to the place. He found a kind of peace in the strangely wanted sound, until his mind snapped open, and he realized what it was. It was an invalid's rasping cough. His scream brought Hilda down the stairs almost instantly. Voice breaking to treble pitch in his terror, he indicated the closed door that led to the living room. I heard Bernice coughing in there. She slammed him back into the chair. You've got her on your brain, that's all. No, he whispered. I heard her, I tell you. He stiffened, sat upright. Behind that closed door something had coughed again. Hilda wheeled, a light of bewilderment in her face. Say, I heard something that time. She strode purposefully to the door. He found her laughing. Absolutely empty, not a soul here but ourselves. Then both heard the cough again. He stood as if frozen, she puzzled. Funny, we both hear it, yet this room is empty. Oh. Impatiently she threw off the unaccustomed fear that strove to grip her. You've got me imagining things now, that's the whole answer. Neither spoke for a full minute. Both stood tense, listening, waiting. Finally Hilda shivered slightly. Must be going to rain, she muttered. Feel how damp it's grown suddenly. Yes, he quavered. Very damp, suddenly. She followed his gaze, riveted to a spot on the floor. Where did that come from? A minute ago this room was as neat as a pin. What is it? He mumbled thickly, his hands shaking. It's slime, green slime, from the bottom of the lake. That squaw didn't clean, he interrupted her. It wasn't there a minute ago. You said that yourself. I must have overlooked it. Her voice was wavering, uncertain now. There's another, and another, right on the divan. Yes, and there, and there. All over the room began to appear patch after patch of the filthy slime forming silently under their horrified eyes. As they stared, The patch on the divan spread, grew till it almost covered the cushions. He gibbered, pointing a shaking finger at it. That's where they laid her after. She turned on him savagely. If you don't stop that, I'll brain you. There's a natural explanation for this. Ugh. She broke off, revulsed, as she felt the cold spat of the green stuff on her hand. The room is full of it, he shrieked. It's from the lake. From the spirits of the lake she prayed to punish me. I knew they would if I came back here. They have nothing against me. I had nothing to do with... She was interrupted by his scream of terror. Her eyes followed his, and stark panic fell upon her. On the sodden divan lay a dripping figure with wisps of weed and moss hanging from its matted hair. An instant later, they were racing madly down the wet, crumbling path to the beach, and a canoe. From the sky above them, from trees, bushes, even rocks it seemed, sprang the clammy, fetid slime, hurling itself into their faces, raising their gorge with its noxious odor, chilling their hearts with each wet impact. Suddenly the man stopped short. The woman ran on, screamed back at him to follow. "No," he sobbed. "Not out on that lake. Can't you see that's what it wants, to get us on the water?" Apparently she did not hear him, for she continued to call on him to follow. She reached the canoe, clambered in, and beckoned to him wildly. All at once her voice soared frantically higher. She pointed. "Look behind you." He pivoted, saw the grisly spectre of the drowned Bernice, its dripping arms outstretched. He floundered down the path, fell into the canoe, and grasped the paddle Hilda pressed into his hands. With the strength of despair, he propelled the frail shell into the lake. After a dozen strokes, he turned to glimpse the misty figure, standing at the marge, still with arms outstretched. A moment later, the paddle broke. He sat staring at the pieces. "Then worms," he mumbled. "It was eaten through by worms, worms from the lake. We're drifting toward the rocks." The woman strove to waken him, to stir him to action. "Do something. We'll be killed." He shook his head. The canoe wasn't drifting. Some force, powerful, utterly irresistible, was drawing them along. The woman screeched, "The rocks! We're going to strike!" He nodded slowly. A terrible quiet descended upon him, the quiet of the long condemned. Slowly he said, as though repeating a lesson from memory, "The Indians call these rocks the spirit's talons. The road to death leads over rocks like those. Only the good can keep their footing. The bad fall off into an abyss of eternal torment." "They won't harm me," Hilda shouted. "I'm going to swim to safety." He raised a deterring hand. "It's no use to try. The spirits of the lake will punish, as she said they would." She shook him off, plunged into the foaming water. He quietly watched her useless struggles as the canoe bore ever faster toward the rocks. Nahma, the old Indian woman, found their bodies days later where the lake had cast them out. The green slime, which had long since disappeared from the surface of the waters, its season past, sheathed Hilda and Roger Benton in its viscous embrace. She looked for a time out of her expressionless dark face at the grisly sight, then waddled heavily away. On the other side of the island that night, she and 2 horses each flung a handful of late garden flowers on the quiet bosom of the lake. End of The Spirits of the Lake by Alonzo Dean Cole. By What Mystic Mooring? By Frank Owen. Weird Tales, May 1941. The fog is on yesterday's edge, for time ceases when the mists begin. The morning had been dull, dreary. In Buitenzorg, all activity ceased. It was a moment of languor, of repose. The usual strident voices of the surrounding forests were suppressed, as though nature had ended her song on a high note, of which but a faint echo remained. Over the Javanese city, a fog was slowly descending, a strange fog that shimmered and glowed with 1,000 fantastic designs. It brought a cessation of stillness, for now in the weird white-yellow glow there were voices, whispering, murmuring, as though people were speaking in the distance. Alan Wedmore sat in a corner of a cafe, gazing through the open window on a city slowly changing into a tapestry in which the figures were blurred, grotesque, occasionally formless. The air was intensely oppressive. It was difficult to breathe. Wedmore had had a touch of fever, and his head was still heavy. Nevertheless, he surveyed the scene curiously as the monstrous fog wove its way like a serpent through the streets and alleys of the city. Abruptly, his thoughts were diverted as he noticed that seated opposite to him at the table was a Chinese whose face suggested great age, for it was bronzed and lined as though it had been left out in the rain all night and become rusted. But then he was in an amiable mood, for he had had many brandies. His spirits were bubbling over. "Welcome," he said cordially, "whoever you are. What do you think of our tapestries?" As he spoke, he pointed toward the fog. "It is well that you appreciate them," said the stranger. His voice was low, yet each word fell upon the air full-born, an odd voice that showed vast training in the elegant winding paths of conversation. "Tapestries," chuckled Wedmore, "not by gobelins but goblins. By many words wit is exhausted, but I have said very few. Words whispered on earth sound like thunder in heaven." There was something ominous in the stranger's tone, though perhaps it was only because of the sinister glowing fog that had climbed to the window ledge and was drifting into the cafe. It had a sobering effect on Wedmore. A man cannot afford to give himself over to the joys of intoxication when he is in danger. He stifled the thought as soon as it sprang up, but it refused to be vanquished. He gazed intently at the face of his companion, which, despite the suggestion of great age, mirrored an expression as tranquil and contented as that of a child. Soundlessly he had come as though on the wings of the fog. Wedmore shivered as he gazed into the gaunt face. The eyes were deep sunken but glowing with light, at strange variance to the brownish ivory texture of the skin, although Wedmore had never met the man before. About him there was a vague, familiar something, an intangible essence that suggested they were not entirely strangers. "My name is Feng Yen," he said. "I was anxious for companionship. I saw you alone at this table and decided to rest here a moment. I trust I have not disturbed you." "Not at all," said Wedmore quickly. Momentarily his misgivings were stayed. The voice had a charming quality, an undercurrent of sincerity. "I am glad to have company. This fog is uncanny. It seems to emphasize the fact that a man is always alone even when there are many people surging about him." And Feng Yen said, "Each man of earth leads a hermit's life in the little world which he builds around himself. No outsider, even though he be an older brother, is able to enter. As for the fog, I find it pleasant. It changes the whole city," declared Wedmore. "It repaints the houses and alters the shape of familiar objects. It turns Buitenzorg into a ghost city. This fog," Feng Yen said slowly, "is on yesterday's edge. Hidden within it is the city that used to be here. Or rather, the many cities that have been built through the ages one upon the other. So many billions of people have died since the earth cooled from molten intensity that there is scarcely a bit of dust anywhere that was not at one time or other part of human flesh. A century ago there was a quaint street called Spice Lane that started only a few hundred feet from where this tavern now stands. Shall we explore it together?" "But that was a century ago," Wedmore ejaculated. He tried to smile, but the muscles of his face refused to function. "Time ceases when the mists begin." Wedmore rose to his feet. He felt very old. "I will go with you," he said. "That is well. Together we will set out on a gentle journey. May no tiger stop our path." Feng Yen led the way from the cafe into a fog-drenched, soundless street, peopled by figures as formless as clay. After a typhoon, there are pairs to gather. In a fog, there are even greater riches. Into Spice Lane they walked. Wedmore was puzzled at this strange new street that was nobody knows how old, yet it had not been there at dawn. His flesh felt as though it were creeping along the bones, intent on evading the fear that was but a moment away. Nevertheless, at least now the air was not so stifling, and he could breathe more easily. Feng Yen strode along at a great pace, though without effort. His eyes glowed like lanterns in the mist. "Fogs," he murmured, "are given people to efface reality. Have you a revolver?" "No," Wedmore replied, surprised at the abruptness of the interrogation. "Most regrettable. Why? Are we in danger?" "One is always in danger who walks close to life. Have you a knife?" "Yes." "Sharp?" "Quite." Alan Wedmore handed him the knife. "For what purpose do you need it?" "That I may kill a man. I'll have no part in it." "Be not disturbed. You have nothing to fear, for the man I am about to kill is Gat Neba, who lived in Singapore more than 100 years ago. In the flush of his youth, there was a day when the fog descended on Singapore, as it did today on Buitenzorg. Then, too, I walked back into the mortal world for Fog's Bridge reality. At a tavern I stopped for a cup of wine, and there I met Gat Neba. We drank together, and as we drank we grew friendly. In an excess of confidence, I told him about my daughter Kim, she who is as slim and graceful as a young elm, and with eyes of such dark luster the stars weep in envy. Gat Neba listened to my words as though bound by a spell, the spell of the enchanting Kim whom the world knows of only in legend. He begged me to take him back with me through the streets where the mists begin. I had drunk too much wine. Ali Guard was weakened and I grew careless. Yes, I agreed to take him with me, but I should have waited before doing so till the Yellow River runs clear. Long have I regretted that I did not show him only the whites of my eyes. Far better would it have been had I permitted gentle Kim to dwell in peaceful obscurity. As it was, I took destruction back to her. She, who had always been guarded so carefully, suddenly found herself in a position as unenviable as though she had been into the marketplace where all men might bid for her services. She gazed at Gat Neba and was captivated. He belonged to a different age, a different world. She was confounded by the mystery that hung about him. In the days that followed, awe turned to adoration. To Kim, that day a god arrived. In despair, I turned away and wept, and my tears were red with anguish. Nevertheless, Kim was happy, happier than she had ever been since her escape from life. Gat Neba also seemed to be enthralled. He bowed down before her as though in worship. Where the mists begin, time ceases to be. An hour, a day, a year are all one. But as time is measured in Singapore, they dwelt together through 1,000 moons. Then gradually, Gat Neba began to long for his accustomed life in Singapore. He turned away from Kim, plotting to escape from a land that was in itself the most complete escape whereof anyone might dream. At last the opportunity came, and he fled back into the world of men, into the world of bleak reality where so little, if any, peace exists. We Chinese, through countless centuries on earth, practiced the great art of tranquility, to be at peace with and with all at peace. It became infused into the blood of my people, and so they are able to withstand endless onslaughts of drought, plague, treachery, and oppression. Men marvel at their staying qualities. Few realize that in the makeup of the Chinese, there is the something more that makes them great among all people. Kim took the news of Gat Neba's desertion stoically, but she commenced to droop like a flower. All grandeur had departed from her life. Do you wonder that I too grieved? For the fault was mine. I had attempted to permit two worlds to blend in a supreme romance that was worthy of the gods. But Gatneba was a mortal. He could not vision the wide sweep and glory of an eternal love. And so he went back to Singapore. For he was like a bit of raw, untempered steel, untested, undependable, untrue. But why should I engulf you in torrents of words? Go on, said Alan Wedmore curtly. I must, Feng Yen said. I had no intention of stopping, though the amenities of culture make it necessary for me to appear apologetic for my assumption. Go on, Wedmore said once more, though scarcely conscious that he did so. That is why we are going to Singapore, to kill Gatneba, so that he will return to the mists again, this time without vain longings or regret. Wedmore made no protest to the contemplated slaying, but his brain worked nimbly. He must do something to prevent its consummation. Surely the opportunity would come. Mere words of objection seemed pitifully futile. While Feng Yen had been speaking, they had been walking through the leisurely winding, twisting path of Spice Lane. The air was heavy with 100 blended fragrances. Here every spice of the Indies was offered for sale, but no one seemed intent upon buying, nor did the shadowy figures of shopkeepers seem concerned. Over all hung a heavy lassitude, as though it were part of the texture of that shimmering, glowing, faintly colourful mist. And now they stopped before a door that opened into the dark, flavourful hall of a house. They groped their way along until there came a sudden turn. Abruptly the hall widened and took on a measure of luxuriousness. The rugs were like moss beneath their feet, and numerous soft-toned lanterns burned to show them the way. Every vestige of the murmuring mists had vanished, a strange hush, as though nature was standing on tiptoe waiting. And then Kim came to them. At her approach, Alan Wedmore gasped. She was as radiant as the dawn, although her hair was as blue-black as the night sky in which the soft stars sleep. Her figure was beautiful to behold, every soft curve was enchantment. But she seemed ethereal, not a real girl, but a figure of porcelain. Feng Yen had momentarily vanished, but Wedmore did not care. All that mattered was this girl with the warm red lips and eyebrows slanted like the thin moon's edge. He took a step toward her as though to draw her into his arms. But something held him back. Languidly she surveyed him, nor did she seem displeased at his gaze. About the corners of her lips lurked the shadow of a smile. From behind Wedmore, Feng Yen was speaking. The chairs are ready to convey us to the quay. Wedmore offered his arm to Kim. She bowed in acknowledgement and placed her hand upon it. He scarcely breathed, so tense was the moment. Of such things are rarest dreams made. Perhaps this too was a dream. And as though he could read his thoughts, Feng Yen murmured, "All is a dream, earth, sky, the wind in the treetops. Nothing exists with any semblance of permanence. We are all but figures on a fan in the hand of some mighty god. He waves the fan, and we vanish or return at his will. As long as I am here," said Wedmore, "I am contented. I am gratified." Outside, roomers were waiting with sedan chairs. They carried their burdens without effort. Before long, they were at the waterfront where a small boat was waiting. Wedmore laid Kim to a cabin-like structure where there were silks and cushions of every colour and hue, and a subdued blue light as though from a hidden lantern. Kim seated herself comfortably among the cushions and motioned Wedmore to join her. Almost breathlessly, he acquiesced. He could not have moved more softly if he had been in a temple. Gently, Kim swayed toward him. He put out his arm, and she nestled comfortably against him. Boatmen came and lifted back the draperies so they could see the sky. The boat was slipping away from its anchorage. Wedmore could see the figure of Yeng Fen, as immobile as a statue, leaning against the rail wrapped in the cloak of profound meditation. With a start, Wedmore remembered the knife that he had given him. Were they really en route to Singapore to kill a man? The fragrance in the air intensified. The moon, a cool silver scythe, cut for a moment through the mist. Near its tip, there was a bright star that glowed like a jewel on the blue velvet breast of the sky. Then the shimmering golden fog closed in again. It was strange to see that moon by day, yet was it day? How long ago it seemed since the fog had crept down over Buitenzorg. But then perhaps it was not so odd either to see the moon, for Feng Yen had said, "Time ceases when the mists begin." Wedmore turned to Kim, and all his fears slipped from him. Surely this must be a dream. No girl of earth could be as lovely. What more need he of life if he could merely drift beyond the hills of dream with a prayer on his lips that the dream might never end? He held her to him, but she made no effort to break away. A sudden breeze rose, bringing with it music from the sky or the stars. Kim shuddered, or was she quivering with ecstasy at the thought that she was bound for Singapore? If all went well, perhaps soon she would be in his arms again. At that moment, a hatred sprang up in Wedmore, hatred for Gat Neighbor and all that he represented, a blind, reasonless hatred that was beyond ale reason. It was more than mere jealousy, like a fire consuming him. If Gat Neighbor were not destroyed, the fire would destroy him. Wedmore bent so that his cheek brushed Kim's hair. Breath of jasmine and wisteria. No net is stronger than the blue-black hair of a beloved woman. He smiled as he thought of the sudden death that Feng Yen was carrying to Gat Neighbor. He had neither misgivings nor regrets. With Gat Neighbor dead, there would be no one to stand in the way of his pursuit of Kim. Yes, it might not be such a bad idea for Gat Neighbor to die. If there were no other way for him to possess Kim, it must be done. Fortunate it was that he had given Feng Yen the knife. Not for a moment did he worry about his own future, nor did he pause to wonder if he too would be fed to a hungry knife. Kim was with him in that purple mist of solitude. Over and over his thoughts repeated themselves, like scribbled pleas in a prayer wheel. His desire was at such a high pitch he completely overlooked the fact that Feng Yen had declared that he was resolved to snuff out the life of Gat Neighbor so that thereafter Kim could be with Gat always. Stepping into the country of the mist was like walking beyond the curtain of mortality. In this strange, lovely land he alone was mortal. But he gave this fact no heed. There was nothing to fear, nothing to dread, for only in life is there danger. Now there was nothing but music and soft lights. A great white bird flew gracefully by. Kim was in his arms. And there was nothing but beauty, fragrance and love, and a knife for Gat Neighbor that would strike swiftly and deep. As the boat sped on, beauty hung around them like splendor round the moon. With a start, Wedmore realized that Kim was weeping, and there was perfume mingled with her tears. She turned her face to his, and the tears glistened like stardust, almost without being aware of what he was doing. As though he were a puppet with no control over his motivation, he drew her close and kissed her lips, and it seemed as though time ceased. Her lips were warm and soft and clinging. It was as though he were standing on tiptoe on a mountaintop reaching for the stars. As she drew away, he murmured, "Are you sad?" "No," she said, "happy. The air is so tremulous with beauty it stirs my emotions so I cannot help weeping. I love the silence." "So do I, for in silence one may taste the genuine flavor of things." Feng Yen approached. "We will soon be in Singapore," he said. "But I thought the trip was an overnight journey on a fast steamer," Wedmore exclaimed. "Have I not told you that here time is without measure, and so we give it no regard? I am sorry, not I, for there is work to be done." At Singapore, to Wedmore's disappointment, only he and Feng Yen disembarked. "Kim will wait the boat," Feng Yen explained. "What happens may not be a pretty sight for women." Despite the fog, Singapore as ever was a busy place, the crossroads of the world that never sleeps. A conglomerate of races bellowed and chanted a torrent of words that became distilled into a mighty symphony. But Wedmore paid little attention to the wraith-like kaleidoscope that surged about them as they strode along. He was disturbed by a trivial matter that had happened in a world of wonder. Buitenzorg is an hour by train from Weltevreden. It is up in the hills, a cool Elysium, where the people of Java go to vacation from the sultry seacoast. Its botanical gardens are famed the world over, but it is not a port. Yet he and Feng Yen had strolled into Spice Lane, stopped for Kim. And then runners had carried them to the waterfront, where they had taken the boat for Singapore. Had the coolies run all the way to Batavia? It seemed impossible, yet apparently they had done so. He made as though to question Feng Yen, but caught himself in time. After all, what matter one more unexplainable thing in a world of magic? Before long they stopped at a crowded cafe. Feng Yen chose a table away from the throngs. A waiter brought them wine, extra-large glasses so that they need not order again too quickly. Wedmore sipped his wine and gazed as the light of the lamp overhead fell upon it. The reflection flickered and swayed until it almost seemed like a girl dancing. He leaned forward. Perhaps it was Kim dancing in the wine, even as she was dancing in his thoughts. He paid no heed as Feng Yen slipped away from the table. All that mattered was his thoughts and his dreams. So intent did his gaze become that the excitement and revelry about him blurred off into space, forgotten. Then somebody bumped the table and the wine was spilled. The spell was broken. He drew his hand across his eyes as though to bring back reality. Stupidly he gazed about him. Then he became conscious of the pandemonium that filled the cafe to bursting point. 100 men were yelling and gesticulating. Outside a crowd was forming, storming the door and pouring in like a flood. He rose to his feet and grabbed the shoulder of a sailor. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Nothing much," was the laconic reply. "Some bloke carved his friend." Wedmore fought his way through the mob until he got to a spot where he could see the body of the murdered man. He gazed down in awe. Not for a moment did he doubt that this dead, handsome youth was Gat Neber, for on his face there was a serene expression. He seemed almost to be smiling. Somehow Wedmore had no regrets, even though it was his knife that was buried in Gat's body. And he knew as he stood there that he had lost Kim forever. Now Gat was with her, there was no place for him. He closed his eyes. He must get a grip on himself. And then 2 arms stole about his body, and someone kissed him as gentle and soft as the wind's caress. When he opened his eyes, Kim had vanished, but the perfume lingered. Outside, he breathed deeply of the warm air. Now the fog was rising, rolling away in a mystery of light and dancing colors. He lifted his hand and waved. "Goodbye, Kim," he whispered. "I shall be waiting, hoping. Perhaps someday you will come back to me." With bowed head, he walked slowly back to the harbour front of Singapore. He must begin the long, tiresome journey back to Buitenzorg. End of By What Mystic Mooring by Frank Owen. The Three Pools and the Painted Moon by Frank Owen. Weird Tales, September 1950. The porcelains of Tangling were famous throughout all China. It has been written that he was a porcelain magician, and with good reason. Even the emperor had honored him and called him elder brother. Usually artists executed one phase only in the making of porcelain. One shaped a vase, another fired it. Some were specialists in glazes, others painted butterflies. The painter of moons was not nearly as famous as the painters of clouds or mountains. But Tangling did all these things with equal facility. At times, Tangling took weeks to perfect a single vase, and during that time he conversed with no one, except for an occasional word with the old servant who brought him his rice. Though his possessions were considerable, while absorbed in creating, he lived as frugally as a peasant. Tea was his one luxury, rare tea that had been grown high on a mountain, where the green lady occasionally touched the growing leaves ever so gently with her long, cold fingers. Tang Ling assigned names to the vases he created. The title of the case that held an enduring place in his heart was "The Three Pools Arid the Painted Moon." He kept it on a teakwood table near the open window in his sleeping room. The vase was of sunflower yellow with the glow of the sun upon it, even when there was ho sun. Beside one of the clear, cool pools of water stood a man and a girl. The man was richly attired in garments of green silk, embroidered with the imperial gold dragon. The girl was like a lovely flower swaying in the breeze. Her fingers and lips were colored with the juice of balsam flowers. Her cheeks had been brushed with rice powder. Her hair, simply arranged, was black with tints of blue as the sun shone upon it. Her eyes were like unto black opals, with all their abundant mystery. But it was her smile that caught and held the attention, gentle, all-knowing, and wonderfully sweet. For hours each day, Tang Ling gazed on her enraptured, and when he slept, she invaded his dreams. For him she possessed a warmth of affection. How he longed to take her into his arms. No thought had he that she was but the figment of his own imagination, a fragile, exquisite porcelain lady. So enraptured was he seldom left the room that was glorified by the sparkle of her eyes, the slender grace of her body. He longed to be ever at her side, to be her devoted companion for days without end. And as he sipped the tea which his servant set down before him, he gazed into her eyes, and she gazed back at him. Her expression was enigmatic. Was it only his imagination, or did she desire him also? Then suddenly a solution came to him, a solution so simple he marveled that he had not thought of it before. He would paint himself into the vase, standing beside her, and happiness would indeed be theirs. He spent days mixing and grinding new colors for this supreme effort of his career. Using antimony as a base, he manufactured common black, mirror black, and also a wide variety of shades of purest yellow, like under the yolk of an egg, eelskin yellow, straw color, canary, citron or lemon yellow, mustard, orange and sulfur. Then he mixed luxurious greens, snakeskin, cucumber, emerald, celadon or sea green. His blues were famed wherever artists congregated. Powder blue, sapphire, turquoise, peacock, kingfisher, and blue like the sky at morning after rain. From copper he evolved crimson, peach bloom, crushed strawberries. From iron, vermilion, coral, tomato. From gold, rose, pink, and ruby. He slashed his finger with a small knife and mixed his blood with the cupric oxide that is copper red. The actual painting of himself into the beloved vase began on a morning at sunrise, when the dew was heavy on the cool grass and the last vestige of moonlight still lingered in the tall bamboo. The perfume of flowers was attuned to the songs of gay plumaged birds, drunk with joy as they sang salutations to the dawn. Tang Ling had bathed and dressed with extreme care, as though this were the day of his wedding. He had purchased an imperial coronation robe that had once adorned a Ming emperor. In the center was the yang and the yin, the male and the female principles, representing divine origin, embroidered in gold couche stitch on a plum-colored satin background. All the constellations from 1 to 9, representing the great social bows and mutual duties, were grouped around the Tai Chi. On the right shoulder was the imperial dragon enveloping the sacred disk, the moon symbolizing the yin. On the left shoulder was the imperial dragon enveloping the sacred disk, the sun symbolizing the yang, the 5 lotus purity, the 8 phoenixes, the 6 show characters, denoting long life. Wearing such a robe, Tang Ling was indeed emperor of porcelain, the son of heaven. In such raiment would he paint his own portrait on the vase. And so he set to work. If he could achieve his desire, the slender, graceful girl would be his. That the object he had set for himself could only be accomplished by alchemy, and a large measure of magic was of little. Purport. Had not the great Wu Tao-tzu in the golden age of Tang painted with such skill that scores of legends have grown up about him? His dragons were enveloped in mist. It has been written that he painted horses with such realism that they ran away and were never seen again. His flowers were so lifelike, their essence sweetened the room in which the pictures of them were hung. He painted on silk, on bamboo slips, and on the walls of the imperial palace of the Emperor Ming Huang. The paintings of Wu Tao-tzu were three-dimensional. Tang Ling, on porcelain, had solved this three-dimensional quality of Wu. His figures lived and breathed and appeared about to speak. No doubt had he that the slim, flower-like girl he had painted with his own magic brush was a living, pulsating being. Her exquisite, tender smile was for him only. Her eyes followed him about the room. He could hardly wait for that glorious moment when he could join her on the vase. As he painted himself into the vase, fingers fairly flew with inspiration. Glad was he that he had a strong wrist. Not for a moment did he pause to rest, nor did he partake of food or drink. He finished his own portrait by moonlight. Then he carried the precious vase down to the baking ovens at the foot of the garden. Gently he consigned the beloved vase to a second firing so that his figure might be imprisoned there forever. That night was the strangest of his amazing career. Never had he endured such intense suffering and terror. His room was like a bake oven, his bed the grate of a furnace. Perspiration fell from his body in scalding beads. Was it only his imagination, or did it rise above him like live steam? While still alive, he was being cremated. No Parsi placed on a burial tower while still living and being slowly devoured by ravenous vultures was subjected to more pain. He clutched at the silk coverlets of the Kong and bit his teeth until the blood flowed. He endeavored with all his willpower not to cry out, but occasionally an anguished sob escaped him. Perhaps she was enduring torment equal to his. The thought stabbed him with such acute pain it even eclipsed, if that were possible, the fury of the intense oven heat, for oven heat it was. His bed had become as hot as the ovens at the foot of the garden. But all this intense suffering had to be, and somehow he survived it even as his countrymen for ages have endured every disaster, flood, starvation, pestilence and invasion, and through it all remained courteous, philosophic, serene as though they knew that inevitably all would be well once more. As the first gaunt fingers of dawn reached through the open window of his sleeping room, Tang Ling rose wearily to his feet. Within a few hours he had become a dried-up old man. He felt as if his flesh had been burned away and only bleached bones remained. Moaning slightly, he crept through the garden. He longed to hurry so that he might be free of this dreadful ordeal, but speed was impossible. Though he fell twice, somehow he reached the baking oven. With great effort, he drew the beloved vase from it and placed it gently on the ground. Then he collapsed on the green earth and lay scarcely conscious, while his body gradually cooled, and some measure of relief came to him. How cool the dew felt on his fiery flesh! Gradually the intense heat of his body lessened, and at last he slept. Every fibre of his body knew complete exhaustion. He had stood at the threshold of the dwelling place of his ancestors, but it would have been precious relief had he stepped through and joined them. His four souls had been quite willing to set out on their preordained destinations, but now gentle sleep had come to him at last, sleep without dreams. Nearby in the small artificial lake, a white-plumed heron stood watching. It was late evening when he awakened. A thin sickle of moon lifted slantwise into the sky. A cool breeze stirred the treetops as it swept through the garden. The air was sweet with the breath of many flowers. Tang Ling rose to his feet. His body felt light, empty, with little more texture than a ghost. He was surprised that he could keep his feet on the ground. The breeze, cool and sweet, had intensified. He lifted his treasured vase in his arms. This was creation indeed. for even by moonlight he could see that the girl was smiling, and in her eyes, all-seeing, there was warm love and tenderness. He could discern her breathing, the rise and fall of her soft breast, and he knew that every beat of her heart was for him. Here was love beyond the reach of poets. With hushed footsteps, he walked back to his sleeping room. The feeling of fatigue remained with him. Merely to walk was a great effort, as though old age enshrouded him. He clutched the vase to him, for it was the most precious thing he possessed. Though that was wrong too, for it seemed as if the vase possessed him more truly than he possessed the vase. It was a glowing creation of yellow madness. Back in his sleeping room, he placed the vase on a table near the open window, where the sunlight could fall upon it. This was like painting a living rose, for it needed no sunlight. It glowed with an enchanting radiance of its own, a radiance that echoed the smile of his beloved. Now slender and fragile she looked, this little porcelain lady, who from the tip of his brush, out of a riot of color, had come to dwell in his heart. He was so intensely happy it was like physical pain. Still the feeling of languor remained. He lay back on the silken pillow of the Kong. It was odd to gaze upon his own figure burnished on the vase, seeming far more alive than his living body. Perhaps this was his life's end. If so, what matter? His portrait on the vase would be immortal, nor would age wither the roundness and youth of his face. Gradually sleep assuaged his weariness, sleep deep and merciful. Hours later, he awakened into a world of golden yellow splendor. He felt abundantly refreshed. Yet he had come unto a rich new world. Was he now an immortal? Was this the spiritual realms of his ancestors? If so, it was a beautiful awakening. He felt his thighs, his arms, his body was solid enough. Slowly he rose to his feet and gazed in awe about him. Nearby he noticed, as his eyes became attuned to the glowing yellow atmosphere, 3 pools of cool, clear water, while above glowed a painted moon. Then he knew, for beside him stood the fragile girl. He dared not move, lest by doing so he might break the magic thread. And yet, in spite of himself, his arms encircled her, and time stood still. Perhaps it had ceased to be when he painted his own figure on the case. Now he dwelt in a yellow porcelain land without age, where it was forever spring. But though he did not realize it at that moment, there was grave danger also, a personal danger of his own contriving. As he held the girl to him, whose delicate beauty eclipsed the rarest cameo, he felt as though he were master of the universe. The stars were his, and the moon also. He could hold morning in his hands. Alas, however, the extreme joy that engulfed him was but momentary, like a fragment of a poem by Li Po. The next instant he was fighting for his life, fighting a foe that existed only through his inspired brushstrokes. But real or imagined, his opponent fought with demoniac fury. It was all that Tang Ling could do to protect himself, nor had he any thought of being the aggressor. Even as he struggled, he regretted that he had painted this evil attacker with such an abundance of virility. His strength was amazing. Tang Ling was losing the unequal battle. Fingers like talons were upon his throat, and he felt himself falling. Tighter the steel fingers closed on his throat as he was dragged into one of the 3 pools. Dimly through the water he could see the painted moon. So this was the end. Consciousness was slipping from him as there came an earth-shattering crash. When at last he opened his eyes, it was morning. The fragrance of the room was ethereal. The sunlight was liquid gold. He glanced toward the table on which stood the beloved vase. It was there no longer, but lay shattered on the floor. He bent down and examined the pieces. With enormous relish he discovered that his enemy's head had been severed from his body, a delectable manner in which to find him. But that was only a dream, a vivid dream, but a dream nonetheless. It was only then that he was aware that his head and shoulders were dripping wet. In astonishment, he rose to his feet. And then she came to him through the curtained doorway, as slim and delicate as a flower. She nestled into his arms, as though they had been made for that very purpose. It was a moment such as even gods might envy. Then together, they walked out into an enchanted garden. End of The Three Pools and the Painted Moon by Frank Owen. White Man's Madness is a dark fantasy adventure set in a remote mountain village. It follows Martin's obsession with uncovering the secrets of a hidden temple filled with ancient treasures. As he delves deeper, the story explores themes of greed, madness, and the destructive cost of forbidden knowledge. Driven by desire, Martin's quest unravels his sanity and body, revealing the consequences of pursuing power. White Man's Madness by Lenore E. Cheney. Weird Tales. January 1925. Hour after hour, John Martin staggered up the steep trail, singing bits of ribald songs picked up here and there throughout a rather free and easy past. Occasionally he paused to curse the patient pack mule that labored along in his wake, or to shout back jests and words of encouragement to the man behind him. Answers to these jests had grown briefer and briefer as the day wore on, for Jackson was not in a frivolous mood. A little wind began to filter down upon them from the high passes up ahead, and Martin shivered now and then, drinking deeply from the flask that he carried in the bosom of his shirt. At last, as he rounded a point where the trail crept like a thread around the granite breast of the mountain, he was met by a blast so keen, so bitterly cold, that it went through him like the thrust of a knife blade, chilling the very marrow of his bones. Months of dissipation in the dives and barrooms of the coast towns had shaken him out of the strength and vigor which was his rightful heritage, and his heart was jumping like a trip hammer as he paused and stared irresolutely ahead. As far as the eye could reach, that trail ran on and on, climbing steadily higher in long, slow spirals. In the end, it seemed to lead nowhere. It only went on and on, grim and relentless as fate itself, as far as his dazed and uncertain sight could reach. There was no sign of life or human habitation in this inhospitable part of the Peruvian Andes. As he stood still, looking from side to side, his right hand fumbled almost automatically to the bosom of his shirt and brought forth the flask, which he tilted to his lips. A surprised exclamation broke from him as the upturned bottle yielded no drop of the precious fluid upon which he had travelled for the past 6 days. "Now, what do you know about that?" he inquired, with a drunken leer at the August peak above him. "What do you know about that? The damned thing's empty again. Got to fill her up from the keg. Never did see such a bottle. Always empty, empty, empty. Here you, now where the devil did that mule go?" He turned and peered behind him. There was no sign of the burdened mule, nor of Jackson, his fellow traveller. "Slow as cold molasses," he grumbled, as he stood waiting for them to come up. "Can't make no headway with a fellow like Jackson grumbling and growling and dragging along." For fully 10 minutes he stood still, leaning heavily against the rocky wall that lined the narrow trail. He was tired. It was good to rest, even for a moment. But presently, as no sign of either Jackson or the mule appeared, he turned and went back along the narrow, ledge-like trail, and as he went, the fumes of alcohol lifted a little from his deadened brain, and he cursed Jackson passionately for delaying their journey. But nowhere was there any sign of either Jackson or the mule. Suddenly he came to a little path that led off from the main trail up a deep ravine, which cut into the side of the mountain, and which he had not noticed when he had passed it some time before. He stopped at the juncture of the two trails and called, "Jackson, horai, Jackson," and waited anxiously a moment before repeating the call. There was no answer. Again and again he called. His own words echoed strangely back to him, but there was no answering shout. "It stands to reason he must have gone off the trail here," he mused aloud. as he considered the situation. And yet, he can't have gotten very far. Strange he's out of hearing so soon. I'll have to go up here a ways after him, I guess. He hurried along up the new trail, which he could barely discern in the gathering dusk. And as he went, he paused again and again to call out. There was no answer. He walked faster and faster, breaking now and then into little runs, until his laboring heart and gasping breath slackened his pace. For the little fear that had been only a trifling uncertainty at first was growing by leaps and bounds within him, clutching with horrible fingers at his quivering brain. His head ached and his bloodshot eyes burned like flames. Suddenly he stopped. What a fool he had been to leave the main trail. Jackson had simply turned around and gone back, as he had threatened all day to do, for Jackson had long since sickened of their drunken compact to explore the ruined village of which their Indian guide had told such glittering tales. It was like Jackson's cursed selfishness to steal away with the pack mule and all the supplies. Martin remembered now how Jackson had glared at him in that silly quarrel when they stopped for lunch. They had been good friends and boon companions when they loaded up the pack mule and started out on this trip, and when their spirits had flagged or their limbs wearied, they had had plenty of chicha to pour its fiery courage into their deadening veins. On the second day, their guide had left them, promising to join them later in the day, and though he had not come, they had kept on, with the curious persistency of drunken men and fools, making only a few miles a day, but well satisfied since the supply of chicha was inexhaustible. Jackson had wearied first of this foolish expedition. Besides, it was growing colder and colder as they climbed higher, and the journey that was to have taken 3 days at best had already taken 6. And now Jackson had made good his threat and turned back, taking with him what remained of their scanty supplies, as well as the blankets and bedding. As these thoughts ran through Martin's mind, he had already turned around and was running back down the trail. How easy it was to go downhill again. No wonder Jackson had turned back. What fools they had been in the first place to set out with that Indian. Martin remembered now how the fellow's eyes had gleamed as he urged the undertaking upon him. Why, he had practically talked them into the whole thing, hinting at treasure, and leading them off the main trail onto this obscure one, on which they had met not a single traveler during the whole of their journey. That Indian had been a traitor. Martin saw it all now, as he ran along the trail, hurrying to catch up with Jackson before the night fell. He was anxious to talk over with Jackson the duplicity of that Indian, who had been angered, perhaps, at their familiarity with his daughter. "You never know about these damned chief," he muttered aloud, as he trotted heavily along. For all he seemed as soft as butter, that fellow was ready to stick a knife into us all the while. Only it was like his damned impudence to choose this way instead, sending us off up here on a wild goose chase, hoping we'd fall off some of these cliffs and break our necks. Wait till I get back to Huanuco, I'll fix that greaser. Funny, I surely have come back as far as I went up. The other trail ought to show up about here somewheres. He stopped and looked about him. Nowhere could he see a familiar landmark. He seemed to remember that the ravine had been steep and narrow at the point where it intersected the main trail. He saw now that the ravine had widened out. He could not see the side walls in the deepening twilight. He seemed to be in a sort of spoon-shaped depression in the mountainside, the trail that he had followed. He had lost somewhere, perhaps when he started back, for he saw that what he had taken for a trail was a mere runway that the mountain deer had made, running in steep zigzags from one grazing ground to another. There was no real trail in sight. He could not tell whether he was above or below the main trail up which he had labored earlier in the day. He was lost, lost. He repeated the word again and again, trying to grasp the meaning, and all the time, round and round in the recesses of his mind, fear ran swiftly, recalling stories of other men lost in the Andes and of what had happened to them in the end. He had laughed at these stories in the snug warmth of cheerful barrooms and club lounges, but he did not laugh now, as, with white face and trembling limbs, he stopped and peered anxiously into the shadows. All the food, the blankets, and even the firearms had been packed on the back of the mule, for they had found it steep going up the rocky trails, and they had stripped down to shirt and trousers. Even Martin's coat had been hooked over the horn of the pack saddle. Last night he had been cold, wrapped in that coat and 2 blankets besides. What would it be like tonight, still higher up, and with neither coat nor blankets, to shelter him from the wind that slipped down from those snow-covered peaks up above? As he thought of these things, he was conscious for the first time of the awful silence that reigned about him. Not a whisper, not a sound anywhere, except the sound of his own labored breathing, which sounded harshly in his ears. Involuntarily he tried to muffle that panting breath. The effort made his ears ring, and he staggered slightly as a sudden nausea came over him. He had talked and sung songs while Jackson ate lunch. So long as he had plenty of the ever-potent chicha, he had wanted nothing else, but now his stomach felt weak and empty. He went forward a few steps, feeling his way along. If only he could find some place to take shelter for the night, in the morning he would find his way back to the main trail and follow Jackson. But the bare slopes of the mountain offered no shelter. The best he could do would be a fire under some rock. He tried to keep down the panic that grew and grew within him. He was afraid, horribly afraid, but he must not acknowledge it even to himself, lest that little spark of self-control desert him utterly. He must not think of what it meant to be lost in this wilderness, of the slow starvation for food and water, the cold, and the utter loneliness. He must not think of his own pitiful insignificance in the face of these awful solitudes. He must not think of the 1,001 dangers that lay about him. He raised his chin and tried to square back his drooping shoulders, to make a pretense of the courage that he did not feel. A little sound from the rear made him wheel suddenly and peer anxiously back into the shadows of the ravine behind him. Then, seeing nothing, he went on again. A moment later he wheeled again. Had he heard, or had he imagined, a soft pad of some creature that followed silently along his trail? In spite of his caution, his footsteps quickened, and with a little smothered sob, he broke into a run, cursing his stupidity for unbuckling the gun from his belt earlier in the day. He halted, choking for breath, and turned again and listened. There was no sound from along his path. Whatever it was that had followed was gone. He could go no farther. A rock ahead, jutting sharply out of the side of the mountain, offered the only shelter in sight. He felt in his pockets. There was a handful of matches, enough to ensure a fire for several days. He looked about for fuel. Earlier in the day, he had seen plenty of the resinous little tola bushes, which made such a bright fire, and now he looked about in the fading light, eagerly collecting a little bundle of faggots. With infinite patience and care, he arranged his fuel, and a moment later, the flame flared up. His spirits instantly lifted with the mounting blaze. Fire, what a wonderful thing it was, the gift of the gods to men. He must not let it die down. In his anxiety to get it started, he had not collected sufficient fuel, and the dried tola burned quickly, too quickly. He hurried about looking for larger wood, but on this side of the mountain there was so little that would burn. One clump of bushes promised well, and he hurried toward it eagerly. He did not see, until too late, that the supposed bush was really the top of a quenua tree that grew out of the side of a deep fissure in the mountainside. Before he could stop himself, his momentum carried him over the edge of the chasm, and he fell, clutching at the air as his body shot downward. And as he fell, a last despairing cry burst from him. "The fire!" he cried. "The fire!" Hours later he came back to consciousness for a moment. He was being lifted up and placed upon a litter of some sort. A groan of agony came from his lips, and instantly he felt a hand, as soft and light as thistledown, laid upon his forehead, and a woman's voice, infinitely tender, murmuring over him. Then the black cloud slipped down again over his brain, and he knew no more. He awoke to find himself lying on a rude bunk against the side of a stone hut, and through the open door the sun streamed in, warm and cheering. He was dazed for a moment and tried to rise to his feet, but instantly sank back again upon his pillow. Then he discovered that his left leg was in splints from the hip down, and that his left shoulder was tightly bandaged. The memory of his plunge down the abyss came back to him. He had broken a leg and perhaps dislocated a shoulder in a fall that might easily have cost him his life. His head ached, and he felt the fever throbbing through his tortured body. He closed his eyes again and moaned aloud. Instantly, he felt that soft hand again on his forehead, and a low voice, vaguely familiar, sounded in his ears. "Ah, the Signor is awake at last," she said in Quichua. "He would like a cool drink, perhaps?" He opened his eyes and looked up at her. "Water, water," he begged. "I am so thirsty, so thirsty." "Si, Signor, I know," she answered, deftly slipping her firm, round arm under his head as she held a cup to his parched lips. "Just a little while, and you will be better. Drink deep, that is well. It is the good cold water that shall make the fever fly away." He sank back to his pillow with a sigh of relief, and in a moment he had drifted away again into oblivion. When he awoke, it was evening. Through the open door of the hut, he could see the long dark shadows that lay over the mountains, and he shivered a little. He felt stronger now. The fever and the pain had both subsided, and his mind was clearer than it had been for days. Where was he? Who were these people who had picked him up and carried him here? Who was the woman who had been with them, and who had given him the drink of water a little while ago? He lay upon a bed made thick and soft with the fleece of many sheep, and a warm, thick blanket covered him lightly. For a long time he was fain to lie quietly and as comfortably as the pain would permit, but his mind was restless by nature, and his curiosity was aroused. At his side stood a rude table, and on it rested the cup from which he had drunk. His eyes fell upon it as they roved about the room. He started and gave an exclamation of surprise, for the cup, curiously shaped and somewhat battered, was made of gold. He had heard many tales of the fabulous riches of some of the mountain tribes in the Andes, and his blood quickened at the thoughts that rose up within him at sight of that cup of gold. He coughed, stirring noisily. Instantly from the door of the hut came that voice, like a silver bell. "Ah, again the Signor wakes, is it not? Perhaps he is again thirsty." He smiled up at her and nodded assent. "I would like another drink. That cold water tastes very good to me." She laughed merrily as she held the cup to his lips. "The Signor is so very thirsty today, but tomorrow he will be so much better. Then he will beg for food, but now the water is enough, is it not? Rest you quietly now. In a little while our dear Iulka will come again to see how well I have taken care of you." "But wait, don't go," Martin begged as she turned away again. "Tell me, how did I come here? How did you happen to find me? I didn't think there was a human being within 100 miles of me when I fell." She shook her head doubtfully, but turned back and seated herself at his side. "I do not think I should stay to talk with you now, for you are to keep very quiet, you know. Still, there is so little to tell. My brothers and I, we were returning from a visit to a neighboring village. We lingered long, and so, in order to hurry, we took a short cut across the canyon, because we are good climbers, and we do not mind when the way is steep and rough. As we came along, I heard a noise, as if one groaned. I insisted on stopping to look. My brothers laughed at me and said I dreamed, but I would not go on until we had searched. Then we found you, lying crumpled up at the foot of the cliff. You had fallen from high above, and I do not see why you were not killed, but so it was. We made a litter from 2 branches and my cape, and we carried you here, where our good Vilka, the very wisest one in all the world. He bound your poor leg into splints and bandaged your shoulder, and in time he will make you quite well again. And because we found you, my brothers and I are to be your nurses. That is, if I do not disobey the order to keep you quiet. If I should talk more, I should be sent away, and one of the old women set to watch in my place. I will be quiet. Martin promised hastily, and she laughed at the anxiety in his voice. "Don't let anyone else come. I want you to be my only nurse." "Do not fear," she laughed. "I will not permit anyone else to care for you, for did I not find you myself? Close your eyes and sleep again. Only while we sleep do the sick bodies grow well and strong again." Martin obediently closed his eyes, but he did not sleep. From time to time, he stole glances at the slender figure of the girl beside him. She had the lissom grace of the wild creatures of the woods. She sat limply, as if every muscle were utterly relaxed, and yet he knew that at the slightest sound she would be instantly alert and poised for action. She was dressed in a soft, clinging garment of cream-colored woolen material, and around her waist was a girdle made of golden links, fastened with a flat disc, curiously carved. Gold, and more gold. Was it so cheap with this tribe that the girls made belts of the precious metal? Martin had had some little experience with the Indian women who frequented the coast towns, and was familiar with their love of bright colors and gay adornment. But this girl was not like other Indian women, at least like none that he had seen. She was tall and straight, her back unbowed by burden carrying, and her clear-cut, sensitive features were vaguely familiar to him, but for a long time he could not place the type. Her eyes were large and dark, heavily fringed with curling black lashes, and when she looked at him, their slumberous depths lighted luminously. All at once he remembered he had seen these same features during years of wanderings in the East, the Aryan Brahmins of India. But what had given this daughter of the Peruvian wilds the form and features of the best product of the Aryan race? How came India to Peru? As he lay turning this over in his mind, footsteps approached, and an old man, clad in a long dark robe of llama hair, entered the hut. At sight of him, the girl sprang to her feet and made a little obeisance. Evidently, this was the priest of whom she had spoken. Martin watched the pair curiously as the girl, in some strange dialect which he had never heard before, began eagerly speaking. Evidently, she was describing his own condition, for the priest nodded once or twice in apparent satisfaction before he threw off his outer garment and turned to his patient. Like the girl, he wore around his waist the heavy girdle of gold links, except that his were heavier, and the buckle at the center was set with green stones. "You find yourself better?" the priest inquired of Martin, speaking in the common language of the mountains. "I am glad to see that our rude surgery is, after all, proving satisfactory." "For which I am indeed grateful," Martin answered. "Indeed, I cannot begin to express my gratitude to you and these kind people who have saved my life." "Life is dear to every living creature," the old man answered, as he deftly examined the dressing of the wrenched shoulder. "And yet, my son, that life is only of real value which serves mankind. I trust that your life is of that nature." Martin flushed red under the scrutiny of those keen eyes. He had not expected so searching a reply to his conventional remark, and he found himself at a loss for an answer. Seeing this, the priest went on, "You are an American, is it not so?" "Yes, an American mining engineer. I have been employed until recently at the Sunuco mines. My name is Martin, John Martin." "You were found in a strange place for an American mining engineer," the priest replied. "How came you so far away from the beaten tracks of the white men?" Martin hesitated. Evidently he was to be required to give an account of himself, and he realized that it would be very difficult to deceive this apparently simple old man. More difficult, however, would it be to explain truly the drunken stupidity which had landed him in his present predicament. "I was traveling with a friend of mine. We planned to explore some ruins in this vicinity, of which we had been told by an Indian guide in Huánuco, who started us on our journey and pointed out the trail which was to lead us directly to the ruins. I believe now that the fellow deceived us. At any rate, we did not find the ruins, and we traveled 6 days instead of the 3 that he promised would be sufficient. And your friend, where is he now?" "I do not know. Martin answered with a touch of impatience. He was behind me, with the pack mule that carried our camp supplies. I must have gone too fast for him, at any rate. I suddenly missed both of them, and I had turned back to look for them when I got off the trail. I followed a side trail, thinking Jackson had turned up it, and when I tried to find my way back, I found myself lost. It was getting dark, and I was trying to find wood for a fire when I fell. That's the whole story." The moment the last words were out of his mouth, Martin realized that they had been a mistake. In some indefinable way, the priest's manner had changed from the open friendliness with which he had first greeted him to a certain chilly politeness that told Martin plainer than words that the old man believed him to be lying. At any rate, he asked no more questions, but busied himself in making his patient as comfortable as possible. As the priest stooped to help the sick man shift his position, Martin saw a heavy gold chain around his neck, from which dangled a pendant. As the old man bent forward, Martin gave a gasp of astonishment and delight as he saw that pendant, and his eyes gleamed like fire. It was an emerald, the largest one he had ever seen, roughly cut in the shape of a heart, and from the center there shone a tiny point of flame, as if a small diamond had been set within the very center of the green stone. "Wonderful, wonderful," Martin ejaculated, and then bit his lips in annoyance. Why had he spoken? The priest turned inquiring eyes to him, and then, seeing his eager glance, looked down at the pendant and hastily slipped it inside the folds of his tunic, looking suspiciously at Martin's burning eyes as he did so. "It is nothing," he answered sharply, "only a little bit of green crystal, whose only value is in its meaning. In the heart of life the divine fire burns. May you meditate upon that message, my son, until I come again." With a word to the girl, he turned and went out of the hut, and she followed him. Martin was glad to be left alone for a moment, for he was trembling violently and needed time to compose himself. Who were these people? Ever since he came to Peru, Martin had heard tales of strange mountain tribes, old in the land when the Incas reigned, long before Pizarro and his cutthroats had set foot on these shores. He had heard tales of fabulous riches that they had hidden away in mountain temples, riches that had hitherto proved utterly beyond the reach of the white adventurer. And now he, Martin, practically an outcast among his own people, was thrown by an accident among one of these very tribes, a tribe which used vessels of gold for common household use, and whose priest wore a fortune around his neck in a single pendant. This was luck which he must take care not to spoil by giving away his real design. The priest was no fool, and neither was the girl. He would be very careful. He smiled when he thought of the girl, and his eyes kindled. How easy it was to read her simple heart, already infatuated with the white man that fate had cast at her feet. He supposed Indian maidens were fully as romantic as white ones. Nature used the same methods in all climes. But the thought that sent the blood coursing through his veins was the thought of a green, heart-shaped stone with a tiny flame at its core. In the heart of life, the divine fire burns. For some days, Martin found his entire attention absorbed by the demands of his pain-racked body. He had not only the slowly knitting leg, but the complete nervous and physical collapse which followed the shock of the fall, as well as the aftermath of his prolonged spree. But slowly his brain cleared, his nerves grew steady, and his native strength came back little by little, so that each day saw an increase in strength and vigor. While a great part of the nursing devolved upon the young brothers, yet a large part of each day the girl spent at his side, and these were bright hours for Martin. She was beautiful, full of natural grace and poise, and Martin forgot everything as he looked at her, except the light shining in her dark eyes and the touch of her soft hand. Under his ardent glances, her eyes drooped and a dusky rose crept into her cheeks. One day, when Martin was able to move about for the first time, he leaned upon her arm as he made the first uncertain steps. After a few moments he was obliged to rest, and as he sank down upon his couch again, he drew her down with him, pressing a hot kiss upon her round, bare arm. I love you, Taya, he whispered hoarsely. I love you. 2 large tears gathered in her great dark eyes, but she did not draw away. Instead, she dropped upon her knees by his couch and pillowed his head against her breast. I know, she murmured. I know, beloved. It is written in the stars that we should love each other. Then why do you weep, dearest? He asked, as his arms went around her slim figure. Are you not happy that we love each other? It is not a time for tears. I do not know, she answered simply. I am happy, and I am sad also. From the beginning, when I saw you lying there so white and still, I loved you, and I knew that you would love me in return. Of course, I am happy in that love, and yet pain lies close to my heart, for now I shall be Taya no longer. I am Taya only so long as my heart is for my own blood. Now that a stranger and a white man has taken possession of it, I am Taya no longer. Something in the mournful repetition sent a little shiver down Martin's spine. Many women had loved Martin, to their sorrow, but none had been like this girl. For a moment his heart smote him, but she was so beautiful. The touch of her warm young body, vibrant with life and love, made him tremble with delight. Are you sorry that you love a white man, dear? He queried, half playfully, secure in his Anglo-Saxon superiority. Her reply shocked him a little. Oh, if only you were Indian, she exclaimed. If you were Indian, you would be like a god, but do not fear, I will love you just the same. It shall make no difference to me at all. I promise to forget that you are white. He smiled ruefully and changed the subject. But tell me what you meant about changing your name, he asked. Do married women change their names in this tribe? Ah, no, but I am not like other women in this tribe. I am Taya, she answered proudly. I am the one set aside, but now, alas, I will no longer be so. Listen, she continued, seeing his perplexity. I will tell you how it is. You must know that my people are very, very old in this land. Long ago, in a time when the white race lived like beasts in their northern caves, my forefathers came to this land. They came from a land very rich in wisdom and all the arts that make life beautiful, and in this land they set up temples and halls of learning, and from the homeland came great teachers who instructed the people. Then at last there came a great earthquake, which rocked and twisted the whole earth until there was not a land untouched by it, and after the earthquake came great ocean waves, which swept all before them. For many months our people took refuge in their highest temples and prayed without ceasing. When at last all was quiet again, the homeland had disappeared, completely swallowed up by the sea, with all its great cities, its monuments of beauty, and its wise men. The few who were in this land, cut off from the home which had been the very center of their lives, still remained loyal to the teaching that had been given them, worshipping their God in the temples as before. Only now no teachers came to teach and explain the true doctrine. Then, many years later, when this land was rich and prosperous, came the white men, bringing sorrow in their train. They rifled our temples of gold, but they laughed at the golden teaching, which would have made their hearts glad and their lives beautiful. My people were scattered, as you know, but I shall not dwell upon that unhappy time. The priest of our tribe was a wise man, and he drew his little flock away to these mountains. Here we guard our sheep, until the soil of the rich valleys where the grain grows high, and here we have lived in peace for fully 500 years. And because we have kept the faith, it is promised that there shall be born to this very tribe a great teacher, greater even than the teachers of the olden time. And when he comes, so great will be the power of his wisdom that all the world will listen to his words, even the white man, who will turn to the worship of the true law. In that day, the great golden altars will be set up again in the sight of men, and the great golden disk will gather the rays of the sun itself and reflect them into the heart of the world. Oh, what a wonderful time that will be, how happy! Martin, watching the color come and go in her cheeks, thought he had never seen so beautiful a picture. "But what has all this to do with your name, dearest?" he queried idly. She sighed as she answered, "Do you not see? To each of the maidens of our tribe is born the hope that she may bear the body which this great one will use. From the beginning was I trained and taught to serve in the temple, because of a dream that my mother dreamed at my birth. I was called Tyre, which is to say, the mother of the worshipper of the sun, and I was bound about with this golden chain to signify that I was bound to the service of my people. But love laughs at chains, and so my heart has broken through its fetters, dear as they were, and has lit itself at the flame of your love. Loving you, I can never be betrothed to one of our own blood, and the Great One comes never to mixed blood. So it is written. But think not that I grieve, dear one. For you I gladly give up the dreams of my mother, and lay aside this golden girdle. Another will be chosen in my place to serve in the temple and await the call which may come, nay, which will come, soon. But I will make my home in your heart, beloved, and pray that in another life we may be of one blood." Martin could hardly repress a smile at her earnestness. To him the tale was the tale of a child, but it would not do to let Tyre know this. Under the fervour of his caresses, she was soon smiling again, and when she presently left him, there was no cloud on her brow. After she had left him, Martin lay and considered the situation that her words had revealed. There was evidently a hidden temple, as he had suspected, where these people worshipped. A temple whose great golden altars were hidden away against that time when their God should come again. He conjured up a vision of that temple, somewhere in these mountain fastnesses, and his blood beat through his veins in a fever of desire. Gold, gold! The fabled treasures of the Incas paled beside the picture that this simple Indian girl had unwittingly drawn for him. To her, the gold evidently meant nothing. All her attention was centered upon the teaching. But to Martin, the story brought not a vision of a spiritual teacher, but dreams of the capitals of Europe, whose innermost portals would be opened wide for him if only he could lay hands upon this treasure. He was really attracted by the girl, for women were his second great weakness, and he was a born lover. When he had begun this love-making, the girl's loveliness had been sufficient attraction, but now there was added another and a greater reason. The girl loved him, and she would deny him nothing. Given plenty of time, he would win his way into her innermost soul, so that she would hold no secrets that she did not willingly share with him. It was pitifully easy, for she knew nothing of the hesitations and evasions of her more civilized sisters. To her, the path of love led straight to the doorway of marriage, and marriage surely meant giving all. A few days later she appeared, closely followed by the Uilka. Martin saw at once by the latter's stern and forbidding countenance that Tyre had confessed her love, and that the confession had not brought pleasure to the priest. He braced himself for a struggle as the old man went directly to the point. "I am told that you wish to wed this maiden. Is that true?" "I do," Martin answered, a little nervously. He had not originally meant anything so serious, but these savage customs were not binding in civilized lands. The priest considered him somberly. "It is not well for a maiden to go outside her race when she seeks a husband," he said. "Do you understand that in lifting your eyes to this woman, you must forsake your own people and become one of us? Perhaps you wish time to consider these things?" Martin paused, the barest fraction of a moment. He could have laughed aloud at the old man's assumption that he was lifting his eyes when he took an Indian girl for a wife, but he had no mind to let any such thing interfere with his plan. "I understand all this," he answered steadily. "I still wish Tyre for my wife." Without another word, the priest turned and left them, motioning them to await his return. Presently he came back again, followed by the two brothers of Tyre and several of the Indians of the village. Joining the hands of the two, he went rapidly through a sort of ritual, of which Martin could understand only a word here and there. Then he took from around Tyre's slim throat a golden chain, from which hung the familiar golden disc, and this he hung around Martin's own neck, and lifting Martin's right hand, he laid it upon the girl's bowed head. "You are now one," he said. "Walk together in the law. Take heed lest sorrow come through fault of your own, since sorrow earned is sorrow doubled." Turning gravely, he walked out of the hut, followed by the others, and Tyre and Martin were left alone. The girl was pale, and Martin kissed the heavy-lidded eyes and begged her to smile again, but the grim manner of the priest had put a chill upon her spirits, which nothing but love could lift again. The days that followed were the happiest days that Martin had ever known. Spring was well advanced in the mountains, and daily he walked abroad, leaning upon Tyre's arm and drinking in the beauty and wonder of the world. Soon he had no real need of her assistance, so quickly did his own strength return, but still he leaned upon her because he saw that it gave her such pleasure to feel herself of service to him. When they walked forth over the carpet of wildflowers that everywhere spread before them, she was as gay and happy as a little child. But presently, underneath Martin's smiling exterior, a fever of impatience began growing. Although he was still young, he had long ago left the days of innocence behind him, and the sweetness of this quiet life began to pall upon him. Again and again, he tried to lead the conversation back to the subject of the hidden temple, for after all, that was the thing that was keeping him in this stupid Indian village. But Tyre, who was eager to anticipate his every other wish, would not speak of the one subject upon which his heart was set. As his impatience grew, his temper waxed short, and presently, before 3 weeks had passed from the day of their marriage, he spoke sharply to her, so that she turned away to hide the tears. He was quick to beg her pardon for this lapse, for some instinct told him that she was not a woman who could be browbeaten into submission. Only love could win her to his will. One day, after Martin had definitely thrown away his cane, they walked far up the mountainside and sat down on an overhanging ledge. Below them lay the high plateau with the village near its upper end, while the flocks grazed peacefully on the grassy slopes below. Martin watched them idly. He had no interest in flocks and herds. Tyre, however, was a born herdswoman, and talked incessantly of the flocks and the good pasture, which made them fat and frisky. Martin wished she would talk of something else. "Is it not wonderful?" she exclaimed for the 10th time. 1, 2, 3 years, and everything goes well with the flocks. Plenty of grass, no sickness, no trouble, everything so happy. When you are quite well, beloved, then you will go out with the other men and watch the flocks, is it not so? I shall be so happy when you are quite as the others, only I know you are so clever and so brave. You will soon be a leader among them. Strict account is being kept of our flocks now, for does not 1/3 of all our family stock belong to you? Are you not proud of a wife who brings you so much wealth?" He smiled at her enthusiasm. "I do not give a rap about your sheep," he returned, and then, seeing how crestfallen she looked, he added quickly, "I only care about your own bright eyes and your pretty smile. They are worth more to me than many sheep." She dimpled with pleasure at the compliment, and laid her cheek against his shoulder in a childish caress. "Ah, yes, I know," she returned softly. "You are filled with such beautiful thoughts, so loving always, that you do not think often of the other things. And yet I think that it is good for the family that one of us shall be fond of the sheep, and so we shall always have plenty of everything that we need. I know you care only for love, but I shall look after all things for you. For have you not given up everything, friends and home and people, for me?" He was quick to seize the opening. "Tell me, Tyre," he said, slipping an arm around her and drawing her close. "Tell me more about this religion of yours. Why am I not taken to the temple you told me about? Am I not truly one of your people now? I should go where my wife goes, it seems to me. Everywhere I go, there shall you go also," she answered gravely. "But I go no more to the temple since I am your wife. Think not, beloved, that you alone have paid a price for our love. Because of it, I go no more to the holy places of my people." Martin started. "But why?" he persisted. "Why should you give up your religion and remain away from your temple? Why do we not go together? Thus do husbands and wives in my country." "Thus do we also," she returned proudly, "when husband and wife are Indian. But it is forbidden that any stranger should set foot in our temples. Listen, I will explain once for all, and then we will speak of these things no more. For our law is not of my making, nor even of the Vilka who now leads us, but comes from the past, and cannot be changed by the desires of our hearts. Once our temples were open to all who came to bow their knees at our altars. All in this land worshipped the sun god, and seeing that there was a certain metal in the earth which shone like the sun itself, my people made many beautiful works of art, and our temples were filled with rare and wonderful treasures. Then came the white men, and the sight of the golden vessels upon our altars wrought in them a kind of madness, so that they turned and slew all about them and laid waste the land. My people fled to the mountains as the sheep flee before the wolf pack, knowing not which way to turn. Then came one of the wise men of our people, and he explained what had happened. Because the white man would not listen to the teaching of the great law, they were stricken with a kind of frenzy at sight of the gold, which is the symbol of the god, and they remained under the curse of that frenzy so long as the gold remained in their sight. So our people hid away the gold in secret places and covered the entrances of the mines from which it was taken, so that the eye of the white man no longer fell upon the thing that made him mad. And sure enough, when the gold was hidden from sight, then peace and quiet came again, and all was well. But such is the power of that strange disease over the white race that even now, after all these years, if one of them were to discover the hidden treasure, then war and bloodshed would burst forth over all this land, and my people would be hunted down like dogs. And therefore, though I love you more dearly than life itself, dearest, yet I must obey the law of my people. Oh, I know what you would say, that you are not like those others. I know that you would not willingly bring pain and suffering upon us for the sake of the senseless metal that is like any other stone, save only that it shines more brightly. But you are a white man. The madness might seize upon even you, for in that old day none was immune. But let us not think of these things, for I fear that I do wrong even to discuss it with you, except that I want you to understand that it is for very love of you that I save you from the great curse that would surely come upon you should you persist in seeking this forbidden knowledge. Forget it. Sweep your mind clean of all these thoughts, which come only to destroy our peace. Have we not everything in the world to make us happy? Why should you seek further? Nonsense, Martin returned huskily. That story of the madness is a child's tale, a myth. At any rate, you ought to trust me if you really love me. She drew away from him, and her voice was cold as she answered, "It is not a good thing to question the love of the woman who has given herself to you. Let us go down." Martin smothered the curse that rose to his lips and turned and followed her. He must not lose his temper, but such provocation tried his greatest powers of self-control. His only hope lay in this stubborn, ignorant Indian woman, to whom the legends of her tribe were of more importance than anything he could say or do. Then began days of secret torture, when the humdrum life of the village wore upon his nerves like a file. For days, Tyre was strangely cold and distant, but he set himself deliberately to win her back again, and before long he was rewarded by seeing her full of love and happiness again. He seemed to have entirely forgotten the subject of their quarrel, making no further references to the topic that had distressed her. He watched the villagers as they came and went about their affairs. He explored every path that led away over the plateau and sat for hours on ledges overlooking the plain, seeking to discover where they went and whether any went secretly. But the Indians were open and frank in all their movements. Their ways were simple and easily followed. He could discover no mystery here. Behind the village, a well-beaten path led to the deep pool at the bottom of a high waterfall, from which the village took its water. Farther down, the stream broadened out and ran peacefully between wide banks, and here the flocks came to drink. Martin used often to go and sit by that pool and ponder over the problem that vexed him. He studied the steep cliffs above, over which the water fell, They seemed utterly inaccessible for human feet. The plateau widened out below the village, though the mountains were close on either side. Somewhere, either to the right or to the left, there must lie the secret trail that led to the temple. Try as he would, he could not discover that any of the Indians ever left the village, and yet he knew that they did go, and often. Then one night, turning restlessly from side to side upon his bed, he heard a sound outside on the path. Instantly he was quiet, listening. By dint of almost breathless concentration, he made out the sound. Moccasin-clad feet were slipping past the hut, but he could not detect whither they went, and he dared not move lest he awaken Tyre. But the first mystery was solved. They went to worship before their shrine in the darkness of the first hours of the morning. Or else, why had he not thought of that before? They went to greet the morning sun, and the temple must lie some distance away. For days thereafter, Martin was in a fever of excitement. He felt himself near the goal. It maddened him to reflect that the very children about him held the secret, and held it as well as any adult. These Indians, quiet and placid, looking at him with their opaque eyes, which baffled every attempt to read their meaning, came in the end to fill him with fury. He hated them, men, women, and children, the while he ate their bread, but most of all he hated the old priest, for some instinct told him that the priest knew him for what he was. Despite every effort of his will, Martin could not force himself to meet those piercing eyes, which seemed able to probe his innermost soul. When they met, as they did many times a day, Martin bowed coldly and turned away, giving the old man no chance for conversation. Time was passing on winged feet, and still he was kept chained to inaction. He dared not make a false move, and he could not make a direct one. He became moody and silent, and Tyre's face grew sad as she began to realize that he was in heart and spirit an alien among her people. She was too simple, however, to realize that he felt himself above the people of her tribe. She had a naive pride in the glories of her own race, which was amusing to Martin, but he was seldom in the mood to smile at it. One day, after a sleepless night, he rose and walked toward the hills alone. Something must be done soon. He simply could not bear this life much longer. Rage, smoldering in the depths of his being, threatened to burst into a flame that would destroy everything. His only salvation was to get away as much as possible, to brood secretly over what he had come to consider the bitter wrong that was being done to him. He sat down at last to rest, high up on the mountain overlooking the valley. He meant to climb up to the peak above the waterfall, but his leg was not quite up to so great a strain yet. As he sat staring moodily before him, he heard a noise in a thicket near him and turned to see one of the village children, a crippled boy of about 12 years of age, regarding him solemnly with wide, questioning eyes. "Hello, Roker," he called out indifferently. "What are you doing away up here?" The boy flushed and half turned away, and something in his hesitation brought Martin suddenly alert, suspicious. What was the boy doing up here? Was he trailing Martin, or was he, perchance, returning from? With his most engaging smile, he motioned the boy to a seat by his side and began to talk lightly of many things. Roker, diffident and shy at first, was soon chatting gaily, sitting alongside Martin on the ledge and flinging pebbles into the abyss, while Martin told him stories of the great world outside. Suddenly, Martin threw an arm around his shoulders and said, "Now, Roker, tell me, where is the path that leads to the temple? Tell me, and I will make you a kite that shall soar as high as the Alkamari, above the very tops of the mountains." He felt the slight body stiffen inside his encircling arm, but the boy made no answer. The long strain of repression was slipping now, and Martin trembled as his clasp tightened cruelly around the thin shoulders and his voice grew sharp. "Speak up, I tell you. I'm tired of this damned nonsense. Where do you go at night, when you creep away in the darkness? Where do they all go? Talk quickly, or I will find a way to make you speak." The boy quivered and shrank away from the menace in Martin's voice, but he did not speak. Then the long pent-up fury burst forth. for the man had gone mad through the passion of thwarted desire. For all the centuries of civilization have but served to lay a thin veneer over the cruelty of the savage, and, given sufficient prodding, the beast within breaks forth now and then, either in organized fiendishness, as in the public inquisition, or in private deviltry that finds no historian ready to record it. An hour later, spent and a little sick, Martin staggered down the trail alone, and he did not yet know the secret of the path. As he went along, he thought of what Tyre had said about the madness in the white man's brain. It had seized upon him, Martin, even as it had seized upon Pizarro's men 500 years before. The next morning, Martin kept his bed, pleading illness. Somehow he could not bear to walk abroad, to face those placid Indians. Tyre accepted with tender solicitude his explanation that he had strained his leg the day before, and busied herself in making him comfortable until he begged her to go away and leave him alone. About 10 o'clock she came rushing into the hut, weeping bitterly. "Oh, a terrible thing has happened," she cried. "A great sorrow, my brother's child, Roca. He has not come back. All night he has been out on the mountain. Something has befallen him. His mother thought nothing of it at first, for he is often out late, but never did he stay away all night. Even now the men are searching for him. If only you would rise and go with them. You are so clever, you would be sure to find him." A spasm of pain crossed Martin's face. Tyre instantly dropped down at his side and laid her cheek against his. "There, I forget that you are ill. Rest you quietly, I will explain to the others. Besides, I will go in your place. I loved him more than all the rest." Martin murmured a few words of sympathy, but his lips were stiff, and he sighed with relief when she was gone. He had no fear that the search would be successful, but he could not banish a vision of a pair of haunting dark eyes filled with tears like the eyes of a wounded doe. "Oh, to get away from it all," he cried over and over to himself. "To get away from these damned mountains, from these silent wooden-faced people, this constant pretense. If only he could discover the treasure and steal away with it, they would not be really injured, while his life would be made glorious and triumphant. But if the very children could not be tortured into betraying the secret, what chance had he with the adults? He felt beaten and hopeless, desperate. As he had foreseen, there was no trace found of the boy Roca, though the search went on for days. Finally, one night, Martin, tossing restlessly on his bed, heard again those faint footfalls passing the hut. This time there were many of them, so many that it seemed as if the whole village must be on its way to the temple. As he listened, he was aware that Tyre was awake at his side, softly sobbing under her breath. He lay very still. He did not want to talk to her now, and presently he knew that she slept again. He dared not rise and try to follow the worshippers, for she would be awake in an instant if he stirred, and so he was forced to lie quietly while another opportunity slipped by him. Where did they go? Where did they go? Over and over he asked the question, and was not aware that the words slipped from his lips aloud. Suddenly Tyre stirred, moaned a little, and murmured, "They go to pray for the soul of Roca in the temple. They go." The murmur died away into silence. Martin lay transfixed with wonder. She had answered his question in her sleep, without knowing that she did so. Long he had waited, but it had come at last, the way to his goal. Already his quick mind was busy with its plans. What had been once by accident should be again by design. The next morning he was like another man, bubbling over with good humor, so that Tyre smiled again in spite of her bereavement, and kissed him lovingly as he started away for his morning walk. "You are well again, is it not?" she questioned eagerly. "Only do not go too far today. You will get too tired again, as you did before. Be careful, promise me." "Do not fear," he replied lightly. "This time I go only as far as the herders' huts where the sheep are turned out of the night pens. I am at last going to begin my work as a shepherd of the flocks." She clapped her hands with delight at his words. "Really, how happy that makes me to hear you speak so. "Be sure that my brothers see you working, and the other men as well. They will see that you are not lazy at all. You have only been ill." Martin guessed readily enough that there had been some comments upon his idleness among the Indians, but he realized for the first time how much Tyre must have suffered from the criticisms which he had ignored. It was highly important that Tyre's mind should be quite easy about him now. He must have her utmost confidence, and he set himself skillfully to win it, sure of success. Throughout the long summer days, he followed the flocks, easily mastering the trick of turning them hither and yon at his pleasure. It was a lazy life, almost as lazy as his former one had been, for the boy who attended him did most of the work. But it satisfied Tyre, and when the night shut down and Tyre lay sleeping quietly in his arms, every night he whispered over and over, softly yet insistently, "Where is the path to the temple? Where is the path to the temple?" For many, many nights there was no answer, but he did not lose patience. Then, at last, she stirred fitfully in her sleep, murmuring low, broken words. He could barely catch their import, but it was enough. All day he went about like a man in a dream. Tyre had gone with some of the other women on an expedition into the mountains in search of certain medicinal herbs, and when she returned at night, she was weary and a little pale. Martin scarcely looked at her. She had ceased to figure in his thoughts. She had served his purpose, and the incident was closed. His kiss, as he bade her good night, was cold and perfunctory. Her eyes darkened with sadness, and her lips trembled, but she said nothing. Already she realized that the love of the white man was as fickle as a spring zephyr. Martin sat at the door of the hut after she had gone to bed, staring out into the soft darkness. His impatience was mounting with every passing moment, and yet he had need for the greatest caution now, lest a false step ruin everything. He must leave the village unseen, just before midnight, giving himself time to get to the temple and away again before the morning worshippers appeared. Twice, as he sat there waiting, the old priest passed him, going about the village upon his own affairs. Martin watched him covertly, and finally slipped his stool inside the shadows of the hut, so that the old man would think he had gone to bed. He did not like those keen, prying eyes, which seemed able to read his most secret thoughts. When at last he considered it safe, he rose, wrapped his thick cape of vicuna hair about him, and slipped away in the darkness. It was typical of the man that he did not cast one fleeting farewell glance back upon the woman whose love and devotion had saved his life. Up the familiar path he went swiftly and surely, to where the great pool lay at the base of the waterfall. He paused for a moment and looked behind. All was silence and darkness. Then he stepped quickly behind a great clump of bushes, which grew at the edge of the water, so close that the water of the falls sprayed over it as it fell. Martin almost laughed aloud at the utter simplicity of the thing. The broad path, worn by many, many feet, led just here, where the ground was tramped hard and firm. For it was just at this point that the villagers stood to dip the water from the deep pool. Martin had stood here himself 100 times, had dipped water again and again upon this very spot, and never dreamed that behind the innocent clump of shrubs lay the entrance to the desire of his heart. Now he slipped quickly behind the bushes. Deep down, half buried in the foliage, there was a rectangular opening into the face of the cliff. Martin stooped and crawled through. He found himself at the bottom of a long flight of narrow stairs cut from the solid rock. Here and there, as he climbed, he saw that narrow fissures in the roof of the passageway let in air, and sometimes he caught a glimpse of the starlit sky. The stairs under his feet were worn smooth. Through hundreds of years had the devotees of that strange cult been passing up and down this subterranean way. On and on he climbed, most of the way leading upward, but now and then long stretches ran fairly level. He hurried, but he had grown soft through the weeks of his idleness, and he found himself panting for breath and obliged to stop often to rest. Yet he must reach the temple and get away again before the priest came for the morning service, and he drove his weary body forward with the lash of his will. Suddenly, just when he felt himself unable to go farther, the passageway opened out into a great square chamber, hollowed out of the solid rock. He recognized it, from pictures that he had seen of the old temples, as the anteroom where the people gathered for the outer service. From the ceiling of this room hung dozens of lamps, from which wicks set in oil sent out a flickering light. The lamps were curiously wrought, with fine tracing and delicate cutwork. Each would be a museum piece of rare value. The room itself was bare of furniture. Evidently, the audience knelt upon the stone floor throughout the service. In the middle of the wall nearest the opening through which Martin had come, a spring of clear, sparkling water gushed out of the rocky wall. The water fell into a deep niche, which had been hollowed out of the wall, and the overflow was carried away by hidden drainage pipes. Before this niche, 2 tall golden lamps burned brightly. With a little gesture of delight, Martin ran to the spring and buried his hot face in the cold water, drinking deeply again and again. The long, hard climb had parched his throat, and the cool water was like nectar. Then he turned again to the wonder world about him. In the center of the wall opposite, the entrance was an opening, draped with a curtain of gold mesh so finely wrought that he crumpled it in his hand like a piece of woolen cloth. Yet it was so heavy that he knew it for purest gold. Through the opening, he stepped into the holy place of the temple, and as he did so, he cried aloud with wonder and delight. He had been prepared for treasure, but his wildest dreams had not pictured anything half so wonderful as the sight that now greeted his eyes. Against the opposite wall, a great gleaming golden disc, so wide that Martin's 2 arms outstretched could not have spanned it, made a shining background for the great altar, wrought of solid gold, which stood before it. On the altar itself, in the center, stood a great brazier, of a workmanship so fine that Martin gasped as he looked at it. And in the brazier a fire burned, fed automatically from 2 little reservoirs of powdered wood. Everything upon the altar was gold, lamps, vessels of all kinds, wrought with such skill and such richness of design that any one of them was worth a king's ransom. The light from the fire in the brazier was reflected 100 times from the dazzling surface of the great golden disc, the symbol of the sun god, and Martin's eyes began to burn and his head to ache as he ran from one thing to another in an excitement that was rapidly mounting to a delirium. He laughed aloud again and again, as he spread his cape out in the center of the floor and began to pile vessel after vessel in a heap in the center. He chose swiftly here and there, trying to select the heaviest and therefore the most valuable. All the time he was talking to himself as he worked, running to and fro, tearing golden figures from their niches and ravishing the altar of its golden treasure. He did not notice that his head was pounding with pain and that his eyes burned like twin flames. He was not conscious of his body at all. He saw only this golden treasure, gold, gold, gold everywhere. He piled it up until upon the floor he had a heap which 3 men could not have lifted. Still, there remained twice as much more. He ran to the great golden brazier and tried to lift it from its place. He staggered and almost fell, and for a moment a terrible nausea overcame him. He leaned against the altar, panting for breath, and gradually his legs crumpled under him and he slipped down upon the floor, with his head upon the edge of the pile of treasure. "Been working too hard, overstrained myself," he gasped, and then a cry of agony burst from his lips as the pain gripped his vitals, twisting him about on the rocky floor while the sweat poured out upon his blanched forehead. While he lay thus, the curtain at the doorway lifted and the old Vilka stepped softly into the room. Martin was too far gone now to feel either surprise or dismay at this interruption. Strangely enough, the very gold itself no longer seemed important to him. A film was drifting over his eyes. He did not care that the priest was rapidly replacing each golden vessel in its accustomed place, nor protest when the pile which he had gathered so feverishly a little while before was completely depleted. A last spasm of agony burst over him. He cried aloud, "Help! Help!" then shuddered and lay still. The priest stood looking down at him, and his eyes were full of pity, though his lips were stern. "Alas," he murmured, "there is no help for the one who drinks from the guardian spring. White man's madness, ever it leads to sorrow and to death." End of White Man's Madness by Lenore Cheney.
By the Hands of the Dead is a supernatural horror story of spiritualism and the boundaries between life and death. Set in the eerie backdrop of Tucson, Arizona, the tale follows Porter Norton, a city editor of the Gazette, and his friend as they encounter Peter Strong, a man obsessed with communicating with the dead. Strong's experiments with a psychic machine lead to chilling and unforeseen consequences. By the Hands of the Dead, by Francis Flagg. Strange Tales of Mystery and Terror, March 1932. "I believe," said Porter Norton to me, "that you should tell the story as a warning to those dreamers and madmen who would dare to knock at the very portals of death and question the grim guardian of the beyond." Perhaps Norton is right. Perhaps the terrible fate of Peter Strong was incurred because he came near to rending the veil betwixt life and death, and no man can do that and live. But I do not quite believe this. I believe. But let me tell the story, let me put the weird, incredible facts on paper, and in the end you shall know what I believe. Norton and I met Peter Strong at one of Mrs. Tibbet's Sunday night gatherings. Mrs. Tibbet was a charming old lady who believed in spiritualism. A spiritualist society held weekly meetings at her parlors, and one saw some inexplicable things there. One night a medium, a big fleshy woman who resembled pictures of Madame Blavatsky, gave a rather disturbing performance. The room was darkened as usual, but a veiled globe threw a faint light upon an area of floor in our midst. We sat in a half-circle, facing the cabinet and holding hands. Suddenly the curtains of the cabinet parted, and something came into the room, something abnormally broad and squat. All this time the sound of heavy breathing and occasional cries as if of pain came from the cabinet. The thing which now undulated across the floor could not possibly be the medium, and I watched with a prickling sensation of the scalp until it reached the illuminated area. In the blacker portions of the room it had been distinguishable only as a luminous mass, but now it showed like white smoke, wreathing and churning. I felt Norton, who sat next to me, stiffen in his chair, and at that moment a woman screamed, and someone snapped on the lights. The smoke vanished. "Fake, of course," I said with a nervous laugh. Norton nodded his head doubtfully, but the gentleman who had sat on my right, a man I had seen at the meetings for the first time, shook his head. "No," he said quietly, "that wasn't a fake. That was one of the odd times when Mrs. Powers had enough psychic units of electricity focused in herself to allow the materialization of matter plain enough to be seen." I looked at the man with interest. He was of average height, slim and precise-looking. His face was clean-shaven, that of an ascetic, a scholar. He had a high forehead and wide gray eyes, the eyes of a mystic. His age I judged to be 55 or 60. At that moment Mrs. Tibbet bustled up. "This," she said, putting her arm around the shoulders of the man, "is a very dear friend of mine, and I want you to meet him. His name is Strong, Peter Strong." We shook hands. "You mustn't judge spiritualism," he said with a smile, "by its religious or fortune-telling aspects. As a matter of fact, the science of spiritualism has nothing to do with religion." "The science?" said Norton. "Yes, the science. Nothing is more exact than astronomy today, yet it had its roots in astrology. What you see in the spiritualist societies throughout the world, the mediums and their like, is but the primitive foundations of scientific spiritualism. It is full of quackery and fraud, just as astrology was and still is full of quackery and fraud. He gave us his card. "If you should ever care to call on me," he said, "I would be delighted to discuss the subject further." Several months passed, however, before we took advantage of that invitation. Mrs. Tibbet went to White Horse Canyon for the summer, and the meetings at her parlors discontinued. But except for weekend trips to Oracle, Norton and I were confined to the city. Norton as city editor of the Gazette, and I as its circulation manager, had enough to keep us busy. One hot August afternoon, when the mercury registered 104 in the shade and the office was a sizzling furnace, Norton poked his head into my sanctum and waved a sticky proof. "Read this," he commanded. I took the strip listlessly. "Tucson inventor makes machine for raising spirits," I read. "Peter Strong, local scholar and psychic research worker, announces." I looked up at Norton with quickened interest. "Why, this must be the fellow we met at Mrs. Tibbet's." "I am sure it is. What do you say if we run around and see him after dinner? Might be a story in it for the paper." I assented, and that was how we came to meet Peter Strong again, and to undergo the harrowing experiences set down here. The house was an old one, set in the southwest part of town, a 2-story rambling pile built of adobe and surrounded by overgrown gardens and a stone fence. The immediate neighborhood was given over to other large houses and substantial estates, yet we approached it through the squalid Mexican quarter, where dark-skinned, exotic-looking men and women gossiped or smoked in doorways, and dirty, ragged children with vivid eyes and shrill cries rolled on the sidewalks and in the gutters. As he carefully piloted the Ford, Norton told me something of Peter Strong. "I looked him up in our private morgue," he said, "and questioned the managing editor. Strong belongs to one of the oldest families in these parts. His grandfather was United States Marshal hereabouts in the old days when Tucson was nothing but a cow town, and his father used to be mayor about 20 years back, before his death. Quite wealthy, I understand, but most of the family fortune was lost in the 1913-14 business slump. At that, the present Strong, the one we're going to see, isn't poverty-stricken. Lives very quietly, though, and seldom goes into society. Lived abroad for years, wife dead. Is considered an authority on psychical phenomena and generally held to be a bit queer. As everyone who has lived in Tucson knows, the streetlights are sparsely scattered. With some difficulty, we located the desired estate and drove up a wide drive through a thick row of pepper and palm trees. The wide veranda was deserted, but the heavy front door was open, and even the screen door was flung back to admit more readily the faintly stirring evening breeze. As Norton raised his hand to sound the brass knocker, a woman came down the stairs from the upper part of the house. She came from obscurity into the rather faint light cast by an overhead bulb in a colored shade, and I could not see her distinctly save to note the fact that she was tall and slender and clad in a skirt that reached to the floor. The woman paused at seeing us. We both doffed our hats. "Is Mr. Strong in?" asked Norton. She did not reply, but instead beckoned us forward and glided down the long hall, glancing over her shoulder to see if we followed. We started to do so, but at that moment a door at the end of the corridor opened, flooding it with light, and an elderly man in the quiet garb of a gentleman's servant faced us. The woman, we were both surprised to observe, had disappeared. "I beg your pardon," said Norton, in answer to the servant's suspicious looks, "but we are here to see Mr. Strong. We would have sounded the knocker, of course, but the lady—" "The lady," said the man, his expression subtly altering. "Why, yes," replied Norton. "She invited us in. We would scarcely have entered otherwise. I don't know where," he said, looking about perplexedly, "she could have gone to." The man made no reply but went to announce our presence to his master, and in a few minutes Peter Strong greeted us warmly. "This basement room," he said, leading the way to it, "is my study and workroom. It was a large place, and despite its cement floor, was comfortably enough furnished with rugs, easy chairs, and pictures, the one incongruous note being a workbench set against the rear wall on which a variety of tools, odds and ends of wire, and other articles lay scattered. "Yes," said Peter Strong, "I recollect meeting you at Mrs. Tibbet's very well. Michael," he called to the servant, "bring us something cooling to drink, will you?" "It's only an iced fruit beverage," he apologized, "but I never drink wine." We sipped our glasses appreciatively. The kitchen door opened off the room in which we sat, and through the open door I could see the servant moving silently about. Twice I surprised him casting furtive glances over his shoulder. What could be agitating the man, I wondered. "Yes," Peter Strong was saying, "I am at work on a psychic machine. There it is near the bench." He pointed to a contrivance I had mistaken for a radio. "But your reporter wrongly quoted what I said at the luncheon today. I did not say the machine was yet completed. As a matter of fact, I am waiting for a specially made transformer to arrive from the east before testing it out." "But you believe it will work?" His fine gray eyes that stirred me in spite of myself, lit up with enthusiasm. "I have every reason to believe that it will. This isn't my first machine. It is the culmination of a dozen machines. For 15 years I have been building, experimenting, and there have been results." "Yes," he said softly, almost to himself, "there have been results." His eyes stared fixedly beyond me, and following the direction of their gaze, I saw the door through which we had entered quietly open, and the woman of the hallway stand glancing in. Then she withdrew, the door quietly closed, and Peter Strong glanced back at us, a flush on his usually pale face. "Let me show you something." He took from a chest of drawers a number of cabinet-sized pictures. With photographic devices in the machine preceding this one, I snapped these. Norton and I regarded the pictures curiously. They showed vague, spiral-like bodies rising out of masses of vapor. The outlines resembled heads and shoulders as much as anything else, and in one or two profiles were clearly defined. Of course, we had read about faked spiritualist pictures, but to suspect Peter Strong of knowingly perpetrating a fraud was impossible. "With my earlier machines I received messages," Strong continued. "But I wanted more than messages. I wanted to materialize a spirit. And I wanted to materialize it under perfectly scientific conditions." He paused and regarded us tensely. The servant came in and removed the glasses and empty pitcher. "Yes," he said, "spiritualism is a scientific proposition, not the spiritualism of the churches. Scientific spiritualism has no need of religion, no need of God." "I don't," he said gently, "believe in God." "Don't believe in God?" "No." "But," protested Norton, mopping his face, "something must be responsible for the world and the universe." The servant returned with a full pitcher and clean glasses. It was very warm in the room, despite the electric fan and the faint breeze blowing through the windows set high in the Wales. I was conscious of the servant like a dark shadow going to and fro across the doorway. Damn the man, I thought. What is he so nervous about? Peter Strong filled his glass. Something is responsible, of course, and that something is pulsations of magnetism from indivisible prime units of matter. And the prime units, queried Norton, what created them? They were never created. Being the causeless cause of some of the metaphysicians, I murmured. But, argued Norton, ignoring my interjection, why can't the uncreated be God? The very idea of God is unscientific, and yet you believe in a future life. Not in a future life, corrected Peter Strong, but in the continuity of life, and I don't believe I know. But, I exclaimed, that is the stock statement of all mystics and religionists. They all claim to know. Yes, he admitted with a smile. But they claim to know through faith, while I know through knowledge, not through the knowledge of ancient mystical lore, but through knowledge of more recent discoveries in science, and, he added softly, through a channel more intimate, more dear. We sipped our beverage in silence. A shadow loomed in the kitchen doorway, the silent figure of the servant. "Consider this," said Peter Strong after a while. "I've already told you that all life and mass owes its existence to pulsations of magnetism. Science calls this pulsation chemical affinity, but here is a copy of my theory. I typed it to read at the luncheon today." He passed Norton a piece of paper. "We read it with care." "So you see," said Peter Strong, "that Earth life is of one electronic density and spirit life of another. When a man dies, he is just as alive as he ever was. Only his ego has a body invisible to us. But if a number of people physically en rapport form a circle, or if a vital medium goes into a trance, sufficient prime units of electricity may be generated for the spirits to build bodies dense enough to be seen. Those bodies will be no denser than the amount of prime units allows them to be. That explains why most spirit bodies and photographs of them are vaporous, unformed. However, the circle or human medium as methods of materializing the dead are primitive, uncertain, and open to all kinds of fraud and quackery. It is my aim, through the machine, to put spiritualism on a scientific basis." On our way home that evening, Norton and I discussed our visit. "An interesting old chap, all right," said Norton. "And he certainly can make it sound plausible, but for all that I don't believe the dead can come back. Neither do I. They say Edison once tried to invent a psychic machine but gave it up." Just before Norton dropped me at my door, I mentioned what had been milling around in my mind all the time. "Damn funny about that woman," I said. "Oh, I don't know, a maid, perhaps." "But where did she go to?" "Popped through some door, I expect. There was one across from us, you know, but it was closed, and we never heard it open or shut." Norton grinned. "I guess our hearts were thumping too hard for us to hear anything. But the servant's face. You must have seen the way he looked when you mentioned seeing a lady." "Scared," said Norton. "Yes, I noticed. But maybe he had a woman in the house unbeknown to his boss." "No," I said. "Strong knew the woman, and I told him about his looking at her in the basement doorway." Norton had been glancing elsewhere at the time and hadn't noticed. "Well," he said reflectively, "it's none of our business what women the old fellow has hanging around. But then again, she wasn't dressed as a maid, if that's anything." "And that servant was stiff with fright," I said. "I was sitting where I could watch him, and the way he'd look over his shoulder." It was about 5 weeks after the above conversation that Peter Strong invited us to be present at a demonstration of his machine. Besides ourselves and several people whom we did not know, there were present 2 gentlemen, both members of the Society for Psychic Research. One was Dr. Bryson, a middle-aged man of commanding height and presence, head of a local sanitarium. The other was a professor of science at the university, Woodbridge by name, rather short and taciturn. Neither of them, it was plain to be seen, placed much stock in Peter Strong's invention. The doctor, though an interested investigator of psychic phenomena, did not believe in spiritualism. He professed to be a rank materialist. "No one denies there are some things we cannot understand," he said, "but someday science will prove them to be but extensions of our physical powers haphazardly used." The professor said nothing. "Conan Doyle," began Norton. "Doyle," snorted the doctor. "Doyle was the most gullible man on God's earth. Why, he writes of a personal experience in London being told him through a certain medium miles away before the occurrence had time to be broadcasted. He naively asks how the medium could possibly have heard of it save through spirits. Evidently he forgot about telephones and telegrams, and the fact that most professional mediums belong to secret information bureaus with agents everywhere. We were sitting in what evidently had once been the main parlor, a large room almost devoid of furniture. Michael, I noticed, was the only servant visible. Indeed, discreet inquiries had elicited the information that the only other servant was a cook who came in by the day, a personable enough woman, neither tall nor slim. The night was unbearably hot, though it had rained throughout the afternoon and was threatening to do so again. The windows were all ajar. Attracted by the glare of the lights, I could see gnats and moths fluttering against the screen. Michael brought us iced drinks. "Mr. Strong will be here in a few minutes," he announced. We sat and chatted, and everything seemed very ordinary and unimpressive. Then Peter Strong entered the room, and the atmosphere subtly altered. "Gentlemen," he said, "all of you here tonight are disbelievers in spiritualism. That is why I invited you. I do not wish believers to witness this experiment, but skeptics." He flung off a large covering from what I had supposed to be a table in the center of the room and exposed his machine to view. It resembled, as I have said before, a radio. On the face of it was set a clock-like dial. Inside the box was a heavy, finely wrapped coil of wire. I am no electrician. I can only say that the box was intricately wired in accord with some principle evolved by its inventor, that there were two odd transformers. The whole affair rather disappointed me. "What you are looking at," said Peter Strong, "is a mechanical medium. Connected with an electric light socket by means of this cord extension, it is supposed to generate sufficient prime units to make materializations possible." He made the connection as he talked, but did not turn on the current. "As you all know, certain vibrations are sensitive to light, therefore the room shall be darkened. Michael, will you turn off all but the colored cluster of globes?" "But Mr. Strong, please, Michael." The servant, whose white, agitated face I had observed hovering in the background, did so with obvious unwillingness. The room was now in a red haze. Objects blurred into almost indistinguishable masses. I heard the snap of the switch as Peter Strong turned on the current. The room became very still. The droning of the machine and the loud beating of my own heart were all I could hear. There is a curious thing about silence and gloom. They have a ghostly effect on the nerves, or perhaps I am more sensitive to them than are others. I felt an almost irresistible impulse to speak, to move, and in fact I did fidget. Someone coughed, I coughed. There was an epidemic of clearing throats. A chair scraped the floor. Then again, everything was preternaturally still, and the buzzing of the machine filled the room with a steady, monotonous noise. That was itself a form of silence. So we sat for perhaps 5 minutes without a thing happening. Then, "Look," someone whispered. Over the machine broke a fanfare of sparks. A murmur ran through the room. "Silence!" commanded the voice of Peter Strong. The sparks grew in intensity, and from them swirled a luminous smoke. I felt the hair rise on my scalp, a chill tremor sweep up my back. It was not the sight of what I saw, no, but the sense of something evil, something inimical that brought me to my feet, tense, staring. The sliding of chairs, the stamping of feet, apprised me that others too had risen. Someone's fingers bit convulsively into my arm. Someone's hoarse breathing was next my ear. The luminous smoke eddied and whirled, and then suddenly it was pouring not up but down, and in the midst of it a dark shape etched itself against the luminous glow, a shape that seemed to take on form and substance even as we watched, a shape that seemed to suck into itself the pouring smoke and flashing sparks. A human shape! For a pregnant moment, I saw a half-visible face leer out of the mist. "God!" screamed someone hysterically, and then it happened. Out of the luminous mist lunged the human shape, menacing, deadly. Chairs crashed as terrified men surged backward, stumbling, falling. "Miranda!" cried the voice of Peter Strong, something of horror and yet of entreaty in its note. Then, through the red gloom of that room rang a noise that chilled the blood in our veins. Up went a ghastly peal of eldritch laughter, the laughter of something insane, uncanny. "Miran!" The voice of Peter Strong wavered, broke into a horrible gurgle. There were sounds of a terrible struggle, of the mad threshing of forms. "For God's sake," cried someone, "turn on the lights." "The lights! The lights!" babbled another. After a moment of bedlam, the lights flashed up. The room was a wreck, the machine overturned. All this we perceived in a glance. And then we saw the body of Peter Strong stretched inertly on the floor, his face horribly congested, his tongue protruding. But not that alone. For crouching over him like something vampirish and predatory was the slender figure of a woman, her fingers fastened on his throat, throttling him to death. And ever as she throttled him, pouring forth a blood-chilling stream of uncanny laughter. Like men in a dream, a nightmare, we stood. Like figures caught on a mimic stage by the glare of a spotlight. For perhaps a dozen seconds we stood, unmoving. Then we were roused into action by the voice of the servant, Michael. "Oh my God!" he cried. "She's killing him! Killing him!" And whirling up a chair, he sprang forward with an oath and brought it down with a thud upon the woman's head. It was Norton who, with some difficulty, tore the stiffening fingers from Peter Strong's throat. Together we turned over the lifeless body of the woman, and then, at sight of the staring, implacable countenance, started back with a cry of amazement, for the features upon which we gazed were those of the lady we had seen coming down the stairs on our first visit to Peter Strong. The servant knelt by the body of his master, tears streaming down his face. "Oh, I warned him to be careful," he cried brokenly, "but he wouldn't listen to me, he wouldn't listen." The doctor made a hurried examination. "Both of them are dead," he announced. There was a moment's silence. "Who is this woman?" questioned Norton. "His wife," replied Michael. "His wife," exclaimed the professor. "But I thought his wife died years ago?" "So she did," answered Michael. "Then he remarried again?" "No, no," mumbled the servant. "You don't understand. This is his wife, the one who died." We stared at him. The same thought was in all our minds. Evidently horror and grief had deprived him of his wits. But he read our thoughts. "No," he said sadly, calming himself with an effort, "I am not mad. This is the only wife my master ever had, she who was Miranda Smythe, and who died in Paris 20 years ago." "But good God, man," exclaimed the professor, "do you realize what you are saying? How can this woman here—" "Sir," said Michael, standing up, "there is no rational explanation to give. My master married this woman when she was young and fair to look upon, but if ever there was a devil in human shape, she was one. For 10 years she made his life a hell, I know. I was with him through it all, more friend than servant, and many a time. But enough. She was unfaithful, she blackened his name, she tortured him in ways too vile and unspeakable to mention. And yet his love persisted, and one day in a jealous rage he struck her here. The servant laid his hand on his breast, and from the effects of that blow she died, but not before she cursed him and threatened to reach back, from beyond the grave, and kill." He paused. The silence in the room was like a deep noise. The affair was hushed up, but the grief of my master was terrible. It was then he took to spiritualism, and was soon in communication with a spirit claiming to be his wife. Sir, there is more to this spiritualism than quackery. With my own eyes and ears I have heard and seen, but enough. She claimed that in passing over she had won virtue and understanding, that she forgave. "Oh, how I love you now and wish I could be with you again," was her constant refrain. But I never believed her. One doesn't change so readily. Besides, there was something mocking in her tones. and several times I saw. Be careful, I warned my master. Oh, I constantly warned him. But he was adamant, sir, blinded with love and remorse. And when he discovered I was mediumistic, again Michael paused. I couldn't refuse him, of course, and it was through me who dreaded and hated her so, that she gave him the idea of this infernal machine. He pointed at the overturned mechanism. You know the theory of its working. To generate enough prime units of electricity so that a spirit can build up a fleshy body with which to function on Earth again. Oh, it's incredible, I know, he cried, but that is just what my master did. But his early machines were weak, and she would wander through the house like a wraith, those gentlemen can tell you. They saw her one night in the hallway. She would wander sometimes for a week, until her electrical body dissipated, unable to harm anyone, though she tried. Oh, sir, I'm telling you that she tried hard enough. But my poor deluded master never saw. She smiled at him and melted in his arms, and he only dreamed and worked for the time when. And that time came, said Michael tensely. Tonight she had sufficient prime units for a complete materialization. Yes, she built herself a body of actual flesh and blood, and with it reached back from beyond the grave to wreak vengeance on the man whose life she ruined, reached back with the hands of hate to strangle, to slay, to... He pointed blindly at the body of Peter Strong and collapsed into a chair, burying his head in both hands. We stared at one another with pallid faces, at the bodies on the floor, at the bowed figure of the old servant. The doctor was the first to recover, though he too was still dazed. Nonsense, he muttered uncertainly. Nonsense. Spirits be damned. This is a case for the police, perhaps. He glared suspiciously at the servant. Norton and I quickly glanced at each other. The suggestion that Michael had had anything to do with the tragedy struck us both as preposterous. There is a phone in the hall out there, said the professor. One of you had better call the police station. I'm sure the authorities will clear up the mystery. But they never did. This much only is known, that the body of the dead woman was never properly identified, that her face certainly bore a strong resemblance to early photographs of Peter Strong's wife. But of course it was impossible for a matter-of-fact police department to admit that the dead return and that a woman 20 years a moldering corpse could commit murder. So, after a few weeks of investigation and grilling, they closed the case by entering in their files that first Peter Strong had come to his death through strangulation at the hands of a crazy woman, name and antecedents unknown. The machine was broken up, and there the matter rests. End of By the Hands of the Dead by Francis Flagg.
The Jellyfish is a science fiction horror story that delves into human ambition, the power of belief, and the unknown dangers of scientific discovery. A group of researchers aboard a floating laboratory are led by a brilliant yet eccentric professor as they study microscopic marine life. When the professor performs a bizarre experiment, the consequences take a terrifying turn, revealing the dark and uncontrollable side of his unchecked ambitions. The Jellyfish by David H. Keller. Weird Tales, January 1929. In stupefied horror, they saw through the microscope. All space is relative. There is no such thing as size. The telescope and the microscope have produced a deadly leveling of great and small, far and near. The only little thing is sin, the only great thing is fear. For the 100th time, Professor Queerling repeated his statement, and for the 100th time we listened to him in silence, afraid to enter into a controversy with him. It was not the fact that he knew more than we did that kept us quiet, but it was the haunting fear that filled us when we listened to him or watched him at his work. Working at an unsolved problem, He seemed a soul detached, a spirit separated from its earthly home, a being living only in the realm of thought. Motionless, his body sat catatonic. His eyes stared, unwinking, till his mind, satisfied, condescended to return to its bone-bound cell. Then, in magnificent condescension, he would talk in long, limpid language of the things that he had considered and the conclusions that he had deduced. We, chosen scientists, university graduates, hailed him as our master and hated him for admitting the mastery. We hoped that some evil would befall him, and yet we realized that the success of the expedition depended upon his continued leadership. It was necessary for our future fame. We were struggling young men with all of life ahead of us, and if we failed in our first effort, there would be no other opportunities granted us. In a specially constructed yacht, a floating laboratory, we were south of Borneo, making a detailed study of the microscopic sea life. In deep-sea nets, we gathered the tiny organisms, and then with microscope, photography, and the cinema, we observed them for the future instruction of the human race. There were hundreds of species, thousands of varieties, each to be identified, classified, described, studied, and photographed. We gathered in the morning, studied till midnight, and restlessly slept till morning. The only thing in which we agreed was ambition. Our solitary united emotion was a dreaded hatred of the professor. He knew how we felt and enjoyed taunting us. "I am your leader because I willed it," he would whisper to us. "The will to attain with me is synonymous with the accomplishment of my desire. I believe in myself, and through this belief I succeed. There is nothing that a strong man cannot do if he wills to do it and believes in his strength. Our ideas of space, size, and time are but the fanciful dreams of children. I am 59 inches tall, and, with my clothes, weigh 110 pounds. If I desired, I could make myself a colossus and swallow the earth as a child swallows a pill. If I willed it, I could fly through space like a comet or hang suspended in the ether like a morning star. My will is greater than any physical force. Because I believe in it, I have confidence in my own ability to do whatever I wish. So far, I have conducted myself like an average man because of my desire and not on account of my limitations. Man has a soul, and that ethereal force is greater than any law of nature that he ever thought of, or of any that God ever created. He is purely and totally supreme, if he so desires. It was after such a challenge to us and the universe that our chemist, Bullard, gathered courage to challenge his power. He stated his opinion sharply and to the point, "I do not believe you." "What is that to me?" answered the professor. "Simply this. You make a statement of certain powers that you have. I say that it is not true. Of what good is it to boast if you know that we think you a liar? Can you do these things? If you can, do them for us, and I for one will call you greater than God. Fail to do them, and I brand you as a boasting liar." The professor looked at the chemist, and we, breathlessly, waited for the blow to fall. But he only laughed. "You want a sign? A proof? I have thought of just such a thing, and I would have proposed it myself had one of you not asked for it. The thing must be visible to you all, something that I can demonstrate, a thing unheard of, a thing thought by all men to be impossible, and yet I will do it. Listen to me. You have all seen the jellyfish, called the bishop's mitre. When it is magnified 300 times under the microscope, it looks like a small balloon with a large opening at one end. It propels its way through the water by the flagellate movement of its cilia. The walls are translucent and transparent. At the top there are two specialized groups of nerve cells which we believe may serve as eyes. The opening at the bottom serves as a mouth. Smaller cells enter there and are absorbed. I describe it to refresh your memory, though all of you have seen it. I will secure one in a hanging drop under the microscope, and then we will attach the camera and cinema to it. We will project the picture on our screen. You will see the mitre move and live. You will observe the cilia move. While we have the actual specimen under observation, I will look at it through the microscope. Then I will demonstrate to you that I am not the idle boaster that you think I am. I will perform an experiment that will win for me the name of the greatest scientist that has ever lived." When he had told us the nature of it, we were too much astonished to reply. It seemed evident that the man had become insane. He smiled at us as though we were children. After waiting for an answer and seeing that we had none to give, he began to prepare the apparatus for the experiment. Finally, all was to his satisfaction. After examining several drops of water from our specimen jar, he was able to imprison a bishop's mitre in the hanging drop under the microscope. He turned on the electricity, and we saw the jellyfish move upon the screen. The professor carefully adjusted the apparatus till the organism appeared with more than usual distinctness. We saw the little animal that he had so carefully described to us. We even saw the little projections, which we believed were rudimentary visual organs. Then Professor Queerling told the cinema operator what he wanted done. He was to take a picture, starting from the time the professor disappeared down the brass tube of the microscope and continuing till he reappeared. No matter what happened, he was to go on taking pictures. "It is all well enough," said our master, "for you children to see what is happening and to talk about it later, but who would believe you? We know that the camera cannot lie. That is why it is important to take a consecutive picture of what occurs. Otherwise, you might think that I have been able to hypnotize you. Now, I will look down this tube. I see at the bottom in the hanging drop a transparent balloon. It is a pretty sight. Watch me carefully as I will myself to shrink. I will go on talking as long as I can. And you must listen carefully, because the smaller I am, the less audible will be my voice. Now I am 12 inches high. I am standing near the microscope. I become still smaller, and now I am only 1 inch tall and am standing on the eyepiece. No doubt you can barely hear me. Now I am smaller yet, and am ready to will myself through the glass of the eyepiece. The room was silent. We looked, shivering, at the microscope, and the professor was gone. The chemist staggered over to the instrument, looked into it, and silently staggered back to his seat. On the screen in front of us, the inhabitants of the drop of water lived and moved and had their being. Largest of all was the transparent jellyfish, which was moving restlessly as though seeking a way of escape. The only sound in the room was the whir of the cinema and the harsh breathing of the chemist. Then, on the screen, came a new figure, and we were able to identify the professor swimming among the infusoria. Gaining his balance, he at last stood upright and waved his hand at us. It was easy to see his smile, that condescending smile that had so often driven us frantic. There was no doubt from the expression on his face that he was highly pleased with his performance. None of us dared look at his fellow. Not one of the audience thought for a second of taking his eyes off the silver screen. We were stunned, stupefied, and filled with a wild terror, all the more horrible because of its silence. The professor started to swim again and now approached the jellyfish. He tapped the crystal walls. Then, as though seized with a sudden impulse, he went to the bottom, jumped up through the mouth, and entered the translucent ball of protoplasm. He peered at us through the transparent walls. His arms made a series of peculiar movements, and once again he smiled at us. "My God," exclaimed the artist, "he is wigwagging to us in the army code. He said, 'I have done it, and now I will return to your world.'" And as though beginning to keep his promise, he started for the mouth of the jellyfish, and then, the mouth closed. The professor circled the glass-like ball, seeking a way of exit. Once he waved at us in a peculiar manner, and then suddenly he sought the wall and, with arms and legs, tried to break through. On his face was now the look of ghastly despair. The things on top of the jellyfish began to glow, no doubt now that they were eyes, and bright ones. Before us, the professor slowly disappeared into a globule of milky protoplasm. The jellyfish not only had made him a prisoner, but had actually dissolved and digested him. With a shriek, the The artist went over to the wall and turned on the electric lights. Trembling, the chemist looked down the tube of the microscope and told us that there was nothing in the hanging drop save the jellyfish. End of The Jellyfish by David H. Keller. The Metamorphosis of Earth by Clark Ashton Smith. Weird Tales, September 1951. In the year 2197, the first intimation of a strange peril of worldwide scope and gravity came and passed unrecognized for what it really was in the form of a newspaper dispatch from the Sahara. Reporting a sandstorm of unprecedented fury, several oases, according to the report, had been entirely blotted out, and a number of caravans had been lost in the sweep of the tremendous storm, which had towered to a height of 12,000 feet and had covered many hundred square miles. No one caught in it had come out alive, nor had any trace of the missing caravans been found. Subsequent dispatches brought the news that the affected region was full of minor upheavals for weeks after the cessation of the main disturbance, and that a furor of superstitious fear had been excited among the desert tribes, who believed that the end of the world was now imminent. But, in the surge and press of more sensational and apparently more important items than engaging the world's attention, no one, not even the most advanced and alert men of science, gave more than a passing thought to the sandstorm. Toward the end of the same year, there came a fresh report from the Sahara, this time of so strange and inexplicable a nature that it immediately aroused the curiosity of many scientists, who forthwith formed an expedition to investigate the conditions that had given rise to the report. The members of a caravan from Timbuktu, the first to venture into the path of the great storm, had returned within a week, half mad with terror and telling incoherently of unaccountable changes that had taken place all through the disturbed area. They said that the long rolling dunes of sand had all disappeared, to be replaced by solid earth and mineral forms such as no one had ever seen before. The earth consisted of great patches of a sort of violet-colored day, very moist, and with a noxious odor that had almost overpowered those who ventured to walk upon it. Also, there were outcroppings, immense ledges, and even hills of singular stone and metals. The stone was mainly crystallized, with red, black, blue, and dark green colors, and the metals were white and iridescent. The members of the caravan swore that they had seen huge boulders heave visibly from the earth before their eyes, and had watched the crystals swell on the sides of these boulders. Over all the changed area, they said, there were vapors that arose continually, forming a dense canopy of cloud that shut out the sun. But in spite of this fad, the heat was more intense than any they had ever known, and had an intolerably humid character. Another odd thing they had noticed was that the sand immediately contiguous to this area had become so fine and pulverous that it soared in high clouds at every step of their camels, who had almost been engulfed in it. They all believed implicitly that Iblis, the Mohammedan Satan, had come to establish his kingdom on earth, and as a preparatory measure, was creating for himself and his subject demons a suitable soil and atmosphere resembling those of the infemal realms. Henceforth, the region was utterly shunned, till the arrival of the investigating scientists, headed by Roger Lapham, the most renowned American geologist of the period. Chapter 2. Lapham and his party, in which were several celebrated chemists as well as some fellow geologists, had chartered 2 airplanes and the trip to Timbuktu, where they paused to interview personally the members of the returned caravan, was a matter of only a few hours. A new and unexpected angle was added to the strange story, when the scientists learned that 8 of the 12 natives whom they desired to see had fallen dangerously ill in the interim since the sending of the last news. Dispatch. So far, no one had been able to diagnose their illness, which had presented a combination of symptoms no less inexplicable than unfamiliar. These symptoms were quite varied and differed somewhat in the individual cases, though acute respiratory and mental disorders were common to all. Several of the men had shown a violent homicidal mania, which they were already too weak and ill to carry to the point of action. Others had tried to commit suicide in a sudden and delirious excess of melancholia and nervous terror, and 6 of the 8 were afflicted with peculiar cutaneous disturbances, which would have suggested leprosy if it had not been that the diseased portions, which developed and increased with remarkable rapidity, were of a bright green color instead of being white, and had purplish borders. The pulmonary symptoms were not dissimilar to those experienced by men who have inhaled some sort of deadly gas, and were marked by a swift eating away of the tissues. 2 of the men died on the evening of the same day that Lapham and his companions arrived in Timbuktu, and by noon of the following day the 4 who had been so far exempt were stricken down. They suffered all the symptoms presented by their fellows, with the addition, even during the earlier stages, of a form of locomotor ataxia and a queer disorder of vision which constituted an inability to see plainly in broad daylight, though their sight was normal at other times. They, as well as most of the others, now developed a terrible condition of necrosis involving the whole bony structure of the body, and within 2 days all were dead. Lapham and his brother scientists talked with these men and did what little could be done to palliate their agonies. No more could be learned, however, than the news dispatches had already proffered in the way of information. Apart from the fact that the caravan members attributed their illness to contact with the uncanny clay and minerals on which they had come in the heart of the Sahara, those who had ventured the furthest into the strange area had been the first to develop this illness. It became evident to the scientists that their proposed explorations might be accompanied by grave bodily dangers. One of the planes was immediately sent to England for a supply of gas masks, oxygen, and complete suits of an insulative material designed to protect against everything then known to science in the form of harmful radioactivity. As soon as the planes returned, bringing the requisite supplies, the journey into the Sahara was resumed. Following at an altitude of 1,000 feet the northern caravan route toward Insalab and Gadan, the scientists soon began to penetrate the Juf Desert, amid whose golden yellow dunes the affected area was said to lie. An odd spectacle now presented itself to them. Far off on the horizon was a low-lying mass of clouds or vapors, a thing almost without precedent in that dry, rainless region. These clouds or vapors were of a pearly grey color, and they covered not only hundreds of leagues of the rolling sand, or what had once been sand, but also seemed to encroach upon the rocky, weather-worn terrain to east of the Juf. Nothing could be seen of the geological changes that had taken place, till the airplane's dad approached within a few miles of the vapor mass. Then the exploring party had a glimpse of the van-colored soil and minerals described by the natives, now dimly discernible through the writhing fumes that still arose from them. Before landing, the scientists flew slowly above the vapors to mine their extent and density. They found that the mass was circular in form and was at least 100 miles in diameter. It constituted a level and uniform floor, dazzlingly bright in the sunshine, and with no breaks or variations anywhere. After crossing and circumnavigating the whole cloud mass, a landing was made near the southern verge, and the expedition proceeded to encamp. The day was still new, since they had made an early start, and Lapham and the others were eager to begin their investigations without delay. Putting on their insulative suits and equipping themselves with the gas masks and oxygen tanks, the whole party set out forthwith. They had not gone far when they encountered the fine sand or dust of which the caravan members had spoken. They sank to the waist in this sand at every step, but its inconceivable lightness made their progress not so difficult as it would normally have been. At every footfall, every touch or movement. The fine powder soared in a huge cloud, which, as they had occasion to observe, took hours to settle itself again. None of them had ever seen such dust before, and the chemists in the party could scarcely wait to analyze it. At last, after much wandering and floundering in the dust cloud, through which they could see nothing, Lapham and his companions drew themselves out on a margin of the strange violet soil. The contrast of this wet, steaming clay with the gulfs of atom-like powder that surrounded it was so inexplicable, so utterly amazing as to baffle and dumbfound all conjecture. The substance was unearthly in its bizarreness, and the heat that emanated from it was almost beyond endurance. The scientists had sweltered in their heavy air-tight suits while crossing the zone of dust, but now they were subjected to actual suffering. At every step their astonishment grew, for the dim landscape beneath the vapors was such as no human eye had even seen before. Gigantic ledges of crystallized rock forms arose in the foreground, and about the crystals there was something, even apart from their curious black, blue, red, and dark green coloration, which served to differentiate them from anything classified by geologists. They were prodigious in size and had innumerable facets and a look of geometrical complexity foreign to all normal rocks. There was a sinister vitality in their aspect too, and the tale of the natives, who purported to have seen them grow and swell, became almost comprehensible. Somehow they resembled living organisms as much as minerals. Everywhere also were outcroppings of the white and iridescent metals that had been described. As the party advanced, the ledges grew larger and towered overhead in cuffs and precipices and crags, among which the explorers found a tortuous, winding way. The crags were horned and beetling, and weird beyond imagination. It was like a scene in some other world, and nothing to which the scientists came in the course of their wanderings was in any manner suggestive of the familiar terra firma. After groping their way through narrow rifts and along the rim of fantastic scarps where all foothold was precarious, they emerged amid the crags on the shelving shore of a lake of blackish green water, whose full extent was indeterminate. Lapham, who was ahead of the others, half lost in the coils of the rising vapors, cried out suddenly, and when his companions overtook him, they found him stooping above a queer plant with etiolated fungus-like stalk and broad, serrate leaves of a carnal crimson, mottled with grey blotches. Around it, the pinkish lips of younger plants were protruding from the soil, and they seemed to wax visibly beneath the astounded gaze of the explorers. "What on earth is it?" cried Lapham. "As far as I can see, it isn't anything that could legitimately exist on Earth," rejoined Sylvester, one of the chemists, who had made a sideline of botany. They all gathered about the queer plant and examined it minutely. The leaves and stalks were extremely fibrous in their texture and were full of deep pores like those of coral. But when Lapham tried to break off a portion, it proved to be very tough and rubbery, and the use of a knife was necessitated before the branch could be severed. The plant writhed and twisted like a living creature at the touch of the knife, and when the operation was finally accomplished, a juice that bore a startling resemblance to blood in its color and consistency began to exude slowly. The severed section was placed in a knapsack for future analysis. Now the scientists proceeded toward the margin of the lake. Here they found some plant growths of a different type, suggesting calamites or giant reeds. These plants were 20 feet tall and were divided into a dozen segments with heavy, swollen-looking joints. They had no leaves, and their hues varied from a leaden purple to a leprous white with green shadowings and veinings. Although there was no wind, all of them were swaying a little, with a sound like the hissing of serpents. As Lapham and his confreres came closer, they saw that the reeds were covered with lip-like formations that recalled the suckers of an octopus. Sylvester was now in advance of the others. As he neared the foremost plant, the thing swayed suddenly forward with all the suppleness and celerity of a python and encircled the chemist in a series of constricting coils. Sylvester screamed in terror as the coils tightened about him, and the others ran instantly to his aid, though dumbfounded and well-nigh stupefied by the strangeness of the happening. Several of them carried clasp knives, and these were at once requisitioned in effecting his release. Lapham and two of the chemists began to hack and saw at the horrible coils, while the reed continued its constriction about the limbs and body of the helpless man. The plant was amazingly tough and resistant, and Lapham's knife blade broke before he had sawed half through the section upon which he was engaged. His companions, however, were more successful, and at length the diabolical growth was severed in two places, one of which was not far from the root. But the coils still clung around their victim, who had gone suddenly pale and limp, and who now fell in a dead faint as his companions finished their task. It was found that some of the sucker-like formations had penetrated his insulative suit and were actually embedded in his flesh. Slowly, in squirming segments, the coils were cut away, but nothing could be done at present with the suckers, for want of the proper surgical instruments, and it was obviously imperative that Sylvester should be taken back to camp as quickly as possible. Carrying the still unconscious man among them by turns, the explorers retraced their steps amid the crags and ledges of many-colored crystals, along the perilous rim of steaming diffs and gulfs, and found their way through the zone of atomic dust till they re-emerged, altogether exhausted and frightfully shaken, on the shore of the natural desert. In spite of their urgent haste, however, they took with them some specimens of the crystals, of the white and iridescent metals and the violet soil, as well as parts of the python-like reed, for future examination, and they greatly deplored their inability to secure also some of the water in the blackish-grey lake. After the chemist's experience, no one would have dared to venture among the fringing reeds along its shore. Sylvester required immediate attention, for he was white and bloodless as a vampire's victim, and his pulse beats were very slow and so feeble as to be almost undetectable. His clothing was removed, and he was stretched on an improvised operating table. It was now seen that the portions of his limbs and trunk in which the suckers had implanted themselves were horribly swollen and discolored, and this swelling rendered the task of removal all the more difficult. There was nothing to do but cut the suckers out, and after the administration of an opiate, which seemed scarcely needful under the circumstances, the operation was performed by Dr. Adams, the physician of the party. It was evident that Sylvester had been dreadfully poisoned by the suckers, for even after their removal, the flesh in which they had sunk continued to swell, and soon turned to a putrescent black, which threatened to involve his whole body. At no time did he recover full consciousness, though during the night after the explorer's return, he began to toss and mutter weakly in a sort of low delirium, which presently merged into a coma from which he did not awaken. At 10 the next morning, Dr. Adams announced that Sylvester was dead. It was necessary to inter him at once, for his body presented the appearance and all the usual characteristics of a week-old corpse. A sense of ominous gloom and oppression was thrown over the whole party by the chemist's fate, but it was of course felt that nothing should be permitted to delay or interfere with the work of investigation that had been undertaken. No sooner had the unfortunate Sylvester been laid to rest in a hurried grave amid the Saharan sands, when his fellow scientists began eagerly their examination of the specimens they had secured. These were all studied under powerful microscopes and were subjected to chemical analysis of the most searching and rigorous order. Many known constituents were found, but all of these were immingled with elements for which chemistry had no names. The molecular formation of the crystals was more intricate than that of any substance known on Earth, and the metals were heavier than anything so far discovered. The cellular composition of the two plant forms was oddly similar to that of animal bodies, and it was readily ascertained that they were intermediate between the animal and vegetable kingdoms. Partaking of the character of both, how such minerals and plants could have appeared suddenly in a location so obviously impossible, even for the fostering of normal forms, was a theme of endless argument and inconclusive surmise between Lapham and his confreres. For a while, no one could propound a theory that seemed at all plausible or credible. Apart from everything else, they were puzzled by the zone of fine dust about the changed area. This zone was found to consist of sand particles whose very molecules had been partially broken up and disintegrated. "It looks," said Lapham, "as if someone or something had blown up all the atoms in this part of the Sahara, and had then started a totally new process of reintegration and evolution with the development of soil, water, minerals, atmosphere and plants such as could never have existed on the Earth during any of its geological epochs." This startling theory was discussed pro and con, and was finally adopted as the only explanation that contained elements of plausibility, but it remained to determine the agency of the geological and evolutionary changes, and of course no one could propound anything decisive as to the nature of the agency. The whole thing was enough to stagger the imagination of a Jules Verne, and with scientists of such indubitable rectitude as Lapham and his fellows, the fantasies of lawless imagination had no place. They were concerned only with things that could be verified and proven according to natural laws. Several days were devoted to analyzing, reanalyzing, and theorizing. Then a report of the conditions that had been found was drawn up, and it was decided to send a summary of this report by radio to Europe and America. An attempt to use the radios carried by the party revealed a peculiar condition of absolute static that prevailed above the vapor-covered region. No messages could be sent or received across this region, though communication was readily established with points that were not in a direct line with the new area, such as Rome, Cairo, Petrograd, Havana, and New Orleans. This condition of static was permanent at least. Many reported efforts, at all hours of the day and night, were utterly ineffectual. One of the planes, carrying a radio apparatus, soared to a height of 9,000 feet above the encampment and sought to establish the desired connection, but in vain. It was necessary for the plane to cross the whole cloud mass to the northern side before New York and London could receive and return its messages. "It would seem," observed Lapham, "as if some sort of ultra-powerful ray that prevents the passage of radio vibrations had been turned on this part of the Sahara. Evidently there is a screen of interfering force, while arguments as to the validity of this theory, the nature and origin of the conjectural rays and their possible relation to the geologic changes, were still in progress. Two members of the party complained of feeling ill. Both of them, on examination by Dr. Adams, were discovered to be afflicted with cutaneous symptoms resembling those that had been developed by many of the caravan from Timbuktu. The characteristic patches of bright green with purplish borders were spreading rapidly on their arms and shoulders and soon invaded the exposed portions of the skin. The two men became mildly delirious within a few hours and gave evidence of extreme nervous depression. Simultaneously with this turn of their illness, Dr. Adams himself grew conscious of a sudden feeling of indisposition. Obviously, the insulative dothing worn by the explorers had been inadequate for their protection against whatever lethal forces were inherent in the new soil, minerals and vapor-laden atmosphere. It was decided that the party must return to civilization immediately before others should be stricken. Camp was broken up, and the two planes were headed for Great Britain. During the brief journey, all of the scientists began to fall ill, and the pilot of one of the planes collapsed. Allowing the controlless air vessel to plunge into the Atlantic near the coast of Spain, the crew of the second plane, seeing the accident, flew gallantly to the rescue and succeeded in saving Lapham and Dr. Adams, who were struggling in the waters. Their companions, including the sick pilot, were all drowned. It was a sad remnant of the expedition which landed at London. Chapter 3. In the meanwhile, the summary of the explorer's report, dispatched with so much difficulty by radio, had been published in all the leading dailies of the world and had aroused universal interest amid the scientific fraternity. The press was full of theories and conjectures, some of them extremely wild and fantastic. One journal went so far as to insinuate that the Saharan manifestations were part of a plan for world domination that was being put into practice by the United Oriental Federation, which then included China, Indochina, Burma, and Japan, and others were indigned to name Russia as the instigator. On the very same day when Lapham and his companions reached London, there came from the United States the news of a terrible and mysterious cataclysm, which had occurred in Missouri and which had involved at least half of this state. Though the time was still midwinter and the ground was covered with unmelting snow, a tremendous storm of dust had appeared, in which many towns and cities, including St. Louis, had been utterly swallowed up. All communications with these towns and cities had been cut off, and no message, no living thing nor evidence of life had come forth from the storm. There were great billowing clouds that soared to a stupendous height, and from which emerged a sound like the rumbling of thunder or the explosion of unaccountable tons of dynamite. The dust, of unbelievable fineness, settled upon many miles of the adjacent areas, and nothing could be done or determined for days, since all who dared to approach the raging storm were instantly lost and never returned. The terror and mystery of a cataclysm so unparalleled, so far beyond all explanation or imagination, fell like a black pall upon the United States and horrified the whole civilized world. The dust from the storm, which was analyzed at once, was found to consist of partially disintegrated molecules, and it required no great reach of fantasy for scientists, reporters, and the general public to associate the upheaval with the Saharan sandstorm that had given birth to a terrain of unearthly strangeness. The news was brought to Lapham and his fellows in the hospital to which they had been taken from the plane. Several of the party were too ill to comprehend intelligently what had taken place, but Lapham and Dr. Adams, both of whom were less severely stricken than the others, were at once prepared to comment on the report from America. "I believe," said Lapham, "that some cosmic process has been instituted which may threaten the integrity and even the continued existence of our world, at least of any world which we could call ours, and in which human beings could dwell and survive. I predict that within a few weeks, geological and atmospheric conditions similar to those which we found in the Sahara will also prevail in Missouri." This prophetic utterance, made to reporters from the Times and the Daily Mail, received considerable publicity and added to the worldwide consternation and terror that was being felt. While dispatches announcing the continuation of the atomic storm were still agitating 5 continents, several of the returned explorers died from the unknown malady by which they had been seized. Their cases were characterized by nearly all the symptoms that had been noted in the members of the unfortunate caravan from Timbuktu, but lacked the pulmonary disorders from which it was evident. The use of oxygen tanks had saved the expedition. Extreme weakness, melancholia, the green, leprous patches, locomotor ataxia, partial blindness, and the final necrosis of the bones were all present, and little could be done to mitigate them by any of the attendant doctors, among whom were the most renowned specialists of Great Britain, France, and America. Lapham and Dr. Adams were the only members of the party who survived, and neither of them was ever wholly well at any future time. Till the end of their days, both men suffered from more or less mental depression and from recurrent outbreaks of the cutaneous symptoms. An odd aftermath of the whole affair was that similar maladies were contracted in a milder degree by many scientists who examined the mineral and vegetable specimens that had been carefully brought back from Africa by the expedition. No one could isolate or identify the properties that gave rise to such disorders, but it was assumed that rays belonging to the ultraviolet or infrared ranges, and more powerful than anything hitherto discovered, were being given off by the odd substances. These rays, it was all too evident, were deleterious to human health and life. While Lapham and Dr. Adams were still lying in hospital, fresh news items continued to come from America. One of these items was that 2 planes, driven by world-famous aviators, had tried to surmount the terrific dust storm that still raged in Missouri. The storm, like its Saharan fellow, was about 12,000 feet in height, and it was not thought that any difficulty would be encountered in crossing it at a sufficient altitude. Also, it was believed that some valuable data might be gathered thereby. The planes flew to an elevation of 13,000 before approaching the borders of the storm, but on passing above the rim of the involved area, they were both seen to disappear suddenly in mid-air by people who were watching their flight with field glasses. Neither of the planes ever returned to Earth, nor could any sign of them be located. "Fools!" cried Lapham when he heard the news of their disappearance. Of course, when they invaded the vertical area of the storm, they were exposed to the same disintegrative influences that are operating on the Earth below. These influences, as I surmised, are coming from outer space. The planes and their aviators have been dissolved into submolecular dust. No more attempts were made to cross the storm, and a widespread exodus of people from the adjacent regions, which had been going on ever since the initial cataclysm, became almost universal in the next few days. Hardly anyone remained, with the exception of a few redoubtable scientists who wished to be on the ground for purposes of investigation when the upheaval should subside. Within a week, the storm began to lessen in height and fury, and the clouds became broken and less dense. But, as in the case of the African disturbance, there were minor agitations and upswirlings for another week or more. Then it was perceived that masses of vapor were replacing the dust, and a solid canopy of pearly grey cloud was soon formed above the whole region. All around this region, the winter snows were buried beneath a mile-wide zone of the submolecular powder. In spite of the awful fate that had befallen the Timbuktu caravan and the geological expedition, there were several scientists brave enough to venture within the St. Louis area when the rising vapors gave proof that the processes of disintegration were at an end. They found the same exotic soil, the same minerals, oxyetals and water that had been discovered in the heart of the Juf Desert, but the alien plant forms had not yet begun to appear. Some of the water was secured for analysis. Apart from the usual constituents of water, it was found to contain an element oddly similar to a certain synthetic gas, more lethal than anything hitherto devised, which had lately been invented for use in warfare. This element, however, was not decomposable into the separate elements from which its analogue had been formed by American chemists. Still, another gaseous component was isolated, but could not be identified or allied with anything familiar to chemistry. Scarcely had the analysis been completed, and its results given to the world, when the chemists who had undertaken the analysis, and also the investigators who had obtained the water, were all stricken down with an illness which differed in certain ways from the one that had been undergone by their Saharan predecessors. All the usual symptoms were presented, and coincidentally, there was a falling out of all the hair on the heads, faces, limbs, and bodies of those affected, till not even the finest down remained. Then the places where the hair had been were covered with a grey formation resembling mould. The formation, on being analysed, was proven to consist of minute vegetable organisms which increased with remarkable fecundity and soon began to eat the skin and flesh beneath. No antiseptic could combat the ravages of the grey mould, and the victims died in atrocious agony within a few hours. It was surmised that the water must have given rise to these new symptoms by some process of infection. But how the infection could have occurred was a mystery, since all manner of possible precautions had been taken in handling the water. A little before the death of these hardy investigators, two singular astronomical discoveries were made. Lapham's theory that rays of an ultra-powerful type were being turned upon the Earth from some ulterior source had led to an intensive study of the neighboring planets, particularly of Mars and Venus. Through the new telescopes with 300-inch reflectors, with which observatories in Colorado and the Spanish Pyrenees had been equipped, it was thought that the rays might be emanating from one of the planets. Mars, by this time, was definitely known to be inhabited, but little had been yet learned about Venus, on account of the cloudy envelope with which that world is surrounded. Now, under the close continual scrutiny to which it was subjected, 3 flashes of white light, occurring at intervals of 70 minutes and lasting for about 90 seconds, were seen to pierce the cloudy envelope, in a region not far from the equator of Venus. The 3 flashes emanated from the same spot. A little later, during the same night, Dr. Malkin of the Colorado Observatory, though all his interest was still centered upon the orb of Venus, now almost at meridian, was forced to observe within his field of vision a tiny satellite or asteroid which was apparently following the revolution of the Earth. Observations were made, leading to the sensational discovery that this new satellite was no more than 1,000 miles distant and was paralleling the movement of the Earth in a position exactly above the state of Missouri. Calculations revealed that it was about 200 feet in diameter. Dr. Malkin's 2 discoveries were announced to the world and were followed the next day by a report from the Pyrenean Observatory, telling of another tiny body that had been located far in the south, directly above the vapor-shrouded region in northern Africa. In size, movement, and distance from the Earth, this body was similar to the American satellite. The 2 announcements were the cause of much public excitement, and many conjectures were made as to the origin and character of the 2-minute bodies, whose very positions made it natural for everyone to connect them at once with the geological phenomena in the subjacent areas. It remained, however, for Roger Lapham to predict that the 3 flashes on Venus, observed by Dr. Malkin on the same night as his discovery of the first body, would soon be followed by the appearance of 3 new satellites, and also by 3 more storms of dust in different parts of the world. "I believe," said Lapham, "that the satellites are mechanical spheres that have been discharged from Venus, and that they contain living beings and also apparatus for the creation and use of the destructive and recompositive rays that have brought about the singular manifestations in Africa and America." The flashes that Dr. Malkin saw were doubtless caused by the discharge of new spheres, and if Venus had been under continual observation by the new telescopes, 2 earlier flashes would have been seen, one preceding the atomic storm in Africa, and the other, the storm in America. I am at a loss to understand, however, why the 2 spheres were not observed long ago, since it is probable that they have been within telescopic range ever since the onset of the atomic storms. Chapter 4. There was a great division of opinion among scientists, as well as among the general public, concerning the validity of Lapham's theory on the origin of the satellites, but no one felt any doubt regarding their problematic relation to the dust storms and the new terrains. It was perceived that the 2 orbs were different in color, the African orb inclining to a ruddy tint and the American to a bluish tone. But suddenly, under Dr. Malkin's observation, 2 nights after the initial discovery, this latter orb took on the reddish hue of its African fellow. Lapham, on hearing of this, went so far as to venture a surmise that the changing colors of the sphere had some connection with the nature of the rays that were being emitted, and that probably the bluish color was associated with a ray promoting the integration of mineral forms, and the reddish with one that had relation to the development of vegetable life. "What I think is," he went on, "that the people of Venus are trying to establish in certain parts of our world the geological, botanical, and meteorological conditions that prevail in their own. The establishment of such conditions is no doubt preliminary to an attempt at invasion. The Venusians, it is likely, could no more exist under the conditions that are favorable to us than we could under theirs. Therefore, before coming to Earth, they must create for themselves a suitable environment in which their colonies can land. Certainly, the hot, steaming soil and vaporous atmosphere found in the Sahara and in Missouri are similar to those that characterize the planet Venus, though some were still incredulous or unable to realize imaginatively what was taking place. A wave of terror inundated the world at the promulgation of this surmise. Henceforward, the cool theorizing of Lapham and other scientists went on side by side with outbursts of frantic fear and of old-time religious hysteria on the part of the multitude. No one could know when and where the extraplanetary menace would strike next, nor the possible scope of its operations. And the dread anticipation of this menace became a demoralizing and paralyzing force that affected more or less the field of nearly all human activities. The men of science, the astronomers, the chemists, the physicists, the inventors, the electricians, the medical brotherhood, were the only classes of society who, as a whole, went about their usual work with a quickening rather than a slackening of their faculties. Researches were rapidly begun in laboratories all over the world to find medical agents that would be efficacious in fighting the new diseases caused by contact with the Venusian minerals, air, water, and vegetable forms, and in spite of the certain danger, many excursions were made into the vapor-hidden terrains to procure the needful substances for study in the various laboratories. The tale of resultant death and suffering was long and sad, and testified to the undauntable heroism of human scientists. Also, a number of inventors, who had long sought the secret of a process by which molecules and atoms could be broken up and reintegrated on a large scale, now redoubled their efforts in the hope of enabling humanity to combat the probable conversion of wide areas of the Earth into foreign atomic patterns. 4 days after the publication of Lapham's latest prophecy, there came the news of the 3 fresh storms he had predicted, at intervals of little more than an hour. The first storm was in Mesopotamia, and Baghdad and Mosul were both lost in the towering columns of infinitesimal powder. The Tigris continued to flow into the area of the storm, but on the southern side it instantly ceased to run and soon became a dry bed till its junction with the Euphrates. The second storm occurred in the Black Forest, in Germany, and the third on the huge pampas of the Argentine. A new satellite, of a sulfur-yellow hue, was located above Germany by the Pyrenean telescope, as well as by those of many other observatories. The satellite above Mesopotamia was too far east to be within range of European astronomers, but the astronomers of 2 observatories in the Andes were successful in locating the Argentine body, which was also of a sulfur-yellow hue. This color, it was thought, might be associated with the production and use of the disintegrative ray. The progress of a growing international panic was of course accelerated by the announcement of the new storms and satellites. People fled in numberless hordes from the neighborhood of the 3 disturbances, and grave social and economic conditions were created by this exodus. Certain industries were well nigh paralyzed, traffic by air and land and water was seriously disordered, and the stock market of the world was thrown into dire confusion, many standard stocks becoming suddenly worthless. Even at this early stage of the Venusian encroachment, there were many consequences of a far-reaching and oftentimes unexpected order in all realms of mortal existence and effort. All of the visible satellites were kept under close observation. On the night following the discovery of the sulfur-yellow orb above the Black Forest, it was found that the ruddy Saharan satellite had disappeared from its station, and no clue to its whereabouts could be obtained till the arrival of rumors from Timbuktu and Ghadamès, telling of a strange meteor that had fallen in broad daylight upon the region of massed vapors in El Jouf. It had been watched by many desert tribesmen, by several caravans, and had been visible at a great distance, falling with preternatural and deliberate slowness in a vertical line. It had seemed to descend for nearly a minute before dropping into the vapors. Its color was a bright silver. It was round in form, and had not left the usual trail of flame that is made by a large meteor. The desert peoples looked upon it as a portent, foretelling the advent of Iblis and his demons. "The first Venusian colony has landed," exclaimed Lapham when these rumors were brought to him. "They have no doubt complete their evolutionary process, or have carried it to a degree that would render the African terrain inhabitable from their viewpoint." While a bleak fear prevailed among the multitudes of humanity, and while scientists were engaged in eager speculation as to the nature of the Venusians, the rays employed by them, and the manner in which their spheres had been propelled through space and held in suspension above the earth, a number of new flashes were perceived on Venus by the vigilant astronomers of Colorado and Spain. No less than 9 of these flashes were detected at the customary intervals on the same night, and on the following night there were 9 more. Others, however, must have occurred during the daylight hours, for within 5 days, in no less than 30 additional storms of atomic dust were reported from all over the world. The areas of many were conterminate with the regions already affected, and were destined to extend enormously these regions. But many others were remotely scattered, and were to form independent nuclei for future manifestations. There were 3 storms in Australia, 7 in Africa, 6 in Europe, 6 in Asia, 5 in the United States, and 3 in South America. Many more satellites, all of a sulfur yellow hue, were located by astronomers above the realms of devastation that were being established. The destruction wrought was appalling in its scope, for a dozen great cities and hundreds of towns in thickly peopled regions were turned into cosmic powder by the disintegrating force. Berlin, Vienna, Florence, Tehran, Jerusalem, Kabul, Samarkand, Chicago, Kansas City, St. Paul and Pittsburgh had become in an instant no more than memories. The Argentine tract was lengthening toward Buenos Aires, and the ravages in northern Africa had been extended as far as Lake Chad, which had contributed a cloud of fine steam 20,000 feet in height, to the whirling tempest of minute sand particles. Even amid the universal horror and confusion, it was noted that nearly all the storms were in regions remote from the terrestrial seaboard. Lapham, on being appealed to for an explanation of this fact, made the following statement: "The process that is being carried on must inevitably be slow and gradual, on account of its tremendous magnitude, and many years will doubtless be required for its completion. The Venusians have selected inland areas for the nudi of the geological and climatic metamorphosis, because the new atmospheres created above such areas will less readily be subject to immediate modification by the terreni, oceans. However, if I am not mistaken, the seas themselves will eventually be attacked and will be vaporized and recondensed with the addition of elements favorable to the maintenance of Venusian air. The full extension of this latter process on account of the lethal gases inherent in such air will prove fatal to all remaining animal, or perhaps even plant, life of terreni origin, even if the geological changes are left incomplete." Chapter 5. Absolute madness and pandemonium were the concomitants of the 30 new storms, from the vicinity of all the centers involved. Unending throngs of people poured in all directions toward the littorals of 5 continents. The entire shipping of the world, both naval and aerial, was laden with men, women, and children who sought to flee the planetary peril, and those who were not fortunate enough to find room on any of the vessels leapt into the surf or were driven from piers. Cliffs and beaches by the pressure of the crowds behind. Innumerable thousands were drowned, while the streams of refugees came on day by day, night by night, utterly cred with insensate terror. And more of the deadly satellites were appearing, and more storms were being instituted. Town after town, city after city, countryside after countryside, was emptied of its inhabitants, hordes of whom were caught in the onset of additional upheavals. Heroic efforts were made by the police and military forces of all the nations, but not much could be done beyond organizing many of the North American, European and Asiatic throngs for migration toward the Arctic and subarctic regions. In the midst of all this pandemonium and destruction, however, the laboratories of the world continued their investigations, though one by one many of them were lost in the molecular cataclysms. When the progress of the tracts of devastation became more and more extensive, the chemists, inventors, and various other experimenters concluded that it would be folly to remain any longer at their present posts. It was thought, from the general distribution of the storms, that the Antarctic Seared would be the last portion of the globe that the invader would attack, and the scientists of all countries uniting in a common cause made immediate preparation to remove their equipments and build laboratories in the heart of the polar plateau. The work of removal, through the aid of giant airliners, was completed in an amazingly short period of time, though there were certain casualties and losses through the passage of planes above fresh regions that were being assailed by destructive rays. Enough provisions for several years were carried along, and of course the wives and families of the various investigators accompanied them, as well as many thousands of people who were needed for work of a less expert, but essential order. Whole towns of laboratories, as well as other buildings, were erected amid the Antarctic wastes, while the airliners returned to fetch more people and more supplies. The scientific colonies were joined by the passengers of hundreds of fugitive air vessels that had been wandering above the seas. And soon a goodly remnant of every nation had found shelter behind the southern barriers of ice and snow. Something was also done to house and provision the hordes that had fled to the north, and as much communication as possible was kept up between the two streams of humanity. Roger Lapham, who was now in a state of tolerable convalescence, was invited to join the colonies of investigators, and went south in one of the first airliners. He had wished to lead another expedition into northern Africa with the idea of again penetrating the Juf, where the supposed meteor had been seen to descend, but was finally dissuaded from this rash plan when word came that the African terrain was now surrounded on all sides by violent upheavals, one of which had destroyed Timbuktu. To the colonies about the southern pole, there came the daily news of how the fearful work of planetary destruction and reintegration was progressing. From radio operators who were brave enough to remain at their posts, till an unresponding silence offered proof that they had been annihilated one by one with the realms in which their stations had stood, the Venusian soil and air, with outlying fringes of atomic dissolution, were spreading like a series of cancers through the 5 continents, through regions that were almost emptied of human life by this time. The heavens were filled with the tiny satellites of changing colors, a score of which had descended to Earth and had not been seen to rise again. What their occupants might now be doing was a mystery that intrigued all of the scientific fraternity. They felt the need of definite knowledge regarding these alien life forms, who were obviously possessed of a high type of intelligence, and who displayed mechanical resources and a mastery of physics to which humanity had not yet attained. Chapter 6. A radio dispatch from a lonely village in southern Florida brought to the Antarctic laboratories the news that one of the silver spheres had been seen close at hand by human beings for the first time. An orange grower who had refused to abandon his plantation at the flight. Of nearly all his neighbors, with his 12-year-old son, who had remained with him, had observed the sphere flying toward them within a mile of the Earth's surface, in a southeasterly direction. Apparently it had emerged from a partially converted tract involving Kentucky, Tennessee, and the northern borders of Alabama, where more than one of the spheres had already been known to land. The thing was flying slowly, at less than 30 miles an hour when first noticed, and it came gently to Earth within 300 yards of the orange grower and his son, close to the edge of the orchard. The sphere seemed to be made of some whitish metal, was perfectly round, was at least 200 feet in diameter, and had no visible projections anywhere. It resembled a miniature world or moon. When it approached the ground, a sort of framework consisting of 4 tripods of the same whitish metal, issued or unfolded from the sphere, and served to support it when it came to rest. In this position, the lower part of the globe was no more than 15 or 20 feet from the ground. A circular trap or manhole opened in the bottom, and from this a stairway of metal steps was let down to earth. 7 creatures of an unearthly type descended the stairs forthwith and proceeded to examine their environment with all the air of a party of investigating scientists. They were perhaps 4 feet in height, with globular bodies, and they possessed 3 short legs and 4 extremely supple and jointless arms that issued from the side and back of smaller globes that were presumably there. Heads. These arms were all long enough to reach the earth, and were used to a certain extent in locomotion and the maintenance of equilibrium. The creatures were either equipped with natural coverings like the shards of insects, or else they wore some kind of armor, or suiting made of red and green metals, for they glittered gorgeously in the sunlight. The orange grove seemed to interest them greatly, for they broke off several boughs laden with ripe fruit, and one of their number forthwith carried the boughs into the sphere, holding them aloft with 2 of his odd arms. The other 6 roamed about the countryside and vanished from view for a while, returning in less than an hour, with numerous plant specimens and also with pieces of furniture, human clothing, and tin cans, which they must have collected from the buildings on some deserted plantation. They re-entered the sphere, the metal stairway was drawn up, the trap was closed, and the great orb retracted its 4 tripods and flew away toward the ocean at an increased rate of speed that would soon bring it to the Bahama Islands. The orange grower and his son, who had hid themselves behind a pile of empty lug boxes and had scarcely dared to move for fear of attracting the Venusians' attention, now hurried to the local radio station, where the operator was still on duty, and sent a detailed report of what they had seen to the Antarctic laboratories. A little later, the sphere was sighted from the Bahamas, but apparently did not pause on any of these islands. Still later it was observed from Haiti, San Domingo, Martinique, and the Barbados. Then it landed near Cayenne, where natives were captured by the Venusians and taken aboard the sphere. Then the thing continued its southeasterly flight and was seen far out at sea from Pernambuco. An hour afterward it was sighted from St. Helena, and then it changed its course and flew directly south. It passed above Tristan da Cunha and disappeared from human observation for 2 days. Then a biplane, flying from the Sandwich Islands to the Antarctic, found the great orb floating in the sea, and reported this fact to the United Scientists. It was at once surmised that the occupants had fallen ill and were perhaps dead, or at least were no longer able to operate the propulsive and levitative mechanism. Immediate contact with our soil and atmosphere, said Lapham, has no doubt proved as dangerous to these beings as our own excursions into terrains formed after a Venusian pattern were dangerous to us. Probably they were a group of scientists who desired to gather data regarding terrestrial conditions and were willing to chance the bodily peril. Great excitement prevailed at the news of this find, and 3 armored planes with heavy guns and a supply of explosives were sent to watch the floating sphere. The huge orb was half submerged in the water, and no sign of life, no movement other than that of natural drifting, was detectable. At length, after some hesitation, the crew of the planes decided to fire a 7-inch shell at the exposed portion, even at the risk of shattering machinery that might prove of intense interest and value to humanity. To the surprise of everyone, the shell made no impression on the sphere, beyond denting its side a little and increasing the speed of its drift along the waters. Finally, it was resolved to tow the thing to land. On being approached, it revealed a number of small circular and oval windows filled with semi-translucent materials of green, amber, and violet. It was beached on one of the South Shetland Islands. After vain attempts with milder explosives, the trap in the bottom was blasted open with thorite, a terrible NCW compound of solidified gases. with which whole mountains had been shattered. Evidently, the metal of the sphere was stronger and harder than any substance found or invented by human beings, and it was likewise ascertained to be heavier. When the fumes of the explosion had cleared away, several scientists entered the sphere by means of a ladder. Much damage had been done by the thorite, and certain highly intricate mechanisms around the trap were hopelessly mined, to the extreme regret of the investigators. But the body of the sphere and its contents were still intact. The interior was divided into a great number of curious compartments with octagonal walls, and had probably accommodated more than 1,000 of the interplanetary voyagers on its trip to the Earth. A large room above the trap opened off into 3 others of equally capacious extent, filled with machinery whose use and method of operation could not easily be determined. In the center of each room there stood an enormous contrivance made of about 50 metal cubes, all joined together by means of heavy quadrangular rods. These rods, in turn, were all correlated by single-stranded wires of varying thickness, forming a huge net. 3 different metals, all unfamiliar, were noted in the composition of the cubes, rods, and wires in the different rooms. From each of the central engineries there issued great curving tubes that ramified into scores of smaller tubes, arching the roof of the room in all directions, and terminating in series of no less than 10 keyboards with many square and sphere-like knobs that were placed in a sort of elaborate rotation. The keyboards were attached to the walls. Before each of the circular windows, a device resembling a gigantic trumpet, with 100 angled lens of some glass-like material in its mouth, upreared from a tube that ran directly to the core of the cube contrivance. The windows in each room were of a different color, and none of them, as well as none of the other windows in the sphere, was clearly permeable to human vision. On the outside of the sphere, opposite the large apartments, were found 3 discs that had a vague likeness to radio transmitters. All 3 were connected with the interior mechanism. It was imagined that these mechanisms were the source of the various rays employed in molecular dissolution and ray construction. Also, it was thought that the machinery wrecked by the thorite had served to propel and levitate the sphere. After examining the apparatus in the large rooms, the scientists began an investigation of the smaller apartments, most of which had evidently been used as living quarters. The beds and furniture were truly strange. The former were round, shallow tubs, lined with down-like materials of incredible resiliency, in which the globe-like bodies of the invaders had reposed, with their arms depending over the sides or coiled close to their trunks. There were eating rooms where, in metal troughs divided into bowl-like compartments, were the remains of bizarre and unidentifiable foods. The ceilings of the rooms were all low, in proportion to the stature of their inmates, and the investigators were often compelled to stoop. Mechanical resource and even luxury were manifest on every hand, and there were many special devices of unknown use and operation that had probably ministered to the comfort of these odd beings. After a number of rooms had been explored, a terrific stench was perceived, emanating through an open door. The bodies of 6 Venusians were found lying together where they had died, on the floor of what appeared to be a kind of laboratory. The place was filled with test tubes of unfamiliar forms and materials, and with all manner of scientific apparatus that aroused the interest and envy of the terrene investigators. The Venusians, when stricken, had manifestly been engaged in dissecting the body of one of the natives captured in Guyana, which was stretched and tied down on an operating table. They had flayed the dead Indian from head to foot, and had laid open his entire viscera. The corpse of his companion was never found, but the contents of a number of tubes on analysis were discovered to represent the sundry chemical elements of which the human body is composed. Other tubes contained in solution the elements of oranges and of other terrestrial fruits and plant forms. The dead Venusians were no longer clothed in the gorgeous green and red shards that the Florida planter had reported them as wearing. They were quite naked, with bodies and limbs of a dark grey color, Their skin was without any sign of hair and was divided into rudimentary scales or plates, suggesting that they had evolved from a reptilian ancestor of some unearthly type. But nothing else in their anatomy was denotive of the reptile, or indeed of any terrestrial mammalian form. Their long, curving arms and round bodies with necklace globular heads offered a vague hint of enormous tarantulas. The heads were equipped with two small, sucker-like mouths protruding from the lower part, and were without anything that suggested oral or nasal organs. They had a series of short, retractile appendages, arranged at regular intervals about their whole circumference above the beginning of the forearms. In the end of each appendage was an eyeball with many crystal-like facets, and every eyeball was of a different color and possessed a different formation and disposition of facets. On re-examining the mass of wrecked machinery, the seventh Venusian was found. His body had been blown into fragments and buried under a heap of twisted tubes and wires and discs. Apparently, when stricken down by the same illness as the others, he had been guiding the course of the great orb, and perhaps in falling or in the throes of his culminative agony, had stopped the working of the propulsive mechanism. It was learned that all the Venusians had been slain by certain streptococci, comparatively harmless to human beings, with which they had been infected through contact with the dead Indians. The finding and opening of the sphere created supreme interest and even aroused much hope among the united scientists. It was felt that if the principle of the disintegrative and reconstructive rays could be ascertained, much might be done to reconquer Earth, or at least to stem the Venusian encroachments. But the three mechanisms of cubes, tubes and wires, and their manifold keyboards, baffled all ingenuity and all the mechanical science of the investigators for a long while. In the meantime, all those who had entered the sphere were smitten with unearthly diseases, and many died or were incapacitated for the remainder of their lives. Chapter 7. Weeks and months went by and lengthened somehow into a year. The metamorphosis of Earth had gone slowly on, though after a term of 3 months no more of the deadly satellites had appeared from outer space. Lapham and others conjectured that perhaps the invasion from Venus had been undertaken with the sole idea of relieving a problem of overpopulation, and had ceased with the solving of this problem. More than 200 of the metal spheres had fallen under observation, and allowing only 1,000 occupants for each. It was estimated that at least 200,000 of the hostile foreign entities had taken up their abode on Earth. After partially converting all the continents, many of the spheres, as Lapham had predicted, were now attacking the seas, and immense storms of vapor were reported daily from the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. Even in the polar realms, the inevitable climatic and atmospheric changes were being felt. The air was already warmer and moister, and deleterious elements were invading it at the same time, causing a gradual increase of pulmonary maladies among the survivors of the human race. However, in spite of all this, the situation had begun to present a few hopeful factors. Invention, beneath the spur of dread necessity, had made new progress, and some valuable scientific discoveries had occurred. Machinery for the direct utilization and conservation of solar energy on a large scale had been perfected, and gigantic refractors had been devised by which the heat of the sun could be magnified and concentrated. With these refractors, large areas of eternal ice and snow were melted away, revealing a rich soil that was now utilized for agriculture and horticulture. With the resultant amelioration of living conditions, humanity proceeded to entrench itself firmly, and with a fair degree of comfort, in regions that had once been deemed altogether uninhabitable. Another valuable invention was a televisual instrument of range and power beyond anything hitherto devised, by which, without the aid of a transmitting apparatus, sight images could be picked up at any terrene distance. The use of a well-known ray in connection with this invention made it possible to penetrate the vaporous air that enshrouded the new terrains, and to watch the habits, movements, and daily life of the invaders. In this way, much astounding knowledge was soon acquired concerning them. TT was found that they had built many cities of a peculiar squat type of architecture, in which some of the buildings were septangular and octagonal, and others were cylinder-like or spherical in form. The cities were wrought of synthetic minerals and metals, and all the houses were connected by tubes which were employed for purposes of traffic. Passengers, or any desired article, could be shot through them to a given point in a few instants. The buildings were illumined with lamps made of radioactive materials. The Venusians had also begun the growing of ultra-terrestrial fruits and vegetables and the breeding of certain creatures that were more like gigantic insects than animals. The vegetables were mainly fungoid, were of prodigious sciac and complicated structure, and many of them were grown in artificial caverns beneath the stimulation of green and amber rays produced from orb-like mechanisms. The habits and customs of the Venusians differed, as might be imag ined, from those of human beings. It was learned that they required very little sleep, 2 or 3 hours being enough for the majority of theni. Also, they did not eat more than once in 4 days. After their meals, they were very torpid for half a day and did not engage in much activity. This, in the eyes of many scientists, gave support to the theory that they had evolved from a reptilian form. They were bisexual, and in further support of the above theory, their young were hatched from eggs. Apart from the vegetables aforementioned, their foods consisted of a great number of substances formed through chemical processes of a recondite order. They had a sort of pictorial art, of a geometric type resembling cubism, and a written literature that seemed to be concerned mainly with scientific and mathematical problems. It could not be found that any religious customs or rites were observed among them, and their trend of mind was predominantly scientific and mechanical. They had evolved a purely materialistic civilization and had carried it to a point far beyond that of the Earth peoples. Their knowledge of chemistry, physics, mathematics, and all other branches of science was so profound that it seemed well-nigh supernatural. The sundry instruments, tools, and engines that they employed were a source of perpetual marvel to human inventors. There were optical instruments with a series of revolving lenses arranged above each other in metal frames, by means of which they apparently studied the heavens, in spite of the cloudy pall that hung forever upon their dominions. It was thought, however, that perhaps their myriad-faceted eyes were more or less televisual and could penetrate many materials impervious to human sight. In support of this theory, the semi-opaque windows of the fallen sphere were recalled. That which evoked the keenest interest was the type of mechanism they had invented for the amplification of all sorts of cosmic rays, of solar light itself, and even the most delicate and imperceptible emanations in the spectrum of remote stars. By a process of repercussion and concentration, such rays were compelled to afford power beyond that of steam or electricity. The magnified vibrations were employed in the breaking up of atoms and in their reconstruction. The breaking up, it was soon learned, could be done in more than one way, according to the intensity of the vibration used. By means of the higher vibrations, a terrific explosion could be caused in destroying 1 or 2 molecules and reducing them to their ultimate electrons. But the milder vibrations caused a more slow and incomplete explosion, in which the atom formation was partially destroyed. This latter process was the one that had been used as a preliminary to the transformation of the world. Smaller mechanisms of a kind similar to those in the silver globe were in common use among the invaders and all their air vehicles. Industrial machinery and various other appliances were run with power derived from the explosion of atoms by amplified cosmic rays. By watching the actual employment of these mechanisms, human scientists learned how the machinery in the derelict sphere had been operated. Also, the changing colors of the satellites were explained, for it was perceived that the generation of the various rays was accompanied by the production of an aura of color about the transmitting mechanism. As Lapham had surmised, yellow was the tone of destruction, blue the tint of mineral evolution, and red the hue of vegetable growth. The invisibility of the two first spheres for a long period was likewise explained when it was learned that the Venusians could use at will in connection with the other vibrations, a vibration that neutralized these customary colors. Probably, through motives of natural caution, they had wished to remain invisible till observation had convinced them that nothing was to be feared from the world they were attacking. Now, with the knowledge acquired from their monstrous foes, human inventors were able to create similar machinery for destroying atoms and for reconstructing them in any desired pattern. Enormous planes were built and were fitted with this machinery, and a war of titanic destruction soon began. The Venusian territories of Australia were attacked by a fleet of 400 planes, which succeeded in annihilating several of the metal spheres, as well as 2 cities of the enemy, and turned many hundred miles of vapor-covered land into a seething chaos of primeval dust. The invaders were totally unprepared, for evidently they had despised their human enemies and had not thought it worthwhile to watch their movements and activities at any time. Before they could rally, the planes had passed on to the shores of Asia and had inflicted much damage in the Mesopotamian terrain. At the present time, after 20 years of a warfare more stupendous than anything in human history, a fair amount of territory has been regained in spite of terrible reprisals on the part of the Venusians. But the issue is still in doubt and may not be decided for hundreds of years to come. The invaders are well entrenched, and if reinforcements should ever arrive from Venus, the tide may turn against humanity. The real hope lies in their limited number, and in the fact that they are not thriving physically in their new environment and are slowly becoming sterile, as well as subject to a multitude of maladies, due, doubtless, to the incomplete conversion of the Earth and its atmosphere, and the tendency of Tellurian atom structures to re-establish themselves, even apart from the reintegration carried on by scientists. On the other hand, the vitiation of our seas and air by the introduction of deadly gases is not favorable to human life, and the powers of medical science are not yet able to cope fully with the unusual problems offered. Roger Lapham, whose clear, logical brain and prophetic insight have always been a source of inspiration to his fellows, has died lately and is mourned by all. But his spirit still prevails, and even if humanity should lose in the long and catastrophic warfare with an alien foe, the tale of mortal existence and toil and suffering will not have been told in vain. End of The Metamorphosis of Earth by Clark Ashton Smith. Possession is a psychological horror story that delves into themes of identity, duality, and the fragility of the human soul. Set in an academic setting, it follows a professor as he faces the horrifying consequences of a colleague's experiment to transfer consciousness. Possession by Julius Long. Weird Tales, January 1934. A short and amazing tale of hypnotism and dual personality. When I beheld Anderson's face as he emerged from Dr. Silvara's inner office, I expected the worst. His manner was easy and calm. Years of intimacy had taught me that my nervous and excitable friend was serene and tranquil only when face to face with some inevitable misfortune. I had never before seen him so cool. Never before had he been confronted with a catastrophe so dire and unavoidable. I knew that he was doomed to die. In his bosom he carried the fatal seed of extinction. It would soon expand within him until it had suffocated the last small remnant of vitality. "Let us take a bus," he said. We climbed to the top of a Fifth Avenue bus and occupied a front seat. Slowly we progressed down 57th Street to the drive. I could not bring myself to question Anderson concerning the interview. I anticipated the answer and did not wish to make him repeat his own death sentence, yet I feared he might interpret my silence as indifference. He must have sensed my dilemma, for he turned and spoke to me. His tone was utterly casual. "You may not know it, but you are riding with what is virtually a corpse. I have but 2 weeks to live." Dr. Silvara was very precise about it. 2 weeks exactly. I must be careful not to live 13 days or 15. That would seriously undermine the doctor's reputation for infallibility. I was appalled by this ghastly raillery. One expects a certain measure of dignity in a man on the threshold of death. But the speech was characteristic of Anderson. He could take nothing seriously, not even his own demise. "You must resign at once," I told him. "You must use these 2 precious weeks to complete your book." Anderson was professor of psychology, and he had intimated to me that his latest work was based upon a discovery that would revolutionize the science of psychology. He laughed cynically. "Nothing matters to me except my own life," he said. "If I am not to live to enjoy my fame, why strive for it?" I was surprised by this selfish attitude, but said nothing about it. "I shall have to find someone else to put me to sleep at night," I observed, more to break the silence than anything else. I had suffered from insomnia for years, and not until Anderson had come to my aid with hypnotic treatment had I enjoyed relief. Every night thereafter, he would come to my apartment, which was in the same building as his own, and repeat his treatment. I became so responsive to his efforts that he could send me off to sleep merely by uttering a few soothing words. I was conscious that my suggestibility had reached a stage where my friend might abuse his trust. I knew very well that prolonged hypnotic treatment subordinates the mind of the subject to that of the operator, but Anderson had never caused me to doubt his goodwill. "Do not worry about the future until it is the present," he said lightly. That night, he came as usual to my rooms and began his operations with great impatience. I accepted this as natural, assuming that he wished to be through to rush back to his book. In the few seconds before I went to sleep, I was struck by the unusual appearance of his face. The light had been extinguished, and only the soft moonlight illuminated the room. His features were shadowed. Even his blonde hair appeared black and sharply outlined. His eyes seemed to appear from the impenetrable recesses of bottomless wells. His thin lips spoke with scarcely perceptible movements. I had never seen a countenance so diabolical, and in the fraction of a second before I lost consciousness, I regretted that I had let myself become so dependent upon the man. Throughout the night, I dreamed strange nightmares, which upon awakening I could not call to mind. I knew only that they had been horrible and gruesome. During the day I was tired and weary, as if I had not slept the previous night. Throughout my English classes, I stammered and stuttered. My students did not conceal their suspicion that I had dissipated, and they exchanged amused glances. The next day, and the days after that, my condition grew worse. Then there occurred an incident which tried my credulity. It happened during my 11 o'clock class. I was lecturing on the idiosyncrasies of Lawrence Sterne when I noticed a stirring and uneasiness in my listeners. I paused an instant and continued. The students again became attentive. At the end of the hour, I summoned one of them to my desk. "There seemed to be some irregularity during my lecture," I said. "Did I commit some frightful blunder?" The student stammered hesitatingly. "Out with it," I commanded impatiently. "We were wondering," he confided, "why you broke off your lecture to give us a discourse on the symptoms of agoraphobia. It was all very interesting, but it seemed a bit unusual to hear such information in a lecture on Sterne." "I can believe that," I said. "That will do. Thank you very much." During lunch, I racked my brain to account for this strange lapse. The circumstance that puzzled me most of all was that I knew absolutely nothing of agoraphobia. I doubt that I had ever heard of it before. I decided to consult Anderson. He taught the neuroses. He would know all about the disease. Besides, He might be able to explain my unusual experience. That night I told him of it, but he was very vague. "You mustn't take your experiences too seriously," he said. That night's sleep was suffused with mad dreams whose hideous content was too elusive for me to recapture upon awakening. That day was more tedious and annoying than those previous. The strange incident of the day before was complicated by an astounding discovery. A student came to me after class and reported that a similar phenomenon had occurred during Professor Anderson's 11 o'clock lecture on the neuroses. Without warning, he discontinued his lecture on agoraphobia and spoke eloquently of the style of Lawrence Stern. I was assured that he supplied the very information that I omitted from my own lecture. I spent the rest of the day trying to account for this strange phenomenon. Had Anderson's personality been exchanged with my own? What could cause such an unnatural occurrence? I could not believe that there existed between Anderson and me a mutual sympathy of such intensity that it would give rise to a supernatural phenomenon. Indeed, I had begun to feel that he hated me for my healthy body and the years I was to outlive him. His manner had become subtly strained, though outwardly he manifested the same friendship. I confronted him with the fact of his own simultaneous lapse, and he simulated surprise, which did not deceive me. Why did he try to pass the whole affair off as a commonplace occurrence? I suspected that even then he was attempting to allay my suspicion. That night, I was frightened by a nightmare, which I could later recall. Indeed, I remembered it so vividly that I refused to think it a dream. Here are the details. I was awakened in the middle of the night by an almost unendurable pain in my lungs. Gasping for breath, I climbed out of bed. My limbs weighed heavily, and my muscles were unresponsive. I was conscious that I was a very sick man. With difficulty, I made my way to the window. Not until I stared down into the street below did I discover that I was not in my own apartment. My room opened only on 112th Street. I found myself looking down into Broadway. I reflected a moment. Had I spent the night with someone? I instantly recalled that I had not. I looked about myself. The clothes that hung carelessly over chairs were not my own, yet they were strangely familiar. In the moonlight, I caught a glimpse of my hands. I started in horror. They were bony and almost devoid of flesh. I rushed through a door, which I thought would lead to the hallway. I found myself in a bathroom. I searched for a switch and snapped on the light. I saw at once that I was in Anderson's apartment. I turned and stared at my reflection in the mirror. The face I beheld was the sickly and sallow visage of Anderson. Oblivion folded over me. Such was my dream, or was it a dream? I was racked by the terrible suspicion that the experience was not imaginary, but real. There was about my memory of it a persistent vividness that was very unlike the fading recollection of a dream. Was my soul temporarily transferred into the dying body of my friend? Had the unaccountable experience in the classroom been repeated? The thought nearly drove me mad. I recalled Anderson's strange manner, his seeming indifference to death. Could it have been that he expected to live on in my body after his own had succumbed to the ravages of his disease? Was he transferring his soul into my flesh? How could this be so? I remembered his hints of the tremendous discovery he had made, of its revolutionary effects on psychological theory. Was this interchange of personalities a demonstration of his power, a ghastly experiment which was to give him new life, perhaps enable him to live on through the centuries? Was I his chosen victim? Was my own soul to be transferred into his decadent body, to die with it? I did not know how to answer these questions, but I resolved to confront Anderson with them. That night, when he came to repeat his hypnosis, I eyed him sternly. "Your experiment is over," I said boldly. "You will never again hypnotize me." His eyebrows lifted with more amusement than surprise. I shuddered as I looked at his emaciated features. If Dr. Silvara's prediction were correct, he had only 2 more days to live. I marveled that he managed to drag himself to classes. "Whether you want me to hypnotize you or not makes very little difference," he said evenly. "You are no longer in a position to command. You are so suggestible to my treatment that it is not in your power to resist it." I winced at this, but faced him with all the courage I could muster. "You flatter yourself," I said. "You have dominated my mind only because I was fool enough to trust you. I know not what knowledge and skill is at your command, but I realize now what you have been attempting to do. You will fail. In a very few days, you will be dead." Anderson laughed. "So you have discovered my little secret? Yes, I have worked every night with you, and last night I almost succeeded. Tonight I will. It will not be I who will be dead in a few days, but you. That will be the reward of my genius. I am the first to prove that the soul is a separate psychic entity that can be completely divorced from the body. My soul will not live in another world, but on forever in this one, in the bodies of men whose will is less strong than mine. Man doth not yield him to the angels, nor unto death utterly, save only through the weakness of his feeble will." I was disconcerted by the conviction with which he spoke these words. I recognized them as Joseph Glanville's, which had been quoted by Poe in Ligeia. I felt helpless to cope with the knowledge which was at Anderson's disposal. Nevertheless, I put up a brave front and replied boldly, "It is not I who am weak, but you. If you do not leave this instant, I will take you by the collar and throw you out." Anderson only laughed and moved carelessly toward me. His face was so withered by disease and his body so frail that I could not bring myself to touch him. He began slowly to repeat the words he had used for years to induce sleep in my nerves. I struggled not to listen to them, to fight them off. I felt a numbness creep upon me. Oh my God! Was I so weak-willed that I was to lose this battle for my life? I could hear nothing but Anderson's monotonous voice. I knew that I was lost. My mind became befuddled and my vision befogged. Sleep invested my body. Anderson had won. When I regained consciousness, I only slowly recalled the terrible scene. I switched on the light and looked at the clock. It was 4 in the morning. I noticed at once that I was in my own room. Thank heaven, Anderson, though he had succeeded in hypnotizing me, had failed to effect the transference. But my joy was of short duration. I began suddenly to cough. I reached for a handkerchief and beheld my arms and hands. They were the bony yellow arms and hands of Anderson. I did not trouble to look into a mirror. I knew that I dwelt in the dying body of my false friend. I heard a sound and turned about. Anderson stood in the doorway, but it was I who seemed to appear there. It was my body, my face that I saw. Anderson smiled amusedly. "Well, you see what has happened. There is nothing you can do now to save yourself. You must die with the miserable body that houses your soul." A fit of uncontrollable rage shook me. "You devil!" I cried. "I will kill you for this. Both of us shall die." I rushed wildly to the bureau and opened a drawer. Anderson suspected that there was a revolver there, and he sprang after me. "Oh, no, you don't," he said, pinioning my arms. I struggled with all my pitiable strength. He held me fast. I gave a last violent lunge. I tore myself from him and faced him. My victory was short-lived. While I regarded him furiously, gasping for breath, my very lungs seemed to collapse. Blood filled my mouth and nostrils. Anderson watched me sardonically. My knees sagged under me, and I fell to the floor. The pain was insufferable. I was choked, unable to breathe. I knew I was dying. Blackness enveloped me. A second later, I found myself standing, reeling on my feet. On the floor below me lay the body of Anderson. It was bathed in blood. I realized at once that he had suffered a frightful hemorrhage. I stooped to his assistance. I felt his pulse. He was quite dead. In a flash, the memory of all that had happened came to me. I rose to my feet and looked at the dead man with utter stupefaction. What had happened? What had saved me, restored my soul to its own body? The only answer I can give is that the spirit is more inextricably rooted to its corporeal form than Anderson had suspected. Though he had indeed effected a complete metempsychosis, death had undone his work. I simply told the coroner that he had been taken very ill and rushed frantically into my apartment, where he had succumbed from his hemorrhage. It is a pity his genius has been lost to the world. End of Possession by Julius Long. When We Killed Thompson is a psychological mystery with dark suspense, set in a rural, poverty-stricken area in the early 20th century. The story centers on a family's guilt and paranoia after a man named Thompson mysteriously disappears. As they grapple with their conscience and suspicion in their modest farmhouse, they confront the haunting consequences of their actions and a long-buried secret. When We Killed Thompson by Strickland Gillilan. Weird Tales, January 1925. My, how I used to lie awake nights, staring into the darkness of the attic, wishing we hadn't done it. By staring a long time with eyes stretched wide, I could see the rafters, and hanging to the rafters near the little partition that turned part of the attic into a room, were his pants, brown striped they showed in the daylight, and his white shirt. There was quite a while before I would admit that we had done it. I kept my mind resolutely bent on believing we hadn't, until by reviewing the circumstantial evidence over and over again, I could see no loophole. And when his brother-in-law was reported to have been in the neighborhood asking others about him and never came near us, I knew it was no use to deny it if anyone should accuse us. Yet it would be unfair to confess without the consent of the others involved in the killing. So I held my peace, with the exception, of course, of the one night at supper when I blurted, out of a dead and oppressive silence, "I wish we hadn't killed Thompson." Everyone stopped eating and looked wildly at me. They had not expected me to say this, evidently. Mother asked harshly, "What do you mean?" I got up and left the table hurriedly. I hadn't meant to say it. It was unfair to the others. Thompson had come to our house to board. It was springtime. He was a timber looker for a spoke and rim company of Portsmouth. People sent him to our house because sometimes we took folks in. We were reputed to have good food, and our little frame home was one of the best in a poverty-ridden vicinity. Not so much of a home, it would appear now. There was a combination kitchen dining room, with an old stove in one corner, the stairway to the attic in the corner nearest the stove, the gun hanging over the doorway leading to the living room, where the big fireplace was, and an outdoors door leading to the back porch, where the morning wood was piled in the winter. Off from that back porch opened the little room where the boys of the family sometimes slept. Always one or two of us slept there. Then leading back from the living room was the parlor, and back of that, the spare bedroom. On the wall of the living room hung a chromo entitled Rock of Ages. It consisted of a large lady draped in a single garment, reaching up with bare arms, and clinging to a great stone cross on a wave-washed rock. Mighty religious-looking picture for a home whose occupants would, and we did set a good table. We had plenty of apple butter and jelly and yellow tomato preserves and peach butter and all kinds of jam and pickled peaches and canned pears and dried apples, schnitz, and everything else edible. Besides, we kept a flock of cows, and Mother was a mistress of the art of dairying. Many and many a night I sat beside her churn after dusk in the entrance to the hillside cellar, listening to her working the dash up and down to the rhythmic accompaniment of Scott's Lady of the Lake or Marmion, or do the churning myself while she sat on her bare feet. She was a more than half wild woman, and recited Campbell's Hohenlinden, or the Ritter band from Hungary came back renowned in arms, etc. She wasn't the sort of woman one would pick out as a conspirator in taking human life, however. But how can one tell? One knows so little of the inner workings even of those with whom one is most intimate. Thompson was a quiet man with brown whiskers, and a nose that turned up a little. He had blue eyes. I can see him yet. He had a way of sitting on the cool spring evenings and staring into the fire that Father would have one of us boys build to keep off the chill. There was, as I now see, nothing else for Thompson to have done. The coal oil lamp didn't give a very good reading light. There was no lamp for the spare room, and we children, I in particular, sat and stared so hard at the man that he couldn't keep his countenance. He was a stranger, and any stranger was mysterious to me. I would sit and look at him for half an hour at a time, endowing him imaginarily with all sorts of miraculous attributes and surrounding him with an aura of dramatic possibilities. It was no fun for Thompson, as I now realize, to be ogled at by a small freckled boy with mouth and eyes both hanging open. Now and then he talked. Father was a great pumper. His cross-examination of strangers, of whom he was always wistfully suspicious, was something to listen to, and for Mother to scold him about afterwards. One night, in a burst of confidence, Thompson told us his first name was Charlie, his wife's maiden name was Lewis. He lived at Frost Station, over in Athens County. He had a brother-in-law named Lewis, his wife's brother. He referred to the fact that Thompson and Lewis were two very common names. I thought a great deal about that. It has stuck in my mind through all these years, as if there was something really significant or important in the statement. Thompson would disappear early in the day and go to Jake Garrett's, Billy Gordon's, Levi Haldeman's, Joe Armstrong's or Eli Tope's, or somewhere else in the vicinity, looking for the sort of timber that would make spokes and rims for wagon and buggy wheels. Now and then, when he would return in the evening, he would mention that he had found enough for a car. It was in that way he referred to a carload lot of his sort of timber. It would need, he told us, to be seasoned for a year or so after cutting, before it would be ready to make into wheel timbers. I can hear him yet saying he had found enough to start a car. He had no other dialectic tricks, and his start a car sounded strangely to me. Had it been today, I might have accused him of plain affectation. But then I didn't. It was a part of Thompson, the stranger. It seems to me now he was never out of my thoughts, waking or sleeping, from the time he came till now, 40 years later. One day he announced that he was going to Jackson or Wellston to meet his workmen, whom he had arranged for by mail, to come and start cutting the timber he had contracted for. He was to walk to Simpson's station, to take the train into Jackson. Before he left, Father asked him if he hadn't better settle up for his board. He did so with seeming reluctance. Whether this was because he hadn't intended squaring up, or whether he was a little miffed at being asked for it, we wouldn't tell, though I wanted to continue discussing it for days. He left his brown striped pants in his room, with a spare white shirt, so we were sure he was coming back. We never saw Thompson again. Days and days we looked for him and his gang of workmen to return. They did not come. No message was received. As the days went by with no word from him, I began to grow uneasy and apprehensive. Who had been with Thompson last? We had, so far as I could know. I covertly inquired of people who lived near the railroad track between our house and Simpson's, but none remembered having seen a man of that description. Then I began to be afraid and stopped asking. Night after night I lay awake till near midnight, thinking about Thompson and wondering what had happened. I thought, maybe he has been killed. If anybody accused us of it, could we clear ourselves? He was here, we would say he went away. Would anyone necessarily believe it? Could we prove he went away? I speculated on a motive, but could find none except robbery. He might have had money on him. Then a neighbor told us of Thompson's brother-in-law, Lewis, having been in the neighborhood, inquiring of those who owned timber he had been looking at, as to when the mail had been seen last. Lewis never came to see us. We were the last people who had seen him. He had lived in our house. Why hadn't he come to see us? It looked bad for the brother-in-law. It looked bad also for us, the fact that he had omitted us from his list of inquiries. Did he suspect us? What should we say if we were accused of making away with Thompson? Back it came in the inevitable vicious circle to that question. It haunted me day and night, until I made up my mind we ought to admit the killing. Why try to defend ourselves in the face of such overwhelming circumstantial evidence? No criminal ever felt guiltier than I felt for my whole family. Then, the way they acted when I blurted out an expression of my regret that we had killed the man, that was suspicious. They looked as people would look if they had done such a thing, and were surprised that it was known or that any of the conspirators had the nerve to speak above a whisper about the dastardly deed. The pants, the brown striped ones, and the white shirt had been relegated to the attic, from Thompson's room. They hung where I could see them. I marveled at the foolhardiness of the folks in keeping the things about as incriminating evidence when the investigation by the detectives should begin. Every tramp that came to the door for a handout was a detective in disguise, and I would watch from the foot of the hill until he went across the Whaley Bridge and over the next rise toward Jim Boyd's. Eventually, we being very poor, it was up to some of us to wear out these garments of Thompson's. No men's clothing should ever be allowed to rot out in that house. It fell to my lot to wear the things, I being a long-legged growing boy. Oh, how horrified I was to have the things on me. The stripes in them seemed to writhe, and I also had to wear that white shirt. But I made short shrift of it, as I wore it corn-cutting, which whittles out a shirt in no time. How glad I was to be rid of both the articles of wearing apparel. Kill a man and then appropriate his clothes, I used to mutter to myself, but strictly to myself. I never again ventured to mention the killing to any members of the family, and of course not to strangers. I had found, by my family's reception of the one mention, that it was a sore and unwelcome topic with them. Had there not been so many appalling silences in our house, so many hushes when one of us would speak, so many stop that sniggerings when we would get to laughing, those reflections of mine on our crime might not have been so constant and so poignant. Nobody knows better than I. What are the thoughts and apprehensions and conscience twinges of an undiscovered murderer? 30 years after Thompson disappeared, I happened to be traveling on a local train. Looking at the time card, I noted that Frost was the next station. Yes, and it was Athens County too. I slipped into my overcoat and ran forward while the train slowed down. A little withered old man was loafing at the station, looking up at the coach windows. "Did you ever know anybody around here named Charlie Thompson?" I precipitately asked, while the baggage man began struggling with one trunk and the station agent waited with one milk can on his track. "That's my name," he said. "Did you ever work as a timber looker for a Portsmouth spoke and rim company?" "Yes, I bought many XR for that company." "Did you? Bored?" yelled the conductor. I had to hop on to resume my journey without finding out what I'd always wanted to know, why Charlie Thompson hadn't come back, where he was while his brother-in-law was hunting him, and everything, but I felt 1,000 pounds lighter. I knew now we hadn't murdered him, and for the first time in 3 decades I was absolutely at peace with the world. Of course, common sense had asserted itself years before, and I had known positively that there was no foundation for my childish and self-conscious obsession. That is, I had known it mentally. But a fear had lodged in my emotional system that had not, until that withered native had said car, been wholly absent from me. End of When We Killed Thompson by Strickland Gillilan. As Obligated by Armstrong Livingston is a psychological mystery with supernatural elements, centered around Sir Geoffrey, a man recovering from a mysterious illness. As he pieces together fragmented memories of a life-threatening event, he becomes entangled in a chilling puzzle that blurs the lines between the living and the dead. Fate, communication beyond the grave, and the consequences of unresolved past actions permeate the narrative. As Obligated by Armstrong Livingston. Weird Tales, January 1925. 1. The Bathroom Bell. Sir Geoffrey Combe, Baronet, snorted contentedly as his round, bald head and his plump white shoulders emerged above the waters of his morning tub. Without troubling to open his eyes, he reached over the edge of his porcelain container and groped blindly along the length of the heated towel rail. Then he snorted again, in a very different key. The second housemaid, derelict in her duty, had evidently neglected to place any towels upon the device intended for them. Worse than that, a more thorough examination through reluctantly opened eyes showed that there were no towels in the room at all. Of all life's little misadventures, this is admittedly one of the most annoying. The baronet was on the point of being very annoyed indeed, until his eye chanced to fall upon the button of an electric bell that was placed in the wall at the side of the tub. A sudden smile came to his face instead of the threatened frown, and his blue eyes were twinkling as he reached up and pressed firmly upon the button. "That's one to Hodgkins," he murmured good-humouredly. "I must tell the old chap about it the next time I see him. He'll be tremendously bucked." When he had added this new and perfectly equipped bathroom to the ancient country seat of his fathers, that bell had been a bone of contention between Hodgkins and himself. The baronet, weary of antiquated appliances, had drawn the plans of the room himself to the end that they might be perfect, and with the aid of a London catalogue of modern lavatory fixtures, plus his own vivid imagination, he had succeeded admirably. He was proud of those plans. Of course, the task of executing them had fallen to the lot of Hodgkins, the village plumber. Any other arrangement would have been manifestly improper. Hodgkins was a tradition. Ever since plumbing had been invented, a Hodgkins had been plumber for a Combe, just as a Stubbs had always supplied the meat and a Smith the groceries. The system worked excellently for all concerned. The village profited by the patronage of the hall, and the hall benefited by good meat, groceries and plumbing. Traditions properly adhered to have a practical as well as a sentimental value. Hodgkins had glanced over the plans and warmly approved them. A glow of pride suffused the amateur draftsman's being, to be presently chilled by a growing doubt in the plumber's eye. "You've not allowed for a bell, Sir Geoffrey." "A bell in a bathroom? Don't be silly, Hodgkins." "It's not silly, sir. You'll want a bell there." Hodgkins had jabbed at the neat plan with a sadly maculate finger, and when he removed it, there was no difficulty in finding the spot he had indicated, just where you can reach it from the tub. Handy-like. Absurd. Have you no sense of decency, Hodgkins? Under what conceivable circumstances would a man in a tub want to ring a bell, especially if he knew it was bound to be answered by a housemaid? Hodgkins accepted the implied challenge with gusto. He began to enumerate a series of hypothetical cases in which a bell by the bathtub might be most useful. And when he presently showed signs of deserving the reputation he had in the local Conservative club of being its most eloquent and long-winded member, the baronet threw up his hands in despair. "Have it your own way. I can always tie a bow of pink ribbon on it and pretend it's a mural decoration." "Yes, sir." Hodgkins, having gained his point, magnanimously proceeded to explain his insistence. "You'll not regret it, Sir Geoffrey. You see, sir, it's like this. My father always did his best for your father, and my grandfather for yours before that, and now it's up to me to do the best I can for you. So when my judgment tells me you ought to have a bell in that bathroom, I'm just plain obligated to say so." "Thank you, Hodgkins," replied the baronet gravely and not ungratefully. He might reserve his private opinion about the matter in dispute, but he could also appreciate the stubborn determination of the old plumber to do his best for the Combe family. "It is really a pleasure nowadays to meet anyone who takes the interest in his work that you do." Sir Geoffrey, twiddling his toes in the bath while waiting for an answer to his summons, smiled as he recalled that conversation with Hodgkins. The smile faded slowly away as he reflected that quite an interval had elapsed since he rang, and that the water in the tub was getting deucedly chilly. He reached for the bell again and this time his finger lingered on the button with a pertinacity that he devoutly hoped would cause consternation in the servants' hall. He had not entirely regained his poise when he bustled into the breakfast room and seated himself at the table. His wife was already in her place at the other end, deftly sorting the morning mail. "Henrietta," he began promptly, "I wish you would please send word to Hodgkins that the bell in my bathroom doesn't work. I rang 3 times this morning for towels and nothing happened. It was most embarrassing. I had to scuttle to my dressing room dripping like a half-drowned rabbit." "Very well, Geoffrey. I will have it attended to," answered Lady Coombs soothingly. She paused in her shuffling of the mail to examine an envelope. "Here's a letter to you from the Psychical Society. I was expecting it. I met Matthews, the secretary, the other day, and he told me they were going to invite me to address them some evening this week." "Really?" Lady Coombs' slender eyebrows were delicately arched for an instant, but they straightened again as she remembered that her husband was an astute politician. "They control some votes, I suppose?" "Possibly in the next world," said Sir Geoffrey, and added with a little chuckle, "Of course there's no reason why a far-sighted statesman shouldn't build up a constituency there in advance." She ignored his flippancy, but the eloquent brows signalled her amusement at his new hobby. "Is it possible that you are a believer in spooks?" she asked, mildly derisive. "At your age, really? I'm interested. Frankly, I am. One hears such extraordinary stories. There must be some truth in these well-authenticated cases of apparently inexplicable phenomena." "One hears," she repeated skeptically. "But does one ever experience?" "Ah, that's it," admitted Sir Geoffrey readily. "Listening to another man's account of a manifestation is not like having one of your own. But I'm afraid I'm not the sort of a person to attract a spook." He ended with a sigh. Lady Coombs surveyed his plump, matter-of-fact face good-humouredly. "No, Geoffrey, I don't think you are." She picked another letter from the pile beside her. "Here's a dinner invitation from Agatha. Of course, we'll accept." 2. The Bewitched. In these days of international conferences, a serious politician's life is not his own. Sir Geoffrey Coombe, who had expected to spend many pleasant weeks at Coombe Hall, found himself fluctuating instead between London, Geneva and Cannes and other hospitable points. Fully 6 months had gone by before he and Lady Coombe returned to the Hall, glad to escape from the turmoil of London life and photographers. This was real comfort. While he was taking his bath the next morning, Sir Geoffrey's eyes inevitably rested upon the bell button so conveniently placed beside the porcelain tub. It was equally inevitable that his mind should revert to that unhappy morning when he had scurried through the hall to the haven of his dressing room. "Wonder if it has been fixed," he mused. He could think of no excuse for ringing at that moment, and he was a kindly man who did not like to disturb his servants unnecessarily. But the question stuck in his mind all the time he was shaving and dressing, and when his morning toilet was finally complete, he decided to have it answered. He went back to the bathroom and pressed the bell. After some moments he rang again, and a little later a third time. Then he went into another room and rang the bell there. A maid appeared with commendable punctuality. "I've just rung 3 times from the bathroom," he told her severely. "Why did no one answer?" "It couldn't have rung, Sir Geoffrey," answered the girl. "I've been right in the pantry, and I must have heard it if it had. Did you want something, sir?" "I wanted to know just that," said the baronet grimly. "Thank you, Jane." He came into the calm serenity of the breakfast room like a thundercloud. "Henrietta, did you tell Hodgkins about that bell in my bathroom?" "I spoke to the housekeeper, certainly," replied his wife tranquilly. "It must be all right now." "Well, it's not." "Then I will speak to Mrs. Smith again." Like a good housewife, she reported the result of her inquiry at dinner that evening. "Mrs. Smith tells me that she referred the matter of your bell to Hodgkins. He was quite upset." "I'll send him a card of sympathy," said her husband crossly. "I'm upset myself, and can feel for him. He came to the house 2 or 3 times while we were away. He tinkered with it, but couldn't find the trouble. It's an electrician's job. commented Sir Geoffrey absently. He was wondering why these modern cooks sent up a brown dressing with a chicken instead of a white. It serves me right for leaving that bathroom to the tender mercies of a village plumber. Don't be silly. Lady Combe helped herself liberally to the salad. She was conservative in everything else. You could have done nothing else. Hodgkins would have been mortally offended. His father worked for your father and his grandfather. Worked for my grandfather, groaned the baronet. I've heard it all from Hodgkins himself. Henrietta. It's rather fine, though, when you come to think of it, said Lady Combe thoughtfully. Hodgkins represents a generation that is dying out, the generation that did its work, and was humiliated if that work wasn't satisfactory. He told Mrs. Smith one day that such a thing had never happened before, that neither he nor his father nor his grandfather had ever been obliged, he called it obligated, to remedy any work done at the Hall. Well, he hasn't remedied it yet, grumbled the baronet. How are the spooks getting on? Asked Lady Combe softly. Sir Geoffrey looked mildly surprised at the sudden change of subject, a little suspicious too, for his wife had recently derived a lot of quiet amusement from what she called spoofing spouses' spooks. Before he could reply, she explained the connection. I was thinking of your psychical society, she said dryly. I thought you might like to tell them about your bathroom bell, because Hodgkins swears it is bewitched. Again, Sir Geoffrey's presence was required in London, and once more several months slipped by before the hall was warmed and aired throughout to receive its master. This time he did not have to be reminded of the bell that had refused to respond to the pressure of his august finger. Curiously enough, the thought of that bell had continuously cropped up in his mind even during the stress of the past few months, and some of them had been very stressful indeed. Whenever a bell had rung for anything, he had been reminded of a bell that would not ring for towels. Fortuitously, on the afternoon of his arrival at Combe Hall, he met the housekeeper in a darkened corridor of the old house. "Oh, Mrs. Smith, has that bell in my bathroom ever been put in order?" "I'm sorry, Sir Geoffrey, but I don't think it has. Hodgkins, the plumber, you know, sir, has been here several times." "But—" "Confound Hodgkins!" cried the baronet angrily. "Hodgkins is an antediluvian fossil who doesn't know a brass washer from a tin bathtub." His voice rose high, and even in that dim light the startled housekeeper could see that his face was growing purple. "Why did you call in Hodgkins? Why didn't you get somebody with some sense? I know that Lady Combe left it to you. Why haven't you attended to it? What are housekeepers coming to? Oh, Lord, why does a sane man have a housekeeper?" He went down the corridor without waiting for an answer to this conundrum. Mrs. Smith was staggered by the violence of the assault, which was as unexpected coming from him as if it had come from the tweenie, and by no means more to be endured by a hard-working, self-respecting woman with 3 children, and a husband to support. Before she could frame a crushing reply, she was staring down an empty corridor, and her honest brain had arrived at a just appreciation of the trouble. She recalled a few anxious remarks that her ladyship had dropped anent her husband's health. Politics had been very trying of late. Sir Geoffrey was no longer a young man. The doctors had warned him very gravely. Mrs. Smith mechanically pulled up her skirt and wrung her hands thereon, a custom that she had not thought of for 20 years. "Poor dear," she murmured sympathetically. "If only you wasn't a sick man." Sir Geoffrey ate a very hearty dinner that evening, his appetite obviously improved by the fresh country air. Presumably, it was still further improved by the fact that his doctor had sternly tabooed 1 or 2 of the dishes to which he helped himself twice. He remonstrated feebly across the table with a pair of eyebrows. "Nonsense, my dear, nonsense. I feel like a 2-year-old Clydesdale." He glanced sideways. "Don't stand there like a graven image, Parkins. Don't you see I want some more claret? Go on, Geoffrey," urged his wife bitterly. "Make an idiot of yourself, do. But don't forget to take a notebook to bed with you. It will be so useful at the next meeting of the Psychical Society when you try to describe your grandmother's ghost." He did, in fact, spend a restless, storm-tossed night. If he felt like a Clydesdale at all in the morning, it must have been a very elderly specimen indeed. He swayed slightly as he got out of bed, and his hands gripped the footboard while he steadied himself. "Gad," he muttered. "My digestion must be properly out of whack." He clung to his base an instant longer. These doctors aren't such fools as we like to think them. A dim memory stirred in him to the effect that a hot bath is good for indigestion. He went to his bathroom, turned on the taps, and ran the tub full of water as hot as he could comfortably bear it. He discarded pajamas and wrapper, kicked off his slippers, and luxuriously submerged his body in the warm depths. He hardly knew what happened after that. A terrible pulse throbbed in his brain, a mist swam before his eyes, a chill raced from his head to his feet. Vaguely, he realized that he was ill, very ill, dangerously ill. Frightened, he flung a finger toward the bell beside the tub, and as he pressed it, he remembered that it did not ring. That was his last thought before he lost consciousness. The room circled about him, a panorama of porcelain and white tile. His body relaxed into the tub, and the agitated water presently calmed above his face. 3. As obligated. That was the beginning of a serious illness for Sir Geoffrey. A month, 2 months passed. Life fought against death. The grim shadow hovered dangerously close for a time, then lifted, then returned again to frighten the watchers by the bed, and finally drifted away to bide a better opportunity. June found Sir Geoffrey able to sit up in his own room. In July, the doctors permitted short excursions in a wheeled chair through the beautiful grounds of Combe Hall. It was on a sunny morning in the latter month that the invalid first betrayed an awakening interest in his surroundings. Through the lingering days of convalescence, he had led an apathetic, almost somnolent existence, answering with a perceptible effort when spoken to, and never speaking of his own initiative. But this morning, warmed by the sunshine, his tired eyes brightened, and a touch of colour crept into his sunken cheeks. He lifted his head and spoke over his shoulder to the old ex-soldier who was quietly propelling the chair. "Saunders, I'm bored with this confounded park. Are you strong enough to wheel me as far as the village?" "Plenty strong enough, Sir Geoffrey." "Bless you, sir. You don't weigh no more than a feather, and these new chairs move along at the touch of a finger." The touch of a finger. The phrase struck upon Sir Geoffrey's ear with odd force, and he idly pondered the words while he was rolled along. He vaguely felt that there was some dormant memory in his mind that should have been awakened by their sense, but the memory stubbornly remained asleep. Presently, with the impatience of an invalid, he gave up the futile effort to recollect. They proceeded slowly the length of the beautiful drive, passed through the handsome gates, and slipped into the main street of the neat little village that lay beyond. Women and children came to the doors of the tidy cottages. Men stopped their work to grin bashfully and touch their hats. One and all, they were glad to see the baronet out again, and he, brightened by their welcome, nodded and smiled in appreciation. But suddenly, as they came abreast of a small shop, he straightened in his chair and spoke sharply to his attentive nurse. "Hullo, Saunders, what's this? Why is there a new sign over Hodgkin's place?" "Hodgkin, sir? Why, he's been dead this matter of 2 months or more. Went out very sudden, sir. I think the doctor said it was his heart. His widow sold the business, sir, and that's why there's a new sign over the door." "Dead! Hodgkin's dead!" Sir Geoffrey's voice was shocked. "I'm very sorry to hear that." He was silent a moment, thinking of the man who had taken that path which he himself had so nearly followed. "I would like to see Mrs. Hodgkins, Saunders. Where does she live? Is it far?" "It's right across the street, Sir Geoffrey." The old soldier twisted the chair as he spoke, and in another moment brought it to a standstill before a cottage door. A woman came out, gaunt, dull-eyed, black-garmented. She looked straight at the man in the chair, and there was an appreciable interval between her recognition of Sir Geoffrey and the curtsy she dropped. "I'm glad to see you up again, Sir Geoffrey," she said. "Thank you. Mrs. Hodgkins, I've only just heard of your loss, and I've come to tell you how sorry I am. I did not even know that your husband had been ill. He was hardly that, sir, but he'd been depressed-like for a few months." She hesitated, and added in a low tone with an edge of bitterness in it, "It seemed to me that he was never the same man since the time that Bell went wrong at the Hall." "Eh? What?" Sir Geoffrey, wincing as if from a blow, leaned back in his chair and half closed his eyes. The clear sunlight bathed the little group by the cottage door, bringing out the stern, unrelenting lines of the woman's face and revealing the minute wrinkles of pain that twitched at the corners of Sir Geoffrey's mouth. It was Saunders, mindful of his trust, who broke the silence. A righteous indignation quivered in his speech. "You've no business to say such things to Sir Geoffrey, and him as ill as he is." He made an impatient movement as if to wheel his charge out of this danger zone, but the baronet opened his eyes and checked the old soldier's impulse with a prohibitory motion of his hand. "What do you mean, Mrs. Hodgkins?" he asked gently. The rebuke from Saunders had startled the woman into a softer mood. Her attitude became faintly apologetic, and she looked a little frightened as she marked the effect of her words in the baronet's altered features. "I'm sure I'm sorry if I'm talking nonsense, sir, but it's only what I think to be the truth. I know he felt downhearted about that Bell. I am distressed to hear you say so, Mrs. Hodgkins. I sincerely trust you are mistaken. After all, the thing was but a trifle. Not to him, sir. He was always one who took great pride in his work," answered the widow with quiet dignity. "That was why your Bell upset him so. It preyed on his mind, sir. I could tell from the way he talked about it, and from the way he acted a dozen times or more when he'd come back from the Hall without having been able to fix it. The night before he died, he ate a very hearty supper, sir, and that was what killed him, according to the doctor. I suppose he ought to know. But just the same, the last words he ever spoke in this world were about that Bell." The baronet said nothing for a moment. From behind the chair, Saunders glared ineffectively. The woman was fascinated, to the exclusion of all else, by the expression of Sir Geoffrey's face. "Go on, Mrs. Hodgkins. What did he say?" "He'd had a very bad night, sir. Restless. About 8 o'clock in the morning. I was getting him a bite of breakfast, thinking that something warm would do him good, when I heard him call me from the bedroom. I went in and put my arm beneath his shoulders. 'What is it, Henry?' I asked. 'I've been thinking about that Bell at the Hall, Maria,' he said. 'I do wish I could have got that fixed up as obligated.' 'You'll have plenty of time to see to that,' I told him. 'No, I won't, wife,' he said. 'I'm going fast now.' It was on the tip of me tongue to tell him to stop his foolishness, when I felt him stiffen in me arms. His eyes were set, sir, like a person who's listening to something far off. 'He's ringing now, Maria,' he said, sort of as if he was choking. 'Can't you hear him? Sir Geoffrey's ringing now, and he wants an answer pretty bad.' The baronet, his hands clenched on the arms of his chair, waited for the woman to control her emotion. Her worn face was working pitifully. And then, Mrs. Hodgkins, why, that was all, sir. He'd no sooner finished speaking than he fell back dead against my arm. 'What day was that?' 'May 3rd, sir, a little after 8 in the morning.' Sir Geoffrey tried to think, tried to remember, but presently abandoned the effort. He covered his eyes with one shaking hand. 'It is all most distressing, Mrs. Hodgkins, most distressing. I cannot tell you. You have my deepest sympathy, as you must know. If there is anything that Lady Combe or I can do, you must certainly tell us.' He stammered out the awkward phrases, halted, and abruptly turned to his glowering attendant. 'Back to the Hall, Saunders. I am tired.' He was very still on the way home, so still that the conscientious Saunders wheeled the chair as rapidly as was consistent with comfort. His loyal heart filled with self-reproach, because he had ventured to take his charge beyond the confines of the quiet park. But beneath the surface calm, the invalid's mind was working rapidly, and he was no sooner back in his own room than he spoke crisply to his faithful companion. 'Saunders.' 'Yes, Sir Geoffrey. What day was I taken ill?' 'Well, sir, I wasn't here then, you must have heard.' 'Yes, sir, so I have. The other servants have mentioned it. It was May 3rd, sir.' 'That's what I thought. but everything seemed so hazy. "Saunders, I want you to do something for me." "Yes, Sir Geoffrey." "I want you to go into my bathroom and ring the bell beside the tub. Come back and let me know if it is in order." "Yes, Sir Geoffrey." At the end of 5 minutes, Saunders returned from his mission. "It is not, Sir Geoffrey. I tried it twice and waited, but nobody came." "Thank you, Saunders. That is all." The convalescent was very quiet for the rest of the morning and for the better part of the afternoon. Yet it was not the quiet of an invalid who is fatigued so much as the quiet of a man who is deep in thought. At 5 o'clock, he volunteered to Saunders the information that he felt much stronger. At 6, the whole household was electrified by the announcement that Sir Geoffrey had sent for the mail which had accumulated during his illness. He was hardly halfway through the pile of correspondence when 7 o'clock arrived, and with it his evening meal of weak tea, toast and soft-boiled eggs. In their wake came Lady Combe, whose custom it had been to have a tray in her husband's room since he had been able to sit up. She opened his eggs, buttered his toast, and fussed about him generally until she was assured of his comfort. "You're feeling better, Geoffrey." "Much better, my dear." He continued to slit envelopes. "By the way, Henrietta, how long have I been ill?" "Since May 3rd. The doctors warned you, you know, and they think the hot bath you took that morning." "Ah, yes, that bath. I can't seem to remember much after I got into it. I lost consciousness, I suppose." "Lost consciousness? My dear Geoffrey, you nearly drowned. The servants heard you ring, thank heaven, and got you out just in time. They heard me what? Ring. You must have rung just before you fainted. Then the bell rang. Of course. Oh," she suddenly remembered. "I'd forgotten. It was that bell which gave poor Hodgkins so much trouble, wasn't it? He must have fixed it just in time. Oh, Geoffrey, suppose he hadn't. And now he's dead. Did you know that, Geoffrey?" "Yes, I heard so today." The answer came from him mechanically. He had been opening letters while they talked, and at that moment he had reached one which he held for a second in his hand. He was not given to premonitions, but he was seized with a perfectly genuine one as he read the neat letterhead at the top of the sheet. It was with something of an effort that he drew his eyes from the conventional form of address, from the opening lines that expressed regret at his illness, and fixed them upon the paragraph which was the meat of the communication. "I must tell you something which I am sure will interest you very much, as I have often heard you wish that you personally might receive some message from the other side. At a recent séance, held by some members of this society, a message came through that was clearly sent to you. It was very indistinct, very cloudy, as though coming from one who had only just passed over. The name of the sender was doubtful. It might have been Hodges or Hopkins. The message itself was quite incoherent. It seemed to refer to a bell, and 2 words, steadily reiterated, finally resolved themselves into "as obligated." It will be most interesting if you can throw any light on this evident attempt to communicate. Sir Geoffrey, a little shaken, stared at the letter. He continued to stare until his wife reminded him that the eggs were getting cold. End of As Obligated by Armstrong Livingston.
Doom of the House of Duria by Earl Pearce. Arthur Duria, a young, handsome man, came to meet his father for the first time in 20 years. As he strode into the hotel lobby, long strides which had the spring of elastic in them, idle eyes lifted to appraise him, for he was an impressive figure, somehow grim with exaltation. The desk clerk looked up with his habitual smile of expectation. "How do you do, Mr. So-and-so?" and his fingers strayed to the green fountain pen which stood in a holder on the desk. Arthur Duria cleared his throat, but still his voice was clogged and unsteady. To the clerk he said, "I'm looking for my father, Dr. Henry Duria. I understand he is registered here. He has recently arrived from Paris." The clerk lowered his glance to a list of names. "Dr. Duria is in suite 60, 6th floor." He looked up, his eyebrows arched questioningly. "Are you staying too, sir, Mr. Duria?" Arthur took the pen and scribbled his name rapidly. Without a further word, neglecting even to get his key and own room number, he turned and walked to the elevators. Not until he reached his father's suite on the 6th floor did he make an audible noise, and this was a mere sigh which fell from his lips like a prayer. The man who opened the door was unusually tall, his slender frame clothed in tight-fitting black. He hardly dared to smile. His clean-shaven face was pale, an almost livid whiteness against the sparkle in his eyes. His jaw had a bluish luster. Arthur. The word was scarcely a whisper. It seemed choked up quietly, as if it had been repeated time and again on his thin lips. Arthur Duryea felt the kindliness of those eyes go through him, and then he was in his father's embrace. Later, when these two grown men had regained their outer calm, they closed the door and went into the drawing-room. The elder Duryea held out a humidor of fine cigars, and his hand shook so hard when he held the match that his son was forced to cup his own hands about the flame. They both had tears in their eyes, but their eyes were smiling. Henry Duryea placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "This is the happiest day of my life," he said. "You can never know how much I have longed for this moment." Arthur, looking into that glance, realized with growing pride that he had loved his father all his life, despite any of those things which had been cursed against him. He sat down on the edge of a chair. I don't know how to act," he confessed. "You surprise me, Dad. You're so different from what I had expected." A cloud came over Dr. Duryea's features. "What did you expect, Arthur?" he demanded quickly, an evil eye, a shaven head and knotted jowls. "Please, Dad, no." Arthur's words clipped short. "I don't think I ever really visualized you. I knew you would be a splendid man, but I thought you'd look older, more like a man who has really suffered. I have suffered more than I can ever describe. But seeing you again, and the prospect of spending the rest of my life with you, has more than compensated for my sorrows. Even during the 20 years we were apart, I found an ironic joy in learning of your progress in college, and in your American game of football. Then you've been following my work." "Yes, Arthur. I've received monthly reports ever since you left me. From my study in Paris I've been really close to you, working out your problems as if they were my own. And now that the 20 years are completed, the ban which kept us apart is lifted forever. From now on, son, we shall be the closest of companions, unless your Aunt Cecilia has succeeded in her terrible mission." The mention of that name caused an unfamiliar chill to come between the two men. It stood for something, in each of them, which gnawed their minds like a malignancy. But to the younger Duryea, in his intense effort to forget the awful past, her name as well as her madness must be forgotten. He had no wish to carry on this subject of conversation, for it betrayed an internal weakness which he hated. With forced determination and a ludicrous lift of his eyebrows, he said, "Cecilia is dead, and her silly superstition is dead also. From now on, Dad, we're going to enjoy life as we should. Bygones are really bygones in this case." Dr. Duryea closed his eyes slowly, as though an exquisite pain had gone through him. "Then you have no indignation?" he questioned. "You have none of your aunt's hatred. Indignation, hatred." Arthur laughed aloud. "Ever since I was 12 years old I have disbelieved Cecilia's stories. I have known that those horrible things were impossible, that they belonged to the ancient category of mythology and tradition. How, then, can I be indignant, and how can I hate you? How can I do anything but recognize Cecilia for what she was, a mean, frustrated woman, cursed with an insane grudge against you and your family? I tell you, Dad, that nothing she has ever said can possibly come between us again." Henry Duryea nodded his head. His lips were tight together, and the muscles in his throat held back a cry. In that same soft tone of defense he spoke further, doubting words. "Are you so sure of your subconscious mind, Arthur? Can you be so certain that you are free from all suspicion, however vague? Is there not a lingering premonition, a premonition which warns of peril?" "No, Dad, no." Arthur shot to his feet. "I don't believe it. I've never believed it. I know, as any sane man would know, that you are neither a vampire nor a murderer. You know it too, and Cecilia knew it, only she was mad." That family rot is dispelled, father. This is a civilized century. Belief in vampirism is sheer lunacy. Why? It's too absurd even to think about. You have the enthusiasm of youth, said his father in a rather tired voice. But have you not heard the legend? Arthur stepped back instinctively. He moistened his lips, for their dryness might crack them. The legend. He said the word in a curious hush of awed softness, as he had heard his Aunt Cecilia say it many times before. That awful legend that I eat my children. Oh, God, father. Arthur went to his knees as a cry burst through his lips. Dad, that's ghastly. We must forget Cecilia's ravings. You are affected, then? Asked Dr. Doria bitterly. Affected? Certainly I'm affected, but only as I should be at such an accusation. Cecilia was mad, I tell you. Those books she showed me years ago, and those folk tales of vampires and ghouls, they burned into my infantile mind like acid. They haunted me day and night in my youth, and caused me to hate you worse than death itself. But in heaven's name, father, I've outgrown those things as I have outgrown my clothes. I'm a man now. Do you understand that? A man with a man's sense of logic. Yes, I understand. Henry Doria threw his cigar into the fireplace and placed a hand on his son's shoulder. We shall forget Cecilia, he said. As I told you in my letter, I have rented a lodge in Maine where we can go to be alone for the rest of the summer. We'll get in some fishing and hiking and perhaps some hunting. But first, Arthur, I must be sure in my own mind that you are sure in yours. I must be sure you won't bar your door against me at night, and sleep with a loaded revolver at your elbow. I must be sure that you're not afraid of going up there alone with me, and dying. His voice ended abruptly, as if an age-long dread had taken hold of it. His son's face was waxen, with sweat standing out like pearls on his brow. He said nothing, but his eyes were filled with questions which his lips could not put into words. His own hand touched his father's and tightened over it. Henry Doria drew his hand away. I'm sorry, he said, and his eyes looked straight over Arthur's lowered head. This thing must be thrashed out now. I believe you when you say that you discredit Cecilia's stories, but for a sake greater than sanity I must tell you the truth behind the legend, and believe me, Arthur, there is a truth. He climbed to his feet and walked to the window which looked out over the street below. For a moment he gazed into space, silent. Then he turned and looked down at his son. You have heard only your aunt's version of the legend, Arthur. Doubtless it was warped into a thing far more hideous than it actually was, if that is possible. Doubtless she spoke to you of the inquisitorial stake in Carcassonne where one of my ancestors perished. Also she may have mentioned that book, Vampires, which a former Doria is supposed to have written. Then certainly she told you about your two younger brothers, my own poor, motherless children, who were sucked bloodless in their cradles. Arthur Doria passed a hand across his aching eyes. Those words, so often repeated by that witch of an aunt, stirred up the same visions which had made his childhood nights sleepless with terror. He could hardly bear to hear them again, and from the very man to whom they were accredited. Listen, Arthur. The elder Doria went on quickly, his voice low with the pain it gave him. You must know that true basis to your aunt's hate. You must know of that curse of vampirism which is supposed to have followed the Dorias through 5 centuries of French history, but which we can dispel as pure superstition, so often connected with ancient families. But I must tell you that this part of the legend is true. Your 2 young brothers actually died in their cradles, bloodless, and I stood trial in France for their murder, and my name was smirched throughout all of Europe with such an inhuman damnation that it drove your aunt and you to America, and has left me childless, hated, and ostracized from society the world over. I must tell you that on that terrible night in Doria Castle I had been working late on historic volumes of Crespet and Prynne, and on that loathsome tome, Vampires. I must tell you of the soreness that was in my throat, and of the heaviness of the blood which coursed through my veins, and of that presence, which was neither man nor animal, but which I knew was some place near me, yet neither within the castle nor outside of it, and which was closer to me than my heart and more terrible to me than the touch of the grave. I was at the desk in my library, my head swimming in a delirium which left me senseless until dawn. There were nightmares that frightened me, Arthur, a grown man who had dissected countless cadavers in morgues and medical schools. I know that my tongue was swollen in my mouth, and that brine moistened my lips, and that a rottenness pervaded my body like a fever. I can make no recollection of sanity or of consciousness. That night remains vivid, unforgettable, yet somehow completely in shadows. When I had fallen asleep, if in God's name it was sleep, I was slumped across my desk. But when I awoke in the morning, I was lying face down on my couch. So you see, Arthur, I had moved during that night, and I had never known it. What I'd done and where I'd gone during those dark hours will always remain an impenetrable mystery. But I do know this. On the morrow I was torn from my sleep by the shrieks of maids and butlers, and by that mad wailing of your aunt. I stumbled through the open door of my study, and in the nursery I saw those two babies there, lifeless, white and dry like mummies, and with twin holes in their necks that were caked black with their own blood. Oh, I don't blame you for your incredulousness, Arthur. I cannot believe it yet myself, nor shall I ever believe it. The belief of it would drive me to suicide, and still the doubting of it drives me mad with horror. All of France was doubtful, and even the savants who defended my name at the trial found that they could not explain it nor disbelieve it. The case was quieted by the Republic, for it might have shaken science to its very foundation and split the pedestals of religion and logic. I was released from the charge of murder, but the actual murder has hung about me like a stench. The coroners who examined those tiny cadavers found them both dry of all their blood, but could find no blood on the floor of the nursery nor in the cradles. Something from hell stalked the halls of Duria that night, and I should blow my brains out if I dared to think deeply of who that was. You, too, my son, would have been dead and bloodless if you hadn't been sleeping in a separate room with your door barred on the inside. You were a timid child, Arthur. You were only 7 years old, but you were filled with the folklore of those mad Lombards and the decadent poetry of your aunt. On that same night, while I was some place between heaven and hell, you, also, heard the padded footsteps on the stone corridor and heard the tugging at your door handle. For in the morning you complained of a chill and of terrible nightmares which frightened you in your sleep. I only thank God that your door was barred. Henry Duria's voice choked into a sob which brought the stinging tears back into his eyes. He paused to wipe his face and to dig his fingers into his palm. You understand, Arthur, that for 20 years, under my sworn oath at the Palace of Justice, I could neither see you nor write to you. 20 years, my son, while all of that time you had grown to hate me and to spit at my name. Not until your aunt's death have you called yourself a Duria, and now you come to me at my bidding, and say you love me as a son should love his father. Perhaps it is God's forgiveness for everything. Now, at last, we shall be together, and that terrible, unexplainable past will be buried forever. He put his handkerchief back into his pocket and walked slowly to his son. He dropped to one knee, and his hands gripped Arthur's arms. My son, I can say no more to you. I have told you the truth as I alone know it. I may be, by all accounts, some ghoulish creation of Satan on earth. I may be a child killer, a vampire, some morbidly diseased specimen of Viricolochus, things which science cannot explain. Perhaps the dreaded legend of the Durias is true. Autiel Duria was convicted of murdering his brother in that same monstrous fashion in the year 1576, and he died in flames at the stake. Francois Duria, in 1802, blew his head apart with a blunderbuss on the morning after his youngest son was found dead, apparently from anemia. And there are others, of whom I cannot bear to speak, that would chill your soul if you were to hear them. So you see, Arthur, there is a hellish tradition behind our family. There is a heritage which no sane God would ever have allowed. The future of the Durias lies in you, for you are the last of the race. I pray with all of my heart that Providence will permit you to live your full share of years, and to leave other Durias behind you. And so if ever again I feel that presence as I did in Duria Castle, I am going to die as Francois Duria died over 100 years ago. He stood up, and his son stood up at his side. "If you are willing to forget, Arthur, we shall go up to that lodge in Maine. There is a life we've never known awaiting us. We must find that life, and we must find the happiness which a curious fate snatched from us on those Lombard Sarlands 20 years ago." Henry Duria's tall stature, coupled with a slenderness of frame and a sleekness of muscle, gave him an appearance that was unusually gaunt. His son couldn't help but think of that word as he sat on the rustic porch of the lodge, watching his father sunning himself at the lake's edge. Henry Duria had a kindliness in his face, at times an almost sublime kindliness which great prophets often possess. But when his face was partly in shadows, particularly about his brow, there was a frightening tone which came into his features, for it was a tone of farness, of mysticism and conjuration. Somehow, in the late evenings, he assumed the unapproachable mantle of a dreamer and sat silently before the fire, his mind ever off in unknown places. In that little lodge there was no electricity, and the glow of the oil lamps played curious tricks with the human expression which frequently resulted in something unhuman. It may have been the dusk of night, the flickering of the lamps, but Arthur Duria had certainly noticed how his father's eyes had sunken further into his head, and how his cheeks were tighter, and the outline of his teeth pressed into the skin about his lips. It was nearing sundown on the second day of their stay at Timber Lake. 6 miles away, the dirt road wound on toward Houtlon, near the Canadian border. So it was lonely there, on a solitary little lake hemmed in closely with dark evergreens and a sky which drooped low over dusty summited mountains. Within the lodge was a homey fireplace, and a glossy elk's head which peered out above the mantel. There were guns and fishing tackle on the walls, shelves of reliable American fiction, Mark Twain, Melville, Stockton, and a well-worn edition of Bret Harte. A fully supplied kitchen and a wood stove furnished them with hearty meals which were welcome after a whole day's tramp in the woods. On that evening Henry Duria prepared a select French stew out of every available vegetable, and a can of soup. They ate well, then stretched out before the fire for a smoke. They were outlining a trip to the Orient together, when the back door blew open with a terrific bang, and a wind swept into the lodge with a coldness which chilled them both. "A storm," Henry Duria said, rising to his feet. "Sometimes they have them up here, and they're pretty bad. The roof might leak over your bedroom. Perhaps you'd like to sleep down here with me." His fingers strayed playfully over his son's head as he went out into the kitchen to bar the swinging door. Arthur's room was upstairs, next to a spare room filled with extra furniture. He'd chosen it because he liked the altitude, and because the only other bedroom was occupied. He went upstairs swiftly and silently. His roof didn't leak. It was absurd even to think it might. It had been his father again, suggesting that they sleep together. He had done it before, in a jesting, whispering way, as if to challenge them both if they dared to sleep together. Arthur came back downstairs dressed in his bath-robe and slippers. He stood on the 5th stair, rubbing a 2 days' growth of beard. "I think I'll shave tonight." He said to his father, "May I use your razor?" Henry Duria, draped in a black raincoat and with his face haloed in the brim of a rain hat, looked up from the hall. A frown glided obscurely from his features. "Not at all. Sleeping upstairs." Arthur nodded and quickly said, "Are you going out?" "Yes, I'm going to tie the boats up tighter. I'm afraid the lake will rough it up a bit." Duria jerked back the door and stepped outside. The door slammed shut, and his footsteps sounded on the wood flooring of the porch. Arthur came slowly down the remaining steps. He saw his father's figure pass across the dark rectangle of a window, saw the flash of lightning that suddenly printed his grim silhouette against the glass. He sighed deeply, a sigh which burned in his throat, for his throat was sore and aching. Then he went into the bedroom, found the razor lying in plain view on a birch tabletop. As he reached for it, his glance fell upon his father's open Gladstone bag which rested at the foot of the bed. There was a book resting there, half hidden by a gray flannel shirt. It was a narrow, yellow-bound book, oddly out of place. Frowning, he bent down and lifted it from the bag. It was surprisingly heavy in his hands, and he noticed a faintly sickening odor of decay which drifted from it like a perfume. The title of the volume had been thumbed away into an indecipherable blur of gold letters, but pasted across the front cover was a white strip of paper, on which was typewritten the word Infantifoggy. He flipped back the cover and ran his eyes over the title page. The book was printed in French, an early French, yet to him wholly comprehensible. The publication date was 1580 in Keene. Breathlessly he turned back a second page, saw a chapter headed Vampires. He slumped to one elbow across the bed. His eyes were 4 inches from those mildewed pages. His nostrils reeked with the stench of them. He skipped long paragraphs of pedantic jargon on theology. He scanned brief accounts of strange, blood-eating monsters, varicolates, and leprechauns. He read of Jeanne d'Arc, of Ludwig Prynne, and muttered aloud the Latin snatches from Episcopi. He passed pages in quick succession, his fingers shaking with the fear of it and his eyes hanging heavily in their sockets. He saw vague reference to Enoch, and saw the terrible drawings by an ancient Dominican of Rome. Paragraph after paragraph he read, the horror-striking testimony of Nider's Ant Hill, the testimony of people who died shrieking at the stake, the recitals of grave tenders, of jurists and hangmen. Then unexpectedly, among all of this monumental vestige, there appeared before his eyes the name of Authild-Duria, and he stopped reading as though invisibly struck. Thunder clapped near the lodge and rattled the window panes. The deep rolling of bursting clouds echoed over the valley, but he heard none of it. His eyes were on those 2 short sentences which his father, someone, had underlined with dark red crayon. The execution, 4 years ago, of Authild-Duria does not end the Duria controversy. Time alone can decide whether the demon has claimed that family from its beginning to its end. Arthur read on about the trial of Authild-Duria before Veneti, the Carcassonnian Inquisitor General. Read, with mounting horror, the evidence which had sent that far-gone Duria to the pillar, the evidence of a bloodless corpse who had been Authild-Duria's young brother. Unmindful now of the tremendous storm which had centered over Timber Lake, unheeding the clatter of windows and the swish of pines on the roof, even of his father who worked down at the lake's edge in a drenching rain, Arthur fastened his glance to the blurred print of those pages, sinking deeper and deeper into the garbled legends of a dark age. On the last page of the chapter he again saw the name of his ancestor, Authild-Duria. He traced a shaking finger over the narrow lines of words, and when he finished reading them he rolled sideways on the bed, and from his lips came a sobbing, mumbling prayer. God, O God in heaven, protect me. For he had read, as in the case of Authild-Duria we observe that this specimen of Viricolochus preys only upon the blood in its own family. It possesses none of the characteristics of the undead vampire, being usually a living male person of otherwise normal appearances, unsuspecting its inherent demonism. But this Viricolochus cannot act according to its demoniacal possession unless it is in the presence of a second member of the same family, who acts as a medium between the man and its demon. This medium has none of the traits of the vampire, but it senses the being of this creature when the metamorphosis is about to occur by reason of intense pains in the head and throat. Both the vampire and the medium undergo similar reactions, involving nausea, nocturnal visions, and physical disquietude. When these 2 outcasts are within a certain distance of each other, the coalescence of inherent demonism is completed, and the vampire is subject to its attacks, demanding blood for its sustenance. No member of the family is safe at these times, for the Viricolochus, acting in its true agency on earth, will unerringly seek out the blood. In rare cases, where other victims are unavailable, the vampire will even take the blood from the very medium which made it possible. This vampire is born into certain aged families, and naught but death can destroy it. It is not conscious of its blood madness, and acts only in a psychic state. The medium, also, is unaware of its terrible role, and when these 2 are together, despite any lapse of years, the fusion of inheritance is so violent that no power known on earth can turn it back. The lodge door slammed shut with a sudden, interrupting bang. The lock grated, and Henry Duryea's footsteps sounded on the planked floor. Arthur shook himself from the bed. He had only time to fling that haunting book into the Gladstone bag before he sensed his father standing in the doorway. You're not shaving, Arthur." Duryea's words, spliced hesitantly, were toneless. He glanced from the tabletop to the Gladstone and to his son. He said nothing for a moment, his glance inscrutable. Then, "It's blowing up quite a storm outside." Arthur swallowed the first words which had come into his throat, nodded quickly. "Yes, isn't it? Quite a storm." He met his father's gaze, his face burning. I don't think I'll shave, Dad. My head aches." Duryea came swiftly into the room and pinned Arthur's arms in his grasp. "What do you mean, your head aches? How does your throat know?" Arthur jerked himself away. He laughed. "It's that French stew of yours. It's hit me in the stomach." He stepped past his father and started up the stairs. The stew. Duryea pivoted on his heel. "Possibly. I think I feel it myself." Arthur stopped, his face suddenly white. "You too." The words were hardly audible. Their glances met, clashed like dueling swords. For 10 seconds neither of them said a word or moved a muscle. Arthur, from the stairs, looking down, his father below, gazing up at him. In Henry Duryea the blood drained slowly from his face and left a purple etching across the bridge of his nose and above his eyes. He looked like a death's head. Arthur winced at the sight and twisted his eyes away. He turned to go up the remaining stairs. "Son." He stopped again, his hand tightened on the banister. "Yes, Dad." Duryea put his foot on the first stair. "I want you to lock your door tonight." The wind would keep it banging. "Yes," breathed Arthur, and pushed up the stairs to his room. Dr. Duryea's hollow footsteps sounded in steady, unhesitant beats across the floor of Timber Lake Lodge. Sometimes they stopped, and the crackling hiss of a sulphur match took their place. Then perhaps a distended sigh, and again footsteps. Arthur crouched at the open door of his room. His head was cocked for those noises from below. In his hands was a double-barrel shotgun of violent gauge. Thud, thud, thud. Then a pause, the clinking of a glass and the gurgling of liquid. The sigh, the tread of his feet over the floor. He's thirsty. Arthur thought, thirsty. Outside, the storm had grown into fury. Lightning zigzagged between the mountains, filling the valley with weird phosphorescence. Thunder, like drums, rolled incessantly. Within the lodge, the heat of the fireplace piled the atmosphere thick with stagnation. All the doors and windows were locked shut. The oil lamps glowed weakly, a pale, anemic light. Henry Duryea walked to the foot of the stairs and stood looking up. Arthur sensed his movements and ducked back into his room, the gun gripped in his shaking fingers. Then Henry Duryea's footsteps sounded on the first stair. Arthur slumped to one knee. He buckled a fist against his teeth as a prayer tumbled through them. Duryea climbed a second step, and another, and still one more. On the fourth stair he stopped. "Arthur." His voice cut into the silence like the crack of a whip. "Arthur, will you come down here?" "Yes, Dad." Bedraggled, his body hanging like cloth, young Duryea took 5 steps to the landing. "We can't be zanies," cried Henry Duryea. "My soul is sick with dread. Tomorrow we're going back to New York. I'm going to get the first boat to open sea. Please come down." He turned about and descended the stairs to his room. Arthur choked back the words which had lumped in his mouth. Half dazed, he followed. In the bedroom he saw his father stretched face up along the bed. He saw a pile of rope at his father's feet. "Tie me to the bedposts, Arthur," came the command. "Tie both my hands and both my feet." Arthur stood gaping. "Do as I tell you." "Dad, what whore, don't be a fool. You read that book. You know what relation you are to me. I'd always hoped it was Cecilia, but now I know it's you. I should have known it on that night 20 years ago when you complained of a headache and nightmares. Quickly, my head rocks with pain. Tie me." Speechless, his own pain piercing him with agony, Arthur fell to that grisly task. Both hands he tied, and both feet. Tied them so firmly to the iron posts that his father could not lift himself an inch off the bed. Then he blew out the lamps, and without a further glance at that Prometheus, He descended the stairs to his room, and slammed and locked his door behind him. He looked once at the breech of his gun, and set it against a chair by his bed. He flung off his robe and slippers, and within 5 minutes he was senseless in slumber. He slept late, and when he awakened his muscles were as stiff as boards, and the lingering visions of a nightmare clung before his eyes. He pushed his way out of bed, stood dazedly on the floor. A dull, numbing cruciation circulated through his head. He felt bloated, coarse and running with internal mucus. His mouth was dry, his gums sore and stinging. He tightened his hands as he lunged for the door. "Dad!" he cried, and he heard his voice breaking in his throat. Sunlight filtered through the window at the top of the stairs. The air was hot and dry, and carried in it a mild odor of decay. Arthur suddenly drew back at that odor, drew back with a gasp of awful fear. For he recognized it, that stench, the heaviness of his blood, the rawness of his tongue and gums. Age-long it seemed, yet rising like a spirit in his memory. All of these things he had known and felt before. He leaned against the banister and half slid, half stumbled down the stairs. His father had died during the night. He lay like a waxen figure tied to his bed, his face done up in knots. Arthur stood dumbly at the foot of the bed for only a few seconds. Then he went back upstairs to his room. Almost immediately he emptied both barrels of the shotgun into his head. The tragedy at Timber Lake was discovered accidentally 3 days later. A party of fishermen, upon finding the 2 bodies, notified state authorities, and an investigation was directly underway. Arthur Duryea had undoubtedly met death at his own hands. The condition of his wounds, and the manner with which he held the lethal weapon, at once foreclosed the suspicion of any foul play. But the death of Dr. Henry Duryea confronted the police with an inexplicable mystery. For his trussed-up body, unscathed except for 2 jagged holes over the jugular vein, had been drained of all its blood. The autopsy protocol of Henry Duryea laid death to undetermined causes. And it was not until the yellow tabloids commenced an investigation into the Duryea family history that the incredible and fantastic explanations were offered to the public. Obviously, such talk was held in popular contempt. Yet in view of the controversial war which followed, the authorities considered it expedient to consign both Duryeas to the crematory. End of Doom of the House of Duryea by Earl.
And the disorienting nature of reality permeate the narrative. The plot explores existential questions and the frightening possibility of being lost in time. Train for Flushing by Malcolm Jameson. Weird Tales, March 1940. They ought never to have hired that man. Even the most stupid of personnel managers should have seen at a glance that he was mad. Perhaps it is too much to expect such efficiency these days. In my time, a thing like this could not have happened. They would have known the fellow was under a curse. It only shows what the world has come to. But I can tell you that if we ever get off this crazy runaway car, I intend to turn the Interborough wrong side out. They needn't think because I am an old man and retired that I am a nobody they can push around. My son Henry, the lawyer one, will build a fire under them. He knows people in this town. And I am not the only victim of the maniac. There is a pleasant, elderly woman here in the car with me. She was much frightened at first, but she had recognized me for a solid man, and now she stays close to me all the time. She is a Mrs. Herrick, and a quite nice woman. It was her idea that I write this down. It will help us refresh our memories when we come to testify. Just at the moment, we are speeding atrociously downtown along the 7th Avenue line of the subway, but we are on the Uptown Express track. The first few times we tore through those other trains, it was terrible. I thought we were sure to be killed. And even if we were not, I have to think of my heart. Dr. Steinbach told me only last week how careful I should be. Mrs. Herrick has been very brave about it, but it is a scandalous thing to subject anyone to, above all such a kindly little person. The madman who seems to be directing us, if charging wildly up and down these tracks implies direction, is now looking out the front door, staring horribly at the gloom rushing at us. He is a big man and heavy-set, very weathered and tough-looking. I am nearing 80 and slight. There is nothing I can do but wait for the final crash. For crash we must sooner or later, unless some interborough official has brains enough to shut off the current to stop us. If he escapes the crash, the police will know him by his heavy red beard and tattooing on the backs of his hands. The beard is square-cut, and there cannot be another one like it in all New York. But I notice I have failed to put down how this insane ride began. My granddaughter, Mrs. Charles L. Tenek, wanted me to see the World's Fair and was to come in from Great Neck and meet me at the subway station. I will say that she insisted someone come with me, but I can take care of myself, I always have, even if my eyes and ears are not what they used to be. The train was crowded, but somebody gave me a seat in a corner. Just before we reached the stop, the woman next to me, this Mrs. Herrick, had asked if I knew how to get to Whitestone from Flushing. It was while I was telling her what I knew about the buses that the train stopped and let everybody off the car but us. I was somewhat irritated at missing the station, but knew that all I had to do was stay on the car, go to Flushing and return. It was then that the maniac guard came in and behaved so queerly. This car was the last one in the train, and the guard had been standing where he belongs on the platform. But he came into the car, walking with a curious rolling walk, but I do not mean to imply he was drunk, for I do not think so. And his manner was what you might call masterful, almost overbearing. He stopped at the middle door and looked very intensely out to the north at the sound. "That is not the Scheldt," he called out angrily with a thick foreign accent, and then he said "Bah!" loudly, in a tone of disgusted disillusionment. He seemed of a sudden to fly into a great fury. The train was just making its stop at the end of the line, in Flushing. He rushed to the forward platform and somehow broke the coupling. At the same moment, the car began running backward along the track by which we had come. There was no chance for us to get off, even if we had been young and active. The doors were not opened. It happened so quickly. Then he came into the car, muttering to himself. His eye caught the sign of painted tin they put in the windows to show the destination of the trains. He snatched the plate lettered Flushing and tore it to bits with his rough hands, as if it had been cardboard, throwing the pieces down and stamping on them. That is not Flushing, not my Flushing, not Vlissingen, but I will find it. I will go there, and not all the devils in hell nor all the angels in heaven shall stop me. He glowered at us, beating his breast with his clenched fists, as if angry and resentful at us for having deceived him in some manner. It was then that Mrs. Herrick stooped over and took my hand. We had gotten up close to the door to step out at the World's Fair station, but the car did not stop. It continued its wild career straight on, at dizzy speed. "Rugwatch!" he shouted, or something equally unintelligible. Back I must go, like always, but yet will find my Vlissingen. Then followed the horror of pitching headlong into those trains. "The first one we saw coming," Mrs. Herrick screamed. I put my arm around her and braced myself as best I could with my cane. But there was no crash, just a blinding succession of lights and colors in quick winks. We seemed to go straight through that train from end to end at lightning speed, but there was not even a jar. I do not understand that, for I saw it coming clearly. Since there have been many others, I have lost count now. We meet so many, and swing from one track to another so giddily at the end of runs. But we have learned, Mrs. Herrick and I, not to dread the collisions, or say, passage, so much. We are more afraid of what the bearded ruffian who dominates this car will do next. Surely we cannot go on this way much longer. It has already been many, many hours. I cannot comprehend why the stupid people who run the interborough do not do something to stop us, so that the police could subdue this maniac and I can't have Henry take me to the district attorney. So read the first few pages of the notebook turned over to me by the Missing Persons Bureau. Neither Mrs. Herrick nor Mr. Dennison, whose handwriting it is, has been found yet, nor the guard he mentions. In contradiction, the Interborough insists no guard employed by them is unaccounted for, and further, that they never had a man of the above description on their payrolls. On the other hand, they have as yet produced no satisfactory explanation of how the car broke loose from the train at Flushing. I agree with the police that this notebook contains matter that may have some bearing on the disappearances of these two unfortunate citizens. Yet here in the psychiatric clinic we are by no means agreed as to the interpretation of this provocative and baffling diary. The portion I have just quoted was written with a fountain pen in a crabbed, tremulous hand, quite exactly corresponding to the latest examples of old Mr. Dennison's writing. Then we find a score or more of pages torn out, and a resumption of the record in indelible pencil. The handwriting here is considerably stronger and more assured, yet unmistakably that of the same person. Farther on, there are other places where pages have been torn from the book, and evidence that the journal was but intermittently kept. I quote, "Now all that is legible of the remainder of it." Judging by the alternations of the cold and hot seasons, we have now been on this weird and pointless journey for more than 10 years. Oddly enough, we do not suffer physically, although the interminable rushing up and down these caverns under the streets becomes boring. The ordinary wants of the body are strangely absent or dulled. We sense heat and cold, for example, but do not find their extremes particularly uncomfortable, while food has become an item of far distant memory. I imagine, though, we must sleep a good deal. The guard has very little to do with us, ignoring us most of the time as if we did not exist. He spends his days sitting brooding at the far end of the car, staring at the floor, mumbling in his wild red beard. On other days he will get up and peer fixedly ahead as if seeking something. Again he will pace the aisle in obvious anguish, flinging his outlandish curses over his shoulder as he goes. Verdurmt and verwünscht are the commonest ones. We have learned to recognize them, and he tears his hair in frenzy whenever he pronounces them. His name, he says, is Vanderdecken, and we find it politic to call him Captain, all but the account of the very first day. It seems rather querulous and hysterical now. I was not in good health then, I think, but I have improved noticeably here, and that without medical care. Much of my stiffness, due to a recent arthritis, has left me, and I seem to hear better. Mrs. Herrick and I have long since become accustomed to our forced companionship, and we have learned much about each other. At first we both worried a good deal over our family's concern about our absence. But when this odd and purposeless kidnapping occurred, we were already so nearly to the end of life, being of about the same age, that we finally concluded our children and grandchildren must have been prepared for our going soon, in any event. It left us only with the problem of enduring the tedium of the interminable rolling through the tubes of the Interborough. In the pages I have deleted, I made much of the annoyance we experienced during the early weeks due to flickering through oncoming trains. That soon came to be so commonplace, occurring as it did every few minutes, that it became as unnoticeable as our breathing. As we lost the fear of imminent disaster, our riding became more and more burdensome through the deadly monotony of the tunnels. Mrs. Herrick and I diverted ourselves by talking, and to think in my earlier entries in this journal I complained of her garrulousness, or by trying to guess at what was going on in the city above us by watching the crowds on the station platforms. That is a difficult game, because we are running so swiftly, and there are frequent intervening trains. A thing that has caused us much speculation and discussion is the changing type of advertising on the bill posters. Nowadays they are featuring the old favorites. Many of the newer toothpastes and medicines seem to have been withdrawn. Did they fail, or has a wave of conservative reaction overwhelmed the country? Another marvel in the weird life we lead is the juvenescence of our home, the the runaway car we are confined to. In spite of its unremitting use, always at top speed, it has become steadily brighter, more new-looking. Today, it has the appearance of having been recently delivered from the builders' shops. I learned half a century ago that having nothing to do, and all the time in the world to do it in, is the surest way to get nothing done. In looking in this book, I find it has been 10 years since I made an entry. It is a fair indication of the idle, routine life in this wandering car. The very invariableness of our existence has discouraged keeping notes. But recent developments are beginning to force me to face a situation that has been growing ever more obvious. The cumulative evidence is by now almost overwhelming that this state of ours has a meaning, has an explanation. Yet I dread to think the thing through, to call its name, because there will be two ways to interpret it. Either it is as I am driven to conclude, or else I must talk it over frankly with Nellie Herrick. She is remarkably poised and level-headed and understanding. She and I have matured a delightful friendship. What disturbs me more than anything is the trend in advertising. They are selling products again that were popular so long ago that I had actually forgotten them, and the appeals are made in the idiom of years ago. Lately it has been hard to see the posters. The station platforms are so full. In the crowds are many uniforms, soldiers and sailors. We infer from that there is another war, but the awful question is, what war? Those are some of the things we can observe in the world over there. In our own little fleeting world, things have developed even more inexplicably. My health and appearance, notably. My hair is no longer white. It is turning dark again in the back and on top. And the same is true of Nellie's. There are other similar changes for the better. I see much more clearly, and my hearing is practically perfect. The culmination of these disturbing signals of retrogression has come with the newest posters. It is their appearance that forces me to face the facts. Behind the crowds we glimpse new appeals, many and insistent, buy victory loan bonds. From the number of them to be seen, one would think we were back in the happy days of 1919, when the soldiers were coming home from the World War. My talk with Nellie has been most comforting and reassuring. It is hardly likely that we should both be insane and have identical symptoms. The inescapable conclusion that I dreaded to put into words is so, it must be so. In some unaccountable manner, we are unliving life. Time is going backward. Ruguach, the mad Dutchman, said that first day when he turned back from Flushing, "We will go backward to his Flushing, the one he knew." Who knows what Flushing he knew? It must be the Flushing of another age, or else why should the deranged wizard, if it is he who has thus reversed time, choose a path through time itself? Helpless, we can only wait and see how far he will take us. We are not wholly satisfied with our new theory. Everything does not go backward, otherwise how could it be possible for me to write these lines? I think we are like flies crawling up the walls of an elevator cab while it is in full descent. Their own proper movements, relative to their environment, are upward, but all the while they are being carried relentlessly downward. It is a sobering thought. Yet we are both relieved that we should have been able to speak it. Nellie admits that she has been troubled for some time, hesitating to voice the thought. She called my attention to the subtle way in which our clothing has been changing, an almost imperceptible de-evolution in style. We are now on the lookout for ways in which to date ourselves in this headlong plunging into the past. Shortly after writing the above, we were favored with one opportunity not to be mistaken. It was the night of the armistice. What a night in the subway! Then followed, in inverse order, the various issues of the Liberty bonds. Over 40 years ago, counting time both ways, forward, then again backward, I was up there, a $1 a man selling them on the streets. Now we suffer a new anguish, imprisoned down here in this racing subway car. The evidence all around us brings a nostalgia that is almost intolerable. None of us knows how perfect his memory is until it is thus prompted. But we cannot go up there. We can only guess at what is going on above us. The realization of what is really happening to us has caused us to be less antagonistic to our conductor. His sullen brooding makes us wonder whether he is not a fellow victim, rather than our abductor. He seems so unaware of us usually. At other times, we regard him as the principal in this drama of the gods, and are bewildered at the curious twist of fate that has entangled us with the destiny of the unhappy Vanderdecken, for unhappy he certainly is. Our anger at his arrogant behavior has long since died away. We can see that some secret sorrow gnaws continually at his heart. "There is een vloek over me," he said gravely one day, halting unexpectedly before us in the midst of one of his agitated pacings of the aisle. He seemed to be trying to explain, apologize for, if you will, our situation. "Accursed I am, damned." He drew a great breath, looking at us appealingly. Then his black mood came back on him with a rush, and he strode away growling mighty Dutch oaths. "But I will best them, God himself shall not prevent me, not if it takes all eternity." Our orbit is growing more restricted. It is a long time now since we went to Brooklyn, and only the other day we swerved suddenly at Times Square and cut through to Grand Central. Considering this circumstance, the type of car we are in now, and our costumes, we must be in 1905 or thereabouts. That is a year I remember with great vividness. It was the year I first came to New York. I keep speculating on what will become of us. In another year, we will have plummeted the full history of the subway. What then? Will that be the end? Nellie is the soul of patience. It is a piece of great fortune, a blessing, that since we were doomed to this wild ride, we happened in it together. Our friendship has ripened into a warm affection that lightens the gloom of this tedious wandering. It must have been last night that we emerged from the caves of Manhattan. 34 years of darkness is ended. We are now out in the country going west. Our vehicle is not the same. It is an old-fashioned day coach, and ahead is a small locomotive. We cannot see engineer or fireman, but Vanderdecken frequently ventures across the swaying, open platform and mounts the tender, where he stands firmly with widespread legs, scanning the country ahead through an old brass long glass. His uniform is more nautical than railroadish. It took the sunlight to show that to us. There was always the hint of salt air about him. We should have known who he was from his insistence on being addressed as captain. The outside world is moving backward. When we look closely at the wagons and buggies in the muddy trails alongside the right-of-way fence, we can see that the horses or mules are walking or running backward. But we pass them so quickly, as a rule, that their real motion is inconspicuous. We are too grateful for the sunshine and the trees after so many years of gloom to quibble about this topsy-turvy condition. 5 years in the open has taught us much about nature in reverse. There is not so much difference as one would suppose. It took us a long time to notice that the sun rose in the west and sank in the east. Summer follows winter, as it always has. It was our first spring, or rather, the season that we have come to regard as spring, that we were really disconcerted. The trees were bare, the skies cloudy, and the weather cool. We could not know at first sight whether we had emerged into spring or fall. The ground was wet, and gradually white patches of snow were forming. Soon the snow covered everything. The sky darkened, and the snow began to flurry, drifting and swirling upward, out of sight. Later we saw the ground covered with dead leaves, so we thought it must be fall. Then a few of the trees were seen to have leaves, then all. Soon the forests were in the full glory of red and brown autumn leaves. But in a few weeks, those colors turned gradually through oranges and yellows to dark greens, and we were in full summer. Our fall, which succeeded the summer, was almost normal, except toward the end, when the leaves brightened into paler greens, dwindled little by little to mere buds and then disappeared within the trees. The passage of a troop train, its windows crowded with campaign-hatted heads and waving arms, tells us another war has begun, or more properly, ended. The soldiers are returning from Cuba. Our wars, in this backward way by which we approach and end in anxiety, more nostalgia. I finished that war as a major. I keep looking eagerly at the throngs on the platforms of the railroad stations as we sweep by them, hoping to sight a familiar face among the yellow-legged cavalry. More than 80 years ago it was, as I reckon it, 40 years of it spent on the road to senility, and another 40 back to the prime of life. Somewhere among those blue-uniformed veterans am I, in my original phase. I cannot know just where, because my memory is vague as to the dates. I have caught myself entertaining the idea of stopping this giddy flight into the past, of getting out and finding my way to my former home. Only, if I could, I would be creating tremendous problems. There would have to be some sort of mutual accommodation between my alter ego and me. It looks impossible, and there are no precedents to guide us. Then, all my affairs have become complicated by the existence of Nell. She and I have had many talks about this strange state of affairs, but they are rarely conclusive. I think I must have overestimated her judgment a little in the beginning, but it really doesn't matter. She has developed into a stunning woman, and her quick, ready sympathy makes up for her lack in that direction. I glory particularly in her hair, which she lets down some days. It is thick and long and beautifully wavy, as hair should be. We often sit on the back platform, and she allows it to blow free in the breeze, all the time laughing at me because I adore it so. Captain Vanderdecken notices us not at all, unless in scorn. His mind, his whole being, is centered on getting back to Flushing, his Flushing that he calls Vlissingen, wherever that may be in time or space. Well, it appears that he is taking us back too, but it is backward in time for us. As for him, time seems meaningless. He is unchangeable. Not a single hair of that piratical beard has altered since that far future day of long ago when he broke our car away from the interborough train in Queens. Perhaps he suffers from the same sort of unpleasant immortality the mythical wandering Jew is said to be afflicted with. Otherwise, why should he complain so bitterly of the curse he says is upon him? Nowadays he talks to himself much of the time, mainly about his ship. It is that which he hopes to find, since the Flushing beyond New York proved not to be the one he strove for. He says he left it cruising along a rocky coast. He has either forgotten where he left it, or it is no longer there, for we have gone to all the coastal points touched by the railroads. Each failure brings fresh storms of rage and blasphemy. Not even perpetual frustration seems to abate the man's determination or capacity for fury. That Dutchman has switched trains on us again. This one hasn't even pinched gas, nothing but coal oil. It is smoky, and it stinks. The engine is a wood burner with a balloon stack. The sparks are very bad, and we cough a lot. I went last night when the Dutchman wasn't looking, and took a look into the cab of the engine. There is no crew, and I found the throttle closed. A few years back that would have struck me as odd, but now I have to accept it. I did mean to stop the train so I could take Nell off, but there is no way to stop it. It just goes along, I don't know how. On the way back, I met the Dutchman, shouting and swearing the way he does, on the forward platform. I tried to throw him off the train. I am as big and strong as he is, and I don't see why I should put up with his overbearing ways. But when I went to grab him, my hands closed right through. The man is not real. It is strange I never noticed that before. Maybe that is why there is no way to stop the train, and why nobody ever seems to notice us. Maybe the train is not real either. I must look tomorrow and see whether it casts a shadow. Perhaps even we are not. But Nell is real. I know that. The other night we passed a depot platform, where there was a political rally, a torchlight parade. They were carrying banners. Garfield for president. If we are ever to get off this train, we must do it soon. Nell says no, it would be embarrassing. I try to talk seriously to her about us, but she just laughs and kisses me and says let well enough alone. I wouldn't mind starting life over again, even if these towns do look pretty rough. But Nell says that she was brought up on a Kansas farm by a stepmother, and she would rather go on to the end and vanish if need be, than go back to it. That thing about the end troubles me a lot, and I wish she wouldn't keep mentioning it. It was only lately that I thought about it much, and it worries me more than death ever did in the old days. We know when it will be. 1860 for me, on the 3rd day of August. The last 10 years will be terrible, getting smaller, weaker, more helpless all the time, and winding up as a messy, squally baby. Why, that means I have only about 10 more years that are fit to live. When I was this young before, I had a lifetime ahead. It's not right. And now she has made a silly little vow, until birth do us part, and made me say it with her. It is too crowded in here, and it jolts awfully. Nell and I are cooped up in the front seats, and the captain stays in the back part, the quarterdeck, he calls it. Sometimes he opens the door and climbs up into the driver's seat. There is no driver, but we have a 4-horse team and they gallop all the time, day and night. The captain says we must use a stagecoach, because he has tried all the railroad tracks and none of them is right. He wants to get back to the sea he came from and to his ship. He is not afraid that it has been stolen, for he says most men are afraid of it. It is a haunted ship, it appears, and brings bad luck. We passed 2 men on horses this morning. One was going our way and met the other coming. The other fellow stopped him, and I heard him holler. They killed Custer and all his men, and the man that was going the same way we were said, "The bloodthirsty heathens. I'm going to jine." Nellie cries a lot. She's afraid of Indians. I'm not afraid of Indians. I would like to see one. I wish it was a boy with me instead of this little girl. Then we could do something. All she wants to do is play with that fool dolly. We could make some bows and arrows and shoot at the buffaloes, but she says that is wicked. I tried to get the captain to talk to me, but he won't. He just laughed and said, "Intid keys and vor." That made me mad, talking crazy talk like that, and I told him so. "Time," he bellows, laughing like everything. "'Twill all be right in time." And he looks hard at me, showing his big teeth in his beard. 400, 500, 600 years more, it is nothing. I have all eternity, but one more on my ship, I will get there. I have sworn it. You come with me, and I will show you the sea, the great Indian Sea behind the Cape of Good Hope. Then someday, if those accursed headwinds abate, I will take you home with me to Flushing. That I will, though the devil himself, or all the... And then he went off to cursing and swearing the way he always does in his crazy Dutchman's talk. Nellie is mean to me. She is too bossy. She says she will not play unless I write in the book. She says I am supposed to write something in the book every day. There is not anything to put in the book. Same old stagecoach, same old captain, same old everything. I do not like the captain. He is crazy. In the night time he points at the stars shining through the roof of the coach and laughs and laughs. Then he gets mad and swears and curses something awful. When I get big again, I am going to kill him. I wish we could get away. I am afraid. It would be nice if we could find Mama. This terminates the legible part of the notebook. All of the writing purporting to have been done in the stagecoach is shaky, and the letters are much larger than earlier in the script. The rest of the contents is infantile scribblings or grotesque childish drawings. Some of them show feathered Indians drawing bows and shooting arrows. The very last one seems to represent a straight up and down cliff with wiggly lines at the bottom to suggest waves, and off a little way is a crude drawing of a galleon or other antique ship. This notebook, together with Mr. Dennison's hat and cane and Mrs. Herrick's handbag, were found in the derailed car that broke away from the Flushing train and plunged off the track into the meadows. The police are still maintaining a perfunctory hunt for the two missing persons, but I think the fact they brought this journal to us clearly indicates they consider the search hopeless. Personally, I really do not see of what help these notes can be. I fear that by now Mr. Dennison and Mrs. Herrick are quite inaccessible. End of Train for Flushing by Malcolm Jameson. On Pell Street by Frank Owen. Weird Tales, July 1940. Chinatown Keeps to the Old Lanes by the author of The Purple Sea and the Wind That Tramps the World. Sam Wong was in a particularly morose state that night because his beloved canary, Li Po, named after the most illustrious of Chinese poets, had died that morning. One last sweet song, then death. Li Po had trilled an anthem to the sun. He had died from excess emotion, from excess of beauty. Anyway, that is how Sam Wong diagnosed his passing. His grief was extreme. The fondness of Chinese for birds is traditional. In China, it is no uncommon sight to see a rich man walking along the street, carrying a canary in a cage, taking the little songster out for a walk to enjoy the sunset. Sam Wong had always regretted that the custom of Manhattan precluded his walking about the streets with Li Po. To be sure, there was nothing to prevent him doing so. But it would direct attention to him, and he did not at that particular stage of his nefarious career care to be the target for the eyes of men. Better to be a shadow, for a shadow is indestructible, with nothing to dread or fear. Now, as he walked along the Bowery, he beheld a thin wisp of a girl standing before a window. Her face was like old ivory, colorless. Her hair was burnished copper, and in her large dark eyes were all the sorrows of the world. Sam Wong sighed. He was an ardent worshipper of "Oh, beautiful things." He noticed that her hands were clenched so tightly the nails of the fingers were white. Softly he glided over to her side. "May I be forgiven for addressing you?" he whispered. "I do so at the risk of arousing your wrath. But I am only Sam Wong, a Chinese with much money and yet poor, for tonight I am lonely. Accept my friendship until the moon rises. When one is sad, the moon too weeps. In its sympathy, it is dependable. I wonder if you are hungry." "Very hungry," she admitted. "All my life I've been hungry for something beyond my fingertips." "Perhaps it is hunger of the heart." While they talked, Sam Wong had led the way across the street and around the corner to an Oriental restaurant, the dim lights of which were soothing to the nerves. "What do you wish?" he asked. "Anything will do," she said listlessly. "You are right," he agreed. "All effort is as useless as summer dust." She sighed. "It is so quiet and peaceful." "Don't talk," said he. "Rest. Forget that I am with you. Here is the tea." In Chinese restaurants they do not wait for one to order the liquor that does not intoxicate. He filled a small cup and placed it before her. Then he spoke in subdued tones to the waiter, ordering chicken mushroom soup, chow mein, roast young pork, and a variety of almonds and condiment delicacies. Then once more he turned to the girl. "Your name?" "Just Barbie." "Barbie," he repeated slowly. "It is a pretty name." Barbie breathed deeply of the sweet aroma of the tea, fragrance of jasmine blossoms. Sam Wong sipped his tea and looked at her through half-dozed eyes. Had she been a written picture, he could not have been more absorbed in her. A strangely beautiful girl with a face of ivory pallor, no painted lady, no common girl of the streets. He longed to know her history, but he asked no question. He was infinitely patient, and he waited. Not till the soup had been placed before them did Barbie speak again. Then after she had tasted it, she said, "Gee, but this is good. I don't know how long it is since I've tasted food. Funny that the body goes on living after the soul is dead." Sam Wong looked up quickly. She had disturbed his tranquility. The bitterness in her tone was astounding. "Not true," he said bluntly. "Your soul is not dead. I see it shining from your eyes, fine and white and beautiful. The past doesn't matter. It is a sim gone down. But of the present, I wish to speak. The hours that have not happened belong to you. Tell me, where will you sleep tonight? Does it matter?" "To me, infinitely. Why?" "I am a lover of jewels and jade. I am swayed by perfect sonnets. Although I was born in San Francisco and have never been in China, the Yellow River flows through my blood. I have fallen under the spell of your eyes, the spell of their dark, brooding mystery. There is far too little beauty in this world for any of it to be destroyed, and you are beautiful." She closed her eyes and struggled to choke back a sob. Last night she had belonged to Bat Matson. The night before, an unknown man had beaten her in a 3rd Avenue hall bedroom. "I am homeless," she murmured. "I will take you back with me to my house," he said. "My rooms are nearby on Pell Street. The flat is large and fairly comfortable, large enough so I need not get in your way. There no one will disturb you, for I discourage visitors. In Chinatown I am a man of mystery. It is right, therefore, that I should shelter a girl of mystery. Be assured that I am actuated by honorable motives. Sam Wong is but a humble merchant, a merchant who deals in beauty, a merchant of dreams. How then can I stand idly by while beauty is destroyed?" "All right," she said wearily. "I will trust you, and why not? I have trusted everybody else, and I have nowhere to go." The meal was finished in silence. Thanks to the gentle care of Sam Wong, she ate heartily. Her young body yearned for food, and now she could scarcely keep her eyes open. Sam Wong paid the check. He led the way from the restaurant. As they turned into Chinatown, he held her arm lightly. Through the narrow, twisting, adventurous streets they walked, streets about which more fabulous tales have been written than any other section of New York, perhaps of all the world. Few of them are true. The most interesting and sinister have never been written. Colorful stores displaying a vast variety of gewgaws, knick-knacks, ivories, jades and raw fish. Joss houses, the Chinese theater. A Catholic priest walking slowly along, apparently lost in thought, no one bothering them, no one paying the least attention to their doings, and yet Barbie felt as though countless eyes were following them, watching their every move. Strange smells, strange sounds, laughter, weird music, a child crying. Chinatown, a vast rug wafted on the winds from the Orient to be cast down in the heart of the city, one of the most congested spots in all New York and one of the cleanest. No littered, dirty streets, no piles of filth, not much dust. Immaculate cleanliness, as though great brooms in the hands of genii had swept it clean. Sam Wong led the way up 2 flights of winding stairs in a building on Pell Street. There was no light in the halls, and he lighted a cigarette to show her the way. "Be not afraid," said he. "The halls are in darkness, because I believe that he who must walk through narrow places should be protected by shadows." "I am not afraid," said Barbie. And now he unlocked a door and pressed an electric button. The next moment a glare of light shattered the blackness, and Barbie followed him into a room of such sheer beauty it might have belonged to a mandarin when the Manchus were at their peak of glory. Here was wealth inestimable, rich carpets and tapestries, priceless porcelains, teakwood tables and finely carved cabinets in one of which reposed 100 species of jewels, some rough, uncut, some that glowed eerily in the lantern light. Here were comfortable chairs, embroidered screens, written pictures, carved statues in jade, nephrite, agate, and carnelian. "The apartment has sundry rooms," said Sam Wong. "Consider yourself mistress of it. I sleep in a small room in the front. I suggest that you make your personal apartment in the rooms at the back." Barbie slipped into a chair. She knew that Sam Wong was trustworthy. He had no designs upon her person. To meet such a man was somewhat of a novelty. Impulsively she turned to him. "I cannot understand," she said, "why you should be interested in my welfare. Have I not told you? It is my belief that no beautiful thing should be allowed to perish. One of Earth's extreme tragedies is that flowers ever must fade. So much time is devoted to an effort to banish crime from the world, when to purge the world of sin, it would only be necessary to banish ugliness. When I beheld you, I was entranced. Even the stars must tremble to behold you. If flowers can know jealousy, they must be stirred when you pass. Then, too, for years I have had a canary. His name was Li Po. He was a sweet singer. He sang paeans to the dawn. He died as he had lived, worshipping beauty. And I was very lonesome when Li Po was gone. Something precious had been snatched from my life. In extreme melancholia, I walked along the Bowery. Then my eyes beheld you. Beauty had been snatched from my life in the vanished songs of Li Po. Now beauty had come back again with the approach of an ivory girl. I am your slave for as long as you choose to share my dwelling. When you are gone, my life will be eternally devastated. I make no effort to hold you. You are free, though I hope for a while at least you will remain to make up to me for the loss of my little comrade. You are perhaps unacquainted with grief. If so, you cannot appreciate my anguish." She placed her hand upon his arm. "I had a baby," she said. "A few weeks ago my boy died and nobody cared. Had you who worship beauty been near my room that night on 3rd Avenue, he might be still alive. After all, perhaps it is better. How could he succeed with everything against him? I know how you must grieve over Li Po." The days flowed along like poetry, never distinct, never quite real, stuff of dreams, dust of moonrise, breath of roses. Nothing beautiful is ever real. Barbie was being wooed back to health by silence, complete tranquility. No music is as majestic as silence, absolute silence. Each morning Sam Wong slipped from the house before she had awakened. He never came near her room. He never touched her body. Not even a kiss did he seek. But he wooed her in 1,000 subtle ways. And when her face began to take on some semblance of color, he was glad. Barbie never left the apartment, even when Sam Wong was away. She was afraid of the streets, the filthy, noisy streets and the evil faces of men. Sam Wong brought her beautiful garments fit for a Manchu princess. She always wore them in the rooms, saving her single dress for such time as it would be necessary for her to return to the streets. During those days she slept much, without trepidation, without fear. She never locked the door of her room. She had faith in Sam Wong. He was a genial philosopher. He never tried to force his favors upon her. One may bow down in worship before a goddess, but one should not presume beyond obeisance. Perhaps Sam Wong was foolish in his attitude. Certainly he was not a moralist, for his stock in trade destroyed the souls of men. They never went out to dinner. All meals were sent in from nearby restaurants. Every conceivable luxury graced their table. Barbie was glad Sam Wong never urged her to appear upon the streets with him, although she was surprised that he did not. How was she to know that 100 men constantly waited an opportunity to kill him? The police, too, were constantly on his trail. His increasing influence was resented in high places. The streets were not conducive to health. It was not his wish to parade his ivory girl in the face of danger. Better to keep her hidden away from baleful eyes. At times he read Chinese love poems to her that thrilled her immeasurably. He chanted the verses in a softly modulated voice. It was a new, strange country to Barbie. She closed her eyes and listened. She scarcely breathed, so intent she was. It was restful. It soothed her nerves. Sometimes for hours they sat thus as Sam Wong read to her from his countless volumes of Far Eastern lore. One night he entered the apartment breathlessly as though he had run a long distance. His usual calm mien was ruffled. His hands worked nervously. "Quick, follow me," he cried hoarsely. "There is not a moment to lose." He opened a secret door in a wall panel, disclosing a black passageway. Into this he crept and dragged Barbie after him. The panel swung shut again, leaving them in impenetrable blackness. "Be not afraid, ivory girl," he murmured. "But enemies are pursuing me, and if we fell into their hands, the consequences might be dreadful. I was a fool to subject you to disaster, but you will be quite safe if you follow my instructions." While he had been speaking, they had been creeping up a winding stair. Presently they emerged on the rooftops. It was strange to be slinking along like shadows under the pale moon's glare. The sounds of the street drifted to their ears: laughter, harsh noises, the wail of a motor siren, the bark of a dog. Sam Wong sped from roof to roof. Nimbly Barbie ran along beside him. At last they darted into a doorway. "Go down these stairs," he said, "and you will be free. Get away from Chinatown as soon as you can. I haven't a moment to loiter. Perhaps someday we will meet again, and I can recite more lyrics to you." The next moment he was gone. It was almost as though he had vanished into the air. It was an eerie night, weird and creepy. The moon caused the chimneys to stand out in grotesque silhouette. A train on the 3rd Avenue L went grinding by. And now she imagined she could make out the forms of figures creeping along the rooftops. They were after Sam Wong. They were after her too, because they imagined she was his mistress. In terror, she turned and sped down the stairs. The halls were dimly lighted. They too seemed to be seething with wraiths and shadows. Once a malevolent face loomed up before her, and 2 gnarled bony hands clutched at her like talons. But she evaded them and continued down the stairs. She breathed a sigh of relief as she reached the street. But even now she dreaded to look behind her. Hurriedly crossing the street, she turned neither to right nor left, and so it was that she did not notice the large beer truck that was bearing down upon her. As she went down, the truckman clamped on the brakes and a woman screamed. But Barbie felt no pain. She even smiled, for miraculously Sam Wong was bending over her. "Come, ivory girl," he said gently. "We will go back to my rooms where we can find quietude." "But is there no danger?" she asked. "Not now," said he, and her wonderment grew. So hand in hand they walked back to Sam Wong's apartment on Pell Street. But now the stairs did not seem dark as they mounted. There was a pale blue glow, as though a lantern had been lighted. As Sam Wong pushed open the door of the apartment, Lipo greeted them with a song so beautiful it seemed as though the city had paused and stood on tiptoe to listen. Barbie placed her hand on Sam Wong's arm. "But I thought Lipo was dead," she whispered. Sam Wong smiled reassuringly. "Not dead," he said softly. "Living. Now we are all living." End of On Pell Street by Frank Owen. For Tomorrow We Die by Frank Owen. Weird Tales, July 1942. A drug shop that has blossomed for 1,000 years must naturally have solved many of nature's mysteries. Now when the meal was over, Dr. Shen Fu leaned back in his chair and sighed contentedly. "Death," he mused. The supreme adventure in life is seldom appreciated because man usually encounters it when he is in such bad health that he cannot enjoy it. His guests, Ah Chow, the porcelain monarch, and Wong Si Lo, who had raised a few silkworms into a mighty industry, looked at him blandly and nodded their heads. They were both somewhat sleepy. The meal had been a veritable poem in many verses, beginning with fragile cups of fragrant tea, candied walnuts, hemp seeds, small oranges, apricot kernels preserved in oil and dried, apples that melted like snow upon the tongue. Then the rhythm became more stalwart: sea slugs and shark's fins, deer sinews and bamboo shoots, bird's nest soup blending into a following rice soup. And so the poem continued until 50 verses had flowed with measured cadence into waiting stomachs. Finally came warm wine to charm the senses and release the tongue. Ah, Chow and Wong Si Lo prided themselves on their amiable expressions. Not the quivering of an eyelid betrayed their true thoughts, but they had no control whatever over their appetites. They wallowed in food, making snorting noises like pigs grunting contentedly. It pleased them that Dr. Shen Fu, whom they had swindled many times, and whom they imagined was their eternal enemy, should make this noble gesture in their honor. A feast in a houseboat, floating on West Lake, the jewel of Hangzhou. The day was pleasant. Occasionally a gentle breeze invaded the calm, cool and fresh, and laden with the fragrance of peach blossoms. Dr. Shen Fu lifted a cup of warm wine to his lips and sipped languidly. Truly, he reflected, the gods have given you a perfect day to set out on that gentle road that will end with your becoming immortals. Ah Chow roused from his lethargy. What are you saying? That soon you will be an ancestor. You have unwittingly joined me in a death feast, Dr. Shen Fu explained softly. What could be more enjoyable than a premeditated death, a death that has been cleverly appointed? My friends, we are dying in grandeur. Our appetites are appeased. We are at peace with life. Now for a moment we are resting, waiting for the doors to open to admit us into the vast hall of eternal mystery, where our elders await us. Would you like more wine? Ah Chow whispered. I do not like the name of death. But Wong Si Lo, despite his growing nervousness, laughed shortly. You are very droll, he declared. I am not dying. One is never nearer death than when apparently enjoying abundant life. Dr. Shen Fu poured more tea into a cup as fragile as a rose petal. My friends, you have entered into your last week on earth. I trust you will enjoy it well. A single week into which you must pack all that remains to you of living. Alas, that you both should have accumulated so much gold only to choke upon it in your final hour. As Dr. Shen Fu finished speaking, he struck his hands together. Instantly 2 girls appeared from behind silken curtains in the stern of the boat. They were slender and graceful. One carried a lute. She sat down on a yellow silken pillow, playing softly, notes so sweet the lute seemed to be singing. And as she played, the other danced, soundlessly, rhythmically, and there was music mingled with her form. Water lilies crowded around the boat to listen. The interval of dancing was but fleeting, for soon the girls withdrew to appear no more. A servant brought long-stemmed pipes and tobacco. Come, said Dr. Shen Fu. Let us enjoy the fragrance of tobacco before we hang up our hats forever. Interesting, is it not, that as we recline in the bowl of life, we are so soon to peer over its mysterious edge? Perhaps we will be happier afterward, for are we not always curious about what lies on the other side of our neighbor's walls, or on the back of the mirror moon, of which no one has ever seen aught but the face it turns toward us? I am disinterested in the quality of death, Ah Chow said hesitantly. All my attention is focused on the color and the taste of life. Alas, that so little of the repast remains. Soon the mountains of the moon will spew forth their secret, if in eternity man may visualize all that encompasses the universe. You have been my guests at a feast. I am gratified that the viands were so well prepared, otherwise you would not have partaken of them so lavishly. But without your knowledge, there was a condiment mixed with the food, which, though tasteless, gave it a certain piquancy. That condiment was a subtle poison. Be not disturbed, however, even as it was tasteless, its effects will be without pain. As a final course at my table, I give you death." Wang Silo made an effort to speak, but no sound came from his dry lips. His yellow face blanched into a greenish ashen tinge. "Be not disturbed, my friend," Dr. Shenfu repeated. "You will be able to endure death far more easily than you have endured life. In death, there will be no necessity for treachery. There will be no advantage to starve the throngs who work in your factories, for you will have no factories." "But I do not want to die," Wang Silo declared firmly. "Death may have all the attraction you claim for it, but I am in no hurry. I am content to jog slowly along the road of life without any unnecessary impulse," said Ah Chow. "I shun death with the same fervor I would shun a morbid disease." "You are guilty of wrong thinking," Shenfu told him. "Being a doctor of medicine, I can assure you it is life that is the disease. Death is the cure." Sudden panic seized Ah Chow. "My fingers are growing cold." "The fruit of distorted imagination," commented Dr. Shenfu. "My feet are numb," broke in Wang Silo. Dr. Shenfu sighed. "Why not attempt to live your last hours gracefully?" "Is there nothing we can do?" Ah Chow pleaded. "Must we sit here and do nothing?" "Nothing?" reflected Dr. Shenfu. "Nothing? Truly a strange term to use when you are dying. How, then, could you be more gainfully employed?" Dr. Shenfu gazed at his guests through half-closed eyes, as though they were beetles in some weird experiment. It was interesting to watch their reactions. Now perhaps the feast was salted with regret. Too late they realized that they were unwise when they perpetrated frauds on the eminent doctor. "Death is the only exalted place we attain without effort," he mused. "It is man's supreme destiny. Why toil?" "Would that I were a beggar," said Ah Chow. "Then this would not have happened to me." "Wisdom flows from your lips. Truly no beggar ever partakes of such a feast." "Hunger is a blessing," sighed Ah Chow. "How I wish I could enjoy it at this moment." "When the stomach is full," observed Dr. Shenfu, "it is easy to be a philosopher." Although Wang Silo did not want to die, he fretted over the weary hours that he must endure ere death caught up with him. In the late evening, after daylight had expired, he put on a long blue silken gown, embroidered with jade and coral beads, and felt-soled shoes that he had never before worn. Then out into the garden he walked. The night was tremulous with stars. The trees murmured gently. A yellow moon hung low. He breathed deeply of the cool, fragrant air. He had already ordered a bamboo chair to be placed in the garden for his comfort. Now he took the chair and carried it to a pear tree. He climbed upon the chair. From his sleeve he drew a heavy red silk cord. He fastened it around his neck. Then he tied the ends of it to a strong branch. His hands did not tremble. No longer was he afraid. Without hesitation, he kicked the bamboo chair from beneath his feet. And there he dangled from the pear tree, while the moon glowed yellow and the trees murmured songs to the cool night wind. There was peace in the garden, peace and music, while Wang Silo, the silk merchant, quietly danced in the air. But Ah Chow was made of firmer stuff. Not so easily would he submit to the amazing dictates of Dr. Shenfu. In business, he had always been known as a shrewd trader. If he must eventually forfeit his life, he must secure full value for it. He would not join his ancestors in the knowledge that he had been bested in his last trade on earth. So instead of weeping and beating his breast, he returned on the morrow to the drug shop of Dr. Shenfu. Ever since the golden days of the Tang dynasty, it had been in the family of Shen, and so it was known as the drug shop of 1,000 years. The venerable doctor greeted Abi Chow graciously. Nothing in his manner reflected his innermost thoughts, that a living specimen was returning to Tyre Laboratory for further experimentation. His words were humble. "My shop is honored by your presence." not by as much as the flickering of an eyelid did. He acknowledged that he was surprised at the visit. "I have come to you," Ah Chow said, "to discuss various means of prolonging life. In all China, no sage is more profound, no doctor more deeply versed in alchemy. There was honey in the words of Ah Chow, the porcelain monarch, but in his eyes were sharp swords." Dr. Shen Fu smiled, but he was in no way deceived by the words that the eyes contradicted. "You mean the golden pill of immortality? You are acquainted with it?" Ah Chow fought a losing battle to suppress his eagerness. A drug shop that has blossomed for 1,000 years must naturally have solved many of nature's mysteries. Still, it is a question whether immortality for man would be a blessing or a curse. How then could one join one's ancestors and thereby take his true place in the spiritual universe? I am in no hurry to acquire so great an honor. Besides, I am very rich. I can pay well for any service you are able to render me. "I have already been of service to you," mused Dr. Shen Fu. "You are dying gently and without pain." Ah Chow decided that he had adopted the wrong course of procedure. It is only by a circuitous route that man attains fulfillment of his wishes. He decided that he would wait for Dr. Shen Fu to unravel the skein of conversation. "1,000 years ago," began the doctor meditatively, "when one of my honored ancestors first opened this drug shop, there came to it frequently a learned man named Lu Yin, who was a scholar, a magistrate and an alchemist whose fame has survived in the voluminous manuscripts he has given unto the world. For myself, I would not be worthy of the term drug merchant, had I not committed his works to memory. His grass characters are the very lifeblood of alchemy. Thus does he write, 'Would you seek the golden elixir? It is not easy to obtain. The 3 powers, sun, moon, and stars, must 7 times repeat their footsteps, and the 4 seasons 9 times complete their circuit. You must wash it white and burn it red, when one draught will give you 10,000 ages, and you will be wafted beyond the sphere of sublunary things. Everybody seeks long life, but the secret is not easy to find. If you covet the precious things of heaven, you must reject the treasures of earth." Dr. Shen Fu stopped quoting abruptly. "Shall we have some tea?" he asked. "Tea! Tea!" cried Ah Chow angrily. "This is no time for tea. There is always time for a cup of liquid jade. But the elixir, the elixir, it is not for those who gloat over the treasures of earth, but I will renounce wealth. It would be more seeming for you to renounce life. Be tranquil. Think of the precepts of the old philosopher. Life follows upon death. Death is the beginning of life. If, then, life and death are but consecutive states, what need have you to complain?" "I am rich," burst out Ah Chow. "I have jades and pearls that an emperor might cherish, and all will be yours for a golden pill of immortality. When a man owns the sky, it is easy to give away stars. I fail to understand your meaning." Nothing is more involved than simplicity. However, this is no time to indulge in intricately embroidered sentences. When a man knows he is to die, it is amazing how much he can accomplish in a short time. He is frugal, even with words. Lao Tzu has written indelibly on the minds of our people, "Govern a country as you would cook a small fish." Alas, I am not an emperor, so I cannot govern a country, but I can teach you much about cooking a small fish. "Fish!" cried Ah Chow in anguish. "What care I for fish when I am dying?" "They are very nutritious," said Dr. Shen Fu blandly. "But more important to you is the fact that I shall use a few small fish in an experiment with the immortal elixir. You would waste that which is 1,000 times more precious than jade upon fish. For the advancement of alchemy, I would have you view their reactions under intense heat. Let us go into the garden." In the garden of the drug shop, a fire had already been lighted under a wrought bronze pot, a pot so huge that it might have contained rice for all the poor of the province. But it was not food that was cooked in its enormous interior, but broths to alleviate pain. In one corner of the spacious grounds, a herd of deer was fenced off. For the deer supplies many remedies for the pharmacopoeia of China. Its skin, horns, bones, hoof, and viscera are used. Dr. Shen Fu led the way to the bronze pot. A fire had already been kindled under it. They mounted a few steps to a platform from which they could get a good view of the interior. "It is filled with boiling oil," said the doctor, "to be used in our experiment." A servant came forward carrying a porcelain bowl containing 6 small fishes. From his sleeve, Dr. Shen Fu drew a cinnabar snuff box. Carefully, he extracted a minute pill which he placed in the mouth of one of the fishes. Immediately thereafter, he tossed it into the bubbling, scalding oil. He did the same with a second and a third fish, but the remaining 3 fishes he threw into the sputtering fat without imbuing them with the golden elixir. "Now look at the result," he ordered. Ah Chow peered eagerly into the seething cauldron. The 3 fishes that had been given the golden pills of immortality were swimming about as though they were in cold water, but the other 3 were cooked to a crisp and might have been tasty morsels to eat. "The Taoist, Kan Shi," said the doctor, "was the first to perfect this experiment. He lived many cycles ago, and his exploits have all been meticulously recorded by the renowned grassist Ko Hong. He experimented with silkworms in like manner. After 10 months they were still alive, and maybe still alive for all I know. It was given to chickens and small dogs, and they stopped growing. A white dog, on taking it, turned black, proving that many things of heaven and earth are beyond understanding." Chow had been paying no attention to the doctor's words, but he was thinking quickly. A great anger flamed up in his heart and spread through his body with the speed of a flash of lightning. Dr. Shen Fu had wasted the elixir on fish when he was willing to pay a fortune for it. "Look! Look!" he cried suddenly. "I think the other fishes are burning to a crisp." As Dr. Shen Fu leaned forward eagerly, Ah Chow pushed him with a cornered tiger's strength and toppled him into the fat. The doctor made no cry as he fell, but he threw out his hand and caught the edge of the wrought bronze pot. Immediately there was a hissing, sputtering sound. Clouds of blue smoke rose from the pot. When it cleared, there was no sign of the doctor, neither was there the slightest vestige of his clothes. But the hand still grasped the edge of the pot, a dismembered hand that was all the evidence that a murder had been committed. Quickly Ah Chow released the grip of the fingers, though it required considerable effort, and because he did not know what to do with the telltale hand, he hid it in his sleeve. Even though to escape from that horror garden, he had to pass through the drug shop, where numerous clerks were measuring out fantastic medicines, such as powdered toad skins for dropsy, infant's brain salve for skin diseases, and dried water buffalo hide for carbuncle. They were so absorbed in their work, none of them paid the slightest attention to him. Outside the shop, he breathed more easily. He hired a rickshaw so that the short trip to his own elaborate home might be made more quickly. It may only have been the result of his overwrought nerves, but he had the ghastly feeling that the severed hand was clutching him, so that it would not fall from his sleeve. What a fool he had been to give way to anger! A merchant who succumbs to anger is like unto a man who would rob his own house. Better had he followed the example of Wang Si Lo and dangled on the end of a red cord from a pear tree. Still, there was some little satisfaction in knowing that the great Dr. Shen Fu had preceded him to the Yang. He wished the hand would not grip him so tightly, and why was it still warm? What force kept heat in those fingers that should have been cold in death? Ah, Chow shuddered. A chill was upon him as though it were four-coat weather. It was a relief to him when he was once more within the guarded confines of his own home. There were plenty of servants, strong northern hillsmen, who would have wrestled dragons at his command. They were stalwart and fearless, men to whom a good fight was a tonic. That they were lazy as well did not detract from their efficiency as bodyguards. They were above doing menial things which they left for lesser men. Nevertheless, Chow felt repaid when occasionally they ejected a too ardent visitor from the tranquil gardens. Chow had accumulated vast wealth, nor cared he about the price he had to pay for it. He had a generous supply of enemies. But now one of them, Dr. Shen Fu, was dead, all but his hand. The living hand was a nuisance. He couldn't bury it in his garden and defile the earth. Besides, the hand was not dead. This was not, however, the real reason he decided to keep it, to hide it away in a teakwood chest in his sleeping room. There was a force that directed his mind, a force greater than curiosity, though that was considerable. He wondered how long it would take for the hand to die. He tried to banish from his mind the knowledge that to dispose of that hand was an impossible thing. He could still feel the steel-trap grip of those fingers biting into the flesh of his arm as he had carried it home in his sleeve. That night, as he sat alone at his evening meal, he had no appetite. The tea had a bitter taste. His mouth balked at accepting food, even though his stomach growled for sustenance. Like a fool, he had plunged into peril that he might have avoided. How now could he enjoy the last few days that remained to him of life? He fretted because the poison was not acting quickly enough. He who had been afraid to die was now afraid to live, even though it was, but for a few more days. He retired early. For hours he lay and tossed on his Kong, sleeping in snatches. Every once in a while he listened as though to the echo of words gently spoken. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What if it were the voice of Dr. Shen Fu? Ridiculous. The doctor was dead, all but his hand, and a hand cannot talk. He rose and walked to the window. In the moonlight the garden was a lovesome place. The sky was so clear the stars gazed down like startled eyes. The air was sweetened by the breath of countless flowers. Lovely was the night. The breeze was cool, the trees murmured eloquently. There was enchantment in that garden, but nothing of fear. A child might have lain in the perfumed darkness, wooed to sleep by the lullaby of trees. He was a fool, Chow, whom all called the porcelain monarch. Hundreds of workers toiled in his shops. All looked up to him, and now he was afraid. He returned resolutely to his Kong. This time, reason reasserted itself. He was able to sleep. How long he slept he did not know, but suddenly he awakened. He tried to cry out, but no sound came from his lips other than that which might have been attributed to a green frog sobbing. Had the moon exploded? Was there no air to breathe? He gasped for breath. Something was choking him. The fingers of a hand were about his throat. The fingers bit into his flesh like hungry mouths. And then it was that he knew that the hand of Dr. Shen Fu was clutching at his life. The blood in his veins congealed. His body became rigid, cold. No longer was his face a healthy yellow. It took on a tinge of blue that blended into green as the yellow moonbeams fell upon it. All power had left him. He couldn't struggle, he couldn't cry out, he couldn't breathe, but his bulging eyes had doubly acute sight. And then it was that he made out the features of Dr. Shen Fu smiling down upon him. "I have come back for my hand," he said gently, "but I cannot release it from your throat. Therefore I shall walk about the marble paths of your garden and enjoy the wonder of the night until I can reclaim it without effort. What a pity that you could not have met the supreme adventure gracefully." So saying, Dr. Shen Fu walked slowly out into the garden. With measured footsteps, he walked to the music of the trees under a sky tremulous with stars. He knew that it would not be long before his hand had completed its task. Chow, he reflected, was a shrewd trader, but not shrewd enough. He had neglected to reason that it would be hard, very hard to kill an alchemist who was able to successfully manufacture the golden pill of immortality. End of For Tomorrow We Die by Frank Owen. The Man Who Amazed Fish. By Frank Owen. Weird Tales, May 1943. It is bad form to murder one's customers, but the ancient Chinese alchemist had other, more subtle methods with which to take care of his country's invaders. Through the lattice-work screen, Dr. Shen Fu watched the Japanese officer enter the drug shop of 1,000 years. In his heart was a sharp sword, but his face was bland as he walked out to meet the smug little man. "I am the proprietor, Dr. Shen Fu," he said aloofly. "And I, General Nishikori, in charge of this district." The doctor nodded, but he did not bow. He stood tall and straight as a bamboo reed, despite his years. He was shrewd, a Hanlin graduate, a famed alchemist who had discovered the secret of immortality, so he spoke without fear. "The district needs no one to take charge of it. It has been Chinese soil for countless centuries, and so forever shall it remain, unless by some fantastic power you are able to carry it back to Nippon." The stunted general wondered whether he should be insulted and claim that he had lost face. It was the usual trick of his people, but he turned from it. He could make better use of the famed doctor by treating him with a modicum of respect. Therefore, he ate bitterness and managed a somewhat bilious-looking smile. "I wish tea," he said. "This is a drug shop, not a tea house." "Nevertheless, I wish tea." The doctor said gently, "I accept your command. Tea shall it be." A clerk went to fetch the divine beverage, and though he was overly long, the general made no comment. He could afford to be patient, since he had caused this noted doctor of Hangzhou to bend to his will. Finally, the tea was ready, and the clerk brought a small table and one chair. "Will you not join me?" asked General Nishikori. "Alas, I had 7 cups before you came. I can drink no more." "At least sit at the table with me," said the general. He was provoked beyond reason, but he did not show it. "I have important matters to discuss with you. I prefer to stand, and if I command, I will obey, but I will not listen. The heart is without fear. If you have come to me for help, choose your words well. I was walking this earth, a free man even before your grandfather was born. I refuse to cringe before his grandson. Honor should be bestowed upon age, as well as bombs, the firing squad, and poison gas." The general's education had been extensive. He repeated maneuvers by rote, but here was a set of circumstances that had not been drilled into him. He tried to sit straight and tall, drawing his back up till it looked as though his neck was being goose-stretched. He was a member of the Bushido. He loomed large in his own importance, but he avoided looking in mirrors. He resented the fact that Dr. Shen Fu was so very tall. He hated to have the doctor towering over him as he sipped his tea. He found it unpalatable. "The tea is bitter," he said fretfully. "Unfortunately, for years we of China have been drinking only bitter tea. Our Japanese tea is fragrant. Drink of it well while you have the opportunity. It is ill-advised for the conquered to threaten." "Why threaten? I might have poisoned the tea had I so desired." Mr. Nishikori had a bad moment, but he did not show it. "I hope you did not," he said. "I am too important to my nation to die. That is debatable. However, you were served naught but bitter tea. I cannot be untrue to business tradition. It is bad form to murder one's customers." "A customer, yes, and one who can pay well." "With what?" "Chinese money." "I cannot accept money that has blood on it. Rather pay me in rice." "It would be unwise. You might feed it to the poor. Starving people are more easily overcome. They have little opposition in them. Our new order in East Asia must be established by undernourishment. I am General Nishikori. I will not be defied. My word is supreme law in Hangzhou. You can be of service to my soldiers, and I repeat, you will be well paid. For treachery, No, for certain drugs that I need. Then you must pay in rice. Should I hand you over to a firing squad? It matters little. I have solved the riddle of immortality. Your bullets could do no more than wound me severely, but in time I would recover. However, I do not presume to decide such weighty problems for you, though if I am shot, your chances of getting drugs are nil. Speak quickly. I have other customers entering the shop. Throw them out. The general stormed. No. Their wishes shall be attended to while you finish your tea. As he spoke, Dr. Shen Fu turned and walked over to greet 10 newcomers. Usually he left the tending of shop to clerks well versed in the intricacies of the pharmacopoeia, but not now, for he wanted to. Throw Nishikori's pomp in his face. For 1,000 years Shen Fu's ancestors had ruled over this drug shop with its large areas of ground that were used for warehouses, clerks' homes and gardens. Besides a considerable reserve for the herd of deer whose horns were ground up to make important and popular medicines. A rich man was desirous of purchasing ginseng tonic. One of the most expensive preparations in all the world for ginseng is the medicine par excellence, the dernier resort when all drugs fail. A few drops of ginseng will raise the dead to life, and it is even whispered that after 3 centuries, the ginseng root changes into a man with white blood. Dr. Shen Fu measured out the life-giving fluid with reverence, though he knew that as a restorative it was somewhat overrated. The drug was about 40% tonic and 60% folklore and legend. Still, it was worth 10 times its weight in pure gold, and so not to be handled carelessly. A coolie wanted some powdered dragon's bones to reduce his child's fever. Dr. Shen Fu made no charge to the poor man, but added the cost to the sum for the ginseng, since the rich man was better able to pay. Before returning to General Nishikori, he surveyed the familiar scenes about him, the black enameled boards with golden characters, containing suitable proverbs, the shelves filled with rows of blue and white porcelain jars, with square pewter covers containing various liquids of an array of colors. Vermilion medicines were those eagerly sought for by the sick. Above, on the upper shelves were smaller octagonal-based jars containing sundry expensive seeds or ready-mixed powders. It was the custom of Dr. Shen Fu to give advice free to those too poor to afford a doctor. Intense hatred gnawed at the doctor's heart. All this might be swept away, lost forever, if something were not done to stem the vicious Jap flood. He stood for an instant before the tiny alcove that sheltered the altar to Shen Nung, the god of healing. The smoke of burning incense spiraled languidly upward, as though to foretell that someday China would sweep out her invaders with the broom of circumstances. But could the old drug shop be saved? That was a moot question. Shen Fu's face was a mask as leisurely he returned to General Nishikori, who appeared as puffed up with venom as an adder. Nevertheless, he swallowed his pride, though it was harder than gulping a live toad. "Take me to a room where we may speak without interruption," he said, and there was silk in his tone. But he could not help adding, "If we remain here, I may be forced to order your execution." "That is hardly a prelude for a satisfactory conversation," the doctor said gently. "However, your command shall be obeyed. Come." As he spoke, he led the way through a steep, winding hall of unusual length, until they entered a windowless room, at the far end of which a single candle burned feebly. "See," said Shen Fu, "the candle weeps. It weeps for China." As he spoke, a heavy brass-studded teakwood door swung closed and they were wrapped in silence. The sudden change from daylight to a room that was almost in darkness was more than Nishikori's myopic eyes could stand. "Light!" he cried. "I demand light!" Instantly a lantern blazed forth so brightly that it dazzled Nishikori. But Dr. Shen Fu ignored the general's discomfiture as he said, "Be seated. Here we can converse secure from interruption. The room is soundproof and below the level of the earth. In this hidden room, it would be well for you not to be too arrogant. Here, I alone, am master. This shop has never been invaded by the Japanese, nor will it ever be. Rather would I turn it into a monstrous bomb that would annihilate Hangzhou. Rest assured that in my warehouses are the ingredients and facilities for doing so. It is pleasant to mull over the extraordinary proposition that I could order your destruction and dispose of your body by using an acid bath to eat it away, and no one would ever know what had become of so illustrious a general. However, I hesitate to do anything distressing to your person, since you have already said you have come as a customer. Only a fool turns away business. But what you buy, I repeat, must be paid for in rice, Japanese rice. I will deal with you on no other terms. I admire your spirit, said Nishikori, and there was surprisingly little bombast in his tone. Of the situation you are now master. Naturally, I agree to your terms. I am confronted by a curious perplexity, and I have decided you are the one best fitted to solve it. Not by as much as the flickering of an eyelid did Dr. Shenfu acknowledge the compliment. His face was a grim mask in a play that was certainly not for children, but Nishikori, drilled in a military school of automatons, was unable to distinguish the signs of peril that were all about him, for they were written in water. So he went on speaking. Our conquest of your country has gone on well. For the most part, we have met with little opposition. And so you were forced to drop poison gas and disease germ-infected cotton on unprotected people so that plagues might break out. Relinquish your filthy untruths, or I shall close my ears against your words. And if you leave this room alive, it will only be by a miracle. Let us both speak bluntly. Your slogan is not Asia for the Asiatics, but Asia for the Japanese. Your warlords are vile. Proceed. That is an affront to the Bushido. Here, let us put aside our heroic robes. My patience is wearing thin. If you have a purpose in your visit, expound it. Otherwise, I must turn to my own affairs. Like a frog in a well is a man of small thoughts. At that moment, General Nishikori had the feeling that he was wearing a hair shirt. But to argue farther with this ancient doctor, who was without fear, was as futile as catching a fish and throwing away the net. So he continued speaking as though there had been no interruption. My visit to you is not concerned with war, he said in a honeyed tone. I am here to help save lives, not to expend them. We have found, as we march peacefully through your vast cultivated river provinces, the farmers have an unpleasant habit of opening the dikes and spreading havoc among our soldiers. Recently, after we had taken the city of Hankou and were marching forward toward further conquests, the dikes of the river were suddenly opened, and 55,000 Japanese soldiers, carrying full pack, were drowned, while the Chinese lost 3 times that many, stamped into the earth by roaring floods to make fertilizer for next year's crops. What manner of people are the Chinese who would throw their own lives away in such stupid fashion? Our men died that China might live. Perhaps the spirits of Confucius, Mencius and Lao Tzu walked among them to welcome them among the immortals. Our sages are great because they never look for ivory in a rat's teeth. Nevertheless, this problem of losing almost as many soldiers by drowning as are killed in battle is a serious problem that I have set myself to solve. Knowing that your drug shop is renowned throughout all the 18 provinces, I lay my problem at your feet. I've heard that you are 150 years old. Age is elastic. A boy with a sore foot is an old man. An ancient with firm step and good teeth is young. Some say I have drugs to cure all sicknesses, but alas, I have none to cure China's present acute distress. Unless, but I hesitate to express the knowledge that recently my eyes have given unto me as I walk through the countryside. Once more the che plant is growing in profusion in our farms and hillsides. The che plant, repeated Nishikori. What is that? It is a plant of supernatural growth and auspicious omen. It is only to be found when virtuous leaders are leading our government. It augurs well for the future of Chiang Kai-shek. But China is beaten, protested Nishikori. She's on her knees. Beaten? Beaten? What is the meaning of that word? We know it not in the 18 provinces. But let us proceed. You have come to me for help because you are concerned over the loss by drowning of so many men. Mr. Nishikori smiled. Now they were on firmer ground. Perhaps you can prepare an elixir for me so that my men will be able to live beneath the water to survive floods without undue fatigue. In short, a drug that will bestow upon them the province of living underwater indefinitely. An interesting proposition, said Dr. Shen Fu gently, and I am glad that you have consulted me, for my library is bulging with ancient manuscripts, some that have been recopied from bamboo books on the Lian Tan, the drug of transmutation, and of the powdered pearl medicine which is the concrete essence of the moon. Let me ponder over my manuscripts for a few days. I am sure that the results will be worth your trouble. So General Nishikori departed and returned again in 3 days. Dr. Shen Fu greeted him in a manner that was almost affable. A book is only a man talking, he said. And since your departure, I have been listening to the voices of the ancients. But it was not until this early morning that my efforts were rewarded. All through the night I loitered in my garden, entranced by the countless whispering voices about me. When the dawn crimsoned the sky with peony splendor, I drank the dew that had fallen from the magnolia trees, for I had solved the riddle that so perplexed you. I walked with padded footsteps into my mixing room. No one was about, no one was stirring. The accumulated mass of knowledge I had absorbed so hurriedly became simplified. I worked fast and with sure hand. I mixed the ingredients well. The resultant pills are perhaps the most expensive to be found in all the world, and, for their purpose, the most powerful. From his sleeve, he drew an elegant jade bottle with a legend in red grass characters upon it, "May Chiang Kai-shek have 10,000 lives." But Mr. Nishikori paid not the slightest attention to the inscription, for he did not understand Chinese. But it wouldn't have mattered if he had been versed in the language of the 4 seas. So intent was he on his purpose. Cold perspiration stood out upon his forehead in beads, and even his narrow, close-cropped head was damp. He took off his glasses and polished them carefully, that he might the better see, for Dr. Shen Fu was pouring small vermilion pills into the palm of his hand. Nishikori liked the color. The doctor had staked much on its psychological effect. 1 pill and 1 pill only, that is all that is necessary, he explained. Your men will find little difficulty swimming for sustained periods underwater. Nor will the effects of the drug wear off, rather will the power of it intensify with each day that passes. My idea for this great boon to humanity was motivated by the writings of renowned Lieh Tzu, who ages and ages ago conquered the laws of gravitation. Accounts of his adventures are written history for all who care to read. While the doctor was speaking, General Nishikori gulped 2 of the pills, believing he was unobserved. Shen Fu smiled, and the eyes of his heart grew merry, but his face mirrored not his thoughts. Perhaps, ere long, the ghost of chaos would be halted, and the ruined sky swept clean of enemy planes. The elixir has been delivered, he said. Now your payment shall begin. Set out at various street intersections of the city huge tubs of cooked rice that the poor may eat till their stomachs groan. My clerks will designate the positions where the tubs are to be placed, and they will go along with you to see that instructions are carried out and to ensure the good quality of the rice. It is fitting that I have put into those tiny pellets certain ingredients that, for want of a better word, I shall call harmonious elements. With discord they will evaporate as surely as the clouds are a dragon and the wind a tiger. The slightest chicanery might spoil the experiment. General Nishikori was a man of action. He lived by the sword and had little respect for words, nor did he know that many an unhappy culprit has been impaled on a sentence. He liked not the idea of wasting rice when so many of his own people back in Japan were starving. True, it was only the peasant whose stomachs were being gnawed constantly by hunger. The Bushido and the warlords were well fed. The emperor feasted well in his golden prison and wondered what evil was abroad in the land. But he was too weak to lift his hand to stem it if he had wanted to. Nishikori was more than half tempted to destroy this vile doctor who had flaunted his power and insulted the Bushido, now that his use was at an end. But suppose the pills did not work. Suppose the doctor had anticipated just such treachery and acted accordingly. What good would be a dead Shen Fu? Better keep him alive, so that he could be tortured fittingly in the Japanese manner if the pills failed. But there was another factor also to be considered. The doctor, living, might be a safeguard for him if sickness or distress flitted about his person. With a sigh, Nishikori reluctantly agreed to put out the tubs of rice, reluctance that was seasoned with fear. He shuddered to think of what might happen if all the hungry were fed. Famine was the best ally Japan had, next to disease. What a pity it was that the plague germs dropped from airplanes in carefully prepared cotton batting had not caused the anticipated havoc. Asia for the Asiatics, but for the Chinese bubonic plague, the Imperial Japanese New Order. During the next few days, General Nishikori was much pleased with the effects of the drug. A few of his men had experimented. They had stayed under water for over an hour. The experiment had been conducted at Westlake, not far from the new hotel where Mr. Nishikori was living in luxurious quarters. So long did his men remain below water, he imagined they had been drowned and was about to return to his hotel for tiffin when they reappeared, laughing and jabbering excitedly. The only casualty was that one of them had lost his glasses. The general was overjoyed. Now he was indeed the leader of an army of supermen, but there was one oddity that was of little importance. He himself, scarcely aware of his own actions, plunged into the lake, all clothed as he was, and swam about, all forgetful of the war and of the officers that were waiting to have tiffin with him at the hotel. When at last he came out of the lake, he was jubilant, though his uniform was a sorry spectacle and he looked as bedraggled as the lowliest soldier. But what matter? His head was in the clouds. Now indeed would he be a conqueror, and his fame would go down in history among the greatest warriors the world has ever known. Perhaps it would be better to kill Shen Fu after all, so that no other person might learn this amazing secret. Back at the hotel, after he had bathed and put on dry clothes, he swallowed 2 more pills before joining the officers who were waiting for him. The doctor had said that 1 pellet was sufficient perhaps for a private soldier, but he was a noble general, a member of the Bushido, and his father had been an aristocrat with special privileges. Late that evening, when he had been able to shake off the leech like petty officers, he returned to Westlake, cast off his clothes and plunged into the cool, refreshing water. His throat had felt parched. Though the day had been cool, he had suffered intensely. There must have been much humidity in the air. Another thing that troubled him was that red marks had appeared on either side of his throat just below the ears, odd straight marks, half as long as his thumb. They looked like old knife wounds that had only recently healed. He had an unaccountable feeling, a wish that they would break open. Then it would not be so difficult to breathe. But now as he glided through the waters of Westlake, among the lotuses, all was right once more. No longer was it difficult to breathe. The night was full of spring, even though it was early autumn. A yellow moon hung low in the sky, or was it the rising sun of Japan glistening on the wide domains it would soon encompass? He laughed gut-tearily. Someday Japan would control the world. General Nishikori remained in the water until the first silver fingers of morning lifted to gently push aside the veil of night. Then with great reluctance he came ashore, put on his clothes, and became an important personage once more, the commandant of all the armies in Zhejiang province. However, he could not refrain from casting a glance over his shoulder at the enticing water of the lake. Never had he passed so glorious a night. Nor was he, aware that after 10 long desolate years of constant defeat, the scales of fortune were tipping slowly in China's favor. In Sichuan and Hunan provinces especially, old China, revitalized by supplies from the allied nations, was slowly pushing back her enemies, topped by an especially brilliant victory at Changsha. Once more the tea of the Middle Kingdom was fragrant, free of its bitter taste. General Nishikori walked about as though in a dream, little concerned with what was happening about him. He even ceased to deplore the necessity of putting out tubs of rice for the poor in accordance with the directions of Dr. Shen Fu. His officers tended to this for him, obeying like automatons. The red marks at the sides of his neck caused him almost constant discomfiture. Occasionally they bled slightly. Every day he stopped at the drug shop of 1,000 years to talk with the learned doctor. He asked the doctor to examine the marks on his neck. Shen Fu smiled as he gazed upon them. "You have nothing to worry about," he said. "Strangely enough, some of the officers of my staff are similarly marked. You are blood brothers. It is a good omen." He did not bother adding that he meant a good omen for China. After a moment he continued, "When the flesh separates, you will be able to swim even better." Nishikori was little perturbed at the prospect. On the contrary, he seemed well satisfied. He walked out into the garden to the large artificial fish pond. The water was like clear turquoise. The goldfish reflected the sun. How clear and cool the water was, with here and there a pond lily or a lotus. His throat was dry. Slowly he walked around the pool, gazing at the shimmering fish. He was so fascinated that hours passed without his knowledge. Meanwhile, his men were acting in a peculiar fashion. All seemed keenly elated. They cast aside their guns. Their interest in war had evaporated. Many of their necks were bleeding slightly from small slits below the ears. As though they were fleeing from a plague-infested city, they rushed down to the river's edge. Some were running, but it was a joyous rout. Many were laughing. A few tried to sing, but their throats were too dry for that. And in their wake walked many of the people of Hangzhou, uninterested in their actions, but still bent on one of the great occasions of the year, to watch the Hangzhou boar at the autumnal equinox. That strangest and most startling phenomenon of nature along the entire Asiatic coast. The estuary at the mouth of the Xiantang River, from Yangtze Cape on the north to the opposite point of land on the south, is about 65 miles in width. And from the Yangtze Cape to where the boar begins to form is about 80 miles. Throughout this distance, the estuary narrows down to about 8 miles, producing a broad funnel-shaped channel. The roar of the tidal wave can be heard for 45 minutes before it comes into view. Instead of the banks of this channel being straight and regular, they are very crooked, the right or southern bank being pushed in upon the land a great distance. This concavity of the channel bank deflects the tidal currents, throwing them against the river currents, which, together with the piling up of the water as it crowds into the apex of this funnel-shaped channel, produces the phenomenon known as the boar. On this particular occasion, thousands of Chinese, quiet and orderly, were crowding the great stone embankment. Throngs which permitted the free movement of the Japanese troops, who ran pell-mell down the dikes to await the coming boar. Many, overzealous, sprang into the river and swam toward the onrushing flood, but none of them spoke. None of them said anything, nor did they utter a sound, though their lips moved. It was the supreme hour of their existence. On they came like beetles, swarming over one another, forcing the front ranks into the water. But none cared. The cool water closed over them willingly. Onward, the monstrous wave plunged, as an ancient poet has written, muttering, hurrying, seething and surging. Confused and troubled, vast, unbridled, immensely deep and wide, a chaos unlimited. It hopes to seize the southern hills. It reaches up to the azure sky, confident it will leap over the steep banks. The poet wrote long before Qian Shiu built the first dike walls in AD 910. Since that time, many superb engineers have added to this great work, so that now the thousands of Chinese spectators were enabled to stand at the summit of the dikes and watch the water carnival with considerable safety. They ate kumquats, melon seeds and dried almonds. The children chanted verses and laughter was plentiful, but the elders were silent. The few venturesome riverboats were tied fast to the shore, but the water lifted them so high that they strained at their chains and ropes. They rocked madly at the impact of the water, which rose to a height of 25 feet, carrying all the Japanese soldiers along with it. Certainly, for the Chinese it was a time for eating kumquats. Within 45 minutes, the flood subsided, but the invading soldiers returned no more to Hangzhou, preferring to go out to sea on the ebb tide. But none were drowned. All were content. Dr. Shen Fu's experiment had been eminently successful. Truly, he had created 1,000 blessings pills. But he was unable to visit the ramparts of the river. It would not have been in good taste, for he still had a guest in his establishment. In the lotus pond, General Nishikori was swimming around joyously. The fish were amazed. End of The Man Who Amazed Fish by Frank Owen.
Dark Recess by George O. Smith. Clifford Macaulay was the one man who could explain the curious shift in the universe, which was far more than the academic matter it seemed to be. But Macaulay had been cured, and was no longer interested. There are two basic ways to treat personality difficulties. 1. Change the personality. 2. Remove the psychic blocks which are at the root of the trouble. The first method may be simpler, in some cases, and may be accomplished without apparent harm. But what if an individual's worth to society is so entangled with his personality troubles that when you change the latter, the former disappears too? Clifford Macaulay reacted instantly to the doctor's question. He said quietly, "You're not even surprised that a man of 70 should ask such a question. What you are indignant about is that your mind denies such a need. Cliff, you're trying to run your body with your brain. Naturally. So what has my love life? You've got glands too," remarked Hansen, "and some of them are damned important to mental balance." Macaulay sat forward on the chair, tense and alert. He was not accustomed to being browbeaten. Macaulay gave the orders and other people jumped. Now that he was on the receiving end of the deal, he was preparing for the battle of wits. But Hansen had seen many such men in 40-odd years of medicine. Hansen did not see Macaulay the mind. He saw a man of 38, soft from lack of exercise, underweight from the constant burning away of nervous energy. He saw a fine physical machine being run into an early grave or a sanatorium, because the mind behind those sharp blue eyes was too damned ignorant to understand that it could not trade the war. Nout body for a new model with white sidewall tires, automatic defroster, and long playing record attachment. "Relax," said Hansen. "I'm not going to argue with you." "Good. Now let's get down to business. Exactly what do you want?" Macaulay pondered for a moment. "Do you understand variable, matrix radiation mechanics?" "Probably as little as you know synaptic pressure theory." "That's the trouble. I can't explain in detail what I want. I can only explain by analogy. Look, Doc, for 8 years I've been experimenting with some mathematics along an entirely new field of theory. Indications are that gross matter can exceed the velocity of light under certain conditions. But in attempting to define these conditions by mathematical formulation, I've hit a snag." "What manner of snag?" Cliff leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. He was physically relaxed now, but only Dr. Hansen could hazard a guess as to how much of this man's metabolism went into the job of keeping that big brain in high gear. Physical matter cannot, of course, exceed the speed of light in universal space. However, normal space is no longer normal when it is warped by electrostatic fields, electromagnetic flux, or gravitational lines. These universal effects produce a warping of physical space to such an extent that the warped area is no longer a part of, or connected in any way with the universal space we know. It becomes a small island of separate space which may be accelerated or retarded. That's the snag, Doctor. I don't see it. I always end up with one equation that has two answers. Theoretically, one must be real and one must be imaginary, somewhat like the solution to a simple quadratic. In that case, you can disregard the answer that tells you that you are confronted with a minus quantity of mass, for instance, and you can select the positive quantity as being correct with neither difficulty nor ambiguity. In this case, being more complex by far, I find two roots indicating a positive and negative space, mutually inimical. And what causes the trouble is the fact that the determinant depends upon the development of a negative gravitic field. Well, Macaulay laughed bitterly. This is sheer nonsense, like dividing by zero. Hansen shrugged. So, obviously I have made an error. Dr. Hansen again shrugged, wondering what the man was getting at. Electrical engineers confronted with a tough problem in vector analysis consulted other electrical engineers. They did not bring their unruly vectors to a psychiatrist or physician and hope to have them solved. They came to medicine and psychiatry when they began trying to integrate and plot the rhythmic sway of their secretary's hips, or began to see the outline of a woman's lips in the catenary of a suspension bridge. Obviously, nodded Hansen. So here it is again, Doctor. I've been back and forth across my equations for the past 11 months, and always come back to the same errata. But what can I do? Someone must check my equations, someone who is viewing them as a competent but unbiased observer. An excellent idea. Macaulay spread helpless hands wide. I sound like an egomaniac, he said, but there is no other man on earth who can follow my mathematics but I. Not even the 13 fellows who understand Einstein. Macaulay snorted. Understood, he said, emphasizing the last syllable. Einstein was difficult when first made public. Nowadays there are plenty of men who know more about Einstein's theories than the man himself. In my own case it is similar. No other man has had a chance to study my theories. I have a few adherents who try to follow them, but they have not the full time to put to the job, and so they are far behind. Besides, I'd trust none of them. I see. Ergo, Doc, what I say is this. You are to hypnotize me. You are to give me a post-hypnotic suggestion that I am to forget the error in my calculations, that I am to recheck them carefully and completely, without knowing that some factor in them is in error. Then and only then can I locate it. As soon as I locate this error, I am to remember everything. Supposing your mathematics is not in error but is entirely correct. Suppose no error truly exists. There is that possibility, but if the paradox is true, I will have at least been forced to forget that I once believed an error existed. But I must check this math as a competent and unbiased observer. That can be done. Good. Now let's get going and let's have no more nonsense about my glands. This I can do. I will help you. Macaulay relaxed while the doctor produced his hypnoscope and set it up on the table. With Macaulay's cooperation, he was in the hypnotic trance in a matter of seconds. Dr. Hansen looked at the man. This was probably the first time that the entire man had relaxed, mind and body, in years. But Hansen did not see the point. Macaulay may have run into a mathematical paradox, but it was not of honest mathematics. Figures do not lie, but liars can figure. It is more than possible that a brain will introduce an error in order that the facts of the case be unrecognized. Hansen nodded quietly. Man was mind and glands and body and appetite, bones, hide and ulcers. If a sick mind can produce a sickness of the body, the reverse is true. Cliff's error was not in his mathematics. It was in his life. Of all the things Maculae needed, more work along the same line with no relaxation was not among the list. What Maculae needed, or would eventually get in a sanatorium, was a long period of relaxation, fun and games, a bit of competition, a hangover, and the sheer physical delight of wrapping an arm about the slender waist of a female and swaying to and fro to the rhythmic beat of tom-toms and the howl of a well-beaten clarinet. At 70, J. Hansen had learned the impatience of youth. Maculae had a lot of time to finish his equations. Cicero a year of Maculae's life, and he could then finish this. Let him go on as he was, and he would burn himself out at a mere 50. He looked at Maculae seriously. "You have been working too hard," he said. The reply came instantly, like the echo of an automaton. Hansen nodded to himself. It was obvious. When the burning drive of that demanding brain was stilled, the subconscious recognized the fact that Maculae was working too hard. "Maculae's equations are in error," said the doctor. Cliff Maculae stirred, shook his head, and began to disagree violently. Then he relaxed, since he had come there to solve an error, but he had become tense again. Hansen shook his head unhappily. This was going to take time and effort. He must take this conversion slowly, since it was apparent that the slightest touch upon dangerous ground would trigger the big brain into reaction, and perhaps undo in the space of a second the work of several hours. Gradually, prying and working, Hansen began to elicit information from Maculae. Bits of character traits, an impulse suppressed, an attitude formed in youth, an impediment created to shut out the demands of normal living, desires for this and wants for that. Hansen looked at them clinically, then either reversed them or let them stand, depending upon their possible effect. Each phase took time. It is not simple to take a man who has never held a billiard cue and make him believe that excellence at the pool table is an evidence of a sharp eye and fine coordination instead of the result of a misspent youth. And Cliff's attitude towards women was troublesome. His mother, the youthful reading of too much of King Arthur, or Lord knew what, had given Maculae the odd idea that a woman was a sort of goddess, not to be touched by the hand of Claude, like man. To reverse this attitude towards a more practical attitude was difficult, since the reversion must not be complete. Hansen did not want Cliff to reverse completely, to the other extreme, where the man would go out and start treating women like galley slaves, punching bags, or chattels, which, in fact, was about the way Maculae had expected to be treated. Hansen took a brief rest from the hard job by recalling and telling Maculae every risque story he could remember. Then he was at it again, prying and probing, and reversing Maculae's attitude on gambling, liquor, tobacco, and politics. He made a slight revision on Cliff's idea of proper dress. The physicist had a horror of appearing dirty, even when engaged in the dirtiest of jobs. With some effort, the doctor convinced Maculae that a mechanic emerging from beneath a car with a face full of grime was not automatically an undesirable character, either to men or women. The crux of the matter was whether he liked that condition of dirt or not. With a number of factors accomplished, Hansen took a deep breath, felt his pulse, counted his heartbeat and respiration, and fished for a pill from his desk and swallowed it quickly before he went on. The hardest part was to come. Cliff took himself seriously, far too seriously. With delicate verbal barbs, Hansen began to poke fun at some of the imbecilities of pedantic reasoning. Maculae offered resistance at first, but Hansen worked him over the ground carefully, pointing out that Maculae, the only man in the world capable of understanding the variable, matrix wave mechanics, was in no position to snort at his fellow man. After all, Gertrude Stein had once gained great popularity on the theory that no one could understand her, and therefore she must be sheer genius. Eventually he had Cliff laughing over an old limerick. Hansen worked over Maculae's equations with a bit of acid humor. In third person, he had Maculae chuckling over the physicist, who worked for years on some mathematics that did not come out even. Gradually, the doctor convinced his patient that he was not Clifford Maculae, the renowned abstract mathematician, but Maculae's nephew, the black sheep of the family, who viewed the brainy members with as much distaste as they viewed him. Young Cliff had often been mistaken for his brilliant uncle, and found this funny, since he felt himself smarter than his namesake. He, young Cliff, had fun, whereas his uncle had only hard work to show for his life. Actually, any pondering of his uncle's work made young Cliff sick to his stomach, and he was glad to ignore such things. The whole theory was so much stupidity. And for 1 year, Clifford Macaulay, physicist, would be as different from his former self as was possible without breaking the law to bits. At the end of this year, you will return to your apartment in Washington, take a good night's sleep, and awaken as Dr. Clifford Macaulay. Then, and only then, will you remember, and you will realize furthermore that this job of relaxation has been forced upon you for your own good. You will then be able to solve the error in your calculations. Hansen paused for a moment, pondering as to the advisability of giving the hypnotized physicist a key word to bring him out of the post-hypnotic suggestion. But Dr. Hansen was 70 years old. He knew all too well that a year from this moment he might be dead and gone. He viewed it calmly, but not disinterestedly, and decided against a key word. It only introduced a conflicting factor. Let the man awaken of his own accord. Then he awakened Macaulay, who sat back in his chair with a chuckle, reached for a cigarette from the box on Hansen's desk, and puffed at it with relish. "How do you feel?" asked the doctor. "Like a million," said Macaulay. "Good. Come back in 1 year. I'll have my girl make an appointment. For now, we're all finished." Dr. Hansen stood and watched Macaulay head for the door. The physicist's step had a certain bounce, curtailed by the fact that the unused muscles of his body were not used to the cat-like stride of the completely balanced, healthy man. A few days of that sort of bounce and Macaulay would have it. The door closed exuberantly, and Cliff was on his way to a 1-year binge. He paused once outside of the doctor's office. Ava Longacker was bent over some notes, and Cliff viewed her contemplatively. She stood up and smiled at him. It was a sort of professional smile, the kind she gave all of the doctor's visitors. It made no difference to Ava whether the visitor were 70 or 17. She gave each of them the same dry smile. Cliff crossed the office in a quick stride and put both hands on her shoulders. He drew her forward, felt her instant stiffening relax. With a cheerful upsurge of spirit, he put an arm around her, tilted her face upward with his free hand, and kissed her. He felt her yield to him, press against him softly, then respond. Cliff knew he could have her, but in that moment he also knew that he really did not want her. Ava was a bit over 30. She had a quiet, mature quality, good looking, but far past the radiant flush of youth. A hard-working woman, efficient, intelligent, Hansen's nurse, medical aide, and receptionist, did not offer the fun and frivolity that Cliff Macaulay sought. He stepped back and smiled down at her. "Nice," he said with a chuckle. Then he kissed her again, lightly on the mouth, turned, and left the office. Her cheeks burning, Ava Longacker stamped into Hansen's office. "What goes on?" she demanded. "What on earth did you do to that man? Why?" He came in here like the proverbial absent-minded professor, his eyes blank and sort of muttering to himself about radiation mechanics or the like. He didn't even look at me. Then, on his way out, he sort of grabbed me and kissed me. Hansen nodded appreciatively. "You liked it." He chuckled. Ava sat down, landing in the chair with a thud. "When a man puts a hand on me and my knees turn to jelly," she said quietly, "I oscillate madly between hating his guts and wanting him to try it again. That sort of thing would play hell with a girl's morals." "Shucks," chuckled Hansen. "I've just violated all of the rules of medicine. I've just treated a man against his will, and turned an introvert inside out." "You sure did," nodded Ava. "He'll be back again in a year, and normal then." "But how do you turn an introvert inside out?" "Reverse his sense of values." "But his memory pattern, that's difficult. To make him more or less stable for that year, I sort of tampered with his memory on a temporary basis also. He thinks he is all sorts of things that he has never been, but has probably wanted to be from time to time." "Is that why he kissed me?" "Partly. But you're the woman he should have when normal, not as he is now. That's... So you gave him a false memory. complete with a lot of details to explain just about every possible question. Hey. Yep. And just how was this background furnished? She demanded. Remember, it is only temporary and need not be complete. Just sufficient to justify its being. Don't quibble. Hansen laughed. Well, when a man of 70 starts to furnish a bit of background for a youth of 30, odd. What better than a few true experiences from the old man's past? Ava Longacker snorted. I'll bet you were a hellion in your youth. She snapped. And in your old age you're a nasty old lecher. Hansen squinted at her. I wish I were 40 again. He leered. But worry not, lady. Maybe the basic idea was mine, but Maculae kissed you on his own account, and I commend his taste. Ava uttered a single, explosive "oh," and stalked out angrily, slamming the door behind her. She leaned against the hardwood panels and listened to the roar of Hansen's laughter die in a slow gurgle. She pegged it properly as part hysteria. The hours of hard mental effort spent on Maculae would have taken a lot of pep out of the old boy, and he would then clutch at anything remotely amusing and make an uproariously funny incident out of it. But this was not funny. She remembered Maculae's hand on her, and her body went supple against the door. Then by sheer mental effort she snapped her head erect and walked from the door, determined to forget it. Ava did not recognize the fact that for hours, days, or months, and perhaps forever, she might be telling herself that it was a good thing to forget about. The island princess took off on schedule, arrowed into the blackness of space, and set her nose. Sight on Venus. She was 40 hours ace, base when it happened, and the island princess was one of the 4 spacecraft close enough to the thing to have its presence recorded in the celestial globe. It came with a roar of sound from the radio, which eliminated all communications instantly, and continued on a diminishing power for an hour until it fell below the cosmic noise level. It appeared in the celestial globe as an ebon shaft. Measurements made it a half-mile in diameter, but extending from beyond the range of the globe in both directions. It was as straight as it could be. On the other ships, the same facts were noted. Upon the several planets of the solar system, cosmic ray counters went crazy. Showers of unprecedented violence bathed the solar system in a raging torrent of high-energy particles. The showers continued, diminishing in intensity as time went on, the slower particles arriving last, of course. But the one thing that caused consternation throughout the entire solar system was a sickening shift. Spacecraft and planet gave a tiny, queasy slip, sort of like a heavy man who has just trod upon a grape. Things move according to their mass and according to their distance from the black shaft of energy. On planets, it was just enough to cause fear. The most infinitesimal waver in the constant course of the planets awakens racial fear. In spacecraft, the shift was more violent, but here people were prepared for a bit of wobble. On planets, the shift was just enough to cause fear. Auroras flamed for an hour. The auroras flamed bright for an hour. As soon as the shift had shaken the wits out of every human in the solar system, the big observatories set their big glasses on the fixed stars and consulted quadrant protractors to ascertain what the shift had done. On photographic plates of operating telescopes, the shift was barely noticeable upon the images of brighter stars. The dimmer ones had danced aside and back too swiftly for the emulsion to register. But it had been a swift jiggle up and back. Now things were as they had been once more save for the big mystery that caused the radio lanes to buzz, and made men ask their neighbors what it could have been. Captain Bardell of the Island Princess went to the salon after the radio had told him what little could be told about the incident. He told the passengers what he knew as a matter of interest, and because they had been as close to the phenomenon as any other human being. Cliff Maculae, bent back across the bar with his elbows hooked over the edge and a glass in his right hand, chuckled amusedly. "But this isn't funny," complained a comely woman in a strapless gown at his left. "Dorothy, darling, you're wrong." He laughed. "I suppose you know what it is." Came the cynical reply from the red, head on Cliff's right. "Helen, that thing was a manifestation of the application of variable, matrix wave mechanics to intrinsic space by the real and slash or unreal roots of negative space. That's utter gibberish. Maculae laughed. Verily, he chuckled. But my revered Uncle Clifford will about now be telling the world the same thing in about the same incomprehensible collection of dictionary fodder. Captain Bardell heard, and came to stand before Maculae. Clifford, he said uncertainly. Clifford Maculae. Right name but the wrong character, said Maculae, sipping from his glass. Dr. Clifford is the genius in the family. Cliff, the nephew, has only genius for getting into mischief without getting into trouble about it. To each his own, he chanted, lifting his glass in a toast. Bardell was openly disappointed. I'd hoped you might give us an idea of what was going on. Maculae turned, rapped the bar with the heel of his glass to get attention, and then turned back to the captain. I can, he said cheerfully. But do you have the faintest idea of why nephew was relegated to the outer darkness? Everybody, listening to Cliff, shook their collective heads. Maculae laughed. They had me studying under him for years. Dr. Maculae is a slave driver and a martinet. Cigarettes, liquor, and wild women are annoying things that detract from the single purposeness of life. Dr. Maculae is the kind of duck who would rather work overtime than make frolic with a dame. And he expects everybody who works with him to do the same. He also pays them accordingly, since a small room, a sterile diet, and a minimum of clothing are all that is necessary for any man dedicated to science. So, asked Bardell, a bit angry at this man for belittling one of the solar system's greatest minds. So Cliff, the ne'er used to take a few of Uncle Clifford's wealth, langed ideas, add a character, stir well with a villain and a dame, and emerge regularly with a bit of science fiction. I was Ed Lomax, one of Larimore's cover names until John used the right name instead of the pseudonym, and people started to write fan letters to Clifford Maculae, M.M., Ph.D., et al. Shortly afterwards I was out of a job. Then you do understand some of this. Maculae grinned and nodded. But Dr. Maculae will be able to figure this thing out. Cliff nodded again and smiled. Good thing, too. He chuckled. He is the only man in the system that can handle it without going off half-cocked. Maculae may be a stuffed shirt, but he is no imbecile. Tinkering with inverted space, or pouring a quart of nitric acid over a half-gallon of glycerine, might be deadly unless you understand what you're doing. Maculae is super cautious about anything that he does not understand completely. I cannot say the same for his underlings, who casually point out that mankind had been using electricity for years and years before they knew anything about it. But, he said with a laugh, enough of the manifestation of the unreal roots of variable, matrix wave mechanics, Maculae's wastrel, but interesting. He was about to enjoy life. Cliff winked at Dorothy, patted Helen on a bare shoulder, and then led Alice towards the dance floor. Doesn't this mean anything to you? She asked him. He said with a smile, at about 3 cents per word, that black shaft of energy is an idea coming to life. What kind of idea? Let's see. That black shaft of energy was really a spacecraft, passing through the solar system at a velocity higher than the speed of light. Some extrasolar race, colonizing the galaxy. What we detected was the wake of such a craft. You have no idea of the energy kicked up when a body passes through space at a velocity higher than that of light. Then our hero, bullied by his superiors, shows that he has measured the energy curve and solved the secret of interstellar travel. A slight frown came to Maculae's face. The trouble is that this supergalactic race has learned how to create negative space before the ship, and recreate positive space behind it to keep from having A bead of sweat came upon Maculae's face, and he became nervous. He looked around, almost wildly, before continuing, the entire universe. He concluded lamely, negative space is self, propagating, you know. Maculae finished this last with a wince of pain. Then Maculae straightened up with a laugh. That's lousy, he said. Larimore wouldn't buy it. We'll have him go out and meet some four-armed monsters who think that human meat is superb. That's crummy too, but it's an idea. Come on, M-lady, let's dance. The telephone rang on Dr. Hanson's desk. It was Ava from the outer office. Man by the name of Redmond to see you, doctor, she reported. Has he an appointment? No, that's why I'm calling. He claims it is a matter of import. No, Mr. Redmond, you cannot go. The doctor's door opened abruptly, and the man called Redmond strode in. Where is Maculae? He demanded sharply. Dr. Hansen looked up at Redmond calmly. With insulting deliberation, Hansen eyed the man, while Redmond began to fume. Redmond was tall and thin, a bit too tall and a bit too thin in the doctor's estimation. He was 30 to Maculae's 38, but did not smooth his impatience and ambition behind a cloak of politeness. Sit down, Mr. Redmond. I'm interested in you. Where is Maculae? Came the repeated demand. Hansen smiled slowly. I'm interested in trying to discover just what it is about abstract mathematicians that makes them think that they can stamp their way through life, disregarding not only the rights of others, but their own as well. Enough of this damned foolishness. Shut up, you young whippersnapper, roared the doctor in a voice that rattled the windows. Redmond, shut up. I'll have respect from you, Redmond, and if I don't get it, you'll leave. Understand? Redmond bristled. Relax, said Hansen. I'm no longer able to punch your face as you request by your actions, but I know several men who would be most happy to help me in this matter. Now, what is it that you want? I want to know where Maculae is. I don't know. Damn it, you do know. Redmond, I'm not a liar. Redmond leaned forward over the doctor's desk. Maculae came here, he said, and I know why. Maculae did not return from here, and I want to know why. Hansen leaned back in his chair. Dr. Maculae came here and discussed his difficulties with me, he said. During the course of the discussion, it became quite evident that Maculae was on the verge of a nervous breakdown because of too much hard work and too little relaxation. I convinced him that a long vacation would enable him to live and be productive longer than he might if he went back and killed himself on his job. So where did he go on this vacation? Maculae admitted that if a single soul knew his address, they'd be sending him problems within a week. He took off, destination unknown. Did he say when he would be back? In 1 year. A year, my God, we can't wait. Can't is an impossible word, remarked Hansen, but we must find him. You might start combing the solar system, suggested the doctor. Impossible. Yet, Redmond, there have been many indispensable men in history who were not so indispensable that their leaving caused affairs to stop short. I admit that their plans often flopped, or that history took a little longer to get itself made when their driving force died. But not a man on record has ever been truly indispensable. But you don't understand, complained Redmond. It's about that blast of energy that shocked space. I guessed as much. What is, or was it? We don't know. Maculae does, or can deduce its meaning. Redmond started to stride up and down the office at this point, talking half to himself and half to the world in general, through the still open door. Ava could hear him, and since the danger of attack had been averted, she decided to close the door. But Hansen waved her inside where she sat in one of the inconspicuous chairs along the far wall. Both Ava and the doctor watched Redmond quietly. From what little we know of it by direct observation, it came all at once, a shaft of energy as instantaneous as birth. Where once was empty space, this bolt of energy was created. The energies it created showed no directional qualities, and it extends as far in either direction from here as we care to imagine. The distant energies are still coming in from both directions, diminishing because of the tremendous distances, but still showing nothing directional. But this shaft of energy must have come from somewhere. Did it? Exploded Redmond. Did it come from somewhere? Or did it burst into being instantly from one end of the universe to the other like the creation of a rope from nothing all along its length? Actually, we know this. Its duration was as close to instantaneous as anything might be. The rest of the phenomenon was merely persistence of the energies it created. Those are questions that I cannot answer. Maculae could. You assume that this thing might be in Maculae's field. Redmond nodded. We charted the energy curve, he said. Then one of the boys integrated the curve and came up with a formula for the curve which I saw, and without any trouble at all reduced to one of Maculae's equations. Do you know what this means? No, of course not. This means that the validity of Macaulay equations is proven fact, just as Maxwell's equations were proved by the existence of electromagnetic waves in nature. So are Macaulay's equations proved by the existence of this manifestation of the real and unreal roots of space, occurring in nature. Redmond resumed pacing again. What is maddening, he said, is the fact that we do not know where it came from. Hansen shrugged. You said it sort of leaped into being. Redmond paused and beat one fist down on the doctor's desk for emphasis. So it seems to our blind, deaf, stupid senses who plod along the universe limited to the speed of light or sound. Man, the fleet bullet snaps past your ear at a speed faster than sound. Can your limited senses tell me whence it came? Yes. Redmond shook his head. Not from the sound of the snap. He snapped. You tell from the sound of the gun, which comes later. With a silencer, you would be unable to line the flight up. So, said Redmond, staring at the wall again, something fired a bolt of energy that propagated faster than light, creating its own negative space as it passed. What it was we shall never know. But, and he bored at Hansen with sharp eyes, get me Macaulay and we shall follow it into interstellar space. And if Macaulay were to die tomorrow, then we would follow it sooner or later anyway. A bit more fumbling, a bit more walking an unfamiliar way in the dark, but we would get there. Redmond looked at the doctor solemnly for a moment. A year. Hell, snapped Redmond. In a year we can do it ourselves. A year. Hansen, Cliff Macaulay has always kept a volume of data from me. I am going to open his desk and get that volume and go to work on this thing myself. Were he here he would forbid me, but he is not here. Why are you telling me this? Asked Hansen. Someone must be told, and I. Redmond trailed off uncertainly. Then he nodded and left the office as abruptly as he had come in. Ava blinked. What do you make of him? She asked uncertainly. Very simple. His is the case of not quite. Genius working at the feet of true genius. His pattern is poorly aped after Macaulay's forcefulness, but obviously lacks Macaulay's weight. He wants to give the impression that he is cut of the same cloth as Macaulay. He is uncertain of himself, or he would not bluster and threaten, nor would he be so completely at sea without Macaulay. He has a frustration. Macaulay's secret data has been withheld from him. He is jealous of Macaulay and also fears Macaulay, or he would not make a confession to me that he was about to break orders. Furthermore, he is convinced that he can solve this thing without Macaulay's help, but wants other people to believe it also. But could he get into trouble? Hansen laughed tolerantly. Any man who has lived beyond the age of 18 months can get into trouble, he said. And it's good for a man to get into a bit of trouble occasionally. Security is a fine goal, but it is danger that sharpens the wits and eventually sets the character into such self-confidence that his security comes from within rather than without. He leaned back in his chair and thought for a moment. He was not quite correct in telling Redmond that he understood nothing of Macaulay's work. During the hours Hansen had hypnotic rapport with Cliff, he had absorbed quite a bit of Macaulay's theories. Not that Hansen could stand in Macaulay's shoes, or even his baby slippers for that matter, but he had a fair idea of what Macaulay was driving at. He took this on faith rather than a real understanding, as any man might nod his head and accept the formulation of the 3 degrees of infinity because some bright man told him that such existed. One still might not understand why the number of spots on a line and the number of spots on a plane, when a plane has an infinite number of lines, and each line an infinite number of spots, were both of the same degree of infinity. Something niggled at Hansen's mind, something important in just plain horse logic that had come to him fouled up in a barrage of words and formulations that were so much triple. Awk to the man untutored in abstract theory on variable, matrix wave mechanics. In the maze of completely confusing theories, it was like the sighting of a shaped stone arrowhead in the rubble of a landslide, or finding an empty tomato can lying on the absolutely barren and completely useless 5th satellite of Saturn. Someone had shouted 2 + 2 = 4, amid the babble of an insane asylum, and it made sense. Hansen ordered his whirling thoughts, marshaled them as only a man who has pursued the mysteries of the human mind for 50 years could do, and made his recollections come out consecutively. And then he hit the desk with his hand. Negative space depends upon the generation of a negative gravitic field, he muttered, which produces the unreal root, and positive and negative space are mutually inimical. What was all that? Asked Ava. Hansen shook his head. Damn it, Redmond is right. We need maculae. Ava stared at the doctor. But, Ava, from what I gather, Redmond is about to get into the production of a negative gravitic field, which will generate negative space, which will destroy this space. Doubtless that shaft of energy, so called, was nothing but a shaft of negative space that met with and cancelled real space with the resulting outburst of energy. But we need maculae, said Hansen solemnly. No one will believe me, for I obviously know far too little of the facts. I admit that I am just guessing, but I have the feeling that the error in Cliff's equations was no error at all. What drove maculae into a mental whirly? Gig was the fact that he had discovered at the end of his fingertips the ability to destroy the solar system, or destroy something equally as big. His was the shock of the child who has been playing with matches in a powder house and discovers long afterwards just what fate he had escaped by sheer luck. But what are we going to do? Hansen smiled confidently. We're going to get maculae back here long enough to tell us the truth. But you don't know where he's gone. Since Cliff now has all of the instincts of a tomcat, chuckled Hansen, all we need do is to imagine where a tomcat would go, and go there. Ava, if you were a brazen hussy, where would you go to huss? Ava froze. I'm not. She snapped, and I wouldn't know. Maculae went to Venus, said the doctor, where reformers, theologians, and politicians have not taken all of the chance and sting out of life. But how are you going to get him back? Hansen shook his head. I'm not. He said, no spaceline would take me. I'm 70, a little creaky in the arthritis, a bit leaky in the pump, and a trifle sclerotic in the arterios. I admit that I am the healthiest doddering old man on earth, but it is on earth that I shall stay. Then, said Ava uncertainly, her eyes began to widen with growing understanding and she backed away slightly. Hansen nodded. You're going to go get him. I'm not. Hansen shook his head. You'll be safe, he said. At the present moment you have too many inhibitions to rouse a stir in Cliff Maculae. Ava snorted angrily. She was still forgetting Maculae. In fact, she forgot him 4 or 5 times each day. Each time she reminded herself that it was a good thing that she did not go for his type of man, since the two of them would never get along. Defensively, Ava said, I'm to go to Venus and comb the entire planet for a man on a binge. Dr. Hansen chuckled. For he who knows the answer, Cliff Maculae would leave a trail a mile wide. He said, but you'd never make the grade, Ava. You're quite right, she said. Hansen grunted unintelligibly. It sounded like agreement to Ava, but was actually a grunt of disgust. The doctor was old enough to be beyond the sparring age, and he was disgusted at the sidelong mental attitude of a race that admitted that love, marriage, and a family were at the bottom of all effort, and then invented croquet, television, and chaperones to make it difficult. Hansen looked at his nurse and shook his head slowly. He was willing to bet his hat that Ava remembered every line in Maculae's face, and that her dislike of Maculae was as genuine as a $7 bill. Hansen would also bet money on. He had not been untying mental knots for 50 years without being able to listen to one statement and hear the truth unspoken between the words. He watched her stand there uncomfortably, and knew that she was uncomfortable because she knew that he knew what she was trying to hide to herself. Deliberately letting her squirm, Hansen began to fiddle with his watch chain. He was thinking with the back part of his brain now. He needed Maculae. He had here before him a girl that could, if she were willing to admit it, go forth and get Cliff. But not the way she was, with her defensive armor all set up to fight against the Clifford Maculae that had kissed her, and then patted her on the head and left to go in search of beer and beauty. Hansen fiddled with his watch chain, then began to swing the Phi Beta Kappa key around his forefinger, winding it up and then reversing it to unwind and rewind in the opposite direction. Ava stood there uncertainly, watching him whirl the chain. She could not leave without some explanation regarding her reticence about going to Venus for maculae. Obviously, Hansen was not finished with this conversation, yet he sat there deep in thought. Ava anticipated that he would come out of it with a more practical idea than sending her for maculae, since that would not work. "Relax," said Hansen quietly after some time. "I wouldn't send you after Cliff maculae. I wouldn't hurt you for the world, Ava." "I know," she said. You've been dwelling on that subject too long." He told her. She nodded. "Probably losing sleep too." "I wouldn't say that. But you look as though you needed sleep." "I don't really." "Then why are you yawning?" "Am I?" "You yawn frequently. You should get more sleep. Why not rest, sit down and relax? Sleep is the great restorer. You should take a short nap. Sleep, Ava. Go to sleep. I'll see that no one harms you. Sleep." Her eyes fixed on the whirling watch charm, Ava slowly let herself down into the doctor's consultation chair and leaned her head against the back. He passed a hand before her open eyes and she did not blink. With a quiet chuckle, Hansen dropped the watch chain into his vest pocket and sat back. "I'm going to help you." "I know," she replied. "You resent maculae." "I do. But it is true that your resentment of maculae is because he is attractive to you, but wants a more vivacious and interesting type of woman." "Yes." "You also resent the fact that this desire of his is false, that any alliance he may make will also be false while a true love awaits in you, unwanted so long as he is under my hypnotic suggestion." "Yes." "Then since you and he are quite alike in so many ways when normal, if you are reversed in personality as he is, you will then match his mood and desire." With Ava, Hansen had much less difficulty. He had known the woman for 10 years, known her moods, her likes and dislikes, and her personality. He had, lightly, worked her over from time to time until his control over her was quite complete. It took him about 2 hours to turn Ava's personality inside out, and to suggest that she remain extroverted until maculae was returned to Earth. For traveling expenses, he filled her wallet and gave her hypnotic reason for possessing that sum of money. Then he snapped her awake and watched her leave the office with a cheerful stride. A hell of a note when the fate of the universe depends on libido and post-hypnosis, he grunted. 7 hours later, the evening star took off for Venus, and even Dr. Hansen might have had trouble in recognizing his nurse. Gone were the glasses, the mousy clothing, and the flat heels. From pedicure to hair. And from hide to handbag. Ava Longacker was as changed as her personality. And where maculae had leaned against the bar, regaling a couple of women with idle chatter, Ava sat and watched 4 dazzled males vie against one another for the privilege of a dance, a smile, the purchase of a corsage or a drink, or the spacecraft itself. She enjoyed it, but she remained a bit aloof. She had a job on her hands. She knew where she was going, and exactly how to find Cliff maculae. Alone in his office at night, while the evening star was starting the hike to Venus, Dr. Hansen sat thinking. He was piecing it together, and it was like playing with a jigsaw puzzle that had 3/4 of the pieces missing. He never would get the completed picture. It just took too many years of a man's life in study and application to finish the job. All he could do was to fit the meager pieces in where he thought they might fit, and then try to ignore the blank spaces that he could not possibly reconstruct. At midnight, Hansen took to the telephone and called California. He heard the operator say, "Chicago is calling Dr. Robber." The switchboard girl at the far end asked, "Who is calling, please?" "Dr. J. Hansen." "Dr. Robber is busy at the moment. May I have him call you back?" Hansen roared, "I know he's busy. Tell him it's J. Hansen and see what happens." A moment later there came a grumpy voice. "Hullo. What's so infernal important?" "Steve, this is Jay." "That's what the gal said. It better be important." "To hell with your precious telescope, Steve. I want some information." "You'd think we had nothing to do but cast horoscopes," growled the astronomer, "or answer damned fool questions about the end of the world." Answer me one more. The world has been here for 2 times 10 to the 9th years at least. You'll not live to see the end of it. Look, Steve, this may be important. Tell me, have any of your instruments shown any difference in setting since that streak of energy went through the solar system a few days ago? Not that we can measure. But, Jay, the best information we can collect is that the original streak was a long cylinder about a half-mile in diameter. Damn it all, you could take a chunk a half-mile in diameter and stretching from one end of the universe to the other. Remove it from the universe and let the rest of space curl in to fill up what was missing. And when you were done, no one could measure it. A half-mile is a small peanut compared to the immensity of space. Now can I go back to work? In a minute, Steve. What do you know about Maculay's equations? Maculay's equations. What do you know about them? I mean, what do you want to know about them? I'm no abstract mathematician, Steve, but I'm forced to fumble in the dark with some very cockeyed theories that make no sense. Maculay has the idea that the generation of some sort of negative space would permit gross matter to exceed the velocity of light, but that this negative space would destroy by mutual cancellation this present, or positive space. Does that make sense to you? You know what I think? No. I think that old saw about the shoemaker sticking to his last is applicable. Stay with your neurons and your pills, which, doctor, and leave the juggling of space to people who can cite nothing, falling from a vacuum into a void, and explain it. Fine, rasped Hansen. Now that I've been properly roasted for meddling, what gives you to think that no one but an astronomer can think? Steve, if I started to outline medicine to you, it would sound no better than your outline of Maculay's theories did to me. Hansen chuckled. So we're both stupid, according to the other. Now admitting that I'm stupid and get my income tax fouled up, cannot understand the degrees of infinity, and am completely baffled by the predominance of the value pi in electricity. Do I have a layman's grasp of Maculay's equation? Barely. Then suppose I postulate. Suppose that streak of energy had been a spacecraft passing by at a speed faster than light, and as it passed, its own field of negative space canceled out a wake of real space as it went. That's a fine idea, said Robber. You might as well postulate that as anything else. Furthermore, the cancellation energy derived might be used to drive the ship, and as far as the loss is concerned, a half-mile of space is like bailing Lake Michigan with a teaspoon. The expanding universe is expanding much faster than mankind's puny efforts to trim it down at a half-mile per trim. Why didn't you tell me this before instead of giving me a lot of guff? Roared Hansen. Because the shoe is on the other foot, snapped Robber. This time you need help, and like the rest of us idiots who show our ignorance when we ask medical questions, you show your ignorance of physics by the damnful questions you ask. But I've done some piddling with Maculay's equations, and the guy has something real and something far above my head, too. Why not ask Maculay? He's not available right now. Tough. Probably working on the streak itself. Good thing. He'll get it ironed out. But if you can't get Maculay, get his assistant Redmond. Redmond is a young squirt, but he'll talk if he's urged. I've met Redmond. Grunted Robber. So that's why you're calling me. Say, Redmond didn't scare you, did he? Sure did. Don't let him. Maculay will keep him down. Hansen decided that this was the time to let the story out. Redmond came here seeking Maculay. Maculay is on Venus having himself a vacation at my orders, and Redmond wanted him back. Wanted him back, my foot. Redmond, if anything, wanted to be certain that Maculay was out of the way so that he could plunge into the secret files, using the emergency as reason. What are you doing about it? Hansen smiled to himself. I've done it. He said, I was just confirming some of my fears by calling you. I've just sent Miss Longacker to get him. Pray that she hurries, said Robber. Redmond is the guy made from the same mold as the sorcerer's apprentice. You mean the kind of student we used to explain the process of making nitroglycerine to carefully because we knew they'd make it anyway, and blow hell out of themselves if they didn't violate the rules correctly. More'n that, said Robber. I said sorcerer's apprentice and I meant just that. Redmond is the kind of dope who would start manufacturing negative space and not be able to stop the process. Someone, or something, has done it. Yeah, but they. And Maculae alone on Earth knows what they're doing. And Maculae, when I last saw him, knew enough to leave it alone. Well, it's up to Ava Longacker. Hope she's successful. Hansen remembered the girl's new attitude. She'll get him, he said. Dr. Hansen would not have been able to locate Maculae at all, but he had equipped Ava with the same set of ideas, plus the desire to catch up with the physicist wherever he might have gone. Because she was thus equipped, Ava went where Maculae would, and had gone. Malaxis, Venus, was a mad mixture of culture and frontier. It boiled with the same sort of teeming millions as New York City. It was a modern city, with white granite buildings, subways, and broad streets filled with racing traffic. But along these broad streets went the rough, shod colonists. They were, for the most part, cut of the same cloth as the colonists of early America. Men who went to Venus to escape whatever particular hell they felt on Earth. Men who objected to taxes, laws, responsibilities, oppressions, regimentations, legalities, religions, and the rest. They were a hardy lot, a bit quick on the trigger, and quite inclined to stand upon their own personal integrity. They were just, but their justice was hard, boiled. A man was innocent, or he was guilty enough to get the works, and it was among this churning metropolis that Ava Longacker landed to seek out Maculae. Her progress from the spaceport to Maculae was not too arduous, since she knew about where to find him. Ava found a lavish hotel, dragged the bar, picked up a likely-looking character who wanted to visit a gambling hell. Enjoying a chance to show off before this interesting female, the character took her to a mid-town casino where, he told her, Mac was likely to be this night. Mac, she asked. Mac is a gambler from way back. He told her, luckier than hell. Let's go, said Ava. That's Mac. He said. It was. Cliff Maculae was sitting before a large card table playing Red Dog. Before him he had a large pile of blue chips, and standing at his elbow watching the pile was a dark-eyed Venusian girl, who swayed languorously to the strains of the music coming from the dance floor next door. Would you like to make 100? Asked Ava. Who do you want killed? Pick up that woman from Mac. What's the pitch? He demanded. 100 ain't enough to get me killed. Ava looked him in the eye. This is the end of your line, she told him. If you expect any fun tonight, you'll be better off trying for her, because you're out of a girl friend and Maculae is going to be swapping women shortly. He looked at Ava, compared her against the Venusian girl in a brazen mental listing of their charms, and repeated a statement made earlier. Luckier than hell, Mac. Ava went over to the Red Dog table and stood so that her hip brushed Maculae's arm. Cliff looked up in annoyance, but the frown ceased as he saw her. Hello, he said cheerfully. It was obvious that he did not know her, and it was equally obvious that the Venusian girl did not care for the competition. How are we doing? She asked. Fine, he said. Yes, we are, said the Venusian girl, emphasizing her use of the we. Cliff will do better now, said Ava. The lady knows me, chuckled Maculae. Every sharpshooter in Malaxis knows you, snapped the Venusian. But do you know her? Ava laughed. Her voice was a pleasant contralto, throaty, suggestive as she said, No, he doesn't know me. Yet. Which, darling, gives me an advantage, doesn't it? Don't darling me. Ava's previous escort was a man of experience, possessor of a fresh 100, and willing to play the game. His was the simple logic of the wolf. Far better to have a woman you might be able to get than one who wanted someone else. Furthermore, he knew enough about human nature to toss a few cupfuls of oil on an already interesting fire. See here, he said to Maculae, what's the idea of making passes at my girl? Maculae laughed uproariously. He pushed his chair back and stood up, alert. If she were your girl, she'd not be asking me how we're doing, he told the man. Houseman started to move, slowly, towards the scene of imminent battle. Ava's escort was willing to start a fire, but he was in no way interested in getting his face pushed in to keep it burning. Yet he could not back out without some show of determination. I suppose she's your girl, he asked superciliously. The houseman relaxed. Badinage and Billingsgate made noise, but it ruined no furniture. The contestants were talking. The kind of fight the housemen were prepared to stop was the kind that took the "Who? Me? Yes, you" whack formula which left one of the contenders ready to avenge the lump on his jaw, and willing to use the furniture to do the job. Cliff relaxed against the card table. Maybe she is. Maybe she isn't. Maybe she'd like to be. No accounting for taste. Ava turned upon her escort coldly. You haven't any taste. How would you recognize it? The Venusian girl knew the situation all too well. She had been looking out for herself for a number of years, and this project included making the best of an opportunity. Her hand strayed behind Maculae. Then the peacemakers saw something that they were entirely unprepared to stop. Ava Longacker took Maculae by one hand in half, hurled him away from the table, unbalancing him across one hip. Cliff staggered forward, to be caught and supported by his possible assailant. But in the meantime Ava had gone to the edge of the table and had taken the Venusian girl by one wrist. She turned, ducked under the arm, and came up behind in a hammer. Lock. Chips from Maculae's stack dribbled out of the tortured fingers of the Venusian. Ava turned with the girl and hurled her forward into the still, unbalanced men. The Venusian screamed in anger. Ava's former escort caught her and kept her from falling, and in doing so he let Maculae slip to one knee. Someone yelled, "Fight!" Hell broke loose. A man clipped his neighbor because the other was luckier than he. A Venusian latched onto a handful of chips from one of the tables, and had his wrist broken by the owner of the chips, who came down on the arm with a heavy fist. Chips flew through the air and rained down, and many, not caught in the fight, dropped to the floor to pick them up. They got into fights with other gleaners, and the melee spread like a crown fire in a piney woods. Critical mass had been reached, and the fission from civilized human beings to outraged primates spread throughout the room. Cliff found an ornate chair and separated it to get the back. Tringer for a club. The other side was clutched by Ava's escort, who plied it well. Ava came up between them clutching a small, wicked-looking stiletto and waving it viciously. Maculae slapped it out of her hand. "Don't start that," he snarled, caving in a likely-looking head with the hunk of chair. He appended a table and used it as a protective wall, shoving it forward towards the door. He lost his club over another head and tossed the stub into the face of a third. He splattered the nose of a fourth all over his face, and trampled one fighting pair down to the floor. They paid no attention to him. They had their own private grievance. Someone yelled, "Police," and then the lights went out. Maculae steered another course from the door, back through the room full of flailing men and women who were trying now to extricate themselves and make the appearance of innocent bystanders. Ava opened a door, and the light from inside spilled out over one of the finest barroom shambles ever committed in a high-class gambling hell, where he who wore no evening clothes was not permitted. Then they were inside. "Damn," chuckled Maculae. "This is the first time I've ever been inside of a powder room. Like it." He looked at her. They had lost her former escort in the melee. They had lost some composure, too, and also whatever formality might have been expected. "Not as well as I thought," he told her. "Where's the hell out?" Ava pointed to a window. They left via the window as the door opened. They landed in the gangway between the two buildings, raced for the alley, and ran into a burly man in uniform that stood there stolidly. Maculae clipped him in a rolling block. The policeman had expected practically anything but a football rush. The pair went down, rolling. The officer fired one shot at them as they headed into a side gangway and through to the street beyond. Cliff whistled for a convenient taxicab. They piled into it and were off before the alarm sounded from their rear. They repaired what damage they could in the taxicab, and carried the rest with them boldly through the finest hotel in Malaxis. Once in Maculae's suite, Ava opened her handbag and rolled a hoard of chips on the table. Maculae roared with laughter. "Souvenirs." He chortled. "Can't you cash 'em?" Lady, you are an angel. You turned up just in time to create a diversion. I got out with a whole skin anyway." Maculae looked at her curiously. Her eyes were glowing with excitement. Her face was flushed, and she bore that slight dishevelment that brings a beautiful woman down from the pedestal of showcase perfection and makes a warm human of her. She smiled cheerfully. "What do you mean?" Cliff stepped to the small bar at the end of the room and mixed 2 very Herculean drinks before answering. Then he said, after Ava had tasted and approved, "They thought I had the cards marked. I didn't. I was playing a formula." "But aren't formula players usually losers?" Maculae laughed. "Baby doll." He laughed. "When you've been trained by the best mathematician in the solar system, you remember the sequence of the cards, evolve a formula of probabilities regarding the shuffling, and then play them according to absolute mathematics. In Red Dog, if there's a heart 6 to beat, each and every card played changes the formula as it lands. If you know your mathematics, you can compute your chances about as well as the Interplanetary Life Insurance Company can compute your expectancy. But I spoiled your game. That game was ruined anyway." "It was fun," said Ava, taking a fine pull at the drink. "A nice shindy, lady, and far more better than the game they'd have played once they grabbed me." "But where will we play tomorrow night?" "Venus is full of places," chuckled Maculae. "Fact is, the evening is young. Wait till I collect me a fresh shirt, and I'll have to forget the white jacket since it's a mess. But we can see a bit more Venusian nightlife." "Done." Maculae emerged from the dressing room a few moments later. "By the way, lady, what's your name?" "Ava Longacker." I know, Cliff Maculae. "Such is fame," sighed Cliff. "You know me." Ava nodded. "I've met you before," she said. A faint, subdued recollection of her previous meeting with Clifford Maculae stirred her. She recalled, very dimly, the upsurge of emotion, the pounding of her heart, the complete relaxation of defensive mechanism. Something had been started but never finished before. Now it was all past, gone, and a new day was yet to be born. "Someone gave me a message for you, but I've forgotten it." "Maybe we can bring it back," chuckled Maculae. He took her by the arm and led her from the room. Hansen had committed one pardonable error. Pardonable because Hansen, for all of his years and his experience, was no worker of miracles, to whom nothing is hidden, and who can be called omniscient. For all of his experience in wending his way through the hidden recesses of the labyrinth we call the human mind, Hansen did not know everything, and would have been the first to admit this honestly. But he did know that the trouble with both Maculae and Ava Longacker laid in the subsurfaces of the conscious mind. Blocks, inhibitions, and fears instilled as a youth had driven Maculae to seek his excellence in mathematics as a goal rather than as the means to the normal goal of a happy, balanced life. In the filing, Cabinet